Hey, yo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where's the options? That can sound like Kevin. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ramon, man, cap. Come and get some. Play around with this shot. Hot next on this one. All the sick ones, affliction, poisonous. God sickness, best believe finger itching with to proclaim. Now I'm tripping on MCs. Cliche. Shot that ricochet, start jumping. Push, push. Hit the wicked wings, gotta love me. You don't wanna love me. Look, fuck ugly. Got your jaw from my point, mother. Son of you. Got your shit in your last. Running hoops. Fucking punk. Get a speed bump coming through. A single shot make your meat respectful. Hey, yo, I put it on the nigga. Shit it on the nigga. Turn a Christian to a certified sinner. The bomb I release time in up. Explode. You got set up, I was hitting your ex-hole. Shit, I kept low. Petrol, your metro. Politics, keep the chicken heads gobbling. Shit, I'm driving in. Come with full apology. Terrorize your city from the split committee. Kick back support. Timberlands turn shit in. Grit it. Smack. And drop a head in a gypsy. When I get coach rappers, we taking notes. I drop like a shit. In miniature raincoat. Absolute. I love the bird to the roots. I keep coming. You pull spur from the boots. Vigilant. T-hardcore to the penis. Tell you, fuck you, my attitude is a mean. I'm the illest nigga alive. Watch me prove it. I snatch your crown with your head still attached to it. Cannabis is the type of fight for mics. Beating niggas after beating dead niggas for life. When you look at me long enough, I start to read your thoughts if the signal was strong enough. And then I pull your bluff like, yo, how many rhymes you got? I can go on for more millennials. The monsters got on the car lot. And it's no way to run to. When I confront you, nigga, I pull your bluff like you had a phone number. Who wanna see cannabis you bad? Who wanna act like your shit? Right down with a surface to air missile. I take them on and all shape, size, and form to spit on. Anybody you ain't close enough to shit on. Tim on the I'm already doing 100 when I'm 100. And I give it to any nigga. Stay out the dark. If I catch you when the sun is down, run. The clown off it. I'm gonna gun it down. Get down. Whatever's gonna go, it's gonna be that. See that? That shit don't finish, dog. Believe that. That's where we at. You value your life, but it's your possession. Don't be a stupid nigga. Learn a lesson. I'm gonna get you either way, and it's better to live. Let me give us some of your sock, cause it's better to give. To receive. See what I say when I take. Don't make me do somewhere with nobody you smell you. When the lights out, it'll come back on. But say the flick. Don't come back on. Break that scroll. Do it. Scroll with the fast forward, baby. Make nigga ski mask for it, baby. So I can get you up on front street. You can come sweet. One deep, leave behind. One street. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Blaze the hot trizzack.
I'm an agent of chaos. Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's fear.
What? Yo, see there's a motto here. Your job is just to piss them off. Get them talking, arguing, and getting all their friends involved. Y'all can take it how you want it. Getting gay and mad. It's all about ideas, and the good always outweigh the bad. Raise the flag, homie. Take some fucking pride in that. We hate this fucking government, and ain't nobody hide that fact. It's a symbol of the freedom that they taking from your patriots accustomed to the darkness they've been fading unto. From Lima to Cleveland, back to Toledo. These jokers, Heath Ledgers, you faggots, it's Jared Leto. Me amigos, all Devos. Shoulders got Doritos, hot Cheetos, Fritos, and those big ass bags of Tostitos. It's a party, y'all. Don't mind a little argument. We're all adults, it ain't no reputation tarnishing. Hypnotizing bitches like the slow jam bag. It's safety for no man, it's snowman's land. We ain't dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing, hot dang, yeah. We ain't really dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing. Hot dang.
Upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos.
There I am. Hopefully we don't continue to have audio issues. Yeah, we still got audio issues. I don't know what the fuck's going on here, man. I don't get it. Ah, well, that'll help with the mic. Hopefully. Give me a second, I'll get this shit together, man. There, is that any better? Maybe. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Dude, I just had my internet fixed, and it says that my internet's not having no issues on my end. Yeah, my internet seems to be trash right now. Let me see if I can fix it. Oh, is that any better? Audio. Speakers. Okay. Layouts. Yeah, it's first of all general. I don't understand what the fuck's it. Well, if anybody wants to hop up, they can. No, I didn't stop blinking. Shut the fuck up. Cyber, if you want, you can come up and help run this shit, man. Since while we can figure out what the fuck's going on. Let me see. Settings. What we'll do though is all YouTube. We can watch the results as they're coming in. StreamYard, present, video. No. Share screen. There we go. There he is. What's up, man? What's up, Cyber?
What's going on, dude?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why this shit's fucking all choppy.
I don't know. It's been doing that since you got your new computer.
No, dude, I've had this thing for going on almost a year now, so it's paid off. So I don't know what the fuck the deal is.
I think there's some kind of disturbance with the latency. Seems like, because everything that you say comes through, but there is a pause, and then it
Right.
comes through all at once real fast, and then
Right.
it pauses again, and it comes through all at once real fast.
Right. And Red, I got YouTube Premium, so you won't see
And-
commercials.
And I don't know that it's a problem with the internet. You know, because it does all come through.
Right. Right. Okay. I'm going to probably something in my system. Sound.
I wish I knew more about computers. I got a problem I'm dealing with right now. Sometimes my comments don't come through on live chat. And I can tell because I'll write a comment and then I'll go to it and there's no highlight. So I can't remove it. If I reset the page, the comment's not even there.
Is that any better, maybe?
No change.
All sound and output devices. I don't know what's going on. This is weird. I wonder if it's something in my updates.
I don't know.
I don't either. This is fucking crazy. I know I'm about ready to switch to my phone just so I have better audio. But what's up, Clue? No, it ain't the mic. It might be the mic. Who knows? But no, it can't be the mic, because if it was the mic, it wouldn't be doing it with video and audio. That isn't coming through my mic. Clue might be able to help out with this.
It's like when your feed experiences delay, it tries to push it. It pushes it all through at once.
I wonder. No, I'm not. See, look. That didn't help nothing. Any of that help? I mean, I'm pushing buttons, nothing's helping. But here, I'm gonna put the link to this in the back if you want to share it. I'm gonna come in on my phone and see if that'll fix it. YouTube. Nope. Copy. Stream. All right. The link is in the back if you want to share it on your end. Cyber.
I don't see anything in the... Oh, there it is.
I'll pull this down. That way you can have the audio too. And that way I can pop out of here off the computer and jump in on my phone. See if that'll help.
All right. Hold on. I picked the wrong one. Oh, wait a minute. Let me turn this off. That'll save some speed.
Cam down the commercials. Since it's a network. All right. I don't want to get nailed for it.
Just remove the audio.
No, the video, if any commercials pop up.
Oh, commercials. Okay.
But yeah, I'll be right back.
That's funny. Let's look at these again. Winning in Indiana, of course. Kentucky. Florida. That's not too bad. Ohio, I think that's bullshit right there. I wonder if they shut their or had their machines accidentally go out. See, he's winning the popular vote. That's pretty important to the Democrats. You know how they're always on about the popular vote, right? Yo. Echo.
There's that better? Nope.
It's feedback. Let's check. Yeah, feedback's gone.
That's better, right?
Yes, sir. That's loud and clear.
Okay. Now I got to figure out. Can I enter the studio without actually entering the studio?
What?
I want to be able to like stay in the back end and be able to control shit. You know what I'm saying? Hold on.
I could do this.
That may have fixed it.
We could do like that, and you're in the back.
Do what?
I changed the display to where it's just me and the share screen. So you're in the back. Your audio is
that any
audible.
better?
Yeah, there's no echo, and it's clear.
I had to turn my TV down, is what it is. All right. So what do we got going on here?
So I paused this on the popular vote screen. He's winning the popular vote right now. I wanted to point out how important that is to the Democrats, because they're always on about the popular vote this and popular vote that, always towing that line. And if he gets the popular vote, that's going to be a big upset for them.
Really?
And it's gonna shut a lot of mouths, and it's gonna change a lot of narrative. It's also going to reduce that illusion that I mentioned that they like to use so that they can impose their candidate as a victor.
Mm-hmm.
And say, oh, look, they got the popular vote, so that means that they should win, so we can just go ahead and say they did win and just change this here, change that there.
Well, something I've been thinking about, is it a conflict of interest for a the presidential candidate to also be the person who certifies the election?
Oh, absolutely.
You know, that's something that's kind of crossed my mind the last few days. Is I don't know if I recall if that's happened before.
Well, they were yelling and screaming about Trump trying to put in his own slate of electorates.
Damn. Man,
Even though that
I tried a box last week, or no, he said he got just picked a box of Novex 9mm Luger. Plus, what's plus P? Is that armor piercing? I'm assuming. Engagement extreme ammo. Yeah, I bet that is armor piercing. Is that green tip shit? But go ahead, you got it. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I pretty much said what I needed to. I was just about to start rambling is all.
Go ahead, man.
About that popular vote. That's really important.
Well,
it doesn't decide who the president is, but it decides a lot of the narrative. And if he wins the popular vote, they're not going to have that as a basis to complain. As far as the sitting president picking the slate of electors, that is a conflict of interest. They were trying to say that that's what Trump was doing. But I don't really see the truth in that.
Well, what's interesting is if you think about it, is them keep up. If you notice, the last few months they've been pushing that whole narrative about him wanting to weaponize the justice system. That way, he can go after his political rivals and shit. And you know, the whole time they've been sitting and trying to push that narrative, I'm sitting here asking myself, what are they talking about? Isn't that what they just got done doing?
Absolutely is.
You know, so I'm lost and confused and kind of baffled here. And what really baffles me is that there's really this many fucking brain dead morons out there, you know, that must have soup between their ears that actually are going along with this shit. You know, I've never seen anything like this before in my life. You know, not to mention, if you think about it, what have they been doing for the last probably 6 years, and even more so the last, 3-4 months, pushing this narrative that Trump's a dictator, a white supremacist, a fascist. He's, you know, basically the second coming of Adolf Hitler himself. You know, and they don't think that constant rhetoric isn't what is pushing some of these people, because some of these people, man, they're useful idiots, man. They'll believe whatever they're told to believe.
Yep. That's their classic egocentric projection. Have you heard what Trump said about Liz Cheney while in Arizona?
I could only imagine.
He was talking about how she's a war hawk, and
What?
and he mentioned how she should be there with a rifle, having 9 barrels facing at her. And people started ranting and raving, saying, "Oh, he said that she should be in front of a firing squad and all this." I asked the guy in the comments, "Who is given a rifle to stand there with a rifle while they're facing a firing squad?"
That's a damn good question.
And he had to admit at the end, he said, "Yeah, this is an overreaction." I even made a 10-minute video of it called, because they were saying Trump's shocking comments, right? And the title on my video is "Shocking Comments Made by Fake News Media Defending the War Machine."
Right.
Because they're defending the war machine. They know exactly what he was talking about because they watched it in full context. But they're not trying to make any sense. They're trying to make emotion. And they're trying to get people in this emotion and then direct that emotion at him so that them knowing the effects of what's going on will blame him for what's happening, even though it's them doing it behind the scenes. And they're using him as a scapegoat so they can keep doing it. Who wants to be a dictator? Well, the people who put us back underneath the UN and the WHO, that's who. Was that Trump? No, it wasn't. That was the Biden-Harris administration. They reversed Trump's withdrawal from the UN and the WHO. WHO is moving, or the UN, because they're the larger.
Well, my question is, how do you label someone a dictator, a fascist, and that he's trying to basically take over the country when the man was already president for 4 years and gave up? I mean, that we had a peaceful transition of power. He gave up his seat. If this man was really a fucking dictator, he would have never gave it up.
Well,
That makes too much sense. They want emotion. What's
you,
up,
you know,
Trey?
fellas, what's going on, man?
What's up?
What, I heard you talk about the morons, Snowman, and I must admit, got some in my family. But what's playing, what's playing out is idiocracy. That is exactly, filmed right here in Austin or Round Rock, Texas, and idiocracy is playing out.
I got a young, impressionable 18-year-old daughter who is now a fucking weaponized fucking feminazi.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's that way until, they turn 24 and then they come moving back in with you. And now they're staunch Trump supporter at, 30. That's how it works.
You got to look at him and say, never go full retard. So I got a question for you, Trey. If you have one bucket that holds 5 gallons and another bucket that holds 2 gallons, how many buckets do you have?
We talking lefty math? 3.
Don't you add you add 2 to the 5 and you carry the 1 and divide that by pi?
Yeah.
12 buckets, right? 12 buckets.
Yeah, we talking Ayn Rand math or Orwell math? Whose math are we talking here? Fahrenheit 451?
Hotep math, man. Hotep math.
Oh, you got to throw your cube in there then. On the 6th day, Yakub created white people.
Yep, and on the 8th day, white people destroyed Yakub.
Oh, man.
Dude, I don't know that this election you'd think this election should be a blowout.
You know what? Come on, man. Okay, so, all right. I'm not even going to switch to the rabbit. I'm just going to say this.
Yes.
It is a blowout. We're witnessing more, technology. One thing Yakub had right was technology. or the who they call the Black Israelites or whatever them folks are called.
Oh, Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, they're spot on about the technology.
Yeah, this shit right here.
And
My name is Uncle Ruckus, and I will be nigger sitting you two until your grandfather returns. Your granddaddy picked me because I am a licensed zoologist. I have studied a variety of wild animals, and the African male is by far the most savagely cunning. This is an opportunity to observe you niggers in your natural habitat and collect data. But be warned, whatever nigger trickery you got up your sleeves does not affect me.
If it was a blowout, I'm pretty sure Kamala Harris is a shoe-in because, like her husband said in front of everybody.
Dude, I heard she gives one of the best blowers in fucking California.
Well, her husband said right in front of everybody that she did what she does best, which is put her head down and go to work. His words.
Oh, Jesus.
That's what Doug said. He's like,
Talk
she did
about
what
a
she
head of
does
state.
best. She put her head down and went to work. Like, oh
Yeah.
shit, did you say that? He really said it, man.
yeah, it's crazy when you look on what's going on Twitter right now. They're just going crazy calling it for like Trump, like away from the mainstream media. Yeah, and that this right here is like some chicanery, like Colin Allred even being close to Ted Cruz. No, ain't no way.
Right now on NBC, they're saying that let me go back real fast. What is it? Trump is at 53% with 19,573,000 votes, and Harris is at 44.9% with 16,309,181 votes.
I'm looking at AP right now, and Trump's got 20 million, and Kamala's still at 16.
Yeah, I mean, so it seems like it's a pretty close race, dude. It's probably going to be sometime tomorrow morning before they get all the way to fucking California and fucking.
Bro, and that's bullshit. They could call this at
Yeah,
9:30 because
and
remember,
they've done that before.
Oregon, Washington, and California are all freaking like, commie states with it's all election fraud there. It's all mail-in ballots in Oregon and Washington. It's already decided before even the election. And then California, we know the chicanery goes on there. And Trump isn't even projected to have any of those. So 30 minutes after those polls called, they could just call it for Trump.
Well, fuck, Trump wasn't projected to live to see the election.
This election is really just Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia.
Yeah, a good portion of it. Illinois is in there too, though. They're one of the big swing states.
Lose Michigan if he keeps Indiana and Ohio, which it looks like he will.
Well, we Indiana just got we just what's the dude's name that we just got for our new governor? All I know is Holcomb chose not to run as the incumbent governor this year. He just chose to step down from his gubernatorial duties, which is awfully weird, seeing as the last election in 2020 they called the governor's race between him and Donald Rainwater with 2 hours left in the polls and only 13% of the vote being counted.
They called Illinois for Kamala and Indiana for Trump.
Right. I knew Indiana would beat Trump. Indiana was pissed off at Trump when he chose Pence as his running mate in 2016. Indiana was pissed off because they didn't like him as a governor.
That was such a bad decision, Mike Pence.
Oh, dude, that was a horrible decision. Ted Cruz looks like that race between him and Colin Allred is pretty close.
Yeah, I mean,
So many people have been moving to Texas from California.
yeah, it's really not that close. I'm just from Texas politics. I tell y'all, the mainstream media does this to basically.
Gaslight.
I don't know what. Gaslight, sensationalism, try to demoralize people. That are still in line to get out of line at the polls. The weird shit they do.
Well, the wife asked me when she come home from voting today, and she asked me, she's like, "Babe, are you allowed to campaign outside of a polling location?" I was like, "No, that's illegal. That's election and election fraud." She's like, "Well, I saw two of the people that were running for the school board here in the county that we're in, standing outside of the polling place, trying to get people to vote for them. That shit's illegal."
Only when one side does it, it's illegal. I remember when the Obama election, they had a bunch of like Black Panthers standing outside.
No, what I'm saying is this was the actual people that were running for the position standing outside the polling place.
Oh shit! What were they handing out? Cash money?
I have no idea, but I know that's against the rules. That's basically like the shit they used to do back in the fucking 30s.
Hype said he's in the back.
Huh? Oh, I see him. What's up, True Hype?
What is up?
A chicken's ass when it eats.
Yeah. I haven't heard that one before. It's pretty interesting. I'm surprised I haven't heard that before. Hey, so y'all rooting for your girl?
She was about 20 years younger and didn't have to have lip injections. I might think about it. Because, dude, back in the day, she was. You got to give it to her. Back in the day, she was smoking. We all would have fucking went on that one.
No,
No,
absolutely
no,
not.
no, we wouldn't have.
You quit
Hey,
lying.
no.
Quit fucking
See,
lying,
no,
dude.
no, no. Here's where
No, we
I say
wouldn't have.
I don't know about that snowman. I mean, of course, there's always the thirsty dudes, right? Go for anything. But I'm saying like, cause like the natural beauty, like back then it was like more popping. You know what I'm saying? I look at some of the old music videos and I be like, what happened?
Yeah, she's not my type of red bone. She's got too much like that Negro Indian features going on. Like when you're a red bone, you gotta have them white girl facial features to look cute. You can't look like a monkey if you light skinned. That shit just nah.
She has the
Yo,
worst of both worlds. She doesn't
I
have
cannot.
the nice Indian body either.
I cannot co-sign what you said, Trey. God
Okay, put her face up.
dang.
Put her face up against Stacey Dash's face. A pretty light
Wait,
skin
no,
should.
put her up against young Hillary Clinton.
No, no, no. I'm talking light skin like chicks.
Nah,
Chicks with
man.
light skin.
Hillary Clinton was like, I don't know, she wasn't really like all that attractive, man.
You got to compare Hillary Clinton to like a Gloria Steinem, a young Gloria Steinem. If you're going lefty,
Man,
white girl.
that's not good either, man. God, man, the choices get worse.
Well, Gloria Steinem was actually hot. It's just the strags she had running along with her that were busted.
I don't know, man. Like, cause I don't know. It's like she had a body, man. But I don't know, like, with people overlooking, cause the face, I don't know. Especially back then, because there's so many like good looking, like cute women.
Yeah, 'cause we talking 60s versus 90s here between like Steinem, Hillary versus like Stacey Dash, like Kamala,
Oh man,
Kamala.
hey man, Stacy, man, put them all in the dirt, man, for real.
Yeah,
But I would vote for AOC.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
yeah. I'd take AOC all day over freaking Kamala. Ugh. Yeah, yeah. AOC, man, if she could shut up, like if she was still a bartender, she could get that work.
Absolutely. And she's kind of based these days.
I'm
Like
looking
she's
back.
against all the aid to Israel.
Yeah, but
AOC,
that's a normal mo,
dude,
man. That's a normal mo. I don't know if I would call that based.
no, I agree with Trey. If AOC could probably keep her mouth shut, which is her biggest problem, she'd be worth risking the marriage for.
Man, I don't see that, man. I think y'all are falling into that comparison trap because if she's just a regular chick on the street, I don't know if you like going like that. You know what I'm saying? She works at Target or something like that. You be
Yeah,
like,
dude, even if she was just a bartender on the street, dude, she was one of the
Yeah,
top
I'd
bartenders.
give her a big tip.
Yeah, she's a Cardi B, man. They brought her in there and was like, read these lines. That's all AOC does is say. They coach her up and they send her on her way.
like
She's not
I
doing
give
that
her
anymore.
I give her credit where credit is due, man. She's actually like gotten a little bit better with some of the off the cuff stuff when she's like doing the live stream stuff. But I mean when they got her prepared, man, she actually looks really competent. But
Ooh,
they
From
throw
the Democratic
curveballs in there, man.
plantation. That's why they have Nancy Pelosi trying to reel her in.
hey, Cyber,
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop this Twitter link in the back, dude. It's to Alex Jones. Let's see what he's got to say.
All right. Look at this right here. Now, an hour ago, it said Harris had 53%, Trump had 46 in Virginia. The Virginia electoral votes, right? And now it says he's at 49 and she's at 49.
So how
How
much
the,
how much was reported then though?
well, I don't understand how she could have dropped.
It's based on reporting too. It's like the percentage of the reporting.
So you saying her numbers actually went down?
Yeah.
No, but like the percentage went down, but the numbers wouldn't have went down. His would have had to go up.
Okay. Well, percentages aren't real numbers from what I've heard.
Huh.
No,
Huh.
see, look at that. The electoral votes, he's at 55. She's at 44.
Yeah,
And
I
then,
ain't gonna-
see, that's just, I don't understand what the hell they're doing with that.
yeah. This is like I tell you, man. They're really like they're drawing this out. There's no way in the world this is this close. It's just like Biden. There's no way in hell it's this close.
It ain't just like Biden. The circumstances are a lot different. There's no overwhelming enthusiasm to get Orange Man out of office. I think that's one of the major differences in this one. Because if you really think about it, the last election was driven by wholly by Trump. And you know, if it was straight up, man, like who's well, this thing would have been all over already.
I don't
No,
know.
what I'm talking about is the chicanery that they're up to. You know, the same shit, overinflating her numbers. When if you just look at, because we're not crazy, you look at live stream support. If you just look at who's watching what, remember, there's no such thing as closet Dems or closet freaking commies. They closet folks do not come out to vote like that.
Dude, when I see some of the libertarian cats, man, talking about like, yo, we gonna vote for Trump. I'm like, oh shit, the artist has spoken.
Ron Paul is going to be in the administration now.
Yo, that is crazy, man. The office of was it like what waste or whatever? With
Economic efficiency.
yeah, there you go, with Elon Musk, and I'm like, God, man, that is the perfect position for him.
So
And then
there's a live
Speaking of
feed.
cutting money, Elon said he could cut $2 trillion with no notable differences.
but
There's a live feed here.
the thing is, man, it's like it's so much apathy that nobody actually expected anything to get done.
Yeah,
So
what?
quality is going down so much across the board, like in the government sector, that like nobody knows because they don't care.
Let's see what these guys have to say real quick.
But Owen, I want to go back to you. Imagine federal filings in court when you're saying I'm a journalist, I'm with Alex Jones, I try to something go in the building, we have all the body cams, the footage is all over the internet, and they say, no, Mr. Schroyer never worked for Mr. Jones. It was not with him, and it's not a journalist. It's not a co-host. In a federal filing, total perjury to the judge, and then the judge throws you in prison.
Yeah.
I mean, these people are a joke. I mean, what the hell?
Can you imagine him as press secretary?
With the court system as well. You know what it's like to be in that
CIA
in the
director
triangle of the court system, and it's the judge and it's the prosecuting attorneys and then it's your defense attorneys, and you know what it's like when the whole thing is weighted against you. You know what it's like to be in that corner. You know what it's like to have everybody against you. And it's Twilight Zone.
Communist Chinese have taken control of U.S.
Did you see what's her name crashing out?
The communist Chinese have taken control
over Liz Cheney like last week.
Infrastructure. The communist Chinese have taken.
Has he seen what?
Oprah Winfrey crashing out over Liz Cheney. Talking about she needed a position in the administration, being like CIA director or something like that, or AG. And I was like, oh my God, man. I was like, yo, you got Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney supporting you, and you think that's a flex? Even the IRS union.
I literally had that debate with somebody last night. They're saying even Republicans are switching to Kamala. And I'm like, okay, let's see which Republicans. Oh, the Cheneys, Bush.
Yeah.
Now compare that to the Dems that are switching for Trump. Tulsi Gabbard, RFK. RFK posted the other day, I think it was today, he said on January 20th, the Trump White House will advise all water systems.
Yo, you went out.
Yeah, you did.
All water systems, though, to defluorinate the water. But that's what he was going to say.
Real quick, can you guys hear me? All right?
Yeah, but you kind of muffled a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to use my Bluetooth headphones on my phone. That way I can keep the audio balanced. I have to do some weird shit because I got to figure out what's wrong with my computer now. Everything's all jacked up for some reason. And I don't even watch porn on this thing.
It's probably not that, man. It's probably like, I don't know. Like anybody saying anything too good about Orange Man.
Well, actually, what it probably is I probably need to go in and delete files. I've probably used up all my fucking hard drive. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Man, you gotta have a solid state hard drive as your boot joint, man, and like run everything else on another hard drive.
Right.
You know what I did? Like, do you have a tower?
Yeah, and I actually got two other 1 terabyte solid state hard drives that I was going to put inside of it.
You know what I did? I just did a small solid state, right? Because price, and I got those like those server deals with the little key that you can like swap in and swap out. I just got those, whatever, and I got 500 gigs a piece because I like when I was doing video editing, like super heavy. You'll load up stuff real fast or whatever.
Right,
so like,
right.
yeah, like per project, I didn't need more than 500. Like I really didn't need more than 250. So I could every 2 projects or so, I could just swap them out, and like that kept costs down, and then like it limited like access to like a bunch of different files. Like say if the joint was gonna crash or something, so I wouldn't access as much. It was a cheaper version or whatever, and it cost like $30 or $40 for the amount of bays that I had, and I just had like 4 different ones, so I could just take the hard drives out and put them in a fire safe box.
Yeah, I actually got 2 1 terabyte solid state hard drives that were never really used. They, and I asked a couple other people. They were in my other computer. One of them was in another computer, and one was I had in my DVR for my cameras. And they said you should be able to just plug them in and delete all that shit off of them. It shouldn't mess with the computer.
Because I think I only had like it might have been a 250 or something like that. I was trying to get a 150, but like I don't know, they were like because I guess they weren't as popular as the 250s. So I basically ran everything off my 250 solid state. and then whenever I like had all the other files, like certain programs and stuff like that, everything else is like running off the other hard drives.
Right. Well, I'll figure it out. I've been sitting there since I ain't streamed. I've been, doing a bunch of stuff with getting new clips and stuff, and getting my shit reorganized in here. But I got to work on getting this fucking computer right. If anything, I'll just call the manufacturer that I ordered it from. Ask them what the problem is.
I'm thinking about doing another build, man, but I'm kind of iffy. I need to get like 2 more laptops first. So I might get the laptops before I do that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If I could, I would give the boy this computer and get an even more powerful one than this, and use it solely for nothing but streaming. You know what I'm saying? That'd be all it was used
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
But it's be honest with you, my grill's crapping out. I want a new grill, and I've seen this hybrid grill that I'm really interested in. That's half gas, half charcoal.
Oh, like like was it charbroil?
No, it's I forget what brand it is. Um, but it's on one side there's a gas grill. That way, if you want to go out and make hamburgers and hot dogs real quick on gas, that's about the only thing I believe that gas is good for is cooking hamburgers and hot dogs. And then there's a charcoal side, one of them dome-shaped charcoal grills on the other side of it, built into it, where if you want to actually, with a small smoker box on it too, that way if you want to cook with charcoal or smoke something with it, you can as well. Plus I got my stand-up pellet smoker that I use. But grills don't seem to last like they used to.
Nah, it's like playing obsolescence.
Yeah, let's get some volume on this. Let's see what they're saying.
They always do in any complex system of mathematical deception where
Turn it
every
down just
angle
a
of
little
my
bit so we can
good
talk
is
over
turned against
while
us. So
we're
they take what I've said, being sincere, build me into an insincere. Barnes. Wow, Viva, looking at this, you were on this morning. You were predicting
What
a
just
victory. So
happened
is
there?
General Flynn. Looking now, don't want to count our chickens yet, but it's looking good, Viva.
Well, I'm following the markets as much as I'm watching the news because the markets were predicting Ohio before the news was. So you know that the markets are more predictive, more accurate than the news itself. But fingers crossed, despite the fact that Pennsylvania and what's the other state there, Arizona, are saying we might not know for days. You might not need to know certain things for days, but it might be clear enough as what's coming in tonight. It looks good, Alex, and I don't want to get ahead of anybody's.
Yeah,
I don't
just
want to get
remember.
ahead of the ball. I don't want to count the chickens before they're hatched, but it's looking very good, and the markets are reflecting that in real time as we speak.
And of course, the markets want Trump because Kamala and the globalists want to collapse the country to take it over instead of prosperity, Viva. Get into the markets, what you're seeing.
Well, it's not even the aggregate trading markets; it's the predictive markets. So you have like predicted poly market. This is not an ad, by the way, whatsoever. But you have these betting markets.
Not just the betting, that too.
Hey, if you guys recall, back when never mind, I lost my thought.
Betting markets have people on the ground. When they get information, it filters up to the betting markets and gets reflected faster than it gets called for on Fox News. And so Ohio got basically not called, but spiked on the markets before the news was even saying, oh, the reporting is in. So the betting markets are the easiest way, the most accurate way to say, how are people feeling about what's going to happen? They're betting with their dollar. And it's looking very good. And I'm comparing the margins of the states that Trump, he might be losing certain states now, but the question is, by what compared to 2020? And he might be winning Florida now because, I think they won Florida back in 2020. But by what? And the margins are swinging radically. And, Miami going red, or at least having a double-digit shift since 2020, is an indication not just of Florida, Miami, whatever. It's an indication of the Latino vote. And from what I've been explained by people who are smarter than me, the Latino vote, excluding California, but across America. And it's wild. I mean, it's wild in real time. and we haven't yet gotten to the Pennsylvania, to certain other swing states. But what we're seeing from the east is going to be indicative of what's coming as you progress west, except for California. But it's looking very good, and I don't want to get ahead of anything, but it's looking good.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
we're going to pull it up.
Snowman,
I
you
was just
see,
looking at
you
it.
see
He's
PVD's
going way
joint?
up in the projections from the mid 60s to the 70s.
Nope. Do what?
Got
PBD bought an old airport or whatever. It's gonna be their new headquarters, and they're like doing an event there, like for the election coverage.
he's got Candace, a couple other people.
He got a lot of other people. I even think Tim Pool's someplace, and he might be there.
I think he may
Tim
be
Pool's with
correct.
the Daily Wire.
Oh, is he? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I
But
wonder,
you
like,
know, it's a rearrangement, kind of like what am I? Kind of like the NFL when they rearranged the conferences when Seattle moved over to the NFC. That's what's happening after this election cycle. Everybody's, so 2028 it'll be all new teams.
well, you kind of got to though, especially like with everything going on. Because I saw today that I mean, I knew it was happening, but what I can't remember what it's called, but Dr. Phil got a network now, or like
Yeah,
and I'm like, hey, it's good, man. Democratization, even the neocons and people that I don't really care for, it's good to decentralize all that stuff.
yeah.
Hey,
It's like, what are they going to talk about tomorrow? Like, what is there to talk about?
This they're going to talk about this and culture war stuff.
No. That's what I'm saying. Besides the election, once the election is done, just to say it's called for Trump tonight. What do they talk about tomorrow besides like lefties like running crazy, burning their own neighborhoods down like niggas in when King died?
Well, that's going to
It's
be
gonna
that's
be
going to be
it's gonna be
that's
left
going to be
wing cope.
that's going to be like at least a week, man. That's a lot of runtime, man.
That's comedy though. That's us sitting here with popcorn.
I I'm wondering why nobody did a "Where Are They Now" to that chick that was screaming. When Trump with the glasses, she's like,
Oh,
"Yo, I'm sorry to my world." I'm like, yo, I kind of want to see how she's doing now.
What if she's like married with kids and she voted for Trump?
Oh man, that'd be the ultimate turnaround, man. You'd be like, damn,
well,
hey, life comes at you fast.
what's crazy is have you seen all the black women that have been coming out for Trump? Holy shit!
yeah.
Yeah,
Nah,
they're
dude,
going.
that's not accurate, man. Because I'm on Instagram and Snapchat, and they are totally for Kamala. It's
No,
No, no,
pretty
no,
no,
sad,
not
no,
not
no, no,
actually.
not
no, no, no.
no, no, like 10%, 10, maybe 12%.
Yeah. What you're seeing is, remember, the internet is polarized.
Right.
And boots on the ground, people ain't crazy. Boots on the ground, because you go deep down. Women don't want to kill kids. The most extreme folks are the ones on the internet. Remember, the hood is going for Trump. What you see on there is you see a bunch of educated, small glasses, freaking cucks that are down for freaking Kamala.
And I understand your point, but I know women who are like deeply Christian, even like conspiracy theorist chicks, and they're voting for Kamala for some reason. It baffles the mind, but I've never
Well,
seen so many Trump signs in Detroit. So
because all they care about is being able to, dude. As long as they can smoke weed, go out and have all the sex they want, and abortion
yeah, kill
babies,
kill babies. Look at
they
the
got
exit polls. The number one issue that women are voting on is abortion, whereas
You,
with men, it's the economy.
you know what's amazing about that though? It's like if they don't believe in it for themselves, they don't want to take the right away from other women. And I'm like, wait, well, hold up. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander.
Yeah.
That
But
that
that's
is funny.
Hold on, time
but
out.
that,
What's the deal with this mean? Because I don't
This
get
is
it.
okay. So this represents too big to rig, and the red line is the Republican vote, and the blue line is the Dems cheating at 2 a.m. like they did in 2020, but it's not enough.
Gotcha. Okay, that's funny now.
Hey, did you see y'all? I don't think you saw it, Snowman. I put it in a telegram with how they did the rig, how they did the F, and then the and then the Republicans came back around and put another red F on top of that, and people were like, you know what? If they do it, why not us?
Right, right.
Fuck it, play by
I,
their rules.
I
Well,
can't remember who that is right there on the screen to the left. I know she's on Twitter and I follow her, but I can't remember what her name is.
That Ashley Sinclair.
No, no, no.
I don't know. I just see tits.
Good man.
What else is there to see?
Come on,
Turn the
InfoWars, move the microphone.
Well, you got to turn the volume up on it.
What's the
No.
other one there?
Too big to
Too
rig.
big to rig. But we might be witnessing this in real time, and God willing, it'll be an early night, and people are going to have to shut up, eat crow, and play by a team.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but just in case, guys, my wallet is right when you walk in my office to the left, sitting on the counter, sitting on the cabinet. Get some cash. Get to the liquor store before it closes and get us some dog party on here. Go get it now.
Nope. But Alex, understand, like what we could witness tonight could be the most. I had the vision also when I'm
Yo.
the most unifying presidential acceptance speech ever. We've had our differences. It's time to unify as a country. Trump can say, "I'm going to go after the people who broke the law," unless Biden pardons them, and Biden might be, rushing to pardon and then resigning. If they're pardoned, I can't go after them. If they stay there, we will go after those who broke the law. But it's time to unify as a country, and this is the moment where I will represent all of you. I'm not like Kamala Harris. I don't call you Nazis. I don't call you Nazi adjacent. I will represent you even though you didn't vote for me. But I will go after the people who try to lock me up, bankrupt me, and kill me. And if you're one of those people, you better pray to God that you get a pardon from Joe Biden. Because if you don't, I'll go after you. If you don't resign, I'll go after you. But it could be the most unifying speech in American history tonight and reset the trajectory of America. It's amazing what we're witnessing.
Well, I mean, this is about survival. I've watched them put all these people in prison, persecute all these people, attack my family, smuggle 325,000 kids they admit and disappear them into slave labor and sex slavery. Senate report. And
Florida apparently had amendments that just failed.
It's happening.
You heard about those?
I want to get Candace Woodlock's take on this.
Hopefully that
So
third
one
and
of the
fourth
things I wanted
amendment
to bring
failed.
up.
The third, I'm not really that.
You talking about the abortion one?
The fourth, yeah.
The abortion one failed. Well, it was really terribly worded, and I've heard at least today anyway that was on purpose, and it was like basically to make a loophole to where it would be like till birth.
Well, the point of viability is arbitrary, and doctors can decide that, according to some kind of birth defect, they're missing a limb or.
No, you can just do mental health.
The baby has a heart murmur.
Yeah, but it could be the mother's mental health.
Right, and the mother's health thing, that's also arbitrary. It's not definable, just like
it could be the doctor's mental health.
Like hate
no doubt.
speech or discrimination. Who gets to decide what is discrimination and when does it cross that line? What is the specifics of that threshold? And then they can make it arbitrary and decide whenever they want. And that's how they've been getting away with a lot of
Keep in mind, the mother is drugged up during this whole process.
I might have to look into to see what that one amendment was for the recreational marijuana. That one failed too.
That's the third.
Yeah, like the recreational marijuana failed as well.
I'm glad that one failed.
I wonder why it failed though, because there's some people that don't want any of that stuff, including like use of hemp, even though hemp is a much different plant. It's just weird, man.
I'm a cannabis entrepreneur, bro, and I do not want recreational anywhere near Texas. Recreational, medical, cool. The problem with you could just look at Washington State and Colorado and look what happened to those states once recreational was passed.
But Trey, that's a slippery slope fallacy.
Yeah.
Well, what the government does is they come in and they take over the whole thing, and a lot of these, in Michigan at least, a lot of the weed companies are going under.
Yeah. And it's what it is. It's like, okay, I know what it is. It's like they're greasing up the tubes so big tobacco and big pharma can form some kind of conglomerate to take over to get their hands in the recreational industry. When it's medical, it's kind of hard to do because it's so regulated. But once it's just a free for all, all the big companies, all they got to do is just come and price out the little companies.
Also, I feel like weed was cooler when it was illegal. Like it was fun to sneak outside with your friends and go in a dark alley somewhere and spark up. Now it's like you're sparking up on Capitol Hill.
Hey, they're saying 50 something percent of the precincts are reported in North Carolina. And I'm like, I'm on the Valuetainment stream right now, and they're talking about 92% probability for North Carolina going to Trump.
I mean, it's a wrap if he gets North Carolina. I mean, really, it should be a wrap if he gets North Carolina. That's what it should be. But they're
Dude, like the shift in Georgia alone in Fulton County is crazy. I mean, he's probably gonna lose still, but the fact that like he's made up quite a bit of ground there in that county alone, that's crazy. That's Fannie Lewis land, man, or Fannie Willis.
North Carolina is 50% Trump, 48% Harris, and they counted half the votes.
We lost you, Trey. It says device is not connected. It says audio went out, I guess. Yep, he just fell out.
Yeah, after that hurricane and all that shenanigans, it's no wonder. I mean, he should win North Carolina.
If he doesn't, that's weird, man. All right, Trey's back up.
I got him.
Well, I wonder how many of those destroyed places have polling areas now.
I mean, those are all the areas I'm looking on this map where it's all shaded.
It looks to me like it was a whole new. It looked like they were using the weather to draw new red lines.
The funny thing about that is, the folks that are saying, "Oh, they sent Helene to those sundown towns." Well, Asheville is like super woke. Asheville, North Carolina, is like one of the wokest cities in the country. Like they like legalize reparations.
They legalized reparations?
Yeah, in Asheville, North Carolina. Maybe that's why God's freaking sitting harp after them.
Yeah, their ancestors sent it to them, turn it in their graves.
Wow. So, if Trump wins, how bad do you think the left is going to fucking lose their noodle?
Hey,
Russia.
Hey, Snow.
Yo.
VTnews.ai, and they got their own personal tracker and data analytics.
All right.
Hey, y'all want to know crazy that I can't wait for? I'm going on a Carnival cruise this weekend.
Oh my goodness! Hey, you gonna be swag surfing on deck?
Man, I can't wait to see the tears.
He wants to be divorced by the time he gets back.
Because there was a couple cruises or whatever. It was like an all black cruise, and I'm like, what the hell is going on, man? And I actually heard Trey's voice in my head, man. I'm like, can't say it out loud.
We're just, me and the missus, we're gonna enjoy the spectacle. That's what we're gonna do.
Hey, me and the wife got tickets to go see that river dance this month, Trey.
Well, that's good old, Irish stuff, man. Man, go to a Tyler Perry
What's the deal with black people going to these traditionally white things? Like they're starting to go to ski resorts now, and I'm just like, what? You don't like skiing?
No, anything that the other people do, and you can kind of crash the party. That's what some people are equating to. It's weird, man. I'm like, yo, I'm not doing nothing that I'm not actually interested in. I don't care if somebody else does it. Oh, yo,
yeah. I don't gather all my white friends and go to the basketball court.
I mean, we did it in the '90s, man. Woody Harrelson made a movie about it. Come on.
Here, let me share this screen and see if it'll work or not on my end. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Yeah, there we go. Can you hear it? It's still choppy.
I don't hear anything on it.
Oh, it's because I got it muted. Let me stop share and reshare it.
Hey, you know, Dave Smith about 10 minutes ago said that Liz Cheney, uh, Mike Pompeo, all these cats were all the same, and they're all war hawks, and they're all part of the Israeli lobby. I'm like, wow.
Where'd it
So
go?
Ohio's been called for Trump, and Michigan. It's close, but if you look closer, the counties that they've counted, they haven't counted any of the major red counties.
The military of the United States.
Let's go. Let's call this by midnight, man, so we can toast and go to sleep and wake up and make fun of some other, stuff in the morning that rhymes with Kanoko or Kanobo.
Hey, sorry for the links in the back. That wasn't on my end. I got to get this computer fixed in order before I can share shit like that. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I put the link in the back so you can throw it up. This is pissing me off. Oh, see, and I got commercial-free shit. That's what's really pissing me off.
And this motherfucker is a 177 already, man.
That's I'm trying to help Vinny get a wife right now, guys. We got
Hey,
so many girls
did
on
they
Vinny
just call
right now.
North
We can't
Carolina
get
for
them off of
Trump?
Vinny. Vinny, please, let's stay focused, Vinny. Let's stay focused. I'm looking at Vinny with his biceps.
Watch out, Vinny.
Things that, but they're about to call Georgia too, probably, like really soon.
You know, I think what was it? Vegas had Harris winning the election. What was it? I think the odds were in her favor, like 2-1.
Vegas did.
Yeah.
I was like, even with Poly Market, all the money going on Trump like it is or has.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the most recent on
Well,
Virginia.
you got to remember they have a large prostitute population. We all know what they're voting for.
Yeah, but no tax on tips, man.
52% of votes.
Both of them have that. Yeah. Florida was called for Trump a while ago.
You know, it was like one of the first states, wasn't it? Well, Kentucky, I think, was first, and I think Florida was second, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They're all just drawing it out, guys. Drawing it out.
Hey, you know, one of the wildest like videos I saw Kamala like this election season. It's probably been like 3 months now, but she went and talked to the Harvey Milk Club in San Francisco, and she said she wished she could be an honorary like sex worker, and I'm like, what an odd thing to say.
That's weird. That's like saying, tell me you want to catch, VD, telling me you want to catch VD.
What's an honorary sex worker? Like you sell feet pics?
But you know what you do? Then you have
it's like when they give these famous people the honorary doctorates, man.
But then what you do is you go up to like older black dudes, like Gen X black dudes that are voting for Kamala, and then you ask them questions like that. You really want to vote for somebody who wants to be an honorary sex worker? Well, if she's not racist. At least she likes me. Like what?
Gen X black dudes that voted for Kamala are basically boomers, dude. Let's keep it a buck.
And they follow people like Oprah Winfrey, like LeBron James, who posted this insane propaganda video about Donald Trump. And they have no opinions of their own. Fortunately, here in Detroit, I'm not seeing any of that. I don't know any black dudes that are voting for Kamala here.
I don't either.
See, that's why I tell you it's a psyop. Because when you go to the comment section of the Shade Room, of Club Shay Shay, of BET, like they're all going
The
ham.
Breakfast Club.
Yeah, they're all going ham. That's why I said this is just a big psyop. Tate even called it. If you go to Tate's Twitter, Tate called it psyop like 12 hours ago.
Yeah. Then you guys caught the Black Men Summit.
Oh man, that shit was hilarious.
Yeah, that was fucking ridiculous. DL Hughley needs to quit, man. Somebody needs to put him out of his misery before he hurts himself.
His name is on the DL.
What's this old man got to say? Let's get some sound.
We're never giving it back. And we're going to tell him, if you want to leave your wife, divorce her in a court of law.
Hey, Cyber, real quick, just roll the volume down just a fuzz. That way, if we want to talk, we can talk over it and still hear the audio.
To be honest, Michael is right. I would have told him, okay, give me part of it up front, and then I'll betray the country. And he would be dead. So, you know, and I look at this election and what's going on.
They got all these crime
talk
bosses
about
up here.
gangsters and stuff like that.
That's what I was going to say. It looks like a fucking mob.
Totally different than everybody else.
You know, it's so funny that like all the new woke movies in woke Hollywood, they don't have any good mob TV shows. But fortunately, all the mobsters have podcasts.
Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party, I know exactly what they do and what they're doing.
They need to put their money together and buy out YouTube.
Man, these dudes live on valuetainment, man. Patrick Bet David really loves these cats, man.
Whether you're black, Hispanic, white, man, woman, no matter what your religion is, we're all dirt to them. They want white liberal elites want to run the country, control it, take all of the money, and they want us completely helpless.
Facts.
White liberal elites. White.
Everything else. They got pit men against women, all kinds of different things. They tell women that Trump is going to take away your right. He took it away from the government. The government don't have the right to do that. And he gave it to the states. You still have a right to get an abortion. They lie about everything they say.
That's a fact, too.
Try to pit men against women and all of the races and all these problems. And the more we argue and fight amongst each other, the easier it is for them to take everything. So I could go on and on and on.
Please
but
do.
I think Patrick will never invite me back. He can't do nothing about it now. He can't make me. I got guys in the audience. He can't get me off. But I'm going to back up.
Can you guys believe how much inflation has destroyed the dollar? You used to be able to murder your wife for $25,000. You can't even get a meeting with a killer for $25,000 today.
That's a discounted price.
The hate rates are too damn high.
I have a question to ask. Everyone. I really want you to answer me on this. Show of hands or whatever.
There's a boss right there.
Joe Biden. The information that I have had 3 racketeering indictments, 2 federal and 1 state, 1 brought on by Rudy Giuliani. I know that statute inside out and upside down. Trump was recently, they're accusing him of going on a revenge tour, that he's going to take revenge all the people that have come after him. And somebody asked me about that, Patrick, and I said, no, it's not revenge, but it's justice. Our people in power should not be able to get away with this stuff because we as American citizens paid for it.
That's a fact, too.
Now, I will tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. The information that the GOP, the Congress, has brought out against Joe Biden, the $27 million that went through all of these shell companies. He had 21 shell companies. I had 18. I know exactly the deal. These companies had no brick and mortar. They had no employees. They did nothing but collect illegal money. The guy is absolutely.
What's Cornell West's voting numbers look like?
Indict him for a racketeering case. I'm not saying he was convicted. Everybody gets their day in court.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if he made it on the ballot in a bunch of states. They did the same thing they did to Kanye West last cycle.
They get away with this.
So if you recall,
I don't want to see him go to jail. He's
before that.
But he should be held accountable.
Wait, say that one time.
Just like every one of them. Let me ask you this. Nancy Pelosi.
If you recall, back in 2016, or I think it was 2016. They took Ron Paul off the ballot for the same reason. And that's one person that I think would have beat Trump out. personally.
Well,
Seen a lot of Nick Fuentes ballots.
they didn't see Trump as an actually legitimate threat at the time. They thought it was going to be a clean sweep of him, so they really didn't take him seriously.
Well, you know, there's a lot of people that seem to think that, but there's also still a lot of people like myself that look. I'm not putting all my trust and faith in Trump. You guys all know that. I've questioned him the whole time, and I've often wondered if he ain't a fucking industry or media plant, because if you look at his track record, he used to be a fucking card carrying Democrat, dude.
Yeah, I mean, but like strange times make weird bedfellows, man. Like look months, man.
I still don't like snakes in my bed, though.
No, I'm not saying he's a snake. I'm just saying you got to watch him though.
Yeah,
Like
you
a
gotta remember what Democrats of the '90s basically looked like. Bill Clinton. You know, remember Bill Clinton would be hardcore MAGA right now,
Yeah, but
according to the wokies.
Bill Clinton's a douchebag that fucking ruined our economy, dude.
But still, what I'm saying though, that's what you're looking at as far as lefties, as far as liberals. You're like on the remember like right now. I mean, like Reagan wasn't too far to the right for most things.
Well, you know, to that, you know, I'm with suspicious on this. My biggest problem with Trump that forces me to, you know, be suspicious is his involvement with the hats. You know what I'm saying?
But well, they all are, bro, and that's where the Wabbit comes in. They all are, and I've said this before as far as like Elon and Trump, Joe Rogan. It's you pick the better lizards. They're all lizards. We're just rooting for the good ones, basically at this point. Which lizards are gonna do us better on social issues, financial issues, and have us not paying $15 for a dozen eggs.
Well, the argument for the Groypers is if Trump loses, the GOP totally crashes and burns, and in 4 years, people are going to be so mad they're going to elect the next Adolf.
Yeah, but you're not going to have that option though. Like if they're allowed to set up their infrastructure the way it is and have all these illegals in here, which Nick is not for that. I don't understand. Like part of me is like, I'm like, hey man, he might be paid opposition.
Okay, what was going on? What happened in the movie V for Vendetta when that took place in the United States? When the movie V for Vendetta, what was going on in the United States?
Speaking of November 5th, yeah.
Y'all remember the movie V for Vendetta?
Yeah.
You remember what was going on in the United States?
Not really off the top of my head.
Civil War. That's what they're pushing towards. They know if the left, goes too far rigging it, they get their civil war, and that's what they want. And okay, you get a civil war, then you get to reset the whole system, just like what they did in 1912.
Yeah. It's I forgot what the strategy is called, but all the metrics point towards this history. Like, what if Altus, that guy, he's explaining how like once the average age of marriage it passes 28, there's a civil war or a massive civilizational collapse.
Why they want a civil war is because if they do get a civil war, that'll cause the debt to basically reset. They won't be responsible for it no more.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you gotta have competent people to actually fight a war, and then most people ain't fighting shit. And I'm not talking about like people that are actually capable. I'm talking about all these people they're not even eligible to be in the military, man. They ain't fighting nobody.
So let me throw the red pill in here. Let me bring in some trade ABD in the red pill. Well, a civil war, like my man, you were going down the right path with that average age of marriage going up. If you got too many men that ain't getting no nookie, like trust me.
It happens. It happens all the time in history.
Oh yeah, that's when things get crazy. You get a bunch of men with pent up aggression. They need an outlet.
Yeah, but that's why they pumping. That's why they pumping estrogen in the water, man.
I'm just saying, man. I as an American, I feel a little just disappointed that out of all the people, we got 350 million people in this country, and we only could decide between Trump and Kamala as the two people running to run the country. I mean,
But
that's who we have to face our nation. Seriously, that's who they're giving us.
But look, man, I'm a business guy. I'm all in for Trump. Like Trump is the perfect choice as far as like. Remember, Trump is a Kennedy. Is a Kennedy. You know, somebody who totally revamped the system. You know, or Barry Goldwater would have been.
Hey, there are some that would argue that if John F. Kennedy wouldn't have got assassinated, that this country would have been a communist country within 10 years.
Yeah, maybe so. But
What?
I
I don't
mean,
know, man. Because like he made a lot of enemies, and one thing he wanted to do was like reform the tax code, and he wanted to actually make the certain country register as foreign agents.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
that was it.
and he wanted to dissolve the CIA. He wanted to go after the Federal Reserve. I mean, it's no wonder he got capped.
And remember, Nixon, you know, was the gold standard. It wasn't Watergate. It was the gold standard.
Yep. Now I'm still convinced that Nixon is innocent.
Oh no, like
Yeah,
I've heard some things as of recent that he didn't even know about the Watergate stuff. He just like because he was at the head, he just
He was
went
set
on
up.
ahead and he went on ahead and resigned because it said like basically like everybody involved was like a counter agent except for like one person.
and you know, and they've said it, man. You know, the president doesn't run the country. The dudes in the black suits run the country. And basically, the you know who boys, the Bolsheviks, it's all based on their money.
Yeah, look at all that pink, man.
Yeah, and speaking of Marxism, I mean, where is Donald J. Harris right now? He's hiding somewhere. You would
Dude,
think,
like
first black woman president, he'd be all over it. I'm so
uh,
proud of my daughter.
Did you just say Donald J. Harris?
Yeah, that's his name.
That's Kamala's dad.
I know it's ironic.
it really is honestly, isn't it? Hey,
It
hey,
is.
hey, hey, hey,
Trained Marxist, by the way.
hey, this your daddy.
I really thought you were making a funny, dude. I didn't know his name was really
No,
Donald J.
well, you know what's really interesting about him is I think it was on the Breakfast Club. Kamala was talking about because they asked her about marijuana legalization. She's like, "Listen, I'm from Jamaica. Of course, I support it."
Oh
Donald
my
J. Harris
god.
wrote like a 3-page letter scolding her, and he was like, "I
Yeah,
totally condemn Harris for not
yeah.
accepting her true heritage and stereotyping Jamaicans."
You
He
know,
was pissed. He was pissed.
it's God, man, I lost my train of thought. Y'all got it.
Hey, CIA baby, man.
Somebody,
You
somebody
brought
needs
me
to
back,
find out
CIA
who
baby.
Joe
Now,
Biden
now I
votes for.
remember. Now I remember, guys. I worked hand in hand with Army counterintelligence and them boys for 8 years. There's no way in hell during my 8 years would Tim Walsh, who lived in China all that time, be running for vice president. Like, if you lived in China as much as Tim Walsh did, they might even not even let you join the army when I came in and during my time in the army, let alone get a clearance.
Hey, you know what's funny, Trey? I was doing some training one year. It was like maybe about 10 years ago. And one of the main training guys, he put Hillary Clinton up there as like one of the you know, like it was like an agent or whatever, or like somebody to look out for is an insider threat. And I was like, oh my god! And they made him like take that shit down. But I was like, oh shit got real, man.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Because you not, she wouldn't be considered an insider threat. She set
Hey,
up these secret.
Hillary's really the only person on the planet I'm scared to talk shit about.
no, I won't, man. I worked like direct. I worked for the State Department, man. When I was in Central
Hillary is a
America,
great
I don't
woman.
talk on it. That's all I say. I had fun down there. I don't talk about what I did.
Well, it's crazy right now. The world is watching, and I know a lot of African people who are really concerned about this election because the United States just built a nuclear plant in Ghana, and France is using northern Ghana. They're about to start stationing troops there to attack Mali, Burkina Faso. France's entire energy grid is based off nuclear energy with African uranium, and they're fighting basically Russian proxies there right now. So, depending on who's the president, this could go really bad.
But you know if it's the one side that went to Africa to tell them to embrace the rainbow, not just taste it, embrace it. Like they're gonna be more on the yeah, y'all gonna get
Oh
back
yeah,
in
of
your
course.
place.
Dude, Africa wants Trump.
Yeah,
Actually,
like
like the dude is on was it not Hot 97, Ebro? Apparently he got mad today because there was a report like on CNN or MSNBC straight from Africa. I can't remember what country, but they were like, "Yeah, we love Trump." And then there was another dude. He was either in the Congo or Ghana, and he's like, he had a picture of like Uncle H and a bunch of other like dictators. He's like, "These are great men." He had them on his
Oh
vehicle,
yeah, and
and I
he's like,
was
"How
like,
come?
"Oh,
Why do you have Mustache Man on the side of your van? Why not?"
Why not?
I was
Oh,
like,
if you want to see
oh my
Georgia
god."
right now,
Yeah,
this
it's
Georgia,
hilarious because you would think, all the Democrats. That's probably why Ebro got mad. Like, oh, well, Donald Trump says all this bad stuff about Congolese people coming here, and then Africans are like, yeah, they are bad. We're
No,
right next to
no,
them.
no. You know what the quote was? The quote was, he called you a shithole country, and I'm like, what? That doesn't even make any sense. He
so we
called
It's
got
like,
you.
yeah,
we
it's
He
got
like, yeah,
called
it is a
you.
77%,
shithole.
Yeah, but I'm like, he
77,
didn't call the person that. He just said like, "Yo, I'm not feeling this country."
And the
77% of the
Detroit
votes
thing.
in Georgia. Trump's at 52.
This is looking great. But you remember the Detroit thing when Trump said the whole country's going to be like Detroit, and then Lizzo and everybody was like, "Oh, actually, Detroit is really great right now." And it's like, why don't you come visit, Lizzo?
No, like okay, the downtown area that they've rebuilt up because people came in and made investments in that area.
It's
It wasn't the
it's
same 15 years ago.
it's been gentrified. That's why it's all yuppie
yeah,
hippies and Corktown and shit like that. You go 1 foot outside of the city limits, Detroit is Iraq. And actually, Detroit has a higher murder rate than Afghanistan right now.
and it's like that in like Houston is the same way. Like Houston, all these not like Fifth Ward, Third Ward, acre homes getting all gentrified. Man, like I feel for those people. I mean, their brains moving in there. They're like settlers in Aranya in South Africa.
Wait, they're gentrifying acres homes.
Yeah, man. Sorry,
Oh
Paul Wall.
shit!
Paul Wall ain't gonna be allowed back in.
Hey,
Candace, Candace looks so
Paul
good.
Wall look. Yeah, she does, man. Like that's a very nice dress, man. Like, yeah, Paul Wall, man, looks um, like I don't know, like he ain't no Paul. Looks like a
Nah.
Steven.
But Paul Wall is cool, man. I'm homies with one of his hype men, Big Yogi. We did business
It's
together
the
down
Heights man.
in Houston. Another like light, non-melanated, non-seasoned Houston rapper. And he pulled me to the side, and he was like straight up, like, "Yo, I lean toward your side." He told me straight up, he got in a car accident, and 5 freaking Latina police officer had to pull him out of the ditch. He's like, "Man, why am I gonna be mad at 5 for?"
I'm not exactly sure, but I'm pretty sure Chameleonaire is a Trumper. He's made a lot of fucking
Yeah,
money.
that's Paul Wall's best friend. They grew up together. They were a rap. They were like Mobb Deep. They were like they were a rap group. It was Paul Wall and Chameleonaire. They came up together on South Lee Street in freaking in Houston.
Hey, Paul, like Chameleonaire, man, like that Michael Jordan story is funny to me. Where Michael Jordan was like, "I don't take no pictures with niggas." I think about that charity shit. That shit's funny, man. But man, hey, shout out to him, man, for getting in tech and then like really doing it big, man.
He did what like all the rappers didn't do, and he got the fuck out.
Hey, man, who can I send this video to, man? I got a good one for y'all, man. Like as far as like a dude that's like moved away from ninjas. Who can I send? Hey, you up here, Snowman?
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
to send
yeah.
it because of my on my end, my computer ain't working right.
Put
Okay,
it
hey,
in the
Cyber,
back
I'm
chat,
gonna email
Trey.
this video to you, Cyber.
Yeah, put it in the back chat.
Oh, I got it.
In the
It says
meantime, can we listen to Candace for a second?
awake to what the implications are when you have somebody that they're trying to assassinate in office. I think Joe Biden, if you want to present him as if there's anything optimistic to say about Joe Biden, I would say that he woke people up to the fact that the president is not in charge, right? He's essentially been brain dead for 4 years. And people are going, okay, if Joe Biden's not running the country, who is? So I think maybe years ago, people thought a lot of this talk about deep state was a conspiracy theory, and people no longer think that. So a lot more, it feels like there's a lot more on the line right now. People are motivated to vote. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of changes, but I'm cautiously optimistic about the night.
Let me ask you a question though. When you think about, and by the way, I don't think you're alone. I think a lot of people are there as well. But you know that whole phrase, whoever came up with the phrase "too big to rig," right? The idea where you're playing another team, let's say all these different deflate gates, who was the team that used to record? What was the team that they said in the NFL used to record?
They said it was the Patriots.
The Patriots. And the Jets got caught too.
Houston Astros in baseball.
Houston Astros were doing that trash thing. That was a different story. But you gotta kind of find a way to beat them if the score is much bigger where you can't cheat. Do you think, even with the idea of a big lead, you're still concerned that they could find a way to? You're still feeling that? And if they did, how would they do it?
Mail-in ballots, people got very shy and scared after January 6th to say what I think most Americans know, which is that the 2020 election was stolen. I'm one of those people that I've said that since it happened. They radically transformed the way that we voted, and they did this in the name of COVID. And nothing made sense that night. We've never seen anything like that happen. And so I think for a lot of people, myself included, we've lost faith in our election process. I think you tweeted yesterday or the day before, do you trust the election process? Or if Trump loses, would you think that loss was legitimate? And I think the fact that we can no longer count votes at night and they tell us that it takes days doesn't make us feel good about the election process.
Vince, are you at the same place that Candace is at? Or are you thinking it's going to be a landslide victory tonight? Where are you at?
This is what I know. I know the Democratic Party is the evilest organization in the history of the world. I know they've been a part of slavery from 1800 to 1860. The Party of the Confederacy from 1860 to 1865. The Party of Jim Crow from 1865 to 1965. And now they're the party of Marxism, communism, transgenderism, abortion up to the 9th month, castrating little boys, calling them little girls. They are evil institutions. They'll do anything to win. Anything. We have to know that and understand that. The whole civil rights movement was necessitated because the Democratic Party has been stealing elections for 100 years.
This man tells us.
But I tell you, 1912.
They were for 100 years. They were doing all types of literacy tests, intimidation, murder. This is their game. They're masters at it, and even right now, they do ballot harvesting, souls to the polls. Ball look at the smoke truck sandwich.
And Trump is now at 188 electoral votes. Kamala's still at 99.
They will win.
Hey, he's the one that told the boy, "Shut up, boy." He told that white boy who was talking, "Shut up, boy."
Hey, yo, you should see he did one. He was at a college campus talking, and some white liberal chick got up there and she said she was more privileged than him. And I was like, yo, I salute this man for that.
Yeah, that was the one where the white boy started kicking for her, and he was like, "Shut up, boy."
Yo,
that's so funny when black people do that, because the white liberals, when they experience a black person like that, they completely crumble. They're like, "Oh no, I'm racist."
They shut down, man. Like she started crying, man, changing the story up. He's like, "You don't have more privilege than me." Oh man!
What happens is they're not used to running into a descendant of Anthony Johnson.
You're funny.
I'll be with this later. So I'll give him a call for you. Yes, sir.
When I was speaking, your brother and I were having a conversation, and you and I were having a conversation. My curiosity was, what values and principles did your parents raise you to produce these types of kids? Take us back to when you were 6 years old.
As of right now, Cali is not enough. It all comes down to Georgia and Michigan.
Dinner table with your mom and dad.
If I had a camera to see what the conversations were like, what
I
did your
think
mom and dad tell you to raise these two successful
I think he's gonna
kids
take
here?
Georgia.
At least the two that I've met.
My friends, I was born on a cotton plantation in Hayward County, Tennessee. My father was a sharecropper. The only thing that kept me from being
Hayward
at the bottom
County.
of everything was that I had a
Man,
father.
wait, hold on. That's out
Trump
east,
But
won
my
isn't it?
father
Miami-Dade.
aspired. He believed in
Trump won
America.
Miami-Dade.
He believed in America. And all of our lives, he told us is one thing, that if you believe in God, if you work hard, if you bring good people to you
Yeah,
and push
that
bad
did
people
trip me
away,
out though.
it is
He took
nothing you
it like
cannot attain in this
Miami-Dade is
country.
rigged.
My family has lived the American dream. We've lived it. But the one thing that he taught us is very, very interesting. He said, if Jesus Christ has ordained something for you, no man can stop it. No racist can stop it. No black man, no white man. He's ordained it. So he said,
North
don't
Carolina's
march,
looking red
don't
now.
complain, don't fight, don't blame other people for what's going on in your life, because that's what cowards do. And I'm not a coward.
And they're on Reddit talking about we're all gonna die.
So that's how we live our life. That's how
Yeah,
the
but
American people live
I
their
don't
lives
see how
every day.
anybody makes
They
that
want to make
statement,
us
man. When
a
we're
nation of
already
cowards,
on the precipice of like
begging
4 or
and
5 hot
crawling
wars, man.
and marching, instead of saying, no, I'm going to earn what I
Bro,
have.
they're freaking bots, man.
I'm
They're
going to actually
NPCs,
earn it.
bro. So I guarantee you, what? Give it 3 months. They'll be up there chilling, going on their vacations, paying for cheap plane tickets, buying up gas, eating steak instead of vegan diets.
Hey, but Trey, but talking shit about how bad the guy is still.
Yeah.
Wait. You remember? You guys remember when people were like, "If Trump wins 2016, I'm moving to Canada." You don't
Oh
see
yeah,
that anymore.
no. There was a lot of that, like celebrities mainly. There was a guy that he said, and I would never made this bet because like that poll came out about Iowa or whatever. What that was it Emerson or not Emerson? Emerson was the other one, but it was saying that Kamala was ahead in Iowa, and the dude said, "Yo, if damn, he's at 210, shit." Yo, said, hold up a second.
Yeah,
Hey, my bad,
Cruz
my
has
bad.
this in the
Like
bag.
he said if Kamala wins Iowa, he would castrate himself on live on live video. And then I was like, yo, like you that I understand the confidence, man, but I never make anything like that, man. Not after last election,
Yeah, maybe like shave your head or something like that.
man. Like no, like not the.
Kentucky's in the bag. Kentucky's done.
How many states have called the election so far?
What, 15
Ohio,
now?
Indiana, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Just remember though, the last election, we went to bed with Trump having a significant lead and woke up with him losing.
Yeah, but they have to have the statistical numbers or whatever. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
we got 26 states called right now.
there's a point of no return, man. Like to where like even in the state you
This
can't make
map is
that
a
up.
little bit behind. Trump's at 188. Go to AP.
Like this is Newsmax right here that like because I'll be flipping through and it's saying he's at 210 and she's at 105.
And yeah, free zone. That was Michael Irvin up there, I believe.
No, that wasn't Michael Irving. I can't remember the dude's name, but he's like a pastor or whatever.
He sure as fuck looked like Michael Irvin.
He's close. He's close.
He's catching up in Pennsylvania. They only got 35 in though.
Oh, the polls are still open. Well, they're finally about to close. They kept them open till 10 o'clock. And if you're still in line, you still get to vote.
Yeah, because it was like there was like some bomb threats or something like that.
Apparently, Pennsylvania Amish are voting for Trump.
Oh yeah, big time. Scott Pressler has been like turning them out like crazy, man.
But here's the thing, like we know those Kamala
that
numbers
raw
are
milk
not
seller.
real. But this is where the comedy comes in. We know damn well those numbers are not real for Pennsylvania. Niggas do not vote like that.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful though, Trey, because like the numbers or whatever, like So like the largest like voting block is like non-voters. So that's how you're able to get those quote unquote numbers that we're talking about.
Mail-in ballots. That's all it is, man. It's just mail-in ballots, man.
Yeah, but you got to have enough people not actually show up for their vote for that to count. Because
Yeah, yeah.
I've heard
That's why
stories about people like going to vote in person. Like one chick was talking about how she just registered like a week and a half ago, and it was going to vote today, and then like they're like, "Oh, you already voted." It's like, "No, I didn't."
that's what ninjas are for. You know who said that's what friends are for? Well, that's what ninjas are for.
That's a bad sales pitch, Trey.
Good.
Yeah, this joint is showing 99 to 188. I don't know what this one is right here. Like, man, there's like a bunch of maps that are updated or whatever. They haven't called Georgia yet or North Carolina.
He's got North Carolina now. Newsmax is saying.
Yeah, Newsmax is far ahead of everybody else, man.
All right, hold on. Hold on. You guys are going to have to tone it down just a little bit with the talking over the audio because all it sounds
shut up, man.
It just sounds like a clusterfuck, man, and everybody's leaving. So shut the fuck up!
Then Joe Biden got in. And guess what? We didn't go back to normal. We went to something even crazier than the 4 Trump years were. And then that revealed that the problem wasn't Trump. This whole thing is listen, Donald Trump is the least interesting thing about what's going on in America right now. He really is. Donald Trump, you can figure out who he is within 5 seconds of looking at him. You're like, okay, he's a self-promoter. He loves to promote himself. He always is on message. He's constantly in sales mode. What's interesting is that this country got to a point where we wanted the biggest middle finger we could find against the establishment. That's what's really interesting. And when you took Trump out, that didn't go away. And it doesn't, honestly, here's the thing that I know no one wants to hear tonight. It doesn't even really matter whether Trump wins or not. What really matters is that this movement against the corruption in Washington, D.C. continues on. That's what it's much bigger than any one person. But to your point, they don't have that pitch anymore. What are they going to say? We're going back to normal under Kamala Harris?
And I would also add, like, people really don't like celebrity endorsements anymore. You know? Like, I think the worst thing to be,
Wait, are they calling Pennsylvania?
No. You guys you're not calling Pennsylvania yet. That's just 42% reporting. 42%. They just threw everybody off. Hang on one second. But do you have an update for us?
It's very, very, very quick. Very, very quick. He is just.
Tom, we can't hear you, buddy.
Tom,
Mike,
hold up. I'll give him
closer
my
to
mic.
you. Hang on. Guys, if Tom uses the mic, Tom talks dirty to his wife very softly. We have to raise the audio with Tom. Tom's method of talking dirty is soft. Please know it by now.
No, Tommy.
Game. I'm sorry, Tom. On behalf of our crew here, take over. Go ahead.
Bailey and Brooke, I am so sorry.
That's his 2 daughters. Shout out to Bailey going to Rice, but go ahead, Tom.
So, as you can see, it's only 42% reporting, but as you can see, as the vote comes in Pennsylvania, he is now half a point up, and in Georgia.
Stop.
Oh, did he say he was up?
Yeah, half a point in Pennsylvania.
In Georgia, 79% is reported, but
79%.
But there's a lot of votes coming in from Atlanta, and so he's got just under a 6-point lead right now with a lot coming in Atlanta, but it's looking better every minute.
Tom, just don't overpromise, underdeliver. There's 2,000 people here that are going to chase after your red Ferrari outside.
Can you mute real quick?
Numbers scream, and we've got a lot of good.
Now, this is what perplexes me. And True Hype, man, if you could speak to this, because, me and you, we both have grown up, community adjacent until we woke up. Like, how much does that say that you know who people are stupid if they're saying, oh my God, we got to wait for what comes from Atlanta? That's just basically saying that this group of people who mostly live in Atlanta are completely freaking idiots. That's what that says around the world.
I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot of people like maybe not like Fulton County like specific, but like around like Fulton County that are voting for Trump, man. You know,
No,
like
no,
the hood.
no. I know that, but I'm saying that the way PBD's man is saying it is that we gotta watch out because you know who lives in Atlanta.
What I mean,
we know how
but
those people do.
I mean, but you got to look at last election though, man. That water main breaking, and then there not being any work order for any work being done on any kind of water main whatsoever.
Bro,
That's where
I'm with
that's
you.
where the shenanigans were, man.
Yeah, remember me
Not
and
only is
Hood,
it
bro.
is it black, but it's also gay.
Bro, that's where Hood lost his monetization with the Ruby Ridge, with the Ruby streams. Remember, man, me and Hood both had major numbers, and we were both monetized at one time. And when he covered all that stuff in Georgia, that's when he lost his monetization.
Yep. Sub-Zero.
I'm telling you, we're right now trending at number 15 on Twitter. Go on Twitter and just tweet out watching PBD podcast. Post it on Twitter. Everybody is watching to see what the hell is going
His
on
lead's
tonight.
growing in Georgia.
With that being said,
Hey, what's going
Candace
on at the
Owens,
Kamala
you continue.
headquarters?
You were saying earlier.
Well, I was also going to say that the celebrity
That's
endorsements, I think, are now hurting. I have to say, this
at
is the
Howard.
first year where I was like,
Kamala's spazzing out at her
and you saw
staff
this
right now.
because towards the end, they just
Quick,
ran out.
give me a
Like
dick to
every
suck.
celebrity got the call in the last 4 days. But it was really interesting to just be in the comment section of LeBron James, when he is basically supposed to be the king and black men are supposed to just listen to whatever he says. I mean, I am telling you, the comments under his post were 80% negative. I think there's something about it that feels very patronizing, that they're obviously rolling out these people like LeBron James, even Barack Obama. Barack Obama, I genuinely think him coming out and rolling up his sleeves and talking to the brothers wasn't a good thing. I think the brothers got a little upset by that. It's like, first off, Barry, where have you been? Secondly, when have you ever been a brother? When have you ever been in any sorts of situations that would make you relate to Black Americans? You grew up in Singapore and Hawaii, and you went to wealthy schools your entire life. It's an act. His name is Barry Soetoro, and watching him suddenly patronize Black men and pretend like he's been a part of some struggle, I genuinely think they just got pissed off. I think they really went, okay, it's just too obvious right now.
Candace, are you trying to say that Cardi B's endorsement of Kamala did nothing to sway your vote? I know you and Cardi.
Or Megan Thee
Stallion. I mean, come on.
I fucking hate this
Sexy
guy.
Red came out and put her butt cheeks in the air, I was almost compelled. I was like,
Her Kamala going back and forth was like pure gold, man.
You know what?
She said, "I'ma sue your WAP. I'ma sue you, and I'm gonna own your WAP."
Jamaican and Indian. How pissed off are the Indian community? Not one shout out. Like, her cousin out there is like, why don't you give us one? Not even a hello, Raj. Nothing. That's a billion people.
That's a good point.
She would have won. She would have won in a landslide if she just went, my friends from New Delhi. She would have won.
Not over here. She wouldn't.
I'm telling you right now.
Vinny.
You're
going to get yourself canceled, Vinny.
I should have been in charge. No.
Vinny.
Man, but wasn't it cool when Trump called her out?
I don't know, man. There's a lot of Indians in Michigan.
Playing black.
Yeah, but there's more Muslims than Indians.
3 years ago, and then he came out as black. And that's when the floodgates opened and people started checking. And everybody found out she was a liar.
And by people, you mean me, because let me tell you,
You've done great work. Candace is all
I just turned it in. I couldn't let go of it. I couldn't believe it. I actually went through her book, and every single relative that she posts is like a fake auntie, a fake uncle, and a fake Black grandmother. Like this woman, by the end of her election, she
fake grandma.
Yes, caught.
Hey,
Yeah, she wasn't the grandma. She was the help.
Yes.
Fake grandma.
Y'all want to go down the rabbit hole?
I do. I can't explain it. It was like a Black science. I just looked and I said, "This is not your grandma." It was just a Caribbean grandma. My grandmother was Caribbean. They're very in your face. They lovey-dovey. You're always like, "Grandma, chill." And you could just tell in the picture. I was like, I feel like this woman is the help. And then I started the investigation, learned that that wasn't her grandmother, and then I got in touch with her relatives. I mean, I wouldn't let go. I was like, you cannot just post up a fake grandma. And her uncle told me that that was not the grandmother. And then a Jamaican woman came out and said that's not the grandmother. And then Kamala's campaign completely dropped all talk about being the first Black African anything.
sure
So
did.
she stopped running on that by the end of the campaign. Very scary.
Yes, you do got to give her.
Michigan only got 18% of the votes. Like, yeah.
Don't fall for the technology.
Hold on, Cyber. I put a
Yeah,
link
we
for.
got a lot of technology up in Michigan. Remember, Detroit is where they shut down.
I put the link to Face the Nation in the back chat. Play that. Let's see what the commies are saying.
All right.
Hey, but real quick, while Cyber's pulling that up, if you do if you really go down the rabbit hole, you could look up the man who's supposed to be playing Kamala right now.
I've already seen it. I don't want to go back down that hole.
Yeah, and here's the even funnier one.
Trey, it's the same rabbit hole as the guy that's playing Britney Spears right now.
No. Another funnier one. This is a funny one. That young Kamala was really Aaliyah, and that plane crash was more chicanery, technology.
She wasn't pretty enough to be Aaliyah.
Yeah, I mean, he was good back in the day, but Aaliyah was on a different level compared to her.
Makeup. Remember, Baltimore Mayor Nipsey Hussle. They can do a lot of things with makeup.
Yeah, but Aaliyah didn't really wear a lot of makeup, like whenever she was just out and about or whatever.
Let's sidetracked.
Hold on, maybe they cloned Aaliyah, and the clone was like a defect, and it was ugly, and that's what they used.
I'm talking Hollywood makeup, not thought makeup.
Let's listen to what the fucking crazy commies have to say.
Profile. Nevada has the second highest unemployment rate in the country.
Right.
And so this is a place, as we get later on into the evening, we're going to be parsing these things very, very closely.
One interesting just to remember is Nevada is the smallest electoral prize of the night, just six electoral votes. It is also the most diverse battleground state and also has more registered nonpartisan voters than Democrats or Republicans, but a state worth watching and certainly getting that new data. Robert Costa, I think you had some new reporting you wanted to share as well.
Yes, just briefly, have been speaking to Representative Brian Fitzpatrick in suburban Philadelphia, represents Bucks County, a centrist Republican. He has long been a representative and political organizer in that area, a key area if Vice President Harris wants to win. He said Trump is now on track based on all of the returns he has seen to do better than expected in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I was with Vice President Harris when she went to Bucks County. They put a huge emphasis on that. When we look at Michigan and Wisconsin, labor is going to be key. Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, just told me moments ago that he believes labor is going to turn out in strong numbers, that they're going to hit their metrics they need in Michigan for Vice President Harris to do well. Notably, just got off the phone with Senator Ron Johnson in Wisconsin, a Republican. He's a little nervous about what the Democrats are doing in Milwaukee. He thinks they might have strong turnout there. He said it's very early in the night. He's also watching the suburbs of Milwaukee. But so far, Senator Johnson told me he believes ultimately the rural turnout in Wisconsin could put that state in the column for Trump. It's still early in the evening, but most notable in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the centrist Republican there, Brian Fitzpatrick, no big fan of Trump, believes Trump is doing well.
But isn't Bucks County the one collar county that Republicans have done well in?
They have over the years, but so have Democratic presidents in recent cycles.
But the Republican hasn't won it since 1992.
In the national, yeah. Let's check in now with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes with Vice President Harris at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy?
Nora, it's funny that Robert Costa just heard from Senator Ron Johnson saying he's a little nervous about Wisconsin. I just heard from a top Democratic operative who says he's worried about Wisconsin, too. And so I think the bottom line is that everyone is pretty nervous right about now. They're certainly nervous in this crowd here at Howard University. Unlike
Nervous?
all
Oh my
the Kamala
God.
Harris rallies we've been to in the past few weeks, It's totally silent
Look at
here.
these scared
People are watching
muggles
the
and
screens.
scrags.
They're checking their
Hey,
phones. They're having hush
what are
conversations.
they reporting on their
They're
news
waiting for some
coverage?
good news, and they haven't seen any
look at
in a
all these
while. And
white
the
guys.
Harris
They're like,
campaign knows
who
that.
can
It
I fuck
knows
tonight?
that Democratic supporters
The
across the country
electoral. What
are
are they
getting
saying?
worried. And so they are trying to reassure them that they are seeing some bright spots. And I'll just walk you through what they say those bright spots are. This is
AP
coming
is
from Ian
at
Sams, the
109
senior campaign
Harris,
spokesperson.
188
He
Trump.
says, first of all, that they are tracking
Why
slightly
is
above
Newsmax so
expected
far?
Oh
support
no,
levels among suburban
198
early
Trump.
voters in Georgia. No,
Because
that's not all
Newsmax got
suburban
2.6
voters, just
I think
early
I
voters,
think
but they're
I think
feeling good about
Newsmax
that.
is
Still
calling
waiting
some
to get
shit a
more
little bit
information
early.
about same-day voters, I guess. He says in some larger suburban counties, and maybe we can hear more from Major and Anthony about this, they are currently outperforming Biden's winning 2020 margin. They're talking about Douglas County outside Atlanta, where she's running 5 points ahead of President Biden from 2020, and Rockdale County, where she's 10 points ahead of what Biden did in
Somebody's
2020.
got
So
a
they are
slight
feeling
echo. I
good
think
about
it's you,
that.
Snowman.
They say that their rural turnout in Georgia is matching expectations right now. They don't have a lot of information about Michigan yet, so they're
Man, we know
watching and
goddamn
waiting
well
there.
rural turnout in
North
Georgia is
Carolina,
not
he
voting
says
for
they're
her.
seeing additional late arriving mail ballots, which are favorable to them. They are not expressing optimism that they are going to win any one of these particular states, but they haven't given up either, and they continue
Yeah,
to
but
insist that they are still
the
in the
regular
fight
vote is
in
enough
North
to like
Carolina and
cancel out
Georgia.
any mail-in vote
Nancy
that they
Cordes,
would
thank you,
possibly
and
have.
stand by because
Because you only
soon we're
got
going
so
to
many
go
numbers.
to John Dickerson, who has some information about Michigan and Wisconsin. But
Shout out
first,
to
I'll
the
check in
legal
with CBS
teams,
Morning's
man,
co-host
taking
Tony
care of all
DeCoco,
that
who's at Trump
hijinks.
headquarters in Florida. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening again. You know, as we get a little bit deeper into the night, a little bit closer to some of these key calls in this race, projections that could swing things one way or the other, I want to give you a little bit more context on the conversation around political violence from the perspective of people in this room. They are ready for anything in terms of results in this room, and that's because Donald Trump in recent days, up to and including today, has said just about everything about this race. On the one hand, today he said he would accept the results if they are fair, but then on the other hand, in radio interviews just tonight, he has referenced unsubstantiated rumors of alleged fraud in Detroit and Philadelphia, things that a senior federal official has told us
Keep the
are
gaslighting.
flatly untrue. But what you end up happening is a population of people are in this room and in many rooms like them all over the country who think they won in 2020, think they're winning again here in 2024, and think the only way they can lose is if there is cheating. And so you can understand why in this really remarkable
CBS still has them at
today,
178.
7 in 10 Americans are concerned about violence tied to the election in the days ahead. In the land of Democrats, that tends to be Republicans, they imagine, protesting, demonstrating,
Look at all those people ready for violence. Look at them.
rioting because their candidate has been somehow, quote unquote, cheated. But when you talk to people here, they say, yeah, we are also concerned about violence by Democrats. And their imagination, what's going to happen tonight and in the days ahead is potentially riots in blue cities, Nora.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. Because there was a pattern, there was a fucking pattern of that over and over and over again, month after month in 2020 and in 2017.
Bro, we could go back 68, 63, like what, in the 40s? Like, when have the monkeys not freaking daggone rioted and burned down their own cities?
Ridiculous.
They don't. It's weird because they don't have a
And all
George
you have to do is look
Floyd,
at our
so they're just
nation's
going to be
capital,
crashing
which
out.
is boarded up and fenced up in anticipation of some of the concern about what is ahead.
Hey,
Tony
but this
DeCoco,
year, man, they
thank
got
you.
Peanut,
When
man.
we come back,
Well,
we'll
actually,
check
no,
in
they
with our
don't.
correspondents in the Blue Wall battleground states. You're watching CBS News
Peanut and
America
Fred,
Decides
man.
Election 2024.
Rest in peace, Peanut, man.
I don't get, I get it. Like, but this is what happens. They say that shit, and then you get all these crazy lefties on the other side. They get this crazy thought in their head, and we're the bad guys, and we're gonna go out and shoot and do all that stuff, and then they'll go out and act like complete idiots because they believe the mainstream media is like nonsense.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, they have to preemptively do something to you before you do something to them.
Yeah. And then we respond like, dude, you come in, like if they respond, What normally happens, if you look at Antifa versus the Proud Boys, it was always the Proud Boys responding to Antifa and whooping that ass. It was never the other way around.
Yeah, but the mainstream media coverage had to paint them as the bad guys. And then, like, they hardly ever mention Antifa.
Yeah, but that was my whole falling out with SYSBM because I did that stream. We're not aligned with that white supremacist group. My stream was about I interviewed a bunch of wives of black chicks that were married to like white Proud Boys. That's what.
Antifa wasn't a movement; it was just an ideology.
Yeah, man, that Jerry Nadler dude, man, F that dude, man.
The Penguin.
Well, if you look at photos from the greatest story never told in Europa, you'll notice a familiar Antifa sign back in 1930s Weimar Republic, Germany.
Yeah, and they were the same kind of people. They were gay, they were ugly, they were dysgenic looking, and they were fighting against married men.
But it's crazy. Last night, Mrs. MBD was describing to me about, what's wrong with a system where, everybody looks out for their fellow countrymen, but they're also looking out for themselves individually, and they benefit the more they provide, to their fellow countrymen, and they're allowed to, exceed and gain wealth. I was like, congratulations, baby. You just described National Socialism.
Yeah, Trump is about to beat two bitches. They really should have put Gavin Newsom up there. Kamala was a not good choice.
No, couldn't have another white man right now. That wouldn't have worked.
Look, dude, I'm here to tell you that there's no way in hell she should be able to legitimately win this race. Look, Sarah Palin, what was it? A fucking McCain lost because Sarah Palin's dumbass. And she was pretty to look at. She was, seriously, but she was dumber than a box of rocks.
I don't know who would have been worse, though.
Well, I don't know. Looking back, Sarah Palin's pretty smart.
She's smart on energy. She was really smart on energy. She's just like she was limited on a lot of other things, and they knew how to make her look dumb.
Well,
as a matter of fact, man, Sarah Palin, like, shout out to her, man. She actually got rid of a lot of corruption in her state.
I just wanted to see her at some kind of Pornhub fucking
Shout out. What's that porn star that played her in the movie Nail and Nail?
Lisa Ann.
Yeah.
Like she did a man on the street. She did a man on the street interview like 2 weeks ago, or like got released 2 weeks ago, and people wouldn't shake her hand, man.
Wasn't her daughter in a porno or some shit that got leaked?
Teen pregnancy. She got pregnant at 16.
Oh yeah, that's right. She was on 16 and Pregnant. Same thing.
Yeah, that was wild, man. Like trying to go for a cash grab or whatever, and then like when she was like 18, she was in a concert or something like that, her daughter, and then like she's like, "Oh, you're trash. You're the reason why this." But Liz Cheney's fine. Come on, man.
I tell you, man, you can't. Once it's like once white people get the monkey brain, there's no going back. Basically, the commie Bolshevik brain. They get that. You know what? I'll tell you the look. When I met fucking John fucking whatever the fuck his name, that gay fucking daggone figure skater that led the Erection Day riot. When I met him, like his eyes were completely gone. Like there's something about the commie look in their eyes. It's like they got a fucking lobotomy.
It's the fluoride stare.
Am I the only person that...
is she gonna lose every single southern state?
Yes.
Oh yeah, of course.
God damn, man.
It just shows you. That just shows you
bars, baby.
Bars aren't all the way fucking gone.
In Georgia, they don't have any votes counted from Fulton County yet. That's a lot going to be for Harris. In North Carolina, Wade County has 0 votes come in yet. That's going to be a lot of them for Harris.
I think that's bullshit, man.
North Carolina, Wade County.
Nah, that's chicanery. I mean, that's technology.
If you look at the map they just showed, I think Michigan is still in play because all of Michigan is red, and they haven't counted a lot of that.
Michigan's such a shit state. Dude. It's like really a toss-up. Which state sucks worse, Michigan or Ohio?
I'm sorry, man.
Listen, I'm in Michigan, and I'll say Ohio is better. You remember during COVID, Ohio put up a sign and said, "Welcome to Ohio." At least it's not Michigan.
I'll call it like this, man. You know what? So everybody knows. So I'll call it like this. So everybody knows this is straight to MBD. You know, the swarthy half Jamaican like Kamala guy. I'm sorry, but the fucking problem with freaking Michigan is the monkeys in Detroit. I will say that up because if they don't vote,
it's Detroit,
they just use
Pontiac, and Flint.
That's it. I'll blame it all on them.
No, Michigan as a whole is a trash state. It really is.
But the trash white people ain't stupid in Michigan.
Never have construction up in the UP in the middle of the fucking winter. That fucking state sucks.
At least they'll vote for Trump.
You know, the UP wanted to be its own state at one point in time. They wanted to be their own state called Superior.
Let's keep it real. They should be part of Canada. Fuck this being part of America.
They should be part of. They were supposed to be part of Wisconsin.
I just saw a map or whatever, and it was talking about Maryland or whatever, and that made me think. You see that Maryland's governor either today or yesterday had a news hit, and he said that because he's a Christian, he supports a woman's right to choose.
What?
Yeah, man. Like, and then that Bryant dude, the pastor, that one pastor dude, he was talking about like the Bible teaches like a woman's right to choose, and I'm like,
yeah. There was this black guy that posted. He was like, I support Kamala because of my daughter's right to choose. And someone replied to him, and he's like, okay, so you support your daughter's right to get nutted in raw with no consequences.
Yeah. That dude was he's some kind of representative.
That Army veteran guy.
Yeah, he's some kind of representative, though. I think.
Did that pastor say anything about God's commandment? About God's commandment to choose life?
Oh no, he obviously didn't like actually quote any scripture. Well, actually he did. He did.
What nonsense you speak of?
Jamal Bryant, the one that had the mistress and the chick that had like the abortion or whatever.
Sir, don't you understand facetiousness? You couldn't hear it in my tone. I thought I inflected well enough for you to catch it, but never mind.
Man, I be missing it sometimes, man.
It could be me.
Snowman has a technological tone.
I'm a shitty actor, all right, and I'm real bad at delivering jokes. So,
well, Deuteronomy.
We need a American man here with some real fucking, monkey hate.
I got some scripture for that, pastor. It's Deuteronomy 30, verse 19. It says, "And I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live."
With in there like I can't remember which passage, but it's like Matthew, I think like 7 or something like that. That talks about like anybody that do harm to like little kids is wicked.
Whoa, he used that?
No. He used that, but that's the first thing that came to mind for me.
Oh,
True right. Remember, this is what they'll say. Whatever a white man wrote that Bible, and by believing that, you support white supremacy, and now you're voting for a rapist.
Yeah, but okay, let's go to the Ethiopian Bible that predates the King James version. Let's go to that one then. Like, point to me where it says it's cool to kill babies.
Bro, they will find a way. They not really black. Then they'll go to Kendrick Lamar. They not like us. Bro, I'm telling you, monkey logic will always find a way.
Hey, what do you guys think about this? CCD says in the old days they treated slaves as if they weren't real people. Now they're acting like babies aren't real people.
Depends on what kind of slave master it was.
Well,
man.
no, they treat them worse than slaves because slaves were valuable property. They treat babies like parasites.
PBD.
No, they convince them they're parasites. But the truth of the matter is those babies' stem cells are more valuable than them slaves ever were.
Man, and that's oh my god, you know what? And y'all know I'm like besides the rabbit hole, I'm straight, hardcore in the carnivore side fasting, and it's crazy that the carnivore numbers are like 90-10 Trump over freaking Harris because we know how to produce stem cells naturally, and we're not down with any of that craziness. It's just amazing how hard that community goes for Trump. And if anybody even comes out and call on any comments, man, they get fucking hammered. I love this community where we know that. Look, we know the fountain of youth. You look at like who's against RFK's policy of taking fake plastic out of the foods. Like now you're an extremist if you don't want fake food in your freaking kid's baby formula. Like
And,
what?
and this microplastics thing is a fucking serious fucking problem, dude.
Yes, big time. And also all the sanitary products in the water treatment plants, like causing the estrogen levels and everybody to spike like unnaturally. That's not good at all either. The fluorinated water, which is like RFK one. And the first thing people say is like, well, like, oh, this guy's crazy. I'm like, wait, hold on. So explain to me like I'm 5. What's so bad? What's the benefit about? And they'll talk about cavities, and I'm like, isn't most of your tooth decay from diet?
Dude, look on your toothpaste bottle. It says if you ingest more than a pea-sized amount of toothpaste, call poison control.
That's funny, but it's wild, man. And then actually a grain diet is pretty bad for your body anyway. And like, there's a doctor that I read up about, and he was talking about like the grain drain, and if you like the more grain you have in your diet or whatever, it does something with your enamel in your teeth.
Yes, that's why carnivores in Africa and Indonesia will be living in dirt huts and they have perfect straight teeth.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, in this community, well, no, I wouldn't even say even in the community. When I go places and I go to the doctor and I tell them I'm not on any medications, they look at me like I'm crazy. They straight up and they're like, "What do you mean? How's that even possible at your age? And it's not even right."
That's why they're always trying to dope you up and medicate you.
I really don't like that right there, man.
Nope.
But hey, silver lining, you can have Kelly Lake being the administration. He'd be a good press secretary.
They're only half counted though. They still got 51% votes to count.
They'll find a way to lock out some more.
It depends on counties though. Like if the like at least one of the major counties like was already counted, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Like more rest at ease. Like Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, and what's the name's already counted for the most part.
I read that too, Red, that microplastics are so bad they're in male testicles now. I did read that.
Like they're in like almost all your organs.
Dude, I saw the weirdest shit the other day, okay? I went and I bought a couple red onions, all right? And I'm sitting there and I was going to chop the ends off and went to peel it. And I was getting ready to start dicing them up. And when I went to cut the first piece, cut it in half, you know how a lot of times a couple of the layers will fall off the outside? Well, a couple of the layers fell off the outside, and I noticed, dude, there's like this white, like almost really super thin plasticky film in between.
Yes, and it sparkles in the light. I know what you're talking about.
Dude, it didn't used to be there.
Man, I'm gonna start going to the Amish, man, for all my vegetables, man.
Hey, just go carnivore like me, man. Skip the whole nonsense.
This volume, and somebody changed the battery in their fucking smoke detector tray.
No, that's the checkout line, man. Somebody's at the store.
Oh, okay.
I'm at HEB, man. I'm doing it Texas style.
Hey, look, the Hispanic Employment Bureau, man.
Well, do you find it that that it's ironic that it was still even tray at the grocery store?
that is funny, man. Hey, he said smoke detector. You're not too far off, I guess.
Get some volume on this. Cyber. Thank you,
All
sir.
of that is still outstanding. So how do we look at Pennsylvania writ large right now?
I wonder what the Young Turks are doing right
To
now.
prevail in Pennsylvania, claim those vital 19 electoral votes, Kamala Harris, vice president, needs 52% of the outstanding vote. What is our current estimate based on the data? 54%. So she is in position currently to achieve victory in Pennsylvania based on the data set as we know it, and as it
We didn't hear
overlays
you,
exit poll
Snowman.
data and historical trends. That's where we are in Pennsylvania right now.
Because you.
What'd you say, Snowman?
I'm telling you, you know one thing they're doing, y'all? They're setting this up to make it look like, you know, technology was used on Trump's part. That's why they're speaking so favorably of her when they know she's losing.
I'm like, how often?
White nigga. I'm the white nigga. Hanukkah.
You what?
I'm the white nigga.
You can't say that, bro.
The fuck I can't. I'll say
You
whatever.
But how often in like in a change election or whatever does the incumbent like this like bad favorability get 50-something% of this state in the rural areas specifically too?
Man, bro, I tell you, man, it's you know the real numbers should be like Reagan Mondale numbers. Bro, I put my testicles on it like old boy did. Those are the real numbers.
We're saying there is still a huge outstanding vote, not only
This
in
brother said he
Philadelphia
put
and
his nuts
Pittsburgh,
on
but
it.
what we call these collar counties.
Precisely, the suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's look as
These are high population centers, and of course, we know Trump does very well in the rural areas.
So let's walk through some of them in that area. Here's Bucks County. Robert Costa was just talking about it. That's the current trend, only 34% in, but let's look at the historical. So right now, again, it's early, a third of the vote in, running slightly ahead of the percentages in Bucks County. Let's go right next door to Montgomery County, running a little bit ahead then. Again, 36% in. You don't want to draw too many conclusions. Not so favorably in Chester County, running a little bit behind there, but as you closer you get to Philadelphia, running a little bit ahead. These are positive signs for the Harris campaign, at least initially. Also, Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, running slightly ahead of the totals there. And in Lackawanna County, Scranton, not running right next to former President Biden for obvious reasons, but competitive there. And in Luzerne County, running slightly ahead of Joe Biden. Those are somewhat soft, encouraging signs.
What's that, Snowman?
I said, you know, they weren't expecting to have to do this much algebra tonight to try and come up with ways for her to win.
Yeah.
Nah,
yeah,
not
the
at all,
team's
man.
working overtime. But Trump got shot in Pennsylvania. So, like, what are we talking about?
Shot by a conservative, mind you, too, because these morons think a conservative. And this guy was really conservative because he was registered a conservative.
Yeah, he was wearing a demolition ranch shirt.
As a conservative. How do you register as a conservative?
That was all a setup, man. Like that, all that stuff, man. That screams like some kind of like.
Well, first of all, he was wearing a demolition ranch shirt. That's the kind of shirt you would wear if you were an FBI agent and you wanted someone to think you're a conservative.
How are you a registered Republican but you donate to the Democratic Party?
No, but the dude, he was online to try to like, you know, because you know in certain states or whatever you got closed primaries, so you have to actually be one party or the other. So he was trying to get somebody else the nomination. That's why he did that.
I'm telling you, they still ain't done trying to kill Trump either, man. If he, mark my words, I'm making this prediction. If he wins tonight, they're going to go full.
It's a long way till January, and the assassination attempts aren't going to stop. The lawfare is not going to stop. But the Thomas Matthew Crooks case.
If you listen to even how the media has been propagating this, they've been getting more and more and more violent and aggressive about Trump being some kind of authoritarian fucking the new rebirth of fucking Hitler, you know, dictator, you know, getting ready to come into power to take everybody.
But it's really frivolous because then Vance is president.
It's just wild to me, you know. And what blows my mind is that all these folks are allowed to say all this shit about Trump that they want, knowing damn well it's a lie, but we can't even sit up here and have a legitimate conversation about any of these things that they're lying about to try and figure shit out for ourselves. Did you see the latest clip? That girl from Morning Joe, where she said that the people that don't believe what the media has to say, they just need to shut the fuck up or whatever. They're dumb. It was the wildest shit ever. Like,
well, that's about 80% of all Americans who don't trust the media.
Hey, Mika is a piece of work, man. So's Joe.
It just sounds like some black female type shit.
Like she was having a nervous breakdown about a week ago. she was having a nervous breakdown about a week ago, man. It was pretty interesting to see.
I'll see if I can find the clip real quick, man, and I'll share it, put it in the back so you guys, Cyber, can hear it.
What is it with this black female thing? Like, what is in there? Is it in their DNA? Because, like, I know black females who are all the way down the rabbit hole. They're into conspiracy theories. They're super Christian, and yet they're voting for Kamala. What is it?
Hey, you want me to go there? True hype. Should I go there?
Please do.
Man, seriously,
enlighten this man.
They're the most conspiracy. Can I fucking speak? Are you guys not hearing me? Hello? Do you hear me?
No, we hear you. A black woman is speaking.
Never mind. Fuck you all. Go eat a dick.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man. I can't believe you said that.
We stop.
Eat a fucking bag of dicks. I hope they're big, fucking, slimy black ones, too.
Then we have little Asian cocks, man. At least.
And Trey, I hope you get cucked by a white dude.
Hey, man. Shit. Okay. It's what it is. Hopefully he pays me good.
Now I feel better. Go carry on.
I was just going to ask for your permission, Snowman, to tell my man what's wrong with the Queens. The real answer.
It seems like it's a genetic thing or like something ingrained in their psychology because it's not programming. It's not brainwashing. It seems innate.
You know how they try and say that we got racist DNA? Well, really, it's the other way around. Our racist DNA is the black woman.
Okay, my man, have you ever read Negroes in Negroland?
No.
Okay, just find that book and read it. Just the chapter on sexual assault. Read that one especially, and you will know everything that's wrong with the Queens. Now, when you see women like Candace Owens, my mom, Shamika Michelle, all these other women that have like they look like strags, but they're not, because all that Africa mess is nonsense. What you're dealing with is the truest savages in the world that were here on this place beforehand. And then, they're descendants of John Kaser. Whereas you have descendants of Anthony Johnson, the first, legal chattel slave owner. Those are freaking Moors, Sephardic Jews, crypto Jews, niggas that came over from Europe that were persecuted. And they got here and they were like, what the fuck is wrong with these goddamn savages? And then what took place over time is that throughout whatever way you want to believe it, somehow they convinced niggas of this freaking, we're all one shit, we're out of Africa, all this. Well, a certain group of us knew, like, hold up. There's nothing in my brain that could make me fucking riot because some nigga George Floyd got killed. Nothing. There's nothing.
Dude, Trey, that's just crazy that they would. And the fact that I've had so many discussions with people over this and they can't get the simple idea they can't get through their fucking skull is white folks don't go out and fucking tear cities down and make martyrs out of fucking criminals.
Yeah, that's why I created a Candace Floyd test.
That's half true though, Snowman.
No, that's all that is all true.
No, because the white liberals.
Hold the fucking door. Because look, you're not going to sit and tell me that you see white people in masks going out and fucking rioting and burning cities down because some fucking Joe Schmo fucking blew up a trailer with a fucking meth lab that he had and killed a couple fucking kids and got taken out by the cops for it.
No. I'm not talking about the burning down the cities part. I'm talking about the creating the martyrs part. The white liberals are the one that made George Floyd what he is, just like the white liberal is the one that made Bob Marley what he was.
Dude, you can put it on the white liberal. They suggested it, and the black folks fucking went with it. They made George Floyd a martyr, not white liberals.
Yeah, you don't see white liberals taking in immigrants or going visiting the George Floyd Memorial, like taking their families there for vacation. Bro,
Yeah,
it's
but they
just like
built the
when they do.
statues though, Trey.
Well,
Trey, the white
that's
liberals the one that
facilitated
made the
by the
statues.
feds.
That's to keep niggas looking stupid as can be. You gotta keep the niggas on the plantation.
Look. I'm not saying that. We should absolve people that don't like, eat the tainted candy. I'm just saying that. Hey, look, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't realize that the narrative is created for them. I say it all the
Okay,
time, man. That this quote
I'll give
unquote
you.
culture, it was marketed to these people, man.
I'll
They
give you
Hey,
three
yo,
eat
Cyber,
examples.
someone's in the
I'll
back.
give you three examples to make the show you what Snowman is saying is right. Ruby Ridge, Waco, and January 6th. If white people really acted like niggas act, Waco would have burned to the ground for them killing all those kids. The Capitol building would be still smoldering if white people acted like black people.
Randy Weaver had every right to fucking take out every one of them motherfuckers, and rightfully should have, but he fucking went the legal route and sued them.
like part of it is like white people in this country have been civilized, man. Like, hey, look at Ireland. Ireland is burning right now.
That's a different kind of white person. Like the people in Ireland,
That
remember you
that's
got
that's
white
what
niggas.
I'm saying. No, I ain't
No,
gonna say all
well,
that.
Ireland is slave class. They've been fucked over by
Yeah,
Britain for 800 years. They're used to being ruled.
Hey, shout
yeah,
out
bro.
to Six
You got
Man.
Hey,
We
what's
got.
going on, Jits? Angry Snowman, long time no see.
Hey, how's it going, my brother?
Man,
Just up here talking shit and doing what we do.
no, I'm enjoying the conversation. I just want to say, as a mathematician, tonight is a glorious night because Democrats, the math is not adding up to them.
Dude, I could just do.
Well,
I
math
was
is
sitting there
racist.
and I was watching that guy go back and forth between his notes and the board. And I was like, dude, the level of algebraic equations that he's having to try and put together in his mind to try and math this shit together to where she can still win and it be legitimate and it not look like it was stolen is blowing my mind.
Exactly. The mere fact that they still can't come up with answers of how over 500,000 votes on their side is not showing up. And it's like, okay, let's look at the low propensity voters. Where are they at? Well, they don't exist.
Yeah,
There's
look,
your
dude,
answer.
right now the AP's got Trump at 210 and Harris at 112.
With that 53% on the popular vote for him so far, with 41% counted.
Damn.
Be careful though. They might want us Republicans to go to sleep,
Hey,
feeling good.
they may cause us. May want all of us. Americans that don't have mental issues to take that long dirt nap. Go to sleep and not wake up. Everybody, boil your water tonight before you use it.
Yeah, but this
Yeah.
was this like the last time though. It was like it was like stuck at like what 60% or something like that for like ever, and then the
That
percentage went
no.
down.
They stopped the counting. It was like all these reports at the same time. Oh, there's a pipe bomb here. Oh, there's something going on here. Oh, there's an issue here. Arizona, 1%. Oh, we call it for Biden. Bro,
You,
last time it was obvious from jump that something was going on. Now they're trying to like stall it.
dude, the
right,
mere
They can stall it, but people aren't going home this time. The poll watchers and all that stuff.
right. Here's the thing. So I got to give a shout out to Trump because when he put Laura Trump as the chairwoman over the RNC, to me, that's what made a big difference. Now they have the right people in to watch the polls and take legal action if need be. That's why all of these bomb scares and machines, acting up and everything. If it was back in 2020 during the pandemic, sure, that'll work. But there's no pandemic, and most of your poll watchers are conservative. So the jig is up.
Hey, but Sigma, it's more than that. They got like high level people. Harmeet Dillon is in Arizona,
Yeah,
like coordinating with other like high level people that we just don't know the names, but these people are like extremely competent.
true. Right. Let me tell you something. I'm here in Arizona. As soon as Kamala messed up when she illegally got all of the college students' addresses and everything, that's when I knew it was over. Like I work for one of the big universities here in the city. Dude, when Trump was here about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, you can tell me which students were MAGA and which students were not. All of them were walking on campus.
Oh, dude, it's a dude. In American culture today, you can tell which when you're in a crowd of people, you can tell the people that are left and the people that are right or have common sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm serious. It's people. They wear that shit on their like a badge of honor.
What? Like
And
they have a
you
different
know,
kind of confidence. They have a different kind of confidence, man, because they actually
and you know
understand the world.
And I noticed, man, I know a whole lot of niggas in Texas, man. And I see these dudes out with their wives and stuff like this, and they might have the look, but they don't have the confidence. And
At
I just
all.
look at them, and I feel for them, man. You could see it.
I
And then when I talk to them, and they,
don't feel for them. Don't feel for them fucking clowns.
well, some of them are my real friends, man. I just,
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You need to, dude. You need to constantly be up in their ass. Pause. No Diddy. And constantly.
Yo, yo, check this out. Check this out. I just heard this story not too long ago, and this is somewhere on X. Some guy who had no plans to go out and vote just was on national news. Just said that he was forced to go vote for Kamala because her girlfriend said she was going to leave him if he didn't vote.
Bye, bitch.
Hey, yeah,
Right?
yeah. Oh man, you said it before I did, man. I'm like, hey,
Bye,
hey,
bitch.
don't give me no ultimatum, man, because I'm a jump bad on every time, man. I don't like when people try to stand on something like that.
man,
I
I'm gonna
told
go fuck five of your friends. You get MVP back.
I told my wife I'd fucking divorce her today if she voted for anybody other than Trump.
Hey, red illusions in the back.
Man, I'm going Muslim, and I'm bringing 5 chicks over from Afghanistan before I can only go up to 4, just to cancel out some feminist votes and shit.
Oh, so you want to bring more? Dude, don't we have a big enough fucking immigrant problem? You want to bring more of them over here, you moron?
No, I just said they're gonna be Muslim. I said I'm going Muslim. Man, I'll give you freaking 4 beautiful Bosnian white women, bro.
You're down in Texas. Why don't you get this fucking border problem under control before you think about bringing people over from an even crazier sandbox?
Hey,
Bosnian white women, leave me alone.
hey, do y'all see that one black comedian or whatever? He had the skit. He's like, what it's like living in the hood when you got to pretend like you're voting for Kamala. And he's like, yeah, Kamala. He's like, man, I'm tired of this bitch. he's like, hit the chain. I'm like, oh man, it's crazy, man. He's outside dancing with people.
Hey, speaking of that, Cyber, did you get what I sent you? Emailed you?
Oh, you emailed me?
Yeah, check your email, man. You gotta love that shit.
Where'd he go?
That's funny though, man. You get all the social credit and none of the guilt.
Nah, I think we need to bring guilt and shame back and make it great again.
I agree.
Make bullying great again.
Make the electric chair great again.
I'm glad.
Make
I'm
the
glad you said
firing
that.
squad great again.
Man, I'm glad you said that, Snowman, about guilt. Yo, the HBCUs, man, had the homecoming, and the old ladies, man, they was getting on the youngins, man, for how they was dressed. It's so great. It's so grand, man.
Need more of that shit. And that's why that's why you got fucking 14-year-old little fucking 304s running around like they're 21, being fucking prostitutes in the middle of the night already. That's crazy.
Look, I was talking to somebody that I work with, they got a young girl, right, under the age of 16, and I was like, yo, what's up with all these chicks like dressing like prostitutes and streetwalkers and strippers and stuff? What's up with that, man? Like just on a Tuesday, you know what I'm saying? Like a regular random Tuesday.
Well, think about this, you hype, and they wonder why the young men today can't get sexually stimulated.
Well,
Think about
a lot of the women wearing stuff they shouldn't be wearing, man. I'm sorry, it's not flattering.
And the thing is it desensitizes you to yourself to where it doesn't give you that same euphoric effect as it does when it's something that you don't see all the time. These bitches are basically walking around in lingerie. Shit, I used to go and buy for my wife to wear in the bedroom.
Ain't no basic. They are wearing lingerie.
I swear to God, if I see my daughter walking out the house like fucking Kelly Bundy, I'ma beat the shit out of her.
They wearing shit like looking like. I mean, they wearing shit that people wouldn't wear to nightclubs, man. Back in the day.
But see, that's the thing is that like there's nothing to the imagination. I know, Snowman, you like to blame the men, but you know this generation of men, it's not on them. It's on the generation of men before that allowed us, particularly the boomers, that basically introduced this.
Trey, stop being a triggered little fucking bitch dog. All right, I wasn't blaming. All I was saying is that's why the men are desensitized from it.
But that's not why they're desensitized, bro.
It absolutely is. If you're seeing it every fucking day, it desensitizes you from it.
Well, no, it doesn't. It's speaking as a Zoomer, it doesn't really matter. Like seeing girls wearing yoga pants and whatnot. Like you could show me all the desensitization you want. I'm still going to be a horny young guy. I'm still going to want women. It's more about what do I want in a partner.
The turn of the frog.
Yeah,
microplastics
and access to it.
All right, this is what Trey sent me.
No sound.
Wait, San Angelo, Texas?
Is it there now?
Almost.
Yeah, no volume. You get that
Why
audio.
is it every one of your audio clips are trash, dude?
I can hear it well, but it's on my media player.
You're
so
one
I
to
might
talk,
have-
Snowman.
I
No,
might
I'm
have
talking
something in my settings that's not proper.
Before my computer started acting like it had autism, my video clips always had the volume on point. Always.
But it's something to do with his audio settings, though. Like it has to be.
Are you blaming me?
It has something to do with fucking Trey edits and clip shit.
Okay, man, I didn't edit that one. Yeah. You know, I didn't get death penalty from you until after I did one stream with you. Hey, there's a possibility you might have snitched on me.
Gay.
Yeah, that's pretty wild when that dude in that clip just now, when he supported Kamala, he's like, "Stop Asian hate." I was like, "What?"
Stop the Asian hate.
Well, Stop Asian Hate quieted down quite a bit once they realized who was doing the Asian hate.
Got the angry man doing the presidential election. Let's see. Here, I'll give you a link for him. Let's see what he's saying.
Oh, he's on Newsmax heavy, man.
Yeah, I just want to hear his take. I mean, because him and like Anton and a few other folks have been getting, hammered pause, rather hard pause lately because of their stance on shit. Because they're actually look. I find it absolutely wild that you have a group of brothers and sisters that are trying to condemn other brothers and sisters that are fucking successful for trying to help them get out of the fucking bullshit that they're in.
No,
Oh shit! Michigan's going red.
It's because when you're in that
There we
spiral,
go.
though.
Yeah.
No, it ain't. Come on.
Hey, because when you're in that spiral, though, Snowman, like you don't want to hear anything like conducive. You just want to stay in. You want to stay in there because most of those people that like are fighting with him all the time. Because I do listen to a lot of stuff from Anton at least. Sometimes, I used to listen to Angry Man a whole lot more, but it's just like I just don't catch his lives like that anymore. But man, they hate the fact that somebody is like talking to them, man. If it's Jeff Bezos, like speaking to you from the cloud, then they would like probably accept it more. But for whatever reason, like if you actually have access to this person, like they just rather take the time to talk shit to them. It's really interesting, man.
It's weird,
Bro,
dude.
it's straight out of Negro land. But the problem with Anton and even the other dude, Angry Man, is this. is they'll say all this stuff, let's work with everybody else, let's get the bag, let's bring Pearl in, but then they defer back to Black. As soon as you do that, you lose all credibility because the multitude of them, those people, they just see you as just another monkey, just like one of them. Excuse my language.
Well, when you defer back to Black, it becomes female.
See, but I'm not mad at like somebody, Anton or any man that does that because they're actually trying to pull more people out of the fire. Like
I don't think it does. I think it makes it worse.
Yeah, maybe.
There's Kamasi over there.
Yeah.
Execute his opponents. And I just couldn't believe it. We saw with Anderson.
Yo, you guys stay right here. I'll be right back.
Motherfucker.
Hey man, you picked the time, didn't you? You picked the time.
Let's do this. It's just 1 minute.
Hey,
No, I got another one that I'm gonna pull up. We're gonna pull up Jay.
Hey, he was playing Young Jeezy earlier.
No, I think Jay's doing sports right now.
No, he's covering the election right now because he's got Bonkin and fucking Andre on his stream.
What?
Yeah.
Which Andre?
I'm dropping the link in the back right now.
Which Andre?
This is what Trey wanted us to watch.
Straight from New Frontier. Oh, wrong chat. Hey, and
I might not even go back to Waco. I might.
Here's what Trey wanted us to watch.
You black people, you can judge me all you want. Hell yeah, I'm down here with these white folk. Fuck with me, I ain't coming back. I might not even go back to Waco. I might stay right here. Might go back and get my shit. He down there with all them white folks. You damn right. I don't want to be around a whole bunch of niggas. Yeah, I said it. Sometimes people just don't want to be around that shit all their life. I get tired of seeing it. Motherfucker knocking on your door. Can I borrow some sugar? You motherfuckers get food stamps. Give me some damn sugar.
Sugar? He wants some sugar.
I can't believe some of y'all. Y'all off the chain.
Man, look at his eyes, man. He's so serious. Hey, but San Angelo though, Trey. San Angelo, the home of Rattlesnake Roundup.
If we do see this come to light, that it's not fucking fumbled, but what's the reality that's gonna happen?
Oh, he's gonna fumble hard.
It's gonna be fumbled.
I don't think so, man. I think that this time around, I think he's kind of learned from his fuck ups in the first.
You think we're gonna see a punish Trump?
I think he's gonna fumble, but I think nationalism he's going to give way to nationalism.
California just get called for Kamala Harris 167 to Donald Trump's 210. So expect Oregon and Washington to follow with that. New Mexico is kind of is moving in her direction with about, this is from AP, 66% of the votes counted.
Yep.
Kamala Harris.
It's so dumb that fucking California is so much to fucking vote.
Oh, wait, this is Jay's hot topic.
Arizona is very close. 50% of the votes have been counted, and yeah, it's extremely close. I'm gonna stop watching NBC because I just guess their shit is. AP said Black and Hispanic voters appear less likely to support Harris than they did Biden.
The real story right now is with Michigan
for Kamala in terms of
We're still seeing NBC, by the way.
We're still seeing NBC over here at AP. This is AP. I think North Carolina's safe, dude. I can't see any changes. Georgia's a little bit concerning me. It's getting real close there, but I kind of expect it. We have Atlanta. This is 90% though, so I think Georgia's going to get called. Once Georgia gets called,
Did they already call Washington?
Yeah, they just called Washington for Kamala Harris, Washington, and then Oregon has 8 votes. Just add that to that 179. Still puts her underneath Trump. So, dude, we call Virginia for it.
No, Michigan and Georgia are looking pretty pink right now.
Yeah, this is the way I'm looking. I can see. So, Maine District 2 is going to go to Trump. Obviously, Maine District 1 is already been called for Harris. Maine at large, that's something that's still to be decided.
Right, but if he rolls Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, bro, like
it's over for her. Yeah. Minnesota, I mean, it's 11%. He's ahead. It's 60. He's ahead. We don't really numbers too much. I don't know. I can't see Minnesota going to him. Wisconsin, he's ahead.
That's close though.
It's very close.
It's showing that PA is leaning towards him.
PA's 51 to 48. 69% of the vote cast already.
They need to just call PA. He's not PA.
They're not going to do that. Nobody, no matter whom it is going to do that. We could do that, but they're not going to do it. Michigan. He swept in Michigan. He's ahead in Michigan, but you still got to think about Detroit and Rapids and shit like that.
Ahead in Arizona.
You still got to count the monkey vote.
Nothing's changed in Arizona. Let me check Fox News and see. Well, he's still ahead in Arizona, but they've kind of stopped their shit. Polls in Hawaii close at 12.
I mean, she's gonna get Hawaii, bro.
Yeah, Alaska closed at 1.
And he's gonna get Alaska.
Dude, Hawaii and Alaska have never. I'm pretty sure every single presidential election was called except for 2020 before Alaska even came in.
Somebody said, getting California in and Trump is still leading hard. Time to liquidate my other markets and buy the last 20%.
It's funny shit. The race is gonna get. We knew the race was gonna get closer, just because the blue states weren't really done counting votes yet. Their voting polls and voting centers been closed.
So like on the Poly Market chat, like somebody's like, "Where's all the Kamala fucking cokers, man?" They're gone. They're not even there.
Not even there.
Dude, I'm on Instagram right now, and all these bitches are like, "I need a drink right now."
World PA election officers fucked up. Some niggas said 2 hours ago Harris wins PA AP, so that was 2 hours ago, nigga. Harris leads Penn so far. Yeah, they stopped talking, dude. They stopped talking.
Wisconsin's looking like it's going to be Trump.
Oregon's gonna go blue.
Man, like I said, Oregon, Washington, California, all
I was
six.
really hoping for that Oregon.
Commie coast.
So base. There's just no way.
Even with Cali, Washington, and Oregon, it doesn't match up if Trump wins Michigan.
Yeah, these niggas dead.
I think he went to go get coffee.
These niggas knock the fuck out. Damn, dude.
I'm here. I'm just playing a game.
Oh, you okay? See, like, damn, everybody left and shit.
I actually convinced a couple of my coworkers to vote for Trump.
Hey, Kamala won DC.
Illegal immigrants to vote for Trump. You know, they could turn the fucking.
See you later.
No, Texas is you have to be registered and also have voter ID. So.
Oh, wow, base.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing, man. I had a debate. Like, seriously, people are arguing that we shouldn't have voter ID
Texas
because it costs money to get an ID.
Somebody actually had that argument.
Oh, man, this is
Yeah. The argument was if you need ID to vote, then IDs should be free.
This is all it is, man.
But they are if you're below a certain threshold, they're free.
They're raised to 270.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you turn 18, it costs like $8.
No, but I'm saying like if you're below a certain threshold, there's programs where you basically get it it free.
Mossad got him.
Yeah, and then the argument became because I was trying to say, well, it's illegal to not have a form of identification on you if the cops pull you over, and they were trying to say, actually, no, it's not.
I went to go get weed, by the way, in case you guys are wondering.
That's great. That's great.
Taste.
I'm about to roll up too. I don't smoke in the house.
Kamasi's
I don't
here.
roll up, bro. I just pack. I use a corn cob.
Oh, yeah.
I pack cones. I like the raw cones.
Raw cones are good, but like I like to use a corn cob stuff.
I got the. I'm getting the six shooter grinder. So I just
hey, Snowman, he's back.
Six cones in there.
For a bit.
I don't do drugs.
Why? Drugs are healthy.
Join.
What are you, my fucking psychiatrist?
Hey, Snowman, Angry Man's back.
Friendly Medic just said huge increase in PA.
Anomaly's doing a stream too.
I voted for your mama. Hey, what's going on, Snowman? Snowman, come hit the panel, bro. I'll drop the link for you. Okay, this is a non-hard drug panel, so you can join if you like.
You stupid.
Non-hard drugs though, nothing hard. Nothing harder than like alcohol. Who we lose?
Panfusa.
Who lost one?
Somebody
Panfusa.
on fucking.
Damn, Panfusa.
Oh, dude.
All right, let's see some more coping and seething. Let's see what we got here in the coping and seething front.
It's tenuous in Georgia, a state that
to be. So if she wins, it is going to be such a razor thin
What the hell is on
popular
his
vote
screen right now?
margin. And I
Hey,
just
what's
I don't know
what's
that
the
they're
AP
going to be able
count
to
right
pull it
now?
out at this point. I genuinely don't. I know we got a long time, probably some states we don't even
179
know
to
until tomorrow or
214.
after, but yeah, my God, it does not look good right now.
I'm probably somewhere between all of you. I'm in the 68.2%. That's not arbitrary. I've done the calculations. Yeah.
What's the AP?
Well, is this AP? Doesn't look like it. AP has Michigan
Which
and
is
Georgia
definitely the case.
pink.
I agree that simultaneously, Farron, you're
I
right.
could
It's
not be
better
catty
than
for
some people
5
said it
minutes.
could be.
Oh, I'm sorry. That
But
was
we should also
NPR.
know
That's what I've
it's
been on this
around
whole
where the
time.
pollsters said
NPR.
it would be. Maybe not in Florida. He did better in Florida than they thought, although they thought he was going to win Florida. He might be doing better in Texas than they thought, although they thought he was going to win Texas. But all of the polling for Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania was like within a point. Now,
yeah, not buying any of it.
Wait, not buying that it might come out to within like a point of what the pollster said? If Trump
Well,
wins,
it doesn't
he's
look
gonna win
like
by a point or two.
it doesn't look like it's trending in that direction. So let's acknowledge Seltzer, not full of crap. She's been terrific on in other polls, but Seltzer was wrong about Iowa. So that big
Yeah, she was wrong, you fucking retard.
Well, she's not going to win by 3.
No.
That's what Seltzer said, and Iowa got called right away. Not right away, but got called, in good order. So, look, the only state where she seems to be doing a little bit better, and I grant you, it's Michael's definitely right about
Is
this.
the stream not
It is
coming
a
up
matter of
on the panel?
them counting
On
the
YouTube?
votes. Not,
it's like lagging
there's
really bad.
momentum thing is BS, right? There is no momentum.
Yeah, like I'm doing a lag.
But having said that, right now,
Uh-oh.
the only
It's
state
like the
seems
press
to be doing
coming
a
in.
little bit
lag
better
right
than expected is Arizona.
If I can
And
save
so if
myself
you're only
some-
doing better than expected in one state and you're doing worse than expected in all the other states, that's not good.
Try to save myself some memory if I can.
That's not complicated. So look,
I swear this
she can still
dude
pull
look
out.
like Adrian
And
Adonis.
Trump people, just because someone
if
is
it helps any.
trailing and then they come back and
Let's
win
see.
does not mean cheating. It has happened.
No, maybe
I don't
not.
know.
That exactly
I feel like I've
does
covered
mean
hundreds of elections like that. I'm sure I haven't because it's too many, right? But every election, someone's leading. Oh, then the other person came back.
Yeah, it
And
looks
a lot of
fine.
times
It looks
it's the
fine in
Republican
the.
who came back.
Well, no, it's not
Doesn't
coming back.
win
It's
every
in the
time.
middle of the night,
So
2 a.m.
please
All the
stop
votes
listening to the
coming for one
pathological
candidate.
liar, Donald Trump, the baby who cries every time he loses, right? So if Kamala Harris loses, here's my prediction. She concedes right away, okay? And so whatever the time frame of right away is, but she's not going to be like, no, I won.
Kamala is not conceding right away.
Right.
No.
It's about a 0% chance. Only a
That's all
bitch
Trent
like
does
Trump
is
does
cry.
that. So let's keep it
A
real
bitch
on that.
is winning.
So
Only a
but
bitch
that's
like
the-
Trump.
that
No,
right now,
the irony,
I
bro.
think
The
that there's
irony
a
is
3/4
palpable.
chance that ridiculous clown of a man is going to be our president for another unbearable 4 years. Thanks a lot, Democrats. All right, but again, it hasn't happened yet. We'll get to it. But Farron, since we're running out of time here, and you're only on with us in this segment, obviously the Democrats have at least performed worse than they expected. So what is your sense of why?
Jeez. I wish I had a firm answer for that. I do think they were not aggressive enough in ads.
You guys want to keep on hearing this? 'Cause I'm
but
lagging.
that's the complaint I have about
I'm
Democrats.
I'm
any
okay
day
with
of the
just hearing
week.
it, bro.
There
But
was so much
if you want to,
material.
we don't have to listen
from
to it. It's
the
just
Republicans, from Donald Trump himself, and with the amount of money that the Democrats had, there was no excuse to not be flooding the airwaves.
Fuck these guys. All right.
This is NBC exit poll record low share of voters identifying as Democrats. Republicans win down ballot Missouri races. Kind of expected.
Hey,
In New
I
Jersey,
I
New
clicked
Jersey's
on
pretty interesting right now.
I clicked on what do you call it ABL, and he had CBS
He's not showing anything.
CBS News on, and freaking man, they're somber, man.
Right now, the New Jersey could be up for grabs. We don't know.
But they already know. That's what I'm like. They already know. This is already written.
But it's 24% of the voters broken out.
I just want it to be over and written and done with, so my money explodes. Well, it's going to explode either way. I just need to know which way to take my money.
He's up 51% to 48. Election day votes, 7% of that has been counted. Donald Trump's up 57 of election day votes. Kamala Harris 40, Jill Stein 1. Early by mail votes, of course, Kamala Harris is 72% ahead. So yeah, 10 minutes ago, Trump won Idaho, and Democratic Action wins U.S. Senate race in California. NBC projects. I'm gonna hop over to Fox News and see what they're saying.
Bro, man, Kamala's like baseline image that they give for her baseline picture they give for like
the energy is definitely shifted.
Hey, play that link that Trey just dropped in the back, Cyber. That's a pretty interesting link.
Yo, what's up with that?
This is exactly what happened last time in Detroit.
But it wasn't just Detroit. That shit was happening everywhere, dude.
Detroit was the place. They boarded up the windows, and look at it. It's all black women.
The heading said they're coming with California plates.
Are you surprised?
No.
Like I said, y'all want me to go there? Y'all want me to go there?
Trey, we aren't scared over here, buddy. I have no active shooters. I'm good.
Yeah, we're not. I mean, look at that. Look at that. It's the black woman militia.
Yeah, I can't wait to see. I cannot wait to see the racism explode. Like if Kamala wins, do you imagine? Do you know how much racism will go through the roof?
I want to see this again. Look at the strut in their walk. You see how they're walking?
That's the didn't do nothing walk.
No, that's the I'm a proud black woman walk. Look at that.
Dude, that's the same walk they have when they walk through a department store and steal everything on the shelf and then walk out.
Yeah.
I ain't doing nothing.
Hey, and shout out to Kamasi. I see you up here, man.
Do you want to go back to Jay's or Angry Man's?
No, I'm looking for something right now, to be honest with you. I don't want to sit and be a parasite and leech off everybody else's stream. That's not cool. But I'll leech off the news. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually in the process of looking for something right now.
This is great because Detroit is now going to play a major factor because Michigan's leaning Trump right now, but Detroit has them counting.
Oh my God! Don't everybody talk all at once, man.
I got something.
Trump,
you want to see what he said in Arizona a few nights ago that got everybody all riled up?
Sure, why not? It sounds like a plan.
Can you give us a question?
This is just a little intro.
You're attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question?
Some comic relief.
Quiet, Mr. President-elect, go ahead.
Dude, his energy level is insane. Can you turn it up a bit?
Can you give us a question? Don't be. Can you give us a question? I'm not going to give you a question. Can you state categorically? You are fake news, sir. Wait a minute. I'm not finished.
Fake news.
I'm not finished. Fake news.
Donald Trump last night during an event in Arizona on stage with
Definitely gay.
Fake
he called
news.
Liz Cheney, former congresswoman, Republican congresswoman who has endorsed Vice President Harris. He called her a war hawk and then said, and I'm quoting, "Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her. Let's see how she feels about it." You know,
Yeah,
when the
I
guns are
posted this
trained
on 4chan. This is
Why are
huge.
threats?
They're fixed about. Hold on, pause. They're really fucking complaining about this when they spent fucking a month and a half, almost 2 months, sitting and advocating for another attempt of somebody sniping out Trump.
Well, no, the way he said it, because I remember I listened to this live. I remember when he said it. He said,
I don't care how he said it.
I know, but what
they're
he's
putting it out
saying is these motherfuckers, if they had a gun in their face and they were in war and combat, they wouldn't be saying the same things that they're saying now, which is, oh, we need to do regime change in Russia and Iran. What he's saying is, I wonder how she would feel if she had fucking gun barrels thrown at her face.
Something about this broadcast, this guy right here, Hugh Hewitt, he walked out of this broadcast. He quit working with First Look on this very episode. He
that
said,
was
we're
amazing.
journalists. He said, we're journalists. We have a responsibility to report all of the news. If we're going to talk about part of the story, we have to talk about the whole thing. You guys are being biased and unfair.
And he's a gay boy just by looking at it. I mean, even Jeff Bezos said we're not going to endorse anyone in the Wall Street Journal, and they crashed out over that.
If you look at the two guys, it looks like the white guy was in a relationship with the black guy and is no longer in a relationship. And the black guy is flirting out.
Yeah, they're estranged lovers.
I didn't put it in this video, but I recorded this whole First Look session. I was thinking about uploading his walkout, but a lot of people have already covered it. But coming up is the full context, everything Trump said about Liz Cheney.
You mean kind of we got to play everything he said about there being decent people on both sides
I mean, it's like, who are we talking about here? Liz Cheney, the war hawk that wants to send American soldiers to die for Israel, Ukraine? Like, really? Is that who we're giving our sympathy to?
Hell no. The media is defending the war machine because...
Is that Cheney's daughter?
Yeah.
Yeah,
of course. And it all comes down to the face.
Isn't she the heir to the Halliburton Foundation?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, and she has connections to Goldman Sachs. And what it all comes down to, they would rather have a quote-unquote black woman in the White House while they bomb children with our tax dollars. If you have an old white man in the White House, it doesn't look so good.
Well, see, look, that's why they're rejecting this, because first off, putting a black woman in the White House before a white woman in the White House is just out of order.
Not necessarily, man. Like for their intersection.
No, not really. Actually,
I'm saying for their intersectionality or whatever, it's still a win for them.
It falls completely in line with the victim totem pole, which I think I'm going to make a whole documentary about this, because there's a victim hierarchy in America, and black women are very, very close to the top. It goes number one, you know who's.
Black trans
number two is the LGBTQs. Number three is black women.
Well, if Trump really wanted to call for harm against Liz Cheney, he would have said something like, she should go hunting with her father.
Yeah, right. Well,
who looked at him and said, I got the Proud Boys standing back and standing by.
No reason to like rehash or reopen.
Well, it was like a human hunting thing. Like Dick Cheney took George Bush out when he was a kid, and he was like, "Okay, here's a gun. Now fend for yourself." They do this human hunting thing.
No, Dick Cheney went out on a fucking quail hunt and smoked some dude in the side of the face.
It wasn't, it wasn't a quail hunt. It was human hunting. What they do is they go out. They go out and they have this human hunting ritual where it's like Hunger Games. Like everyone gets a gun, they get a medical pack, and they go out to kill each other basically. And whoever comes out first,
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, but here's my theory. Like just purely because it was comedy or whatever. But I think old boy was criticizing him because him and Bush was fucking up. And old boy said something that Dick Cheney didn't like. He swung on him, man, and he like peppered him in the face. Then when he apologized outside the hospital, I was like, that is the most gangster shit I ever seen in my life.
What do you think the conversation was? Because they were hunting with another guy. You think after Dick Cheney shot him, he was like, geez, dude. Oh, shit, my bad.
Hey, yo, what's going on, y'all? What's up, man? Yo, what's up, Snowman?
What's good, man?
Yo, what's up? It's Mike Hood, man. Y'all know Mike Hood.
Yep.
Yo, hey, let me ask y'all a question, dog. You think they gonna certify it, dog? I don't think they gonna certify this shit, man. I think it's gonna go down to January 6th, and the Dems in Congress, they want to make it like it's kind of like a thing or some shit. What happened last time in January 6th?
Yeah, but they don't have anywhere close to any kind of legal standing. What leg do they have to stand
where
on?
where are they going to get their certified electors? Where are they going to get their slate?
Yeah, that's the thing. It'll have to go to the Supreme Court. Because you remember Raskin? Y'all heard Raskin what he said if Trump wins.
Yeah, but Raskin wants the Supreme Court to overturn the election or whatever. That won't happen. There's no legal standing to do that in this piece. At least with the last election, there was at least some legal argument. Even with the hanging chads and shit in Florida, there was still a legal argument. You have no legal leg to stand on.
You're right.
Exactly. It wouldn't even have to go to the Supreme Court.
Let me ask you another question, y'all. Let me ask you for the panel. So, since Trump won already, we know Trump won.
I ain't saying that. I ain't saying that. Don't spike the ball on the 5, man.
He's doing football numbers right now in the Super Bowl. I don't know.
Wait. Trump's at 230 right now, according to AP.
No, he at 246.
And what does he need? What does he need? 360 to win?
270.
No, 270. You need 270.
Okay.
Hey, he might win every single swing
Kamala's
state.
not even at 200.
I think so. Let me ask y'all think that they said, the Democrats is fucking dirty as fuck. Do you think since they know Trump won, we have to go to January 6th? You think they're gonna go ahead and put Kamala as president and she might do some executive orders?
No, that's too out in the open. What they'll do if they want to, pull some shenanigans is they'll do EMP attacks, false flags, start a war, delay everything.
And they did. See, listen, the CIA. There was a CIA chief of staff on the CIA. He said last week. He said they already got paramilitary already set up, brown shirts for the Dems that are going to go out there. They're not doing it now, but once they find out tomorrow that Trump won, then we're going to have problems. Like, because Trump already said. Remember, Trump talked about the storm. We are in the storm now. This 4 years of Trump in office is going to be a storm.
Use something that both parties already know.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I mean, black Democrats ain't gonna give a fuck because I'm in the hood in South Carolina and they don't give a fuck. But the white liberals, they're gonna fucking do crazy shit.
I mean, they can try. They can try, but what they gonna do? They gonna burn down a black neighborhood again? Like, no, you better not come in somebody else's neighborhood.
They're not burning down any black neighborhood. What they're gonna do is a false flag attack and blame it on Iran.
Yeah, they just had a false flag in Nashville. It was a white supremacist. He took a drone. He was going to go shut down the fucking energy grid of Nashville. It came out last week. My one of
my homies, man. She's in politics in North Carolina. She shared that story with me, and I live in Tennessee, and I didn't hear that story.
Yeah, that's crazy, ain't it? Because the military, the news is Operation Mockingbird. The CIA started with that in the 50s and shit. So it's Operation Mockingbird.
Oh man, welcome to the rabbit hole. Oh yeah,
somewhere in California,
Yeah, I've been doing shows on this shit since Blog Talk Radio days, man. I've been doing this shit like 15, 20 years on this mode.
You know the crazy thing was energy grid in California, and it was like an EMP, and they attacked the entire power grid, and we still don't know what the motive was and who did it.
With them guys, I remember that. Yeah, was that during Trump term when he did that, or what? I think it was Trump term too. It was like 2017.
I believe that was like 2019, 2020.
Yeah, so imagine this 4 years of what the deep state is going to do with all these small things that they're going to do. They're going to hit hard now. They don't want to lose because Trump said the storm is here, and Trump already knows the intel on all the trafficking and all these elite motherfuckers because he talked about it. He already said, see what thing is that legacy media did when Trump said the enemy within? They made it seem like we're the people that's the enemy. No, he was talking about the basically the New World Order. the occultists are in Washington D.C.
I don't lump them all together because it's different groups that are like kind of together.
Yeah,
Like
it is. It's different factions. Yes, right.
the first thing that you got to disassemble is the administrative state. That's the first thing you got to do.
Man, y'all are like, man, y'all are making this way
It's the
complicated.
Saudi Arabians. I mean,
Man,
think about the
y'all,
Las Vegas shooter. We still don't know. We still don't know what the Las Vegas shooter did, and we're never going to know what Thomas Matthew Crooks was about.
he didn't shoot anything. Those were little birds.
I'm an intelligence officer. I don't shouldn't say that, but I got all intel on that shooting and all that. But the thing is that what they're trying
Those
to do
were little
is that
birds.
they're gonna. Free Zone just said something. I was trying to. Free Zone, what you just said?
This is Trey. This ain't free zone. I said those were little birds in the air. There wasn't no Las Vegas shooter.
Hey,
No, that was two different. That was two different missions on that night to do that. It was to shoot them motherfucking white folks up. Then it was dealing with money with damn Saudi Arabia.
No, but if you think about it though, like the DC like the DC sniper cat, the easiest way to like hide one body is in a pile of bodies. You know what I'm saying? Like so he actually was trying to like go after his ex-wife, and that's the reason why he did that. The DC sniper cat. So like, okay, all that stuff like what was going on in Vegas that nobody's pointing to. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, because allegedly, like
it was
there was a video going around where dude was talking about like allegedly there was like some helicopters that turn off their transponders.
Oh, I told you it was 6 little birds in the air shooting those people. You can, if you slow the video down, you can see the burst from the map from the
And the
barrel.
shots don't make sense. The places where people hurt shots don't make sense. They hide the body in a pile of bodies. So someone there was developing some like high energy technology or had some dirt. It's what they do in the plane crashes. They hide the body.
Let me ask y'all this question, though. I got another question for you. Why they just had exercises last week on Capitol Hill for damn fucking Chuck Nut helicopter trying to pick up Congress and shit?
Yeah, like man, that's a fear.
Because they're anticipating a civil war in that region. The United States is about to drop a nuke tonight.
No, they're not going to drop a nuke on America. I mean, but there's 7 nukes that weren't supposed to go off. But
They're testing a nuke tonight in the atolls in the Pacific Ocean right now.
But see, the one thing about the New World Order, they want to they have to break us down to racism. They done broke us so much down, but see, we're all smart now, and people are waking up. They're not woke; they're awake now, seeing the fraud. But see, the thing is, you have to understand how smart the CIA is. And all these fucking damn intelligent groups is they want you to be mad about the liberals and shit like that. Both of you be mad against each other. Then Trump comes in. Trump already said that the deep state is going to attack. So they're going to attack. It's already on the FBI watch list that there is a major terrorist attack that's supposed to be happening. It's going to happen soon.
Oh, they've been talking about that forever. They've been stoking the fires about a bunch of different stuff like bomb threats. A bunch of different false
12
flags.
million people crossing the border. I mean, unvetted. What do you think's gonna happen?
Hey, Cyber, check in the back. I just sent a link. It's Joy Reid doing her thing talking about Florida.
And you know the crazy thing how they call us Nazis, but they support and gave all our money to Ukraine, where the real Nazis are that support NATO and the Azov Battalion and all that, where the real Nazis are.
And then, and Jon Stewart was saying actually COVID came from the Wuhan lab, and then they gave him a humiliation ritual where he had to put a star on the coat of a Ukrainian Azov.
Well, let me ask y'all this: you
Let's
ever
see
heard of
what Old
Khazar?
Toilet has to say.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist-type government in Florida. Does that make it a more attractive place? It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist-type government in Florida. Does that make it a more attractive place?
Dating into some kind of Jacobian prototype.
That's what the media does. She's doing that. Y'all gotta understand, she's doing that on purpose. She's saying them things on purpose. She
Right.
knows what
It's
she's
to
so
distract.
all the yes, they're
It's
media
meant to
operatives for the
distract people
CIA.
from what they're doing. They're
Yes,
doing the very
that's
thing that
their
they're
main goal.
accusing others of.
Man, these are all Bolshevik tactics, y'all, to basically to lie about. Oh, somebody got an echo. These are Bolshevik tactics to convince us that National Socialists are Nazis. That's all it is, man. It's the wine of republic
Who's that black
all
man?
over again.
Who's that
Well,
talking right there?
and it's
Talking
always
about
Who's the
Manning
black
boys.
man
Johnson.
What
that
is
said?
fascism?
No, who was the black man in the 1940s that had a book called something Johnson? He said communism in color or some shit
Manning
like that.
Johnson. Manning
Manning Johnson,
Johnson.
yeah, that dude right there. Yes, yeah. You're right.
Hey,
Yeah, you're right.
hey,
Yeah, that guy right there.
hey, it's funny. I tried to order that book. I tried to order something about like the stuff in Hollywood, I think with the it wasn't a CIA one. It was another one. Three books I tried to order off of Amazon. I tried to order these books 6 different times, and all of them got canceled.
Wow, damn,
Yeah,
that's
I got my
crazy,
copy.
dog.
I got color communism and common
Yeah,
sense.
I
There's a
got
lot
yeah,
of
yeah, I got
secondary places to get it. But the crazy thing, like about Manning was that he got the patent treatment after he wrote that book.
Yo, T, what year that was? Well, that was like 1940, something like that, wasn't it?
59.
Like 1959.
59.
Okay,
He
all
was,
right.
yeah, he was over in Moscow in the 20s after which group
Was
took
it?
over.
Hey,
Talking about? Were
Was
you
he a
talking about the book
representative for his
Chaos?
state? Was he a representative for his state?
no, like Chaos is another book or whatever. Another good book, but they're talking about something else.
But see, you got to
Hey
understand
guys,
now the brown shirts. See, they say we're fascists and we're Nazis, but they're the true Nazis. They support Nazism. They support fascism.
Well,
Because
what is
Marxism
Nazism?
and socialism lead
No,
to
no, 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 no.
communism.
That's the trick.
No,
What
no.
is
Hold on.
Nazism?
Pause. What is fascism?
Yes.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Because like when you stop, and the first thing you should know is to agree upon terms. Like any discussion, and that's how you really get these people to admit that they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
who was that just a minute ago asking about Manning Johnson?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
were
Manny
talking
Johnson.
about.
Yes,
That Michael. Well,
yeah, Michael
Yeah,
Vick. Yeah.
I'm gonna drop my channel link in the live chat, and you subscribe to me. I've got his final speech, his farewell address, on my channel, and if you leave me a comment, I'll drop you a link to Truism the Storm Crow. He did a reading of Color Communism and Common Sense.
Yeah, that.
Like,
But
Yeah, okay, I have to do that, man.
Cyber, my stream on Manning Johnson, like YouTube will not let me put it up because I covered it years ago, and yeah, you were there with me, Cyber, and YouTube will not let me put those videos back up, the Manning Johnson videos. I did.
yeah.
So let me ask y'all: Didn't Manny Johnson talk about the brown shirts of the Democratic Party?
Hey, you see,
Paramilitary that's part of the
hey, not to
Go
change
ahead.
the subject, but did you see what Bandit put in the chat?
What do you say?
He said, I guess on Trump's team, allegedly, there's an echo, but allegedly on Trump's team
It might be mine.
that he already won due to internal polling.
Yeah, Trump is up at 246
Well,
and 108.
the crypto sites. I saw the crypto sites put out the Trump one.
Trump electoral is 246 to I think 242 or something like that.
It looks like he's going to have Michigan and Georgia.
And what Trump said, the storm is here. The storm is coming. This is the storm that's coming, though. Y'all got to get ready, though, because this 4 years is going to be, Trump is going to lower everything for us. But at the same time, the Democrats is not going to let this shit go, man. They're not going to let it go.
Hey, you know it's also interesting though. Like, what's that damn movie, man, about the presidential assassination that went wrong, but then the president found out. Like Trump at the RNC had the same song as the closing song from this
Yeah,
damn
he
movie.
giving you subliminal message.
Yeah,
He's
that
telling
the
us.
RNC. It was that mafia movie when they killed all the involved people. Trump knows who he's up against.
I know y'all don't believe in Q and all that, but Q is an intelligent white hats in the intelligent community of the CIA, NSA, DOD, Pentagon, all that type stuff. They're all white hats and black hats fighting against each other right now. And Trump was part of that Q operation. And Q came out, what, 2017, 2016, and this Q just went away? It did it for a reason. They did that to tell all of us, because everybody thought it was going to happen on March 13th that Trump, after Joe Biden, that Trump was still the president. But they gave Q and them gave Biden and them the shit to let us people in America know the corruption. They want us to see the corruption for ourselves so we can see. Because if they just come in and try to take shit over, they'll say Trump is a dictator. Trump is Hitler. He's trying to bring martial law.
I stay away from any of the Q stuff, man. But what I will say is the people that do a lot of these bad things, they can't do it like by tricking you. They have to do it in like a subversive manner where it's almost like you're agreeing to it. I can't remember how many. I can't remember what the number is, but it's like the iron laws. So they all have to like abide by this crap, like the humiliation ritual, like Fletcher Cox.
Humiliation ritual, the revelation of the method. They have to give you their hand, and you have to accept it.
Let me ask y'all this: have y'all read the DOD Law of War Manual? Have y'all read that? And if you pull it up and you do want to read it, go to section 11.4, DOD Law of War Manual.
Yeah, we all know about what they gave the DOD the right to do now.
So what did it say?
Are you talking about that new executive
No, I'm
order?
not talking about the DOD directive. No, I'm talking about the Law of War Manual.
Okay.
Not the DOD directive.
Hey, Bandit's in the back. Bandit's in the back.
He's up here.
What's going on, guys?
What's good, Bandit?
Mic check. It's the first time using my laptop. Mic check, Kirk.
You're sounding a hell of a lot better.
Awesome.
Man, damn, you sound better than Snowman.
That's what I do. I just watched Tim
True. Goodbye.
I'm just.
What's wrong with you?
Man, what happened, man? What's going on? What happened?
I was just watching Tim Pool's podcast. They have an insider that from the Trump camp that's getting live text message from the Trump campaign at Mar-a-Lago, and they said internal polling, Trump won. Now, internal polling for them is very expensive, and it basically it's very expensive, and they get the reporting before everybody else. But according to them,
Harris had a big jump.
Yeah, that's because she just took California, the West Coast states.
She's obviously going to get a jump from the West Coast.
Yes, she just got California, Washington, and Oregon.
Is Hawaii called yet?
If you recall, this is how it went down in 2020, though, too. Trump had the lead all the way up until...
and if you remember, Trump also declared victory in 2020.
I don't see any reporting for Hawaii or Alaska yet.
But what was the electoral college with Joe Biden and Trump in 2020? Because right now Trump is at 246 and Harris is at 189.
You know what? It was eerily, ominously similar to what it is right now.
Well, you only need 270, and
except for Michigan and Georgia.
Michigan and Wisconsin are already heavily leading Trump. Pennsylvania is already leading Trump. The only battlegrounds, Georgia.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
Georgia's
Let me ask the guy real quick that just said what happened at the middle of the night at 2 a.m. when Biden just started jumping up. What state was that when he started jumping up?
Shut the fuck up, but didn't I ask for the dumb opinion that came out of your ass? So shut the fuck.
Thank you.
I think that was Georgia.
Yeah, it was Georgia, Arizona, and Michigan.
Are you serious?
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of...
Shut the fuck up. Shut all the way the fuck up until you reach the top of Shut Fuck Mountain, where there are no more fuck ups to shut.
Now, if I could we get just one person at a time instead of three of you at a time, please? Can we start with Bandit finishing? Can we start with Bandit finishing what he was going to say, and then you guys can take turns rebuttaling it? Thank you, please.
I'm just reporting what they were saying on their podcast. They have internal polling says that Trump is already taken Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. He's sweeping.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but I wouldn't necessarily know if that's that's just speculation, really. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that they get reporting faster than what you guys see. I'm just telling you what's been reported.
I get that, but I know
I've been around in 2020. In 2020,
Polling, if that's the case, Georgia doesn't even matter anymore.
That's what I was trying to say. Is like, what in 2020? What was the electoral college at this time? What was the point?
It was
with
basically
Joe Biden?
like this, pretty similar to this.
Yeah, but he didn't have.
I was on the live with your ass though.
He didn't have these states though. There were several other states that were more toss up.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I think he had Ohio. He was taking Georgia and Pennsylvania too.
Yeah, and if he takes Arizona, he doesn't need Pennsylvania.
It seems like it's more quicker right now than it was 2020.
Well, of course it's quicker now than it was in 2020. We were dealing with the pandemic or the scamdemic in 2020.
You probably don't have the raw numbers like that whole too big to rig thing, that whole theme or deal. They probably is like, damn man, we can't get it from here. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you paid attention to the polls, even though they were they weren't all the same. They were saying that early voter turnout for Trump was like through the roof.
Yeah, it was like
election.
What was it? It was like 100,000 difference, something like that in multiple states.
Right. Yeah, something like that. And conservatives, they wait to go to the polls unless they're like snowbirds that go down to Florida for the winter and shit. You know what I'm saying?
If you guys
let me ask a dumb question. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I was just looking at the Axios poll. Trump has 51.5 to 47.7, 81.2% towards Trump. So Trump has like a 6-point lead in Pennsylvania.
Can I ask you guys a question? Because I'm seriously, I don't know the answer to this.
I'm sorry.
But is it a conflict of interest for a current running candidate for presidency to be the one who actually validates or solidifies the election count in the Senate? Is there a conflict there?
Yes.
No, not really.
No, there's not. It's not and that's the other thing I was going to bring up. Trump.
I'm just curious
Trump
about
has the House and the Senate now. He can have as much as 52 senators, maybe possibly 53 senators.
Yeah, so but does he really have the House and Senate?
Yeah, but they're increasing their leads.
But you get what I'm saying. I mean, just having a majority isn't really having it, except for in the Senate, since they did away with the filibuster, which was the dumbest thing you could ever do.
Well, the House is important because they can't impeach him.
Right. But what I'm saying is, in order for him to truly have the House, doesn't he have to have 2/3 of the House in order to have full control of it?
They can't.
That's like a super majority.
They need a super majority to get them out, but to start the whole bullshit process, they only need a majority. To convict them, they need 2/3. But to start the whole thing in the House.
Well, I'm just saying. I thought for anything like pass legislation, write new law, in order for it to be fully controlled by the Republicans, don't they have to have 2/3 of the House?
No, they only need 51. They need everybody to vote, so they need 51%.
Well, I thought everything in the House you needed something like 63% or 60-some% in the House.
It's only
the Senate was 51 now.
Here, I'll research it right
It's on
now.
the act that they're voting against. It depends on what kind of bill they're pushing forward.
Because that's always been my argument as far as people saying, like Obama had a Republican, Congress and blah blah blah, and vice versa. From what I understand from taking civics class as a kid, and what I remember that in order for them to have a true majority, it has to be what you just said, a super majority, to where they have all the votes that they need all in their party and control in the House. They don't need any help from the opposing side to actually vote on whatever bill or issue it is they're
And
voting on.
that hasn't been the case for decades.
Yeah, I looked it up right now. It's saying the only times you need supermajority is when you're impeaching, expelling a member from Congress, overriding a veto, suspending the rules, or ending a filibuster. Amending the Constitution, calling a constitutional convention, ratifying an amendment. So other than that, you just need majority.
Okay. Even with bringing new laws?
Yeah,
Here,
tax codes, new legislature, declaring war, all you need is 51%.
Yep.
You don't even need a supermajority to declare articles of war?
Nope. You can.
That's crazy.
I just sent you guys the links. You guys can look it up yourself.
I appreciate you doing that, Bandit.
Yep. Yeah, there's a couple of things. Ratifying a treaty. So
there is
on November 20.
There is some actual. Well, what I'm saying is there is some actual legitimacy then when they say that that you have a Republican Congress or a Democratic Congress.
Yes.
Okay.
So the big change was on November.
Ratifying tax codes and declaring war, that's a big thing.
Yeah. But declaring war takes both parties and the presidency to agree to it if you're properly going to declare war.
I didn't think the president had anything to do with it. Honestly,
Usually when we're trying to declare war officially, and keep in mind we haven't actually declared war officially for a very long time, but the president signs off on it and then it goes to Congress, and usually the president is the one that's for the war.
Well, Congress is the one that gave the president that executive order power to be able to go into war for 30 days without there being articles of war drawn up by the Congress.
unless it's classified as a military operation protecting our assets, which is what we did in Vietnam.
But all they need to do is do another resolution, so they can just do every 30 days or I'm going to extend this resolution for another 30 days and another 30 days. So you just
doesn't have to stay under so much money being spent and so many bombs being dropped for the president to be able to continue doing that.
Yeah, there's some.
I think it's just about the days.
I think it's just they can just do a continuing resolution and keep it going.
Okay.
So they'll say like George Bush has this amount of days to do whatever he wants in Iraq.
He just wanted all of Hussein's money. That's all it was.
Yeah, he wanted the oil. And the Straits of
we didn't really get that much oil.
Well, look, you got to admit though, the way they took out Qusay and Qusay Hussein was gangster as fuck.
It was a pretty sloppy job, in my opinion. I think Obama was pretty gangster with Gaddafi, though.
He's also gangster killing the U.S. citizens without trial. But hey,
dude, that wasn't sloppy at all, dude. They used a motherfucking a Tomahawk missile and fucking shot it right into the fucking living room of their house and blew them up.
It was like what, from a F-16?
Yeah, like 10 miles away, dude. It was fucking nuts. Precision like a motherfucker.
That's relatively close though, man. 10 miles.
Do you know they have Tomahawk missiles now that they don't have kinetic bombs with it? They're just giant knives, and they just knife you to death. Literally,
I've heard of they're big samurai swords that shoot in every direction.
That's crazy, man.
You get beheading.
Even the concrete bombs, because I guess they learn from like fighting certain people. It's like, hey man, we got all these civilians on these other sides. So basically, what it does, it makes a huge crater, and because there's so much force, that it like basically it pulls everything in behind it.
Yeah, it's called a barometric bomb. It sucks everything in and blows it apart. That's what the bunker buster bombs are.
It implodes and then explodes.
Yes.
Yeah, but instead of doing that, they just they had concrete trainers that they just like made them heavier, and they use those now too. for certain strategic targets. Like Israel just did it in a building in Lebanon.
South Lebanon, I believe. And if you watch the missile impact, you can barely see an initial explosion, but the whole building comes down. It kind of looks like a World Trade Tower 7.
Yeah, it was one of those concrete bombs though. So
Yeah,
I guess like
bunker bust.
It's like, but it doesn't have like actual payload on it. It has enough to like accelerate the rocket, like to make it go faster when it hits. But the actual like crater itself and the impact is what does most of the damage.
Well, let me ask y'all a question. Let's talk about tonight. So, do you understand that Dems is not going to certify the election? So, how do you work that in Congress with the votes?
Easy. Trump is also. I was going to get to that. I just sent you the article from the New York Times. He's also winning the vote. He has the.
Hold on, Bandit. You glitched out. You said he is also winning and then he glitched out.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's also winning the overall vote.
So he's got the popular vote too, is what you're saying?
Yes. That's why I sent you the link.
It says it's the AP. Well, the AP right now is saying that he's got 60,386,209 votes, 51%. The Kamala is 56,294,607 votes.
Do y'all understand what I'm saying? They don't care about your fucking
it's
votes
not.
and your.
Yeah, we're not talking about popular votes. This question was about ratifying.
There's a loophole. There's a loophole where you don't have to certify a president. That's what the Dems about to do in January, probably in December, late December and January. They're gonna do this loophole on y'all, man.
Hold on. Are you suggesting that the Dems are going to try and use the very loophole that Trump was wanting Mike Pence to use?
Yes. They're gonna use it
that's
against
exactly
Trump.
what he's
Trump he can't be certified as president.
They've already closed that door. They closed that door.
Man,
Then the problem is, it's gonna make these fucking libtards go crazy. It's gonna go to the Supreme Court. Then when it goes to the Supreme Court, they're gonna say Trump is the Then the media, hold on now. The media is gonna tell you that Trump stole the election.
Like no, like I mean,
in the Supreme Court is
like
part of
I wouldn't say like there's no way you can say he stole it. Like
there's a
with what
legal
evidence?
loophole or not to go for. It's about whether or not the public can go with something. It's even if there is no loophole, and it does eventually go to the Supreme Court, which we all know it'll eventually be shut down. It gives the libs a chance to be like, oh, they're trying to steal the election from us now. We can do our January 6th. We can burn shit down.
Yeah, because he's going to go to that Trump inaugurated the people in the Supreme Court when he was in the chair.
There's so much information on this fucking link you sent. Holy
I know.
shit!
That's why I wanted to talk about it because it
won't be certified till January 6th.
Hold on! Stop interrupting, man! Don't quit spurging out.
What I'm trying to get at is this has 89% chance of victory. He's already has projected at 301 electoral votes. He needs 270. Look at the map. And then you can hover over each state. It tells you the percentages when you hover over each state.
Okay. Shit, right now, fucking dude, Arizona's close as fuck. It's like within 7,000 votes.
Oh, this one doesn't. Oh, I'll send you Axios. Axios gives you the percentages. You can just.
Hey, it looks like your girl got reelected.
No, hold on. This one has percentages too. Like in Arizona, it says Trump's got 49.8% and Harris is 49.2%.
But see, that doesn't matter because Trump is already at 246. He already won.
No, he needs 270.
No.
270.
Dude, I watched in 2020.
I went at 246. You got to get to 270. He already won.
No, we went to bed and Trump was at like 239, 240 in 2020, and we woke up and somehow.
But Joe Biden was at 230 behind him. He's like 16 points behind them. The Kamala's at 189. That's damn.
Yes, you can click on each state. And it gives you the breakdown.
I wasn't getting any action on the other one.
Kamala's at 189. Joe Biden was at 236 this time in 2020. Joe Biden was at 236.
Dinner right now.
AOC got reelected.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Fuck that bitch.
Dude, I think they really need to start fucking this banning fucking communists from being in Congress.
Yeah, we're going to
I mean, look
communism
at
since
Georgia.
Trump.
That's nuts.
Yeah. What is
AOC is
Georgia
good.
right
I
now?
like her.
What is Georgia?
No, but she just has pretty lips and eyes.
Georgia's red. Georgia's red.
No, man. Well, Georgia doesn't even matter right now if he gets Michigan and
Georgia's already
Wisconsin.
called. Georgia's
Yeah,
called.
that's it. That's a wrap. Wasn't Georgia blue in 2020?
Georgia's at 95%.
Yeah, Georgia. That's why Trump did his whole slate of electors. It was because they thought there was fraud in Georgia.
Yeah,
If Georgia's red, it's over.
Well, you know what happened in Georgia. A lot of people stayed home. A lot of people stayed home in the last election.
That New York Times link you sent says that Georgia's still at 95%, but likely red.
Yeah, Georgia's been called. They've already called Georgia. Georgia's.
So where's Stacey Abrams at?
She's still not
No, man. Hey, forget her, man.
Race.
It just jumped up to
Well,
91%.
Stacey Abrams, she should be tried for election denial.
For real, dude, election denial, election fraud, election. She should be tried for all the things Trump got, and she should be impeached just like he was when he wasn't a president.
Yep.
That was 3 o'clock. That was 2 o'clock.
Hey, man, that's a black woman we're talking about.
I know we're talking about the black God and shit, but just what we have to make this happen, dude.
It just jumped up again.
Us crackers and our graham cracker brothers, we need to come together as one and take out the evil melanated.
I don't know, Free Zone. You think that is true?
Hey, man, what? Aaron Story is actually like really professional on this broadcast, man.
Let's have a look at
whoever's controlling this, Cyber. Can you click on Michigan after this?
Yeah.
So what are the last swing states right now? Is it Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania?
So on the table, we got Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia.
Hey, they're doing the electric slide.
91%.
Hey, they outside of Howard doing the electric slide, man, for Kamala.
Dude, isn't Nevada a swing state?
Nevada, yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. They aren't giving no information on Nevada right now.
Whoa. Look at Michigan. Hold on. How much of the vote did they count in Wayne County?
Wayne County in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's Detroit.
Let me see.
Wayne County.
No, that's Michigan. Wayne County, Michigan. That's Detroit.
You're in Pennsylvania, Cyber.
Hey, do y'all remember Dominion machines and when the guy in Nashville? Do y'all remember the guy in Nashville?
Admit.
Do y'all remember the
Right
Dominion machine?
it's at the bottom of the thumb.
Bottom of the
Trump had a lawyer in 2020 in Germany, and then was fucking rigging the elections in certain counties in America. And they had the Dominion machines. You remember the guy blew himself up in the damn RV downtown Nashville?
Allegedly that was on Christmas Eve, and allegedly that was like a quantum computer or something like that. It was outside the.
That was AT&T. That was AT&T.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's close to the Batman building or whatever.
Yeah, because they found out about the Dominion machines. Trump and all of them found out about that shit. See, and the girl, what's that white lady when they first came out with that white lady? I forgot, it's Susan something. And they was talking about how they put watermarks on the ballots too. They put watermarks on the ballots.
But she got misled by somebody that was into the Q stuff, like really hardcore.
Yeah,
she don't get you in trouble though.
I tried telling people that fucking QAnon thing was a double fucking top secret fucking psyop.
Well, it was controlled opposition from the beginning. However, there was, and here's the funny thing. I know what you're saying. Hold on. I know what you're saying. There was an element of controlled opposition in the Q phenomenon. However, there was an element of the quote unquote white hats trying to get that out. And the ironic part is Q itself has an element of white hats and black hats fighting against each other.
Yes, because Q was mostly part of Air Force. But Q was a part of the intelligent community of the military. DOD, CIA, NSA, all them, Magi, all them were part of they were in,
Yeah,
like you
and
said,
you
the
can
White
and
House
you can
Black
look this up and see it in their white papers. What's interesting now is the posts I'm seeing on 4chan on poll. Q is saying that there's going to be some sort of false flag in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, yeah. See, a lot of people understand Q dropped. See, Q had to drop 5 to 6 years beforehand before they could say now, because Q drops was coming out left and right about 4 years. Was that during Trump or was that before Trump?
It was
I
the
think it was
first
during Trump.
Q drops came out in 2015 on 4chan. I remember it very very vividly. But the thing is, we don't know who Q is. When someone posts and they say they're Q, we don't know if it's actually them.
But no, the information came out who Q is. Q is intelligent officers in different intelligent communities of the military. It's not one person. It's not one person. It's hundreds of
Okay,
people.
yeah, but that could be anybody.
You still don't know who.
But these are intelligent officers that are in the military. It's hundreds of them. It's not.
You still don't know who Q is. You know that it's part of an intelligence agency, but you don't know who from the intelligence agency. So you don't know who the fuck it is. All you have is speculation. And stop fucking over talking when I'm talking, or I'll go on mute.
Hell, man.
Thing is, as soon as 2017 and 2018, we started seeing a lot of fake Q posts, and we're like, okay, well, we can't trust anyone who calls himself Q.
Yeah, that's when they started catching on to what was going on with Q. Because what from 2017 to 2019, nobody knew who the fuck was Q, and Q drops were dropping left and right. Nobody even knew who the hell Q was.
Bullshit. There was a lot of us that knew who he was, and a lot of us.
But you didn't read all the Q drops, though. Q had over 5,000 Q drops. 5,000.
I think Q is Hunter Biden.
Jesus fucking Christ, Hood. Can anybody make a fucking bloody statement without you interrupting them?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
I mean, seriously, you're gonna stress me out, dude. I literally, no, he's not. He's a fucking cracker. I literally sit here and let you guys fucking talk, but when I want to get to talk, you got, and you specifically have to talk over everyone, dude. I swear to God, I'll drop you myself without anybody paying.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
No, just have some fucking decorum. Stop acting like you're fucking 12 and in the hood.
So the dark red ones those are the ones that were flipped from Democrat to conservative.
Nice.
I thought Ohio was Republican last time.
Well, if you look at the key at the bottom, it says next to win and flip. Those are the two ones that were flipped. They flipped Ohio and West Virginia, and they're potentially going to flip Pennsylvania.
The AP site, is it just me or is the AP website glitching out?
I don't know, dude. Let me refresh it. There's like nothing new on there. It's like it's frozen.
They have to adjust.
It's interesting. I like that other map that he gave you, though, where you can really zoom in on the fucking stage with the count. Yeah, that's fucking dope.
That's Axios.
That's dope. For real. Somebody's putting in some serious work doing that.
Snowman, that's the Bing link that he sent. The Bing search.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
If you want to save it, look at it later.
Hey, Bandit, is that just New York?
What about New York?
Is that what you put in the back chat? Is that just New York? They flipped 2 seats in New York?
No, that's the U.S. Senate. They flipped 2 Senate seats.
The Senate in West Virginia and Ohio.
Yeah, they were once Democrats and now they're Republicans.
Ohio always kind of back and forth, though, man. It's never stayed one way or the other.
Yeah, and then potentially going to flip Pennsylvania and Montana, so we can gain up to 4 seats.
That's why I'm confused as to why Ohio isn't considered a swing state anymore, because it was my whole life.
Like because the last 2016 he won it like comfortably. So I guess it's been
But
2 cycles.
Ohio's always been a purple state, if anything.
This is very interesting. So I went on Yandex, the Russian search engine, and Al Jazeera, Times of India, and RT. They're all calling it for Trump.
Yep, it's already done. They just can't call it here. If you look at the Senate one, they just updated. Montana is 17% towards Tim Shealy, so that's an extra seat because that's beating the incumbent. So if you look at the map, if you go to the Senate, if you go to the Axios one, if there's a star next to their name, that's the incumbent. So click on that president, go to U.S. Senate, and then go to Montana. If you see the star, that the star means it's the incumbent, and they're losing. So anytime you see the star, that's the person that has it now.
Hey, is it true that Georgia is 99% votes, but they still won't
Georgia's
call it?
already called. Georgia's already going conservative. Georgia went to Trump.
Check this out in Indiana, Marion County, Monroe County, and Lake County were the only counties that were blue. Marion County is where Indianapolis is. Lake County, or Monroe County, that is close over there by, I think, Terre Haute. And Lake County is where Gary, Indiana is.
And here's something interesting. If you go back to Axios and you click on governors, because they matter too, look how many of the governors are now Republicans and not Democrats.
Dude, I'm curious to see how many incumbent governors decided not to run for election.
You have to go to Axios. Google Map is not showing it.
Yeah. You go to Axios, you can see all the ones that went to Republican.
Yeah, this is the Axios governor.
It's the Google. They're showing the Google page of it. If you go to the Axios website, it'll show the actual results.
And if you guys really want some good news, look at the Axios U.S. House. Look how much of the country is red. It's insane.
It's insane because the Dems were projected to win the House.
Oh, they're getting stomped. I mean, you realize Trump's going to have the House, the Senate, and the presidency.
Dude, it's a wrap.
So much for that blue wall.
Yeah, it's more like a blue splinter. You know what I mean? Collapse. Paper tigers, man. Yeah, I'm serious.
So does it just indicate the flips, or the race is called? Is this the race is called that we're looking at?
You gotta, if you go to the Axios map, you have to look at per state. So anytime there's a star, that's the incumbent, and the challenger is the one that's not starred. So just click on ones, and you can see which states are switching incumbents.
Okay, yeah, that's share. There we go. I got you, Cyber. Since we ain't got to worry about sound, I can show this.
Right.
This is the actual Axios map. What do you want to see? What do you want to look at?
If you click on go to the Axios map and then you hit you can either do president or you can do Senate or whatever you want to look at. Anytime you see a star, that's the person that has a seat now, and then you can see who's beating them. So you have to go through each state.
I'm actually curious about how many, as I was saying earlier, how many incumbent governors didn't run for re-election this year.
That's a good question.
That is a really good question.
I'd have to do some research on that to get you an answer. But
I just noticed that when I clicked on the Axios website, that opened up a new tab, and I never switched to share that tab.
Yeah, I got you. I'm already got you.
CNN projects Trump wins battleground North Carolina. So
Hey,
right
did
now
you
they're
see-
right
Go,
now
go.
CNN's reporting 227 to 153.
Did you see? Freaking what's the station said? Everybody's favorite streamer, Destiny, is having a meltdown.
Destiny is?
Oh, we got to go over there. We got to see what Destiny is.
I'll do a link right now.
Everybody's favorite. Come on now.
Retard.
Give me a second. I got you.
And then we got to do TYT.
It's interesting, man, that he that dude his blind spots are so bad. It's not even funny, man. Because I've seen him make like cogent points, but then like what? Oh wow, that wig is so bad right now.
Trump's up 3.7% right now.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna find this like link and I'm gonna send it to you real quick. This chick is a reporter on the election stuff, and her wig is so bad.
Here's that Destiny link.
Oh God, he's probably spurging. He's probably on suicide watch.
I hope so. I hope he's on suicide watch just as much as he hoped that guy, that freaking firefighter that got shot. You know, his whole family went with him. Because that was some sick, twisted shit that Destiny said on Piers Morgan about that. I couldn't believe that came out of his mouth.
Well, the thing is, he's going to be a target. I mean, think about it. If the conservatives win and we don't have to fear him, oh my God, he's gone.
He's gonna find a reason why they won anyway. I forgot about the no bomb threat key.
Yeah, dude, they kind of fucked us with that, man. I wonder what impact that had. This bomb threats.
Yeah,
probably not.
Did he remove his
that's
blue
true.
streak
But it's
from his hair?
Might have scared some people.
Yeah, it's copium now.
Hey, Cyber.
Oh boy.
Hey, check out that link I just sent in the back chat.
I don't know if that means that.
I don't even know where this chick is reporting from.
We flipped some competitive ones.
As long as you have the house, I think they can't go that
Oh,
wild, right?
They're saying
it's
that
not
they
like
have the
you unilaterally
house.
do crazy
They're
shit.
coping so bad. This is beautiful.
No way.
He doesn't need. I'm just talking about.
Oh,
executive
look at
order,
that hair.
Order in action.
I mean, we can stop a lot of legislation.
Well, I mean, just no legislation gets created, right?
Yeah, they have the Senate.
Plus, we can investigate the fuck out of these guys, dude.
Is he serious?
Yeah, they think they have the house.
Okay, we'll do our own fighting crime family investigation on these fucks.
The only difference is nobody cares when they find crime on their side. What are you going to do?
They've
No, we
lost
can
the
find
House,
Trump.
the Senate, and the
You're talking
President.
about
That is a lie,
he has
man.
felony convictions. Like, we're
These
going
guys
to
are
charge you more
coping.
crime. Like, yeah,
Coping
good one,
scene.
dude.
Y'all got to see this real quick. Look at this. So she's
Oh my
hiding
God.
Kamala votes under her wig.
Nuh-uh.
Look at that. Tell me you're wearing a wig without telling me you're wearing
Look,
a wig.
that is a reporter.
That's rough, man. That is rough.
That's crazy, man.
That's
Looks
crazy.
like Beast, dude. She looks like fucking Beast Man from He-Man.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, I can't. That's impossible.
We're so desperate
Absolutely.
now. We're doing the.
If Trump does win, you guys hate him so much, he'll probably have a bad presidency. There's going to be a comeback with the Dems. After,
There'll be a clapback for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
for
could be
sure.
what? It could be Newsom,
A
Mark
clapback is
Cuban.
different than a
Listen,
comeback.
people are gonna be pissed.
Shapiro.
He's old and he's fucking fat and out of shape.
True. He might not
Like-
even make it.
Have you guys ever been to a party and there's like a guy there that just got broken up with his
Would it
girlfriend,
really, though? I feel
and
like a lot of
everyone's
those
like
policies-
everyone knows it, but they're not saying it? That's what this is right now.
No,
But if he wants to get reelected by the Trump base, he has to appeal to them, no?
he's part of this network.
Why
What are
is
you playing
Destiny all of a sudden concerned about somebody being old and out of
Oh,
shape?
sorry. Okay, good. I thought he was still playing.
Why is Vance so bad? Explain.
Well, he's friends with.
How are
and
they not
funded
calling
by
Georgia?
and
I don't
involved
understand.
with
It's over 95%.
and a progenitor
Why the hell are
of
they not calling Georgia?
a set of concepts, ideas, political theories that are
Project
explicitly
2025?
no,
No.
another level.
He's down with that though.
I mean, he's self-avowedly a Curtis Yarvin supporter, and
Who is that?
You're gonna know that name.
Oh, you don't know who
It's not
Curtis
you're gonna start to
Yarvin
know these
is?
people's names.
Come on,
They
man.
want to break apart American democracy. They view the American state as a failure.
Why do we need
Oh my
democracy?
God, you're so dramatic.
Yeah, no, I think that's true.
Democrats always say this. We
Why-
had democracy after Trump before.
No. Listen, I'm just telling you what I think.
Why do we need democracy?
I think JD Vance is a threat for sure.
Can't even explain.
Wait, why do we need democracy?
Yeah.
I think it's
Nope,
the best system of
Pennsylvania's trying to
government for
flip
being a
blue.
check on power.
Why do we need checks on
They're
power?
losing their lead.
Because I think that our experience historically is that when there's authoritarian or absolute power, it leads to widespread corruption, and that results to people.
I don't understand how this is like a winning argument,
30 minutes ago.
like toward black people especially.
Wait, what was
You're,
wrong with
you're
that?
about to be a minor
Saying this will
minority.
hold for Harris when
Why
she's
would you
losing
care
is like
about
when Trump said
democracy?
remain peaceful after Ashley Babbitt got shot. Okay, this is not. That's not.
Have you guys ever been to a party and there's a guy, like maybe your homeboy, he just broke up with his girlfriend, or maybe his girlfriend just cheated on him, and you're all at the party, you all know what's up, but no one's actually saying it. That's the vibe right here.
Why? I'm the CCP motherfucker. Why does this
doctor have so many fucking followers on Twitter?
Let's get it. Okay, it's okay. We're still in it. I'm just fucking with you. It's dramatic. Think about how bad you feel right now. Trump also gonna feel 20 times worse when they lose. Okay? Think of how bad. Feel it. It's gonna be 88. Okay, it's still.
That's a legendary instrumental.
I know, right? I think we ought to give it to him one.
Let's get it retarded. Look. Put your hand in the air and try to break your wrist. Then across your chest and try to bite
He kind of looks like Andre.
Have you ever even considered that for 1 microsecond?
We have not.
Maybe we
You even haven't even considered it.
We have not. I mean, I just am a patient.
I will say one thing that is incredibly disappointing, because it's what I'm about to suggest is politically possible. There's no good argument against it, and it can, and like it should happen, and it won't happen.
What's that?
Sotomayor and Kagan
doing it, yeah,
should retire.
They should.
Ooh.
Wait, no.
We put Mary Garland in there.
I don't know if we would.
That'd be like a super
I don't know if
majority.
we would get him. I don't know if we would get 2.
We couldn't.
Dude, these guys are sucking Destiny's ass.
There's going to be 1 or 2 cuck senators that will sit in the corner and be like, "Oh, it's not
They're trying to get a
constitutional."
shot with his
I think
ex-wife.
against Trump they would play ball.
The influencers are starting to turn.
Yeah.
You remember that Nico chick?
You just need 1.
Then do it.
They would do it.
Bernie, the okay boomer.
Trump gets in. Well, they're gonna do it anyway. Thomas and Alito overtime.
Apparently, she's like talking crazy about Latinos now.
We got 2
I could just imagine like Destiny going to swinger parties, and they're like, "Oh wait, aren't you that streamer on YouTube?" And then he turns around and they're fucking his wife, and he's like, "Yeah, open your mouth real quick."
Oh, hey, Red Illusion's in the back again.
Quick math break.
Let's run those numbers again.
Just a quick
No, I'm up here.
Let's run them again.
This would be so much more fun if I could at least have to.
Oh shoot, my bad.
No.
I need to feed off his sadness because it makes me not.
I am sad. I'm really sad for sure.
There we go. He's got Georgia.
No. Okay, show us. Show me something good in Pennsylvania. I need some good news tonight.
Okay, maybe let's not start with Pennsylvania. That's all I'm going to say.
No, show me Pennsylvania. Goddammit.
The people want to
show me. Do we have? Show me Pennsylvania.
No.
It's
over.
I know.
Pennsylvania's getting real
No.
competitive
Okay,
now.
1.1 million.
59.5 to 48.
Hold on, it's dramatic.
Okay, look what?
150.
2.6%.
Wait. What are my outstandings?
Look at the state. It's all red.
What number? We were by like 200 plus before, right?
Pause it a minute.
Hold on.
Dude.
Pennsylvania?
Pause it. I just want to point out what he just said, and what we're looking at is the very reason why, even though it's not a perfect system, it's a slightly broken system, but why we have an electoral college. That right there. You have a whole fucking state that's red and 4 fucking cities that are blue.
Yep, but it was never meant
that's
to be
literally
like this.
That's literally every single state.
Yes. It needs. We need to have like some kind of electoral college for the actual states, and then you wouldn't be hung. You wouldn't be worried about like one municipality like trying to rule, like lord over the whole rest of the state.
Well. Speaking of Curtis Yarvin, I don't think we should have this any democratization to begin with. There should be a fucking dictator in every state.
Hey, Uncle Hotep, man.
I don't know about these dicks or takers you're talking about, dude, but I'm not interested.
Hey, Uncle Hotep's got a great tweet, man. It like this one guy, he responds like, "Hey, one thing this election tells me is that y'all don't love your mothers." And he responded to that dude and said,
Margaret Sanger did a number on y'all niggas.
I don't have to love her anymore.
Well, I mean, my mother is a shit lib, so fuck that bitch.
Oh, speaking of which, you remember that chick that like does that Mad Lib song, and she's like always like talking about like how like Republicans hate me, and you know MAGA hates me or whatever. She said she was going to shave her head if Kamala lost.
Good, dude.
She got a big old forehead too.
There's these images going around of these women in Michigan going to the polls in like what is it, Handmaid's Tale?
Oh yeah,
outfits.
and the Handmaid's Tale outfits. Yeah. And then there's like
they're so
Muslim women.
fucking retarded. They don't really understand, because if Trump is elected, these liberal states are going to have more lenient abortion laws than Roe v. Wade.
I just got confirmed news. Fox News decision desk projects GOP take back Senate majority and devastating blow to Dems.
Yeah, well, the Senate was in the bag. I think everybody already knew the Senate was in the bag. Congress is what's really crazy.
Yeah.
What are my outstandings? What were we behind before? What number? We were behind like 200 plus before, right?
It's
Philadelphia.
230
Hold on.
to 210.
Pennsylvania? Was just one of these not great for us, or were all four of these good for us?
Let's check. It's Bucks, and what's the second
It's
one?
Bucks, York, Philadelphia,
Let's
Montgomery.
check Bucks
Oh
and
my
York.
God.
Philadelphia and Montgomery are
Oh my
pretty good
God.
for us,
Oh my
but
God.
let's look at Bucks.
Okay, Bucks is fine. Throw it out. We don't need it.
It's neutral. Bucks. It's a wash.
Oh, it's getting close.
It's a wash. Don't
You
show
need
us. We
Bucks,
didn't want this. York isn't even one of the ones we're looking at,
That
was
was
it?
bad news.
Was York one we were looking at?
I mean, yeah. This is
No,
one.
okay, back out. You're mind fucking us.
Wait,
Back out.
let's look at this one. Allegheny.
That's a really good.
Have some
That's a good one.
Allegheny's
That's a good
Pittsburgh.
one.
If anyone wants to know.
40,000.
What about Chester?
That's a good one. 60.
Chester's near Philly.
Still have some
Stop.
hope.
It's here. Pennsylvania's still ours.
Dude, this is so cold.
I
He's
think the odds
crashing
right now for
out.
Pennsylvania are like
Yeah.
73%.
Our favor?
No.
Okay,
fuck
that's
no.
good for us. Still 27 we can lose. That's worrisome. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
Pennsylvania.
Can we have anything in wait, Michigan is still ours easily, right?
Yes, Michigan is
No,
ours.
Michigan's
Yes.
not towards you anymore. Michigan.
No, Michigan's still close.
It's bugging
But
out.
it's- so I have
Go to
faith
sleep.
that
If you're tired, then go to sleep. Don't bring the energy down. Okay.
There it is
Michigan is
again.
ours easy. Good. Get us out of here. We got Michigan
Those are
easy.
just the wrong counties reporting.
Oh shit!
Highly
We're about to witness a
populated
meltdown.
Show me. Did we win Minnesota? We have that, right?
No, it's still.
It's
still
ticking
up for-
higher.
Show me Minnesota,
The
so I can
New
take a
York
pic.
site is up to 91% chance Trump's going to win.
These
It was
highly
at 89
populated
for the
areas.
last hour.
These highly populated areas.
That's crazy.
Being
RFK
blue.
Jr. has been campaigning all over saying, "Don't vote for me, vote for Trump," and yet he's still got 0.8% in Minnesota.
That's because
These
he's fucking.
these highly populated areas being
He
blue
still
the way
beat
they
Jill
are.
Stein. That's hilarious.
Well, look, you know how
Dude, nobody fucking loves Jill Stein.
Got that. Easy.
We got that. We got that.
Easy.
We did got that.
Easy.
It's a layup.
Okay. Show me something good in Wisconsin. For once in my
So these highly populated areas being blue the way they are is not coincidental. It follows right along with Murphy's Law. The more that can go wrong, the more that will go wrong. So you get a whole bunch of people, of course you're going to get more stupid people.
Well, I mean, it follows with
my
rat
goddamn
utopia.
life. For one night, show me something good in this cheese curd having motherfucking
no,
Canadian bordering
Oh, he's
bullshit
starting to lose
ass
his
near the Great
mind.
Lake. No one knows shit about it.
He's starting to lose his
No.
mind.
Okay.
Ain't looking good.
Oh,
No, no,
man,
no.
look at
100K
that.
out.
Those
100K
I hope
out.
he
passes.
never
Show me
gets
the
it
top
back.
two. Top two outstanding. Top two outstanding. Milwaukee, that's ours, and Brown. Holy are good for us, aren't they?
Yeah, but
Okay, that's it.
not many.
When I say something good and you say but, it erases all the good I just said.
So, but
He's
even if we lose
losing.
Wisconsin, we still have.
Oh, dude, Destiny is crashing out. Look at look at all the men on the stream. They all got their heads down. They're like, oh,
Okay, show
we're
me
being
Arizona.
watched right
Show me
now.
Arizona. We're still winning that, right?
Actually
Easy?
looking all right here, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like you have to move it all. That's fine. We'll close
Arizona's
out.
going to be close.
Even if we look at historically, it's close. We have some chances in Arizona, but
Okay.
honestly, the most I'm worried about is Pennsylvania.
No, wait. We already analyzed this. We have this. Out of Pennsylvania.
No, man, you
85
want me to
reporting.
share
Out of
that?
Pennsylvania, show me Nevada.
Yeah, if they lose
What are you
Pennsylvania.
doing in that state?
Yeah, they're gonna lose Pennsylvania, man. Like there's
Yeah,
only one county.
Somebody give me a call.
Pennsylvania's in the bag, and if they get Pennsylvania and Michigan,
Wisconsin, we need
fuck
Nevada and
Arizona.
Pennsylvania, they don't
Snowman.
even need Arizona.
Snowman, do you
goes
want me to
that's
share
left.
that Diddy cut from Instagram?
Absolutely. We need something that'll put a smile on people's faces and make them laugh.
What move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
You gotta give him that huck too and spit on that thing. You get me?
Man, that is disturbing, man.
Move in bed that makes a man go crazy every
I had to watch it. So do you.
Look, man.
You gotta give him that huck too. And
Hold on.
I'm just saying it's disturbing, man.
you gotta give him that huck too and spit on that thing. You get me?
That's really messed up.
So what
They
move in bed that makes a man go crazy every
Why does it keep freezing up?
I don't know.
You gotta give him that huck too and spit on that thing. You get me?
So what?
That's
How many
terrible.
tabs you opened up? Could be the number of tabs you got opened up on your computer.
Oh yeah.
Hey, can you put that link in the back chat? I'm gonna send this to somebody tomorrow.
Trump just went up to 93% on the New York Times. He was at 89 for like over an hour. Now he's jumped up from 91 to 93.
man go crazy every time.
You gotta give him that huck too and spit on that thing. You get me?
I don't know if I really want to share this with you, man, because this is one I've been saving for a minute. It don't even have no sound. It's just the greatest picture I've ever seen in my life. It made me laugh. I almost peed a little bit.
Yeah, we don't even need Nevada. If it comes to Nevada, it's going to take 13 days. They have 13 days to get
Yeah, Nevada doesn't even need to be in play.
No.
K equals FC squared.
I think Trump's like 262 right now. Trump is at 262.
Guys, go to Axios right now. I'm sorry, New York Times.
K equals FC squared.
KFC. God dang.
He's at 92%.
This is what y'all were. Yo, man. Yo, when blue helmets come down your streets, man. Try to warn y'all motherfuckers, though. All these years, try to warn intel drops and all that.
Don't come up here and derail the conversation. Stay on point with the topic.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised Mr. Rogan's not doing a.
No, you good, Stone.
Not Mr. Rogan, but Mr. Reagan is not doing the stream.
Isn't Mr. Reagan dead?
No, not the president. I'm talking about the YouTuber.
Oh, I didn't know there was one.
Yeah, he does decent coverage.
Do what?
Electoral college.
Trump like 262 right now.
Dude, I don't know what fucking room full of dicks you just walked into, but I couldn't hear nothing.
He was asking about the electoral college count.
Right now.
Oh shit! So this is on the inside. The Kamala camp is not returning anybody's messages right now. They've gone dark.
Yeah, that's definitely not good.
Replay of 2016 and fucking Clinton all over again.
With the glass ceiling.
This election, man. Yo, go ahead, Free. Go ahead, man.
Like with the glass ceiling location, with the special pyrotechnics or whatever, special effects. Looking at Trump Tower.
Dude, do you remember when she left her entire fucking base out there in that fucking room all by themselves and wouldn't come out and address them?
And you know what I think? I think a lot of people came out the woodwork for Trump too, man. I think they saw how the economy is, inflation, the border. A lot of people that were Democrats in the undecided states are going with Trump, man. Because I mean, everybody sees that shit, man. I was like, damn.
But think about it. Think about it. We lived through this administration was like the COVID lockdowns for the most part, right? Like the hardcore ones, right? The mandates. So they were threatening to force you to do that, put this thing in your body. If you don't do that, then you're forced to lose your job. They put your family against you. And then they threaten you with a cold, dark winter or whatever, talking about his patience was wearing thin. I'm like, what? That mother talked to the whole of America like we're all hoes, man.
Yeah, like we ain't shit. And they got
People,
Camilla on
people,
Fox News
people
at
remember that
260.
stuff. People remember that stuff,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, they do. They do remember it. 4 years. Buffalo's got a good memory in America. We all Americans at the end of the day. But they got Camilla at Fox News. Got Camilla at 216 and Trump at 232.
Why isn't Georgia called? I don't understand. That makes no sense. Georgia should be called already.
Georgia had those. They had a couple ballot boxes shut down, and they extended the periods. So they're probably extending the counts because of that. Because they had a bunch of bomb threats.
I got another question for y'all. Like, if we do lose, say Trump does lose, as us conservatives, we're not going to go on the street and protest. We're not going to go and leave our job and all that.
See, look, I'll be honest with you. I'm not quite 100% sure about that this time.
I think we're going to be hunted down.
Oh, so Snowman, you think it's going to be like there's going to be Republicans?
Yeah, well, if Republicans lose, the conservatives are not going into the streets. We're going to hunker down.
But see, the point is now. But see, you had to go into who was going to be FBI agents, who's going to be CIA agents.
Let me
go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Answer the question. I mean, let me answer the question before you start adding more, caveats to the question.
I thought you was done. My bad.
First, I didn't even get a chance to answer. That was Bandit, not me. But first off, you got to realize that not every fucking Republican and conservative is the same. There's different camps within the Republican movement, just like there's different camps in the Democratic movement. You got your fucking ultra left, you got your fucking commies, you got your fascists, and then over on the right, we got the same thing. So just because one group of people like us are going to sit back and hunker down doesn't mean there ain't another group of them that aren't going to go out and be fucking destructive.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's true.
Well, the quote-unquote destructive groups, I mean, the Groypers, the Richard Spencers, the white nationalists, they don't have a dog in the fight. I mean, the Proud Boys with Kevin McGinnis, they don't give a fuck.
Well, Richard Spencer endorsed Kamala.
Yes, for the same reason that Nick Fuentes is not endorsing Trump. It's because they want accelerationism.
Guys, I just put something in the chat.
Go ahead.
It's the.
But the thing is, when this shit hits the fan, when Trump wins tonight and they don't want to certify it, all the blue cities are going to go act a fool. It's not going to be the red states acting fool. It's going to be the blue cities of these major cities they're going to lock down. They're going to
let them act a fool. What's that going to do? They're going to burn down their own cities. Who cares?
Now, hold up. Now they're going to go after Trump supporters. Now, if you wear a Trump supporter hat when Trump wins this, you're going to be like labeled as a racist, a fascist, and all that. And these people don't understand what that means.
Yeah, man. I mean, we've had that for 8 years.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
No, y'all not understanding. Trump said the storm. We're about to be in the storm. What you've been talking about?
No, we've been in the storm. We've been in the storm.
I got my umbrella. I've been rained on.
You're not in the storm yet, man. Trump.
No. I'm telling you right now. We've been in the storm, man. These are the same administration has lied to us, saying we're not in a recession. They actually changed the definition.
They always have to tell you 4 years ahead. They tell you 5 to 6 years ahead of what's going to happen. They always do this.
No. Like,
Trump said it in 2016.
No, but the former definition or whatever, right? They didn't change definitions of what a vaccine is. They didn't change definition of what recession is. It was 2 quarters of shrinkage, and we had multiple quarters of shrinkage. The job numbers report came out this morning, and it was abysmal.
Yeah, but one thing you have to understand, when Trump was in 2016 talking about the storm, he didn't talk about the storm in 2020 and 2016. He talked about it in 2024. What is 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 20? That's 10 years from 2016.
Well, it doesn't matter what a president does. It's all about the Federal Reserve. And I think, multiple projections can show that we're going to see a major recession. It doesn't matter whose definition you're going off of.
Trump
in
is going to put a
2025.
Band-Aid on it. Yeah, he's trying to put a Band-Aid. It's not going to stop it. Trump can't stop it either. So it's just a Band-Aid. Camilla would have let it go full force. Camilla is communist. She's a communist. She's straight, full-blown communist.
Well, the thing is, like everything
any fix that she would have had or whatever wouldn't work because her policies are just terrible for like
Well,
economic
it would
growth.
have because it worked for the past 4 years. Well, I mean, we're sliding into a depression right now, and everyone thinks the economy is doing great. I mean, people on the other side, I've debated them. They literally think the economy is doing great right now. Like you can gaslight them into infinity.
Hey, but Red, like what I point them to is all the car videos, all these women crying about like how hard everything is, married and single.
Well, that's because of Donald Trump. That's because the evil corporations are raising their prices, not
Yeah,
because of
like
the government.
yeah, when the margins are like what 2 or 3% for grocery
Yeah, and this
stores.
is like when I was saying they want a blackface to bomb small children with your tax dollars. If Kamala Harris is in office when there's a giant recession, they'll just gaslight everyone into thinking it's the evil capitalists. But if Donald Trump is in office, he's going to point it out like what it is. It's the Federal Reserve. It's the special interest groups ripping you off.
Wait,
What do
you
you
mean
mean by what
the
Camilla
same
said?
special interest groups that have been invited to their cabinets and they have dinner parties with them and they're very cordial to these people that are evil, according to them.
Well, Trump is too. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about real when Kamala said that the elite the corporate supposed to pay their fair share and price gouging. What is that really supposed to mean? What she's saying?
That she wants
She's basically saying communism.
Exactly. Like, shit. But you got white liberals with their fucking purple hair and these scepters in their nose. And they'll never have a baby. Talking about abortion and all this. And they what was that saying back in the day with the elite? I don't know, it was the Committee of 300 or whatever. It was in the Bilderberg group, and they said these motherfuckers are sheep. These blue, but
CNN
they're
just
sheep.
reported Trump wins Georgia.
Oh
Finally.
damn! All shit, Trump, dude.
All
Big
right.
time Trump.
All right. So Michigan and Pennsylvania.
He's been at 51. He's been at 51 to her 48 in Georgia with 93 and then 95% called, and they're still trying to hold on to it.
CNN's saying 46 to 182.
And get this, with Fulton County 100% votes in, and he was still at 51%.
So at this rate, Kamala can win Arizona, Wisconsin, and either Pennsylvania or Michigan. Donald Trump just needs one of those.
Yeah, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's over. If Trump wins Michigan, it's over.
Yeah. What state will he win? Y'all say Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, that's a wrap.
Yeah, it's a wrap. Harris cannot win without Pennsylvania. She needs.
Why let me ask y'all this. Why did she pick Ben Shapiro? Why didn't she pick him, man?
Because he didn't want to turn off the Muslims in Michigan.
Michigan,
She's gonna need that
exactly.
state as well.
I'm very close to Dearborn, Michigan, and the reason, I mean, even without Josh Shapiro, everyone in Dearborn is already for Trump. Okay, all the major voting demographics, the mayors in Hamtramck, Dearborn, etc., are for Trump, even though they already know he's Zion Don.
Wasn't a big time business owner in Dearborn?
Wait! Not to mention all those college age kids that they were really banking on. They're all for Palestine. So like you can't have all them Jewish people around you, including their husbands.
And Donald Trump has made it clear he wants peace. He doesn't want the war to continue. Whereas when they stormed Kamala, when she had Kamala had a rally in Dearborn here, and they stormed her, and they were like, "What about Palestine? What about Palestine?" And they were like, and Kamala was like, "Shut up, I'm speaking." And then Christians came to her when she was in another place in Michigan. I believe it was Grand Rapids. And she was like, they were saying, Jesus is king. And she's like, this is not the rally for you.
Yeah,
so,
go to the smaller one down
Michigan voters are not on her side. If she wins Michigan, it's black women's fault.
Didn't Trump had just the other day in Michigan that he had Muslims come out there and speak on the podium?
Guys.
Yeah, he did.
CNN's reporting Trump has 63.1 million to Harris's 58.3 million.
There you go.
Yeah, so
it's over.
He's going to win the.
And what state?
Over, man. It's a landslide, man.
And what state?
That's the overall vote: 63 million, 63.1 to 58.3. So he's going to win the popular vote too.
Nice.
Damn, dude. They're not certified. Raskin, that dude Raskin, they're not
Did he
certified. They say it's going to be civil war. They're not certifying that.
did he win the popular vote in 2016?
Ready.
No.
No.
Wow.
Did he win it in 2020? He didn't
No,
win
he
it in
did not.
2020 either.
No,
This will be the
of
first
course
time.
not.
No, Biden got more raw votes because Biden was a great and Trump was an inferior incumbent.
Yeah. Biden
But
won
where it
it.
came from, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Biden won it in the last one, and then 2016, Clinton won the popular vote. So if he gets the electoral college and the popular vote, you have to certify it. There's no way you
You know,
can't.
I feel like popping the bottle
They're
right
not going
now,
to
but
certify
2
it.
a.m.
No.
2 a.m. is just around the corner,
I'm
and
getting
they
intel drops
will.
right now, though. They're not going to certify the election, man. It's going into civil war, man.
I'm trying to
It's going
figure
come
out
down
why
to
the
this.
motherfuckers are acting like my mic don't work.
No, we hear you
We
now.
hear you. I hear you.
Dude, I've been sitting here. You guys have been hearing me for the last fucking 10 minutes, man.
No,
No,
we didn't hear you.
we
We didn't
haven't
hear
heard
you
you
at
at
all.
all.
No, nobody heard you.
I'm sick of this
We
shit.
didn't hear you.
Fucking bunch of disrespectful fucking pricks up here, man.
We didn't
Snowman's
hear
having
you,
a destiny
No, I'm
moment.
serious. I'm being dead ass
We
serious.
didn't hear you at all, man.
I'm about ready to boot every one of you motherfuckers.
Nah, real talk. We didn't hear you at all, man. Because if you talk, we able to shut up.
I think you started off on the wrong foot when you had to boot off your own stream and join on your phone.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but see, the thing you remember what Raskin said, right? A couple like a month ago, I think in September, talking about we're not gonna certify that, and then they need bodyguards and all that shit. Shit's about the storm is coming, man. We're in the storm right now. It's just like the outer bands of the hurricane. We're not in it. We've got 4 years of this hurricane to get to the eye of the storm in
So
DC because Trump is not going to do it the first
hold
year.
on, when it comes to the Civil War thing, I think the biggest thing is avoiding thermal radar. Now, what's the best way to go about not being detected on thermal imaging? I think this is an unpopular opinion. I think wet blankets and fireworks are our best bet. If you launch a bunch of fireworks, you can move from point A to point B, and it'll totally distort.
Yeah, you're right. So let me ask you this: how you take out the UN trains that are on the railroad tracks that took over? Because when martial law happens, they take over railways and all that. Then it'll be the UN.
You don't. It's a lost cause. You stay away from them.
It's classified information. I was about to say. I'm not going to say it, but yeah, you stay away from them because the UN is in control. Because you got to understand, it'll be 12 council of governors that will take over if martial law. Because when Trump gets in there, they're not going to let this shit go, man.
The UN, I wish a motherfucker would. I wish a European soldier would deploy.
And you're right, because you know what? At the same time, I think Trump is fighting you. You got in the occult world and in a lot of the high level occultists and governmental things and stuff doing with the cult, that you have to have good and bad. And I do really think that Trump is on the good side. He's trying to wake us up to show us who's really in control, and it ain't him. But he said, they ain't trying to get through me. They trying to get to you. I'm not in control. I'm just trying to show y'all who's in control. And these are the big dogs.
I really hope he releases the JFK files, the 9/11 files,
everything.
like he
He's
said
going to
he would
release
on Joe
everything,
Rogan.
man. They're going to try to kill him the first day that he's releasing everything, man. It's going to be due time in the 4-year period.
Imagine January 21st. Okay, so we've got aliens. Here's the UFO. I'll show you. It's a very great UFO. One of the best.
Hey,
the percentage is up to 93%.
Jordan Peterson is on Timcast.
Yeah, yeah, they're all hats.
Yeah, they're hacks. They are hacks. Yeah, you're right. They're
no, he didn't say hacks.
Yeah, no, I said hats. Well, in Tim Pool's case, he has a hat, literally.
You remember when Joe Biden was inaugurated?
Tim Pool has the biggest yarmulke.
I got something that y'all missed. This is an intel drop right here. Another intel.
What are you doing, Snowman?
when he got inaugurated. It was a minute off, so he's technically not the. They say, and it is. Let's get to the point where information that he was never the president. What they're doing is called devolution. It's called Law of War Manual. The DoD has it's called Department of Defense. That they are and they're doing this to try to wake up American
That was brought
citizens.
to you by the United Nigger College Fund because a mine has been wasted. That was brought to you by the United Nigger College Fund because a mine has been wasted.
I don't see you in the studio, Snowman.
Boy, CIA motherfuckers.
That's interesting. So what section were you referring to in the Law of War Manual?
11.4.
I've got it downloaded.
Section 11.4. Go to section 11.4 of the Law of War Manual. And this is all planned because they have to wake us up. You know, they can't just come out with the information and say, "Oh yeah, they ain't not gonna believe it." They have to see what Trump and them were doing to make people Americans see the corruption and see what's going on and stuff. And they started that like in 2014. It's dealing with, you know, when Nassara, y'all ever heard of Nassara? There is a quantum financial system that we are going into. The dollar is gone. It's finished.
Well, they have to go to a different system or whatever.
It's quantum. It's digital. It's going to be in your hand.
But I'm saying they have to go to a different system or whatever. Like the water run dry over here.
Because Trump was always talking about gold. Everything is going back to gold system, the gold standard. Because America was gold. We're not a democracy. We're a republic, and it was on a gold standard at one time. That's when the feds came in and they did that shit with 1879 Act or something that they had with the federal.
Oh my God! Who the hell cares?
1933 is when that happened.
Why in the hell does Nevada have no information?
Because Nevada's going to take like 2 weeks to go to count the votes. Because Nevada.
So let me ask y'all a real question.
The short person on the bus.
How long do you think it will be to certify Trump? You think it will be tonight, or will it be like
you don't certify until like what?
Well, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Like that's January 6th when they certify, and January 20th you be inaugurated. But I'm saying for like tonight, because they're not going to do that, because they're going to push this narrative of.
Wow, this is very interesting. So I just read 11.4 of the Law of War Manual, and they're expanding the definition of occupied territory, which means they can claim certain parts of America as occupied territory, which basically means they can go to war with American citizens.
It's NSA, man. Telling you, dog, man.
Well, the national security.
You're the only one that I knew that read that motherfucking shit, dog.
Yeah, but the national security apparatus hasn't had like a viable, like as viable enemy as it needed to. So what do? They turned in on the citizens. They've been doing all kinds of weird stuff, man. Like when they renewed the FISA stuff and that system. I was like, man, this is crazy.
Hold on, have you ever heard of Rex 84?
Well, the NSA has been doing this for a long time. The FBI, I mean, they consider parents domestic terrorists at one point, if you remember. But this is the DOD, and if this goes through, this is a big problem.
What's your name, cuz? Because it's already Rex 84 and Jade Helm and Garden Plot. It's already been especially with Rex 84, it's already been planted. They're already been having the military. See, what the thing is, it's not going to be the military that's going to do it. They're going to go AWOL. It's going to be the United Nations that they already bring in, because most Americans that are in the military, they're not going to kill citizens and all that. They're going to go AWOL. It's going to be shit. They're going to go AWOL. They're going to go home to their families. And they're not shooting motherfuckers.
This is another one of those cases where Alex Jones was talking about this in 1999, and it's happening.
That's crazy.
And see,
man.
Alex Jones don't even talk about the Law of War Manual. The Law of War Manual is something serious, dog. That's DOD.
Yeah, but he didn't necessarily have to talk about that specific thing.
Yeah, no, he was talking about the martial law plan of U.S. soldiers being deployed in the 90s.
And honestly, during Katrina, U.S. soldiers, like National Guard troops, right? They went door to door and pulled people's weapons from them and left them defenseless, defend for
Yeah,
themselves.
and this is how they're gonna do it, free zone. They do it on holidays. They do it on Thanksgiving and Christmas when everybody with their families together. So when the banks go on holiday runs and everything collapses, the bank runs, they want to grab you when you're with your family so they can put you on the UN trains and double decker with shackles. That's
Hey,
how they want to do it.
hey, shout out to Snowman being back.
Because once America, because they have GOG, it's called GOG, it's called Continuity of Government. It's called GOG. They have 12 councils of governors. There's 12 regions in America that they're going to have once the Constitution is suspended. 12 councils
Yep.
of governors.
Yeah, I've already read these white papers. When the Constitution is suspended, they go under martial law in the case of a civil war or something like that. The nation's capital is moved to Colorado, and the president and all the actors, they go to Colorado. They bury themselves deep in the Rocky. Yep, deep underneath the Rocky Mountain bunkers, and everything else. It falls apart. And when it's all said and done, they come out and create a new regime.
Have you ever heard of Five Eyes?
Yeah,
I think it's Four
yeah,
Eyes.
of course. And it's basically being run out in Australia right now. In the I forgot what it's called, but they got a whole region in Australia. It's nothing but
you know what it's called? You know what it's called? I'm gonna tell you, Alice Springs, Pine Gap.
Yeah, the Pine Gap region. It's nothing but deep underground military bases and high resolution frequencies. Yep.
There's three. Listen, there since the black nobility families and I don't mean black. Black means hidden. Doesn't deal with race, but when it does with the Four Eyes, the Five Eyes, you have like the Pine Gap. There's three places that is the major intelligence and military.
Yeah,
First is DC.
It's S4.
No, hold on, let me tell you. No, hold on. We're not going to talk about Four Corners yet. We're getting in trouble though. They're already watching me. They're behind me always. But it's three regions. It's DC. DC's the military, the Bank of London, financial, and the Rome of Vatican. It's three of them. See, Australia is for the intelligence of what they're gonna say is like be a pole shift or something like that. That base is just for hold on if something really happens like that. Because these motherfuckers don't know.
Well, the CIA published that there will be a pole shift. I mean, the CIA published this in like '88 when the pole shift happens. It's going to be a complete revolution of the climate.
Because one thing that is going to be, you saw the future Navy maps of America? Look up right now. Google it, man. Watch what you see. Though.
Yeah, well, they're already anticipating the break memo that was put out that shows the poles are going to shift from thousands of miles away.
No, the future Navy maps don't show a shift. I'm going to show you what's going to happen off that coast of Africa. That what the intel is, or how they're gonna cause a tsunami to happen on
Africa's in play because in the last
on the East Coast,
major
the Canary Islands.
In the last major in anthropology, the last major cataclysms, they kind of go around the Earth in rotational regular cycles. Every 12,000 years, there's a huge cataclysm. Some say it's related to the Taurid meteor stream or whatever. But Africa is in the next cycle is set to be safe, which means Europe, Asia, especially North America.
It's not safe either, man.
It's not because Africa.
No. Okay. I got the intelligence to get out. You ever heard of the Canary Islands, right? Canary Islands. They had a volcano eruption that kind of destroyed part of the island in 2014. I think it was 2015. Yeah, see, they already had that erupt to blow. The elites already had that to blow. So what are they going to do? They're going to cause a major landslide, like 20, 40 tons of rock and all that. It's going to go into the ocean called a landslide, and that's going to be a tsunami tidal wave that's going to hit the East Coast.
Speaking of landslide, look at this map. Holy shit.
Pennsylvania's at 92%. They're saying likelihood Trump's going to win at 93% now. So when Pennsylvania goes, that's it. It's over.
But see, the thing is that I understand about Trump, that Trump talks about a lot of cryptic messages that a lot of people don't understand, man. If you're not in the intel community, You're not gonna understand what he was
Hold on.
talking about.
I got a question. Is there any scenario where we go to bed tonight and somehow we wake up with a dim win?
Yes,
Well, you
Arizona, Michigan,
wake up.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin go to Harris.
You'll wake up with a liberal at your job telling you, fuck you, motherfucker. And whatever you do on your job with that liberal sticking his middle finger out, you want to get mad, you just go ahead and
So
hold
wait,
your fist
what
up.
did you say? Arizona, Wisconsin, and what else?
If they take Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, Harris wins.
Oh, all four. Yeah. Well, that's not
like
going to happen.
She needs to take 4
Yeah,
out of
that's
the
not gonna
5
happen.
games.
Because guy that's doing the follow up, what's the electoral college vote right now?
Electoral college is at 246 to 210. Trump needs
210.
30.
That's
He
kind
needs-
of
Trump just needs one of those four, correct?
He needs 24.
I think so. Yeah.
He needs to get to 270. So he needs 24. So Pennsylvania is let's look it up. Pennsylvania is 19. So
Okay, so see, he needs Pennsylvania and one other.
well, see, the thing is, Georgia is still not freaking called, even though I just got an announcement on my thing saying Georgia's been called.
And whatever
So-
you're looking at, Bandit, post it in the back chat, and I'll pull it up on.
Oh,
screen.
it's my personal phone.
Oh.
If you guys want a good intel, News Break app is great for news.
I love titties. I love titties. I love titties. I love titties. Titties.
My man.
Hey, Chanko on TYT seems to be like he's not somber, but he's like realized it, and he's getting mad at Democrats now.
Oh, throw it.
Well,
Yeah, all Shank does is cry,
Yeah, put him on.
cry.
The Democrats secretly want Trump to win because it gives them 4 years of content.
Maybe certain ones. I don't think that's all of them.
Yeah, there's some of them scared to death of him winning.
Dude, I'm seeing this meme being posted around, especially by again black women on my social media. They're posting this meme. Oh no, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and there's gonna be a black and white drinking fountain. It's like I don't understand it.
What
That is so stupid, man. Like that whole he gonna put y'all back in chains bullshit, man. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, whine and crying, whine on the internet and whine and crying. Hey, whine and crying, whine on the internet and whine and crying. Hey, whine and crying, whine on the internet and whine and crying. Hey, whine and crying, whine on the internet.
Party system failing us, and the threat of climate change is growing. Jake started this company in his apartment, and look where we are today.
Hey, I got one that I'm gonna share with y'all. Hold on, let me pull it up real quick.
Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is growing.
Yeah, she's gonna have a hard time beating that.
It's at 51.2 again with 90%
Yep.
gain. So
She's gonna have a hard time beating that. There's gonna have to be floods in the ballot stations all across 10
they
different
can't
counties.
because 200,000. I told you guys last week. 200,000 Amish decided to vote this time around because the Harris
Yeah.
Biden screwed over their organic farms. So
Yep, that organic farmer, he was selling raw milk to other Amish people. They hemmed him up and they threw the whole book at him, and so they came out in droves. I mean,
So,
thank God for the Amish.
What is Tim Walz doing right
he's fucking his wife.
Why do they
probably-
pick Tim Walz for,
Oh,
man? Like,
He ain't fucking his wife. He ain't fucked his wife in 20 years.
Hey, Cyber, what did she say? She said she loves the smell of tire burning in the George Floyd wires.
Yeah, that sick bitch.
I mean, dude, didn't he turn his state flag into the Somali flag?
Yeah, tampon Tim, yeah, man, all that shit. So see, like us, we're concerned. Say we're not woke. We're awake, and we know what communism. And we know how communism is. We know the left has went communism.
Wait, play this video back. You see that black privilege? He just had that wireless device in the polling station and they didn't do nothing.
Yeah, come on, like. Yeah, come on, come on. Yeah, come on, like I thought.
You know,
Come on, like.
Tim Walz is probably out there making friends with school shooters again.
This guy's fucking based.
Tampon Tim, though. I see Snowman trying to troll and shit. Camelo.
You know what gives me hope in humanity and in this election in general is when you see all these political voter intimidation ads on Instagram, and then you look at the comments, and there's like 10,000 comments saying, "Nice try, Super Diddy."
Yo, let me ask you this: they'll, if you go in and comment, they'll say you're a bot. You're a Russian bot. I just go through comments every day. And I can tell.
They'll say you're a sheep.
They'll say you everything, though. Like, wow, dog, I'm telling you, when Trump wins tonight, they're not going to certify it yet, but these white liberals are going to go fucking nuts, dog. They're going to go nuts, dog. I'm telling you. If y'all live in major cities, I'm in South Carolina, so y'all in major cities, you better watch out, dog. Don't wear no Trump hats because these motherfuckers going to flip out, dog. I'm telling you.
Let's listen to the audio on this video.
Yeah, like I sent 4. The last one is the one that I was looking for, but these are the first 3 are funny, especially this one.
Guys,
I couldn't hear anything on that video.
Guys, I want to report it just went up from 92 to over 95% chance of victory right now.
Trump? Yeah. Oh, shit.
Yeah, come on.
Go to New York Times right now.
Drink a drink. Take a shot.
Come on, like
hold on, guys.
You gotta tell me.
I thought smaller, right?
Yeah, it's buggy. It's the same bug. It's the same bug, Snowman.
We heard it though. We got the gist of it.
That's weird, but he's like, I am tired of these motherfuckers.
There's a little bit of static. There's a little bit of static through the whole thing, and sometimes it'll stop completely, and then the audio will start playing again, and it goes really fast.
All these ads I'm seeing on social media, I think like they should be investigated after the fact because they're saying, "Oh, guess what, guys? Your voter records are public." And that's like total voter intimidation because they're saying, "Oh, we can track you down after the fact."
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me click over to Breaking Points because I want to see if Kyle Kalinske is on there because that motherfucker was saying that the worst case, the best case scenario for Kamala, or actually like he didn't have Trump winning Florida, and I was like, what?
He's like
Florida went even further red.
What wasn't Elon Musk on Joe Rogan like 2 days ago?
Yeah,
he didn't get much views as Trump got. I think Trump had like 30 million.
Yep,
about 40 million because Joe Rogan was saying like they were trying to block me or something. I'm trending and all that. And
well, when the video first went up, YouTube was censoring the information. Then when they got caught, they're like, "Oh, sorry, there was a problem. We weren't putting up the Joe Rogan podcast initially." But I just think it's hilarious. Joe Rogan put on in 1 week Elon Musk, Donald Trump, JD Vance, and John Fetterman. Did you guys see the John Fetterman interview?
Yeah,
I saw a clip from it, man. It was kind of funny, man. His brain's not totally broken anymore.
No, Fetterman has always actually been pretty based.
So that's crazy.
Ooh, look at that, Georgia's deep red.
Y'all remember Beyonce came out and they wanted Beyonce to sing and they all booed her ass when she left? She talked for 4 minutes.
Yeah, well, to quote Conceited, We don't believe that blue was ever in you.
Beyonce was saying, motherfucker, I do cold shit, motherfucker.
Those marks indicate a flip. The marks indicate a flip, Red.
Yo, Trump got it already, man. It's already won.
Dude, you got to stop saying that, man. Like, you don't
I
spike.
know,
You
man.
don't.
I know,
You're spiking
yeah.
the ball on the 5. You're not even getting to the 1, man.
I ain't do a 2-point conversion yet. I'm talking already. Yeah, my bad, man. My fault. You said we got to stay up to 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning,
Oh
man, for this
wow,
shit.
man. Breaking Points. They ended their live. Wow. I guess Crystal got pissed off.
Well, let me ask y'all a question. What do you think really fucked Kamala Harris? Was it that CB?
Obama fucked him up. The
With the
anti-blackmail
garbage
shit fucked him up. The
All kinds of
proposed
shit.
taxes fucked him up. It was a conglomerate of bullshit that didn't play well.
A cascading effect of things.
So why does liberals still agree with that though? Like where are their minds at?
Well,
They don't care. It's their team.
why did people agree with Mao when he was killing them? Why did people still agree with Stalin? It's because
that's true.
It's
That's
what they're
true,
programmed
man.
to believe.
So you think it came from the Mockingbird organization?
Yeah. Well, speaking of mockingbirds, Vance is really interesting because if you remember on that Destiny stream, they were saying, "Oh, JD Vance is connected to Curtis Yarvin." It's like, dude, Curtis Yarvin shook hands with the guy once at some weird rally, and yeah, there is a lot of shady shit about Peter Thiel and his connections. However, JD Vance is promising. I'm telling you guys. After
he's the
this
next
Trump
president
term,
after Trump, though. Yeah.
JD Vance, and I hope he chooses Rand Paul as his VP, or better yet, Thomas Massey. It's looking good from here on out, if that's the case.
Yeah, Vance is the next president for the next 8 years. But you have to understand, the New World Order runs everything. It ain't about the president no more. Trump is the last one about the New World Order. He's the one that exposing the world. JD Vance, none of
He keeps going out. But JD Vance never gave him an offering branch. JD Vance is still on the outside. Donald Trump gave him the olive branch when he didn't prosecute Hillary. So he could have put Hillary in jail. He could have put Hillary in jail, but he didn't, because that was his olive branch to the New World Order. He said, "Hey, I don't want to see you guys fall apart. I want all of us to get money. How about we all do good together?"
And you know what they did? They sent that letter to all 4 of them: Obama, Hillary, at the George Bush Sr.
Oh yeah, that letter. Yeah, at that funeral, the letter. We still really don't know. I mean, Jim Jordan wants to know too. I think the letter was. The letter
No, I
said.
got the letter, man.
Oh, you got it? well, tell us, please. Wow, look at this. Look at that
was
arrow.
it, man. They know everything.
Hey, Cyber, can you play them other or try to play like those other
I'm an intel officer, man.
2 videos?
No intel.
I know Snowman's trolling.
Fuck that Mike Hood.
Which ones you talking about, Hype?
The ones I put in the back chat.
But I think
I wanna
Trump
see
already
some
got
coke.
it, man. I don't think it's a landslide. I just think he's down. He.
I mean, we already know Trump got it. I want to see some cope. I want to see some liberal tears.
Especially that last one, because that dude, like, he freaking went off, man. Talking about, like, that one right there. My goodness, man, this dude is.
But see, this is what the CIA is going to do to y'all.
Hey, y'all gotta listen. Y'all gotta listen to this, man. This dude goes off. Man.
Yeah.
Go ahead and play
it. Issue voter. I'm a single issue voter. My single issue is Donald Trump. He is the most despicable ass human being walking the face of the earth. And all of y'all out here talking about 3 cents for gas. This man wants to destroy your personhood. And so there's got to be at least one of us out here that ain't explaining about the earned tax credit or the child tax. We're saying that this is a white supremacist who is trying to destroy everything that we have fought for over the last 50 years. And I ain't got time to explain to you every damn detail about policy.
Dude, shout out to whoever was talking about the eyes. Look at his
the president
eyes.
of the United States. We can talk about policy after we defeat his ass. You feeling me? So that's my point.
Dude, I'm looking at his eyes, bro. There's something wrong. There's something not there. Like I'm not looking at a person.
He's gone, man. He's gone.
Who is that dude, man? Who is that Freeze?
I don't know who he is, but Roland Martin was like right next to him.
He looked good.
Roland Martin too.
Damn, Roland Martin out there with his ass.
And like they were cheering
What
for
is
him.
it with the bug eyes and the blank stare? And it looks like they have one-eyed, cross-eyed. It looks like they're looking at somebody else, but they're not looking at you. It's the fluoride stare, dude.
You know, you need to call it Dema Ultra.
MK Ultra.
No, Dema Ultra, man. You're calling it MK Ultra.
It's crazy, man, because I know this look. I've talked to guys like this, and you see it in their eyes when they're talking to you, and it's like, who are you looking at? Because you're not looking at me. I'm looking right at you, and something ain't right.
Oh, this is the crash out face. This is right before somebody get, like, you know, their life get lost, man.
Being a single issue
Play that
voter
one. Go ahead and play that
is
one.
kind of like being a single issue voter is kind of like trying to fight with one eye. You can only see in 2 dimensions. You can't see in 3 dimensions when you can't gauge depth when you only have one point of focus and one eye.
Yeah, when you only have one dimension, you have width but not length.
Their depth only goes from social media and mainstream media.
But it's old guys. I don't think these old guys are on social media like that. It's the CNN. It's the shit they play in the nursing homes, whatever it is. But it's got them riled up with this
like my
weird
job, I go to work
stare.
at my job.
Well, breaking news: there's trucks pulling up to major cities, including Philadelphia, reported dropping stuff off. So you guys.
The bricks.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, we got the same news in Michigan.
The pallet of bricks, man.
Guess what, fellas? In Philadelphia on Eastern Time, it's 1:15 a.m.
Yeah, that's where I'm from.
November 6th. The Supreme Courts have already ruled that votes are only going to be counted as they come in on the 5th.
Exactly.
So it's a done deal.
It's not a done deal yet.
Well, it's 12:15 Central Time.
Democrats are black hats, man. They're communists, though. They overthrew the government, man. The only way you can overthrow a government is doing it within, and they're doing it right now. Trump is
I'm
the only
seeing
way.
they're blacking out the windows again in Detroit, like they did last election.
But see, the only thing is, the war doesn't stop when Trump wins. When Trump wins, now we have to deal with martial law. The Democrat liberals in these major cities are going to act a fool. They will act a fool. Then they're going to blame it on Trump.
But the thing is, man, they gonna tear up their own city, man. And guess what? Those cities are they require other people to survive.
They're going to blame it on
man.
us, though. No, free zone. They're going to blame it on us.
They can't blame it on us, dude. They can crash out even in a civil war scenario. Even in a helter-skelter race war. You really think the dudes in the hood are gonna get out to the suburbs?
Hell yeah,
No, fortified areas.
Guys,
No, listen, the CIA.
There's not enough votes in PA to call it.
Yeah, the PA. I don't think PA will be called.
They're
tonight.
up by 200,000 votes. PA's going to Trump. It's over.
Like Trump talking about the deep state. I know you already know who George Soros is. You know who David Rockefeller is. You know who the Rothschilds is. Y'all know who the Committee of 300 is, right?
Okay, so here's a good question. When do you think Kamala will cede?
She ain't gonna say nothing, especially not like it. She might like her team will deliver a statement probably like early wee mornings of the night, but you probably ain't gonna say
Dude,
nothing until
if you know
like
what, I think
middle of the
Kamala
day
is
tomorrow.
she's wiping sweat off her brow right now. She's like, whew, thank God I don't have to be president. Whew, let's get drunk.
I think she still wanted it though. Because like kind of similar to
I don't think so.
the former Speaker of the House, like on the Republican side, they got ousted.
McCarthy.
Yeah, he owed too many favors to other people. So like
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
So that's the question. When you owe all these favors to people, all these people donated to Kamala's campaign, who were probably associated with Diddy and Epstein, what happens to Kamala now?
At the very
Well,
least,
usually
you
happens.
disappear from politics. You don't even get a TV job because
Yeah, and unlike Obama did what he was told. He delivered on all his special interest promises, and he made millions of dollars on his speeches afterwards. And he only has to be called out in dire situations like this. But if you're Kamala, you're gonna be owing for the rest of your fucking life.
She's gonna have to put her head down and really go to work.
Yeah, she's gonna be.
I was like, damn, man, these people like they have no media training whatsoever. That's something that like a 5-year-old would like giggle over, man.
Oh, she's got, dude. she should start an OnlyFans account after this.
Nah, it wouldn't make no money. It wouldn't make no money. It wouldn't make no money, man.
Moving
What
forward.
are you talking about? I would pay for that.
No, man, I don't want none of that. Like the AI pictures were disturbing enough with her, like Trump with the baby.
Yeah,
That was
that was
crazy,
bad.
man. That was crazy.
I mean, when it comes to AI and that sort of thing, the big craze is about AOC right now. They're all making AOC videos.
That's funny.
That was a beautiful brown baby.
Well, I think. Do you think we can go to bed tonight feeling all right about this, or is it?
I'm not going to bed until they call one of these other states.
They said they're going to call in like 2 minutes.
They need to call one of the 4 states before I go to sleep. At least, I mean, I want to see Michigan before I go to bed.
But you said, Tim, you need to be a little more careful on how you say things, whatever it might be. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it.
Say what?
Say what?
Say what?
Say what? I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it.
That's God, man. And this is choreographed, man. It's highly choreographed too, and it's so bad.
And they've rehearsed for this. I mean, I think all that time in China might have fucked with his brain a little bit.
Yeah, it could be. Like he's like really, really kooky, man. And I guess you can get away with that, like somewhat on the state level. But man, on the national level, everything gets exposed. This is
what he's told.
He's a Manchurian candidate. That's why they picked him over Shapiro.
Well, this is the main reason why, somebody said it earlier. Sarah Palin looked so bad because she was not ready for the big show. She's just a regular person that's not like used to being under a microscope like that.
Yeah, she's not battle tested, as they say.
Hey guys,
and honestly, McCain should have picked Marsha Blackburn.
Guys, check out the
Blackburn was good.
Yeah, but I'm saying he should have picked her to be his running mate. He would have made a lot more headway that way. But he was trying to get the younger woman.
Yeah,
Gosh,
I don't think he was winning that election either way. But what were you saying?
check that link I just sent and look at all the comments. That's the Harris live stream. Oh, it's so good.
Oh no, we're gonna wake up tomorrow and our
comments
eggs
are
are gonna be
horrid.
pulled out of us. We're gonna have black drinking fountains.
It's like leftist tears. It's all great. Crying starts in 3, 2, 1.
Look, there's that one that says like as soon as I popped open on it, it said Kamala won't be here tonight due to losing. I'm like, God dang, man. Oh, that's wild, man. People are here to hurt feelings, man.
Dude, that you remember when both presidents gave a speech on election night? What happened to that?
Oh man, like you got sore losers, man.
She's probably off the wine right now.
Oh, they're like allegedly, man. Like I have no way to substantiate this.
I
So
think they
like
just
this,
called it. Listen.
Harassment.
okay. Like allegedly, she can't stay off that sauce, man.
Guys, it was just called Decision Justice called Pennsylvania. It's over. Trump won.
Ooh, okay, so
Guys,
Pennsylvania,
listen. Guys, listen
it's a
to
wrap.
this.
So with Pennsylvania, what's the actual count? Is it what like 271 or something like that?
I'm playing Tim Pool's cast. Just listen. Hold on.
Kamala.
Look, they got
We did it, Joe.
We did it, Joe.
Damn, man, motherfuckers got long ass memory, man, to be able to troll
got
people on shit like that.
They got the milk bottles and salt. Crying starts in 3, 2, 1.
You think they're gonna have like anybody like when they tell these people at Howard or whatever? Like, what are gonna be the reactions? Because you know they got cameras there.
They've already got the reaction because we already know the internal polling prediction before. The
No, but
Kamala camp has been
they're not.
silent.
Yeah, but they're
They're now
not gonna
talking.
tell them. They're not gonna tell
It's
them though.
solemn. It's solemn right now. They're talking about their exit plan. They're like, oh, well, we did a good job and all
No,
that stuff. It's like the
I'm talking about
it's
the
like
people
the
in the
kind of
crowd that on this on
the
this.
people in the crowd.
Yeah, because
They're
you know
giving them
they
the
don't
Guys,
know.
speech
listen. Here we
like
go. You guys called.
it's
Trump's
like the
about to
speech
give
your
us.
boss gives you when after he's laying all of you off.
Be like, hey man, we gotta do hard things sometimes.
Hey man, it's been a good job. Everyone did a good job, but you know, I think it is what it is. I don't think there's going to be this much salt as much as 2016. I think a lot of liberals and Democrats, they subliminally knew in the back of their mind that this
Yeah,
was a done deal.
they were trying to hope for it, but like the circumstances were too bad, and the candidate was too bad. But the machine did a hell of a job, man. Because like, look how close it was for
Do you?
this
I mean, do you remember?
this 1% candidate.
Do you remember the 2-3 weeks after Kamala announced she was running? It was like a sugar high. It was like a sugar rush. Like, oh, this is our girl. We got it.
Yeah, it was goofy, man.
Where's Beyonce? That's a good comment.
No amount of rappers can save you now. Yeah, paid actors. Had to pay actors.
Fiend.
Call her. Had to remove the guy that got the primary votes and install her. Had to pay actors out the ass. Had to bring votes in from who knows where with California.
Welcome back, Mr. President.
It is too big to rig. That's what he asked for, to make it too big to rig.
Can we see some mainstream news, Cope? I want to see what they're saying.
Specifically, Joanne Reed and Rachel Maddow, who was talking about.
Yeah,
Who was
I
talking
want to
about?
see. I want to see
about?
Maddow. I want to see
Yeah.
Joy Reid, and I want to see John Taffer.
Oh
Look at this
man.
moron! Look at this moron. Hope y'all sad Trump supporters are happy. What? If we're sad, you hope we're happy.
I hope
Oh, you don't?
Well, I hope you're happy with your pathetic ideology.
He's saying, I hope y'all are happy for making me sad. Where's the
Yeah,
joy?
I am. I'm very happy.
Actually, the joy was in this campaign. The joy.
Yeah, when it comes to joy, when it comes to hope, when it comes to turning the page, that's all Trump.
Oh no, like the thing that got me, man, was the shrieking like about a week ago when Kamala was like, he should never stand behind the seal of the president of the United States ever again. I'm just like, oh my God, man.
That was disgusting. Man,
Yeah, and Trump said this back in 2016 with all these political platitudes like we're turning the page on Donald Trump. And it's like in 2016 when Hillary Clinton was like, the moon will rise and the sun will set. And average Americans are like, I just want a fucking job, dude.
Hey guys, the last link I sent is Trump's speech. He's about to come on. If you guys want to play it.
Yeah, go ahead and handle that.
Oh, shit.
All right.
Yep,
Big
what did I
Lee.
say? 1:30?
Big
I
Lee.
said it. 1:30.
While I pull that up,
Trump is going to come out to Many Men by 50 Cent. He's going to be like, y'all niggas doubted me.
I want y'all to look at this. This is what Trump wrote in 2022, December 3rd, 2022. And look what CBS highlighted. Right? That is what Kamala's going on, saying he wanted to terminate the Constitution. But watch this word magic here that they're pulling. See that? That's my highlight.
Yeah, he's basically saying in his own words that like if it's so much fraud, what's the point of even having the rules to begin with if you're not gonna abide by them?
Exactly.
I mean, a 5-year-old should be able to know that, man. But we want to act like we can't read context clues now. Freaking stupid.
Well, you got to be able to read first type.
I mean, I can read.
Just like what they did with what he said about Liz Cheney in Arizona. He said, put her there with a rifle with 9 barrels aiming at her. And people are like, oh, firing squad. Who gets a rifle when they stand in front of a firing squad?
First and foremost, man, like if you had the last name Cheney and this was 10 years ago, like there'd be a lot of lefties calling for a firing squad just for that last name. So like let's not play like all of a sudden she's this great candidate. Like Whoopi Goldberg, what in that clip, last week or this week? Like talking about she needed to be director of the CIA or like AG. That was like cringe, man. It was really bad.
Hey, at least we'll have another 4 more years of constant content to talk about on the internet now.
I mean, the internet don't stop with content, man. There's gonna be crash outs every day, man.
These last 4 years were pretty fucking lame.
Oh, there's a lot of content. There's a lot of shit going on. The news weren't reporting on that shit, but there's a lot of shit going on, man.
That made the internet lame because the news wasn't reporting on it, and none of these platforms would let us do it.
Well, I mean, that is a problem.
We need some volumage. What are they saying? Nothing.
You got the black hat.
Bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself.
Dude, Trump
it fixed itself.
38% in California.
I'll keep an eye on that. Let's have a look at what Destiny and his crew talking about.
Yes,
And
yes,
I'm gonna
yes,
keep
please.
an eye on the other tab, and when
What are
Trump
they?
comes out, I'll bring it up.
No, I'll say they don't want to fuck it up too much because then they don't have it to mess with some more. So they need us to stay somewhat together.
My thought is this: is I know it's going to be bad having Trump here, but in the end, right? People don't want to have the fucking country going and turning into a civil war. They want their
Coke.
house to go up in value. They want
Coke.
to buy groceries. They want to go to the movies. And if any of
Coke.
that shit stops,
Right.
Trump immediately becomes unpopular. And if you're like fucking sending all of the
I
Hispanic
thought he
people
was
out of the
already
country, all of a sudden shit
unpopular,
gets very
Destiny.
weird very quick, and Trump starts freaking the fuck
Dude,
out.
if I was Putin, I would just 100% withdraw my whole military from Ukraine tomorrow. Do you know how many people in the U.S. would kill themselves? I might.
Would you?
That would be
What the
funniest-
fuck
that would
is
be
wrong
the
with
funniest-
Destiny?
funniest troll in the world.
You want to be wrong?
Yeah, but how's
Look
that a
at
troll?
his body language. Look at his shoulders.
How's that a troll? That actually makes Trump look like good.
I think it's.
Well, here's the deal.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Destiny.
If I was Putin, I would withdraw too. I mean,
Here's the deal
between
with
now and
this.
January, they're going to come to the table. Zelensky and Putin have a relationship with the man. It's about fucking time.
Trump
Deal
Trump
with
has already
Destiny
talked
is
to one side.
he thought that he would be a simp so he could get laid, and it got him a woman to the point where he got into a contract with her, and then he thought he could get some extra side pussy by
And he
giving
ended up sucking
her
one too many cocks and turned gay.
Yeah, well,
by
Gavin
being
McInnes
a
predicted
cuck.
his divorce.
He thought he could get him some side pussy by having an open marriage with her, and all he did was get cucked, and then he got divorced,
Yeah,
and he's
yeah.
still salty
It's like
because
those blue
he
and
has
red
dedicated
lizards.
Let
his
him
life.
finish.
He
Go
has
ahead,
dedicated
Cyber.
his life to hedonistic pursuit, and he wants that immediate gratification instead of the long-term gain.
Agreed.
That's why he doesn't have anything. He has his memories of mediocrity. That's all he's
And that was a good strategy back in maybe 2016 when there was a bunch of liberal bitches.
No,
But
not
now
really,
it's like,
man. Not really. It was bad then because it makes you look weak in your relationship, and there's no boundaries.
well,
So you're a
we're not
footstool.
talking about relationships. We're talking about getting your nut off in 24 hours
but
or
he
less.
got married to the chick without a prenup.
If he wins the,
we're gonna reflect.
He's ahead in the popular vote.
He got married to the chick without a prenup, and then like after the fact, when he was
Yeah,
like going through the divorce period, he's like, "Oh shit,
yeah,
I'm
and that's
really
why
exposed."
in Gavin McInnes's debate with Destiny, he predicted their divorce a year before it even happened. And he said,
Yeah, but
listen, you're married to a fucking starling, okay? She's Swedish. She has Viking blood. She needs to be conquered. The fact that you're letting her run wild, it's only a matter of time.
yeah, but he's not to like Gavin was on point and was more specific, but he wasn't the only person to predict that. Many people predicted that. That's a dude who was on that 25 versus 1 with Ben Shapiro.
The only reason why he ended up with that woman is because somehow he managed to get fucking famous and wealthy off the internet. How that happened?
Well, she's a social climber.
Yes, she licked his face. She licked his face on the first meeting.
It started with gaming. He launched
Hey
his
guys,
career,
who's the
and even that
who's the
name
black chick
Destiny.
that like shaved her head? That she's like an insane liberal. She's on MSN.
That
What's her
name
name?
Destiny is based on a popular shooter game.
Yeah, I know.
and
I used to play it.
That's how he started out.
Really, that's how he got his name. That's not even clever.
And then he
No,
got
not
into
at all. And I
politics.
feared that. I thought that was common knowledge.
I didn't know exactly how he got his start. I know about him because I follow all kinds of media
No,
people.
I don't know. For me, I knew how he got his start. I just didn't I don't understand how he gained a following when he's such a pretentious asshole.
Well, I mean, like part of it is the fact that you've been promoted on these deals that a lot of kids are at. So like you can unorganically promote enough shit to kids. Like case in point, like Mr. Beast is not like this. But if you
Yeah.
wanted to promote like a Mr. Beast type dude, he would be big just for the simple fact that there's so many kids.
Check that Joy
Well, the
Fest.
first wave of his fame.
Apparently, she's
All right.
crying.
The first wave of his fame came because he was debating other leftists like Vosh, and he was destroying them. Then, in the past 2 years, he got demolished by Nick Fuentes on Fresh and Fit. He went to Israel. He got all these sponsorships and deals. He got invited to debate Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, and that's what he's basing himself off. He doesn't even call himself Destiny anymore. He calls himself Stephen Bonnell.
Yeah, like he goes by his actual birth name now. But
Because
but
he's tired of sounding gay.
still, what's crazy when he did the blue hair shit, I was just like, that was a ploy to get most people to focus on the hair. But he did look like a bad bitch, like Anton said.
No, he looked like a full-blown homosexual.
I mean, Destiny is
he
a
had a
black
pea coat.
stripper name.
Yeah, he had a pea coat, whatever, when he went to visit Pearl when she was over in the UK, and like, man, that motherfucker looked
That
straight
looked
female,
like
man.
he picked that motherfucker out of a Goodwill donation box.
He was like straight female, man, like the whole look, everything. And I was like, look at this unisex looking motherfucker, man.
Dude,
It's crazy. I remember I was with John Zerka, and Zerka and Destiny kind of came up together, and and Destiny was pretty cool with Zerka for a while, but he, like I said, he went to Israel. He got the call. Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, Jubilee.
Oh well,
He's. I'm.
my bad. I was just gonna say, he got found out that he's basically like before then, like they basically picked him up as like talent, and he was like featured in like this it's like a third party deal, but it's like a Democrat like
Yeah.
organization, and
Yep.
there were several people that you probably know. Like I think Brianna Wu was in there too, like in some of their ads, and they were getting paid to like have these certain talking points because he changed like the way he talked. You know what I'm saying? He still did the fast talking shit, but I'm just saying like the subject matter, and it's like it was heavily focused on certain topics. It wouldn't just be like, oh, what's popular in the news kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's always been a Coomer gremlin. He's always been a libtard, but his energy definitely did shift after the whole October 7th spiel.
And he's got TDS bad, man. That's a really bad blind spot for him.
Well, yeah, I mean, it really shows, the TDS of Destiny really shows in his January 6th debate with Andrew Wilson when he said, under his definition of insurrection, pot smokers who go to the Capitol and smoke pot would be considered insurrectionists as well.
Which is stupid. Be like, they were going to overthrow the government with no guns.
That sounds like some dumb shit the left would do.
Well, his definition of insurrection is violating legal proceedings or impeding upon a legal proceeding, like institutionalizing a riot or some other shit like that, which is what we saw in 2020 with BLM. But under his definition and the three contexts he gave for it, he said, yes, I would consider a bunch of weed smokers going up to the Capitol an insurrection.
Man, like I see some of these dudes like in their fall from grace, and even some of the content creators, they're like, the ebbs and flows over time, is the changes just in the last like what 15, 20 years. And I'm just like, man, I am so glad I did not decide to do that vlogging shit. Because
Yeah.
man, like I would have been like so exposed, and then like I would have tried to maintain the lifestyle, like say if I made it like to a certain level, and man, that would have fucking sucked, man.
Yeah, you'd be like Beyonce. You know what's crazy? Destiny just posted the other day. His mother, Destiny's mom, sent him an email, and she said some of the most base shit I ever heard. And Destiny was like, "Oh yeah, this is our Republican family members." But what he's really saying is, well, this is a Freudian analysis here. You grew up in a household of two people who cared about you and loved you, and you've been rebelling against them ever since, and now you're using that care and that love against them.
Yeah,
Really says a lot about his character. And by the way, he's gay.
He said something. Yeah, you can't unsuck that dick. Like there's no bisexual. But like this dude also said something one time on his stream that somebody had clipped, and I listened to like 30 minutes of it, and he was talking about like his son, and he wasn't talking like he was just like like proud or happy to be a dad. He was just like, yeah, I got a son, and it's just like somebody that really didn't want the responsibility.
Did he say he's got a thug?
No. He has a son, and he was like
No, he
shirtless.
has a son. You know what's crazy? There's a clip of him from about 3 years ago. His son, who was like 13 years old at the time, he was talking to his dad, Destiny, and he was saying, "Hey, I don't think Joe Biden should be president because Joe Biden wants World War III, and Donald Trump doesn't want war with Russia." And he was
Are you
literally
serious?
smoking. He was smoking Destiny in a debate about Ukraine.
And the Candace Owens that went on his stream and it was just like talking to him normal, man. It was just like, no, dude, you need to get your shit together and all this, and was just like, hey, you don't know about this? And I think he legitimately didn't know like particular topic they were on, and I'm like, man, that's rudimentary, man. I was like, damn, man, this motherfucker like really goes on Wikipedia to like get boned up on a
Yeah,
topic.
he goes when he's in debates, he relies on his chat, and this is explicit in his debate with Nick Fuentes on Fresh and Fit. He got smoked in that debate. Nick Fuentes on Fresh and Fit with Sneeko and Zerka, he fucking ruined him. And ever since that moment in 2023, I believe, Destiny's been a shill ever since.
Dude, like it was a humiliation ritual, man. Like he was going through the gauntlet. The Jordan Peterson one, the most recent one anyway. The freaking what's the Finkelstein? Like I'm like, why are you even allowed to be in the room with these dudes to talk about
yeah,
something?
he's like,
These dudes aren't. They
Mr.
done wrote books.
Bono.
Yeah, they done wrote books on the subject or whatever, and this dude like looked it up on the internet, and I'm just like, he doesn't have like a historical like point of basis, and then he's like trying to explain to these people, not quote unquote experts, but people that like they have like steep knowledge in the
Well,
area,
no,
right?
Norman Finkelstein was in the UN hearings about
Yes.
Israel, and
Yes.
Destiny is looking up shit that's coming into his chat on YouTube.
Yeah. So I'm like, he's crowdsourced this information and then like talks fast so he can try to appear smart or whatever, right? So he can throw a lot of information like spray and
Is
pray.
Trump on stage yet, by the way?
It's
I'm checking, not yet. It's
just
close.
crazy. And that chick right there, man, not so erudite. She is so annoying, man.
Coming really soon though. Everybody stop moving
Erudite
around.
is
And
such an insufferable
the crowd's
bitch. And
all
if you
looking
listen to
for that.
Erudite, she sounds exactly like Destiny. It's
Yeah,
it's a
that's why.
perfect example of how, if you listen to like a woman's backstory, like who are your ex-boyfriends? Well, one was a skateboarder, one was a finance bro, one was a Nazi, one was a liberal. They assume whatever their boyfriend is. It's like a genetic thing that women have. Like when Genghis Khan comes in and raids the village, they're like, "Oh, I guess I'm Genghis Khan now."
Polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump. And we really need to be asking ourselves, why do
they're
they
doing
keep
some
getting
talking.
it wrong? And
He'll
at
be
this
coming up
point,
soon.
it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided, you didn't expect it. You cannot
Oh, he's in Florida? That's crazy.
Yeah, he's at Mar-a-Lago.
The average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianni, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline.
Oh man, they reversed the black woman vote from last time.
To create these accents like, you better anchor union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this is become nonsensical to the point that I don't know.
Yeah, very schizophrenic in like the messaging. It's not consistent.
Outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what
Dream big again.
Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers, the young voters?
Dude, those closing ads that Trump had, man, they were pretty damn good, man. Like as far as political ads.
Chameleon-like, she changes her position according to the prevailing wind.
Because it's not coming from a place of fakeness. Like, oh, we need to turn the page. Let's do something new. This is like, no, let's bring back the American dream.
Is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicity. And so,
Oh, Bandit. Oh shit. You know, I forgot that is that chick. She was on the whatever podcast.
I just think when I
Yeah,
see
yeah,
this
pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
it is just a massive victory.
I was like, man, why she look familiar?
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming up.
Well, it's like a big circle jerk with a lot of those people anyway, man. They like kind of hang on and try to be around like other people that are popping.
Dude, it's what women do, whether they're liberal or conservative.
Yeah, but it's not just women though. You talking about in this like quote unquote media space? One of my mentors has been like around like, you know, the industry for a long time, like actually like working, and like, man, like some of the stories, man. The dudes are most of the dudes are worse than the women.
Yeah, well,
that's hard to believe.
Well, I
think
can
y'all
imagine
get
there's
a
a lot
kick
of
out of
fucking.
this. I think y'all get a kick out of this while we're waiting for Trump. This is Shice Bud on politics.
I'm just asking people, what's up, man?
What's up?
I'm Nick.
My name's Shice Bud.
What's going on, man? I'm just asking people how they feel about the country, man.
America?
About this country. This country.
Wilmington?
The USA.
Oh, I got you.
Country of Wilmington.
I'm not gonna cuss.
No, I don't care what you said.
Okay,
here he comes.
This is Shice
Here he
Bud
comes.
reporting to you live. 13th and there in the block.
I'm watching
Listen,
Bandit.
this was going on in America. The cost of living is too high. The rent is going up. They're not teaching the kids nothing in school. They are, but they're not giving them the real stuff to train them for real life out here. Now, as far as the other stuff, the criminal stuff, it's criminal stuff going
guys
on
wanna hear something
everywhere in
funny?
America. But it's all depends
TBD
on what you
podcast
do
had
and how you
Huger
move.
on as they
Just
were
pay
calling
attention,
Trump.
keep your eyes open.
They had who?
Everything's going on.
They
You
had
gotta
Shanky.
make it right.
Oh
TBD
wow.
podcast had Cenk
Who
Uygur
are you voting
on
for and why?
as they were calling
Kamala
Trump
Harris.
when
Why is that?
his look of defeat.
Why?
is
Because
like,
she's going to
Christ.
do better than the last president. She's going to really get down to them issues. She's going to get down to the issues of abortion laws, the cost of living, single mothers.
I wonder what
fathers
Hassan
that's
is
locked
doing.
up for stuff that
Suicide.
they haven't even really been accused for, like the right
Man, this
law.
fool smoking on camera,
There's
man.
only one law, but
Yeah,
it's
he is.
loopholes through it.
He's gone.
Nobody knows the truth. So you have to do your own DNA. But I'm voting for Kamala Harris if she is going
That
to win.
cheese, man.
Thank you, man.
Shice Bud.
You remember in the 90s and the early 2000s, they would try to do these political interviews, and black people didn't want to be on camera. Now, as soon as you go to the hood with a camera, every black person is like, yeah, let me give my opinion.
I don't know. Like it depends on where you would go, and then what the person was like into. Because there's always like that ignorant person that gets the soundbite for the local news. They know exactly who to get to.
Ain't
Like,
nobody got time for that.
Oh man, like I almost got bronchitis. Yo, man, that's like class. She almost got a reality TV show over that shit.
Yeah, I'd much rather see her get a reality TV show than the talk to a bullshit.
I wonder what she's doing right now.
What you talking about? The Haley from Palestine, Tennessee?
No, the lady that said, "Ain't nobody got time for that."
Oh, I don't like what I can't remember where she was from. Like, cause
I
was
don't
it like
either.
I remember certain people like Chris Crocker was from Tennessee, the Leave Britney Alone guy, and then Anton Dodson was from like Alabama or something like that. You know, like hide your wives, hide your husbands. They're raping people out here.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that
I'm
was
gonna call it a
OG.
night, so thanks for having me
But
on.
can you imagine that lady having her own talk show, and you know it'd be called Small Fries or something? You know, they'd talk just regular, everyday problems or whatever, somebody brings something up, ain't nobody got time for that. Should go
Oh,
on a rant
it
talking
actually
about
it
this and
actually might
that.
be it actually might not be bad though, because like somebody like that is actually live life, and they could probably give like decent advice to
Yeah,
like young people.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
exactly. They don't give people like that TV talk shows, but Hawk to a girl gets all the publicity.
I mean, but Haley, like she's interesting though, like to somewhat, because I was listening to her with Whitney Cummings. I actually listened to like 45-minute deal. She's like she presented the stuff in a funny way, and it was like pretty like unassuming, matter of fact. And she's like, because I guess Whitney Cummings found out that she really liked Matt Rife, so she called him and they FaceTime with him, and she's like, my chair's wet, like after he got done and shit. And I was like, wow. And she's like, he's like, how old's your mom? He's like, you don't want my mom. I'm a crack baby. And I was like, what the fuck? She said she was born premature and her mom was on crack. And I'm like, God dang, that is fucking wild, man. But that's them cats right there from them little small towns, man. They just like matter of fact about everything.
Look at that. That's RFK.
Yo, I'm excited about the health shit, man. There's so much shit with that, man. Like I really, for the longest time, man, because you think about it, man, we had institutional capture like in like so many other institutions.
People don't understand the significance of that. When RFK gets on the Donald Trump stage, we have Republican people cheering on traditional Democrat talking points. Like, hey, don't you think the pharma has too much control over the politicians? Yeah. Don't you think our children are not as healthy as they could be? Yeah. You don't hear that on the Democrat side.
Well, also too the investigative journalism, man. It's only independence now. It's completely gone away. From like, because you remember Dateline News used to do stories on like SUVs flipping over and shit like that. They actually did some decent work,
I
and that
mean,
was mainstream.
60 Minutes was doing stories about the hospitals that would kill you for your organs.
Yeah, you can't have that, man. So now they sponsor all the news programs, and then like they can't run bad stories about it, or Saudi Arabia, or China, or like a couple other countries. They don't have a negative story. Is that Rubio?
I think so.
Man, look, he looks pretty happy
Yeah.
for somebody that really couldn't stand Trump.
Robot Rubio.
He really couldn't stand Trump, but he looked pretty happy right there.
So Sweet Brown is from Oklahoma City.
Oh, really? Interesting.
That's where she's from.
Yeah, I never knew that. Hey, thank you.
You remember that? I think it was in Detroit. Yeah, it was Detroit. That news reporter was interviewing that black woman, and then a drive-by shooting happened off in the distance. And she was like, "Oh, that's just shooting, baby. Keep your head down."
Oh wow! Like I remember somebody tell me about that, but I never watched the clip myself.
No, he's interviewing a black woman about the state of crime in the city, and you hear a drive-by shooting off in the distance, and the white reporter's like, "Oh shit, get down!" And she's like, "Oh no, that happens, baby. It's all right."
Oh, she did
That's
capitalize on her fame. She capitalized on her viral fame by launching a barbecue sauce brand.
I ain't never heard of that.
And
Yeah, I never heard of that barbecue
she got
sauce. Probably
into
sucked.
she got into some kind of legal battle against Apple and the Bob Rivers show.
It's what always happens. You remember that
and
pink sauce chick?
Her legal team didn't follow through, so it was dismissed. And I
That
guess she
that's
faded
why.
out.
That's why. Makes sense. But yeah, do remember that the pink
I'd
sauce
like to
chick.
see her on a talk show though, more than barbecue sauce.
That pink sauce chick, man, was on that talk show making excuses, and that was the end of her.
Oh, I
She
remember
was
that.
selling like like 30-day expired mayonnaise in her shit. She was selling like milk. Her ingredient. She was poisoning people.
She didn't even use an industrial kitchen. And that one chick that like was calling it out, she ordered like 2 bottles and it didn't even have the same consistency color. It was different colors. Like one was like super, super dark and the other one was like really, really light.
Hey
Like
man, you got to support black-owned businesses.
no, I don't. Look, I feel for you, right? If you're doing your thing, like most entrepreneurs, because I'm in the same boat. But you have to have a certain level of consistency and quality about yourself.
Yeah, support a good product.
At least make the food dye consistent, right? If you're selling pink sauce, at least make sure it's pink when you sell it.
Oh, suspicious says Chank is having a self-induced abortion on stream. I'm like, man, like I guess it's really set in for him now, huh? Damn.
You know what's funny about Shank when he had Curtis Yarvin on? He was like, "Oh, you're a right wing. You're pro monarchy, pro dictatorship. What the fuck is wrong with you?" And Curtis Yarvin was like, "Hey, you remember Ataturk?" And Ataturk was this dictator in Turkey that fixed the entire country and
Yeah.
literally made Turkey great again. And
Yeah,
Shank
like
was like,
yeah.
"Oh fuck."
And yeah, and Chank probably like he probably views him as a good leader. He probably grew up like with only favorable things to say about him, like everybody in his family and shit.
Why would anybody vote for that man? All he does is cry. Man.
Oh, speaking of cry, wonder what Van Jones is doing right now. He's a good man. He's a good man. I can look my kids in the eye.
Yo, someone's telling Van Jones right now, and I still love you.
Oh man, that's some beautiful internet right there, man. That crying meme. Yeah, man. I said that's an ugly cry, man. Damn, you hit rock bottom if you crying like that, man.
That's the kind of cry you give when you know you fucked your family over.
What station is Joyless on? Is that MSNBC?
MSNBC.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what she's up to.
She gonna
We're
talk about
waiting on
fascists. She gonna talk about fascists like Florida, fascist Florida. This is hilarious, man. I want to see. Honestly, man.
we'll probably gonna have to
Oh,
wait for
they're
her.
looking at. It looks like they're looking at liberal tears.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna do, man. I'm gonna go to Nashville this weekend, man. I just let me see if I can see something.
Well, Nashville is like country white women dominated, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it's kind of a mix or whatever. There's enough people that kind of care, but then like you go to certain places, like if I go to East Nasty, man, like there's probably a bunch of hipster types that are like just gonna be like really really sad, and because I'm black, they're gonna come up to me and be like, "Man, I'm so sorry." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" What are you talking
Dude,
about?
I hope Donald Trump is in the back, like just taking mad shots right now.
Like you sorry that Indian woman isn't in control of our country? Is that what you sorry about? Like,
Like,
what's that got to do with me? I'm black. Yeah, it's like
cause I remember I went to like
oh.
I went to a film event one time, and that's before like I was telling people that I lean libertarian and all that stuff, and then some people didn't know how to take that, and they were like, "Oh, just Republican." I'm like, "No, no, definitely not." And I was like, "Look, man, there's some stuff that I had to reconcile that I just can't fuck with the Republicans on. I mean, like individual topics maybe, but their overall platform, they're feckless just like the other side."
Yeah, political platforms are a farce.
Dude, why is Anna Kasparian still on 2IG?
because she's a popular figure and eye candy for the channel. They don't have really had that many good looking women that can articulate themselves as
But
well as
dude,
she
she could
can.
make more money elsewhere.
She's going to.
Maybe
You'll see. You'll
still
see.
under contract.
Yeah, she's doing a monkey branch right now, and Cenk will probably take a piece when she leaves. Once it starts blowing up, because all like somebody said it. Oh, Trey said it earlier in the stream. He said yeah, all the pieces and stuff are going to shift. So all the players are going to be different, whatever, on the media side. So like Anna's going to be like one of the new faces. You have some people fall by the wayside, but some people stay around. Like Breaking Points, they'll still be there.
Yeah, she might go to News Nation.
No, she don't have to. She can do an independent thing. She's big enough to where she'd be like Jimmy Dore or something like that. You know, when he broke away, did his own thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. Jimmy Dore is kind of fire with Kurt
No,
Metzger.
I do enjoy him. I disagree with him on a number of things, but I respect him. He's honest, and it's like man, like, and then to think like, was it maybe 6 months ago he had Alex Jones on, and they were laughing about the time he spit on him. I was like,
Yeah, I remember. Dude, I
I-
still watch that video when I feel sad. Jimmy Dore, Alex Jones crashing the Young Turks. How you feel about our Hillary for prison shirts?
or Steven Crowder like crashing dressed as Shank. That was pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, yeah. Back when Steven was cool. I don't really fuck with Crowder anymore. He's not.
Man, like, I don't know,
He's
Crowder.
not funny.
He went too far into like the some of the kind of cringe shit, and it's like he don't have anybody around him that can tell him anything. I think because of his ego.
Yeah, and he's got funny people around him. He has Nick DiPaolo, one of the best comics of all time, but he doesn't give him the space.
Yeah, but I mean, like, but I think because of the way he is with his ego and all that stuff, like those weird ass contracts, I would never sign a contract like that. I don't care where I am.
Yeah, yeah. It's ironic because he railed so hard against Daily Wire and Conservative Inc. He's kind of become that.
Yeah, but he had people signing those contracts beforehand. He said, "Hold up,
Hold on a second. Yeah. I don't know if she said he's not going to speak tonight. I think.
And say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and then get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
If there's a phone call,
she was talking about somebody.
Yeah, yeah. He said Kamala's not going to speak publicly.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
I mean, what's she gonna say? She knew it.
Joe.
She knew it didn't. She knew it didn't look good. It didn't look good for her the whole time. She knew it. The internal polling.
Could have taken care of that border.
Look, when I saw her doing the quote unquote door knocking in Pennsylvania, like what, yesterday or the day before, I was like, man, that is not something that a really, really confident candidate would do. Unless if you do that, you do it like earlier than now.
But I mean, even like she's vice president for the next 3.5 months. So, like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, it don't make any sense. Who's running the country? We know it ain't Joe. People are like, oh, the vice president don't really do anything. I'm like, well, if she don't really do anything, she don't have any accomplishments. Like, what makes her so qualified? Oh, she's the vice president. I'm like, you're fucking brain dead.
Well, I mean, at this point, I mean, what's the president doing?
Yeah. So honestly, man, like, it probably, like, I said this at the time or whatever when somebody was like all sad or whatever after the 2020 joint, and I said, man, honestly, looking like when it's all said and done, by the time the next election rolls around, this might be for the best. So like some people, they have to experience bad for them to actually like be like, oh shit. And it got bad enough in certain people's lives where they're like, hey, maybe I need to pay attention to some shit. Van Jones is crying.
Oh, really? No way. He's not crying.
He has to be crying, man. He cries all the damn time, man. And then he tries to jump bad with anybody that's black, man. It's funny. Speaking of which, do you see that Fletcher Cox, that football dude? Vagina fluid. Freaking the football dude who was wearing a blouse. It was like last Thursday, I
No,
think. And I was like,
they would never do that.
humiliation ritual, man. He looked so uncomfortable. He looked so uncomfortable, man. I was like, damn, man. You sold your soul, man.
Is there a black man that's on the left that is actually masculine?
I mean, Richard Gere might be, but he's old. He supported Kamala.
Yeah. I mean, old dudes don't count. They're not in the game.
The young one, though? Nah, man. Best you get is Harry Sessions, man.
Maybe LeBron James.
I mean, like, he's questionable.
So look at this right here. They're saying 224 to 262. Like 262 is the best she's gonna get. Can't win.
It's over.
Damn.
And look at this. They're really gonna be salty about this one. The popular vote. If he wins the popular vote, even by 100,000, they're really gonna have to eat some crow.
Yeah, especially about that electoral college shit. You won't hear about that for a long while, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, because I predicted this. It's because Trump is a populist and Harris is an elitist.
Yep.
You got to really think though, man. Like when the union wouldn't endorse you because its members are like, nah, fuck that. We're not fucking with this person. That's a really telling sign, man. And it's
I
like
see curtains moving. Curtains are moving.
the union leadership was like, nah, we can't do that. Not this time.
Oh shit! Heads are turning.
Curtains moving. Heads are turning. Phones are coming up.
Constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they have passed over.
But if he left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
Yeah, that should have been the case. She wouldn't have made it out, but it would have been a lot tighter election.
And Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
Could have been.
I hope I find Kamala Harris on a dating app. I want to hit her up.
The progressive Democrat that wins the primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated a Bill Clinton and a Barack Obama who were not from
the old days
party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection.
Doug Emhoff is slapping the shit out of her right now.
Things are possible in politics if you're
He's like, you better put your head down and get to work.
To have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think Trey, you were asking a serious question. Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer.
Hey, what's crazy is, like, how is it this close after this dude almost got shot, like, what, 3 months ago?
Sometimes with identity politics, at the end, is that the right way to do it?
Yeah, in Pennsylvania.
Purpose and a message, and we'll get there.
Yeah, that wasn't everybody that shot at him, and that really got a lot of momentum for him.
You know, at the beginning of the year, I criticized a lot of it because I was like, it doesn't have the same energy as 2016. But after all this, I think it's been better.
Yeah, but like, you know, it didn't mean that though. 2016 was more middle finger. This one's like a little bit more organized, but it's still bull in the china shop, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it's more like middle finger while you're driving away.
Yeah. It's not like, oh, let's just own these people and maybe something happens. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, we know he can win. The wins at his back.
Yeah, now it's the "you're fired" has a lot more energy now because it's like, bitch, you're fired. Let's get back into business.
just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the
I
inauguration.
can't
Well,
wait
he
for
ain't
some of these.
coming up
Which would
with
be
these
8
people
years.
on here.
I
Yo,
can't. I
check
can't.
this.
Oh, my
Check
bad. My
this
bad,
one out.
man. My bad. I was like, I can't wait for some of the clips to go around, like that time, like from the last election, where Charlemagne was talking about how he's a loser and he's gonna be a single time president. I'm like, in what universe is a person that got elected president a loser, or somebody that's a billionaire? I know that's weird, man.
Yeah.
I,
Tell
I,
me what you think about this hype. I don't know if you've seen this already. Mainly, I want you to comment on what Sonny from The View says.
Someone who has consistently shown disregard, not just for the communities, but for you as a person. You just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president.
Black men are used to matriarchy, okay? Black men are used to Black women being the heads of the family, Black grandmothers raising them. They are used to that.
What you thinking, girl?
It's afraid.
It's afraid!
That's the matriarchy.
yeah,
It's
it's funny.
afraid.
That's funny. Like, but I mean, she's not wrong. Um,
Generally speaking, right?
yeah. But at the same time, whatever, it's completely out of order. And like people that like, when people get power, they tend to not want to give it up,
Oh yeah.
even if it's for the best. I mean, like the situation's untenable, but you even have like women still in these situations that want to continue further in these situations. It's just it's madness, man.
Kind
It's
of
like,
like Munchausen syndrome.
yeah, maybe. I mean, like, cause it's just a little bit of cooperation, man. And I think like somebody said it maybe about a year ago, and then I heard somebody say it again. Like all this gender war stuff or whatever, and all these lists and all this stuff. I think it's a way for you to just like, be able to check out, without telling people that you don't want to try anymore. You know what I'm saying? Because relationships are work, but they're not as hard as like most people are making it out to be.
Not even a little bit. You are right about that. Not even a little bit.
And it's easier if you like how dudes would check out. They check out just like they'll be very overt about it, but the women they'll do something different, right?
Mm-hmm.
To be like kind of beat around the bush, like not be like straightforward with it. Let it kind of linger a while and let the other person make the decision.
Also, when women crash out, they take everyone else out with them.
Oh, like the chick Niagara Falls, like what? Was that like what, last
She
Thursday?
jumped off Niagara Falls. Word on the street is she jumped off Niagara Falls with her children
Yeah,
because she
no.
got caught. She did it because she got caught cheating on her white boyfriend.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Sounds like something a dumb fucking poor white trash Becky would do.
I mean, she could aspire to be like that, but
She's probably a pole dancer, man. Had daddy issues.
I don't know, man. She didn't have the body type that I would say would be advantageous for a pole dancer, but whatever.
There's people out there with some serious fat fetishes, yo.
I mean, she wasn't fat, but she just like I mean, she was okay, right? But I mean, she wasn't like somebody you'd be like, oh man.
Right. Nowadays, I
She
don't think
was.
a dime though. Most of these motherfuckers are so fucking desperate that they'll sleep with a fucking mud puddle.
That's racist.
Sloppy.
Hey, you know what, man? I will catch this in the morning. I'm gonna go to bed. I will holler at y'all.
Did I finally reach your final racism to cause you to tap out?
No, man. No. That's definitely not the case. I'm just like, is it worth me like listening to this right now, or getting a little bit of sleep?
Vivek Ramaswamy risen up as white girl.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, there's going to be a lot more tears in the morning than there are right now.
Yeah, definitely. Because a lot of people probably went to bed. Because the news was trying to prepare people for the quote unquote blue mirage, or and then it was like a Freudian slip, and it was like, oh, excuse me, red mirage. And I was like, huh, interesting. But
Yeah.
I think the early voting, man, just put them way too far over the top. That if you wanted to, you couldn't do nothing.
I think the media was trying to pull the okey doke the whole time, man, and just wasn't able to do it.
I think they wanted to, but like if the math ain't mathing, man, no way you can do it. Because I mean, you did all these statistical anomalies last time with these bellwether counties, but
right,
you can't do that like with a
years in a
1% candidate. With a 1% candidate, you just can't.
Yeah, they were able to make it believable with Joe Biden just because of his fucking career in politics.
Well, also too, the amount of people that would stay home during the election, like so, you have to have so many votes that you can actually quote unquote steal.
Right.
And if people are actually out
You're-
voting, then it's not
Yep.
going to work. It's done.
You're to keep Biden hidden under the auspices of COVID. You can't keep it hidden when there's not COVID.
Yeah, and it just made her look weaker and weaker every time. Like everything that they did, it just made her look weak. And then when people ask the questions, like, how are you going to stand up to Putin if you can't stand up to a reporter?
I'm still waiting to hear confirmation on what her fucking policies are.
Hey, shout out to Robert De Niro, man. That's going to be some good grieving, man, tomorrow.
You talking to me?
Do you think this
Are
time
you
they'll actually move out of the
talking to
country?
me?
You said what?
Said you think this time they'll actually move out of the country?
No, man, they ain't going nowhere. The motherfuckers liars.
Well, you never know. Depends
And like
how hard they go after Diddy. Pause.
there'll be like one or two people that actually fall through, but the overwhelming majority, nah, they ain't going nowhere. They were like, it's too good here, man. Even with him, actually, with him, it's gonna be good for them. I want to see people like John Legend cry on TV, man, and all these celebrities that went out they're probably exposed. You know what I'm saying? Went out on that ledge because they got the call on the red phone.
You're a piece of shit, True Hype. Want to see John Legend cry? What kind of fucking human being are you?
He's just ordinary people. He ain't got nowhere to go.
You're just an insensitive prick, dude.
Nah, man, like he was too in my face, man. Like this whole campaign system, like real matter of fact. Oh, she gonna win, and when she wins, y'all motherfuckers gonna be this or that. And I'm like, I don't like that at all, man. Be humble, man. Be ordinary people, like your song says, man.
Right. Most of these motherfuckers, you know as well as I do, once they get a taste of that fame, man, they lose touch with reality.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. It don't take long either. I see some of these streamers like that, man. You be like, damn,
Yeah,
look at
for
this motherfucker.
real, dude. Like Jay Prince.
And he like what's funny is he ain't really made it like that, man. He's just like
he has.
He's known, but I mean he don't make no money like that.
He thinks he does.
He could have, but he burned the boats, man.
Well, there's always one out there that ruins the fun for everyone else.
Like, yo, like if you're gonna crash out, man, make it a good one. You know what I'm saying? Make it worth it. It's just too interesting, man. You crash out for strangers, man, that don't care nothing about you.
I just don't understand why there's certain people out there that are willing to put so much of their private life online and then bitch and complain about people critiquing it.
That just comes with the game, man. You got to take that.
That's what I'm saying.
You really got to take that.
If
Like,
you're gonna put your fucking self out there like that and your family out there like that, then you got to deal with the repercussions of what you've chosen to do, man.
now I'm not saying I'm not of the ilk or whatever, because I said this a long time ago, man. If you're famous or whatever, and I buy your CD or something, like that's an even exchange right there. Like if I see you out in public, I don't expect that person to give me anything.
I
Right.
might say what's up to him. Be like, hey man, big fan. I'm gonna keep it moving
Or
because
tell
like
you
I
shit,
respect
man.
that person's time.
Right.
Especially if they're eating with their kids or some shit like that, man. Motherfucker like go and be like pestering them with their family time. That shit pissed me off, man.
Did you
That's
really
some,
just are you really reciting lyrics from an Eminem song?
no. Well, I mean, I was thinking about that, but that's kind of like that made me think about it at first, but then that's why I like Nashville, man, because people don't really mess with celebrities like that. A little bit, but not that much.
Yeah, there's
But
some people out there. I've never been one, and I've met a lot of musicians and shit because I've went to a lot of concerts, and I've never been one of them that's like starstruck, that act like a teenage fucking cheerleader when I get around people like that.
I acted like crazy, man, when I met Bobby Bowden. Rest in peace and all that.
Nah, dude. Every time I got around him, I acted like I was the plug.
Bobby Bowden?
No, every time I got around a famous musician,
Okay.
I acted
Okay.
like I was the plug.
I was like, damn, Bobby Bowden don't do no drugs. What the fuck? I was like, man, that mother straight laced like a motherfucker, man. Like, what's funny is like Mark Rich was there and he was laughing at me because I was acting. And I was like, no, I'm a big fan of Coach, man. Like, I like listen to all the talks like coming up or whatever. I'm a Florida State football fan, so
Right.
like that was pretty good. He signed my shoe. I'm gonna get
That's
Deion Sanders to sign the other one, and then I'm gonna give it away to charity. I got these Florida State limited edition Nike Hypercross. The NFL when they did the 14 playoffs,
right.
the year after Florida State won the national championship. Yeah, like I got that joint, man. I spent too much money on it. I'm like, I'm never gonna wear this shit.
Damn true hype. You are a straight up one dude, man. This whole time I thought you were a prick.
I mean, sometimes, man. Like I got my moments.
Right.
I got good spots and I got bad spots.
Hey, that's part of being a man, bro.
Yeah, but I got spots.
Right.
I don't know, but some people, man, like depending on where they met me in my life, man, they probably only got bad stories. They're funny,
Dude,
but they're bad.
I know that there's some shit that I did to people that ended up being their villain origin story. I know there.
I mean, hey, it was probably funny as hell, but hey, look, motherfucker, like it happened to you, you be mad as shit.
Yeah, but it didn't, and that's life. So I guess I
Yeah.
got to deal with the repercussions of my actions. You
Yeah,
never
no
know. I
doubt.
might end up with a Mr. Glass coming after me someday that I don't even know about.
Ah, shit. Hey, but then again, man, you could do one thing, man, and that motherfucker use that lipstick to take your name off the list, man. Like Adam Sandler.
That's true. Pull some what's his name? Earl fucking what's his name from fucking My Name is Earl?
Yeah, I remember that, man. That shit was pretty. That was a
Earl
good
Hickey,
show.
that was his name, Earl
It
Hickey.
was a good show, man. Okay, well, I stay for a little bit. I catch the first little bit, and I watch the rest in the morning.
No, dude, wouldn't this be fucked up if he comes out here, he gives his acceptance speech, and we find out in the morning that the polls all changed?
I'm like, man, how the
That would
fuck
be
you?
fucked up, man.
How do you get there with the math, man?
Well, see, that's why they aren't teaching kids math anymore. That you don't have to know math in order to graduate high school. And they need that
His son is tall as shit.
for real, dude.
God
Fucking
dang,
Barron is huge.
he's like what 6'7"
That
or
dude's
six
he's a
or
giant.
6'9".
I know that if you look at Trump when he looks at him, that his youngest Barron, man, you can see the pride and the joy in his eyes.
Yeah, man, he's like, yeah, I
That's
finally
one
did.
for my dad, man.
I
Yeah.
finally did it, bigly.
Bigly, really bigly. Melania couldn't even handle how bigly it was.
Cause when he was young, when he was 13, he was pretty tall, man. I was like, damn, this motherfucker tall as shit.
Yep.
Was CNN counting ballots, rechecking.
They're trying to find some somewhere. I'm sure they'll find them.
Oh, hey, speaking of which, like a month or two ago, they found like some ballots in Georgia from the previous election. and then one of the dudes came out talking about like we owe President Trump an apology.
and then they had this like big old thing or whatever. It was like in the state capitol, and
Right.
then like these cats were not playing with these legal challenges or whatever in all these swing states. They were not playing at all, man.
Right. Dude, the days that we got to stop playing with that shit. We can't allow these motherfuckers to keep subverting our elections like this.
It has to completely be revamped. All these states like trying to like have like election month, that needs to go away.
Yeah, it's supposed to be one day for a reason.
Yeah, people doing. I mean, I don't necessarily have an issue with early voting. I mean, like it shouldn't be a long period of time. You know
I
what I'm
think
saying?
that maybe a day or two.
Yeah, like a week.
And,
You know
you
what I'm
have to
saying?
have, but you have to have a sufficient, legitimate reason to want an early vote.
Incredible movement.
I don't know, like mail-in ballots though, like universal mail-in ballots, that needs to go away completely.
Yeah, I agree.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
You're just biased, Trump.
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And
God, I fucking
we made
hope so.
history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
How long until they try and take him out again? In the
Well,
morning?
it's a political victory that our country
I know you
has
missed though,
never seen
man. Like
before.
I don't
Thank
know,
you.
man.
So I
It's
want to
like
thank the American
it had to
people
be a
for
hell
the
of a lot of
extraordinary honor of
coincidences,
being
man, to get through that
elected your
security.
47th president and your 45th.
They ain't putting no women around him no more.
Look, dude, I'll tell you this much. If the whole
And
thing
every
isn't a fucking
citizen, I
big,
will fight for you,
scam and
for
a
your
big political
family,
theater movement,
and your
Trump's the
future.
fucking beast,
Every
man,
single
and brave
day,
as
I will
fuck to
be
constantly
fighting for
go out
you,
there
and with
after
every breath.
people trying to fucking take attempts on his life, man. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could put myself out there like that. Could you?
That's tough, man. Because especially like what you like living good, man. There's a couple situations, man, of people like having everything or whatever, and then making a really hard decision. Like Bill Withers, he's at the height of his fame, man, just starting to really make money, and then he stopped all that shit to raise his family. And I was like, damn, man, how many motherfuckers could do that?
I did.
He was still working, man. He was still working at his job or whatever, and then he's like doing tour David Letterman and all this shit, and starting to really blow up.
Right.
He toured or whatever and did all that stuff. He probably worked for like another 8 months, then finally let his job go away. Then he only like had like a good 2-year run, and he could have been like on the road like all the time, but he had a young family, man. He's like, yo, I need to raise my kids. I'm like, hey, I respect the hell out of that, man.
The networks did, or whoever called it, because there was no other path.
Because I'm like, if your kids grow up to hate you, or you can't instill the values that you want to instill in them, what's the point of doing all that quote unquote work? You're gonna give them a whole bunch of shit and like make empty, vapid people.
Right.
President to
Well,
ever be
that's what the
elected.
machine
Let's hear
wants.
this.
The machine wants serfs and ciphers.
Thank you very much.
You ain't lying.
Winning the popular vote was very nice, very nice. I will tell you.
Hell yeah, it was.
A great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of
That's
love.
how they're going to take it from him with the Electoral College.
With unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible.
Because watch, they're going to say the Electoral College has no obligation to follow the popular vote.
I hope that you're going to be looking back.
Well, he won the Electoral College too.
Yeah,
big time.
And then like like most states, if you have to pay your
the president,
the delegates go.
You talking about those fucking super delegates and shit?
America has
Yeah, like there's very
given
few
us an
states that can go against that.
unprecedented
You know what I'm saying?
and powerful mandate.
Let me show you this real quick, Snowman. You might have been gone when I showed it last. See, they're predicting she gets 261 at the most.
Damn.
That's the Electoral College. He won the Electoral College by much more than he won the popular vote. But even this little bit is enough to rub it in their face and shut them up.
Yeah, this
about
time we
the
got the
popular
popular
vote.
vote and the Electoral College vote, so eat a dick. Try and impeach
Yes,
me.
sir. Yes, sir. They can't complain about shit.
We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's
And the Senate, yeah.
It's so great.
the Senate races.
We can get stuff done with that.
In Montana, Nevada, Texas.
Yeah, how bad are they going to screw shit up before he gets back in, though?
I mean, they can try, man, but everybody's gonna know what's going on. It's gonna be super transparent. Trump's gonna blast them and shit. Elon's gonna blast them. I mean, it's like lame duck session. You can try to get some shit done, but it can only be executive order.
And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job.
Fuck
Terrific
Mike
job.
Johnson.
I want
I'm ready to
also
see
thank
my
my beautiful wife, Melania, for
My
staying.
tax credits come back.
You got 5 kids to feed.
No, we got 3 of them here at the house, but dude,
the
you know
number
how
one
much
best-selling
money we'll
book in the
save on
country?
tax credits if he implements the same tax policy?
Well, he's also implementing a tax credit for family members who are caretakers for
Great
elderlies.
job. Works very hard. Works very hard to
That's
help
cool,
people.
man.
So I just
That
wanna
dude,
thank
they
her,
should have
but I
been
wanna
doing that
thank
a
my
long
whole
time
family,
ago.
my amazing children, and they are amazing.
Yeah, but
children.
the people at the top
We all
don't give a
think our
shit about the
children
people at the bottom,
Everybody
man.
here thinks their children are
Yeah,
amazing.
no, that's major,
That's a good
man,
thing
because
when you think
so many Americans are taking care of their old grandmas and whatnot.
Yeah, that's a really
Kimberly, Michael, thank you all.
new
What a help.
occurrence, right? Where like this massive amount of like young people are taking care of like their family.
That's
My
because
my
father,
they
older
keep
brother.
freeloaders to steal their grandparents'
and
money.
we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be
My
very
older
happy
brother's
right now,
taking care of
standing
her
on this
mom.
stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Hey, you see
Let's
the liberals like
go,
trying to encourage
JD.
his wife to. You see the liberals trying to encourage that man's wife to leave him.
Yeah,
That's
Really?
crazy. That's crazy,
It is
man.
absolutely remarkable.
dude, the
and beautiful
liberals
life.
have no fucking
have
moral compass at all.
Yeah, but I'm like, why
And he is a
the hell would
feisty
she
guy,
leave
isn't
him
he?
now? Like he was like
You know,
on the
go into the
doorsteps
enemy
of
camp,
like the
and you know,
best
the enemy
moment in his
camp is
life.
certain networks.
It's not the time when women leave
A lot
their
of people
man.
don't look
Dude,
good, go out
this
to
is
do
the
that.
best. She's thinking right now, this is the
Which
best
one?
white man I
CNN,
could have ever picked.
CNC. Thank you very much. He actually looks like he's like the only guy America really
That's
looks
so
forward to, and then
foul.
he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words. Right?
Let's go, JD.
Did
I,
y'all
I,
just see that racist kiss that woman of color?
I talked to somebody that knows her.
I appreciate you
He's
allowing
Indian
me
too.
to join you on this incredible journey.
He's got
I
some
thank you for the
interesting.
trust that you placed
He
in me.
says she's like kind of a
And I
social
think that we just
climber.
witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Yeah, there's only been one other president
That's true.
done this there.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Oh, should have said something based.
Thank you very much. He's
Nah, man, let let
turned out to
let
be
let
good
the main
choice.
man have the job, man. You don't upstage the
I took
main
a
man.
little heat
In,
at the
in the
beginning,
glory of being reelected.
but
Yeah. Let
he made it
Donaladio
great. It
have
was
the
a good
show.
one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest.
You know,
Country in
I
the
need to
world by
find a way to
far,
get a
and
hold of
right
Trump
now we're going to just work very
and
hard to
see if
get
I
all of
can't
that back.
petition him
We're going to
to
make it the best it's ever been.
pardon
We can do
Adam
that.
Fox
If
and Barry
we had to
Troth.
wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad. It
Hey,
was
he
going
got a
bad
partner,
fast.
old boy from New York
We're
too,
going
that
to
was
seal
making the
up those
guns.
borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country.
You know what I'm talking about?
We want
No,
people
I
to come
don't right
back in.
offhand.
Guy was in
We
like
have to.
New York
We
State,
have to let them
and I
come
guess
back in. They have to
he
come
made his
in
own guns, like
legally. We
engineered
have
them or
to come
whatever.
in legally. Let me also express
He's
my
like
tremendous
a smith, like
appreciation
by
for
hobby,
Susie and
and he
Chris and
decided to make his
Johnny
own
and Claire.
firearms. And then like
Susie,
they
come,
were
Susie,
charging with
come
all
here.
kinds of
Come here,
freaking
Susie.
deal. And
Manufacturing charges and
Come here, Chris.
he's in Rikers right
Susie
now.
likes to
that's
stay sort
bullshit.
of in the back.
Yeah, the New
It
York
really
State
is.
guy,
Ice Queen.
Gokhan
We call her
Gun.
the Ice Queen.
Were those federal charges?
Probably brought on by the ATF.
Nah,
Yeah,
I think it was
yeah.
state. I think it was state.
If they're state
Susie likes to
charges,
stay in
Trump
the
can't help
background.
him.
She's not in the background.
Maybe he can pull some strings behind the scenes.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President
Cause
Trump.
like he can pardon like old
He's
boy
a hell of a candidate.
from
He's going to
New
be a hell of
York,
a great
and old boy from New York can
representative.
pardon him.
This team
I was going to say,
that we
didn't he
have,
pardon
the
Kodak
best
Black, and
team,
wasn't he
and
in?
of course,
He was on
even my
state
boss,
charges,
Susie
wasn't he? Or
Wiles,
what was
the
it? Was
best.
he in on a
Thank you.
RICO?
I think Kodak was on some federal
Thank
shit,
you,
man.
and thank you, Susie.
Yeah.
Look at this. I've never
Dexter
seen you
Taylor.
shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great.
Hey, where's
Everybody up
Cardi
here is
B at,
very
man? When you
special.
need her?
But the Trump.
Probably getting pegged by Ray J.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Elon.
He is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful,
Yeah. We heard
shiny
this story
white. When it
before.
came down, it didn't look so pretty. It
Elon
was
did
going
a lot of
10,000
work.
miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I
Yeah.
said, what
Get
happened
Trump
to your paint
elected. He
job? He
spent a
said,
lot
we've
of money
never
to get
made
him
a
elected
paint that
too.
could withstand that kind of heat.
Okay, Kodak
But I saw it come
had
down
some
and turn
federal
around.
charges for lying
And
on
there's,
an
you know, it's like
application to
22
purchase
stories tall,
guns.
by the
That's
way.
what
It looks
Trump
a little
pardoned
smaller
him
than
for,
that, but it's
but he's
big.
still looking at 30
And it
years in
came
state
down
prison
and
for SA.
down, and you saw that
Damn.
fire
Well, yeah,
burning.
because that was a much different thing.
Dude,
Elon
this is so
did this. It
crazy.
must be an
So
Elon.
Elon's going to
And
be
I told the
heading the
story. I told it last
Economic
night. I had a man
Efficiency
on the phone.
Bureau,
I had this
and he's
screen
going to be the
muted,
leader of
no sound. I
Twitter,
was talking to a very
and he's going to
important
be
man. Happens to be
launching rockets into space. He's
a
going to be the
very
head of
important
Space
guy, one of the
Force,
most
or he's going to be
important people
involved
that
in it at least.
I was
This
in
is
the country,
insane.
actually.
Yeah, watch him.
But,
NASA's about to
you
lose all their
know,
funding.
I was president, and now it
I mean,
looks
NASA
like
don't
I
need
was
no
going
more
to be maybe
funding, man.
president
Like
again.
they
So
haven't
everybody
launched a
could ask
rocket
me
in
for
how
more.
long?
So I asked him
Nuh-uh.
to
There is
hold.
no more NASA.
And because
Close
especially if he was going to
NASA.
be
It's all
president
Space
again,
Force
they
now.
hold. So I took the phone down, and
Yeah,
I'm
like
looking.
because you got
There's
to have
some
controlled
crazy
costs when
thing
you're
that's
talking about
going
that kind of
around and
stuff.
coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold
The
your baby,
51st
my
state
little
is going to
baby.
be Mars.
And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had
That
the
sounded really gay. He should have
tragic
paused there.
Hurricane Helene, and it hit
That's why I love you, Elon. Pause, no diddy.
Pause.
There's water. There's
Yo,
really
the
big water,
Starlink shit,
as
man,
big as we've ever seen.
that's gonna be
Built lakes out
crazy.
of
Cause like they
nothing.
spent
Fields,
$42
seemed like
million, man, on that
the danger
rural
was
internet thing, and nobody got hooked up.
People from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible?
Rural
at all
internet?
possible?
Yeah, you don't
Well,
remember
this
that?
is good. This is good news for you, Snowman.
I said, what's
It's
Starlink?
Starlink in the United States government. We're all gonna have great high speed.
And it was very dangerous.
I
People
already
died. They had
do,
no
man.
communication. All
I
the
got
wires
fiber.
were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon.
Yeah, but
That's why
this
my
is
my
right?
problems
Yes, I
can't
do.
be
What the
with
hell is it? He
the
said,
internet. It's got to be the
it's a
computer.
communication
this is
system.
this is gonna make the prices go down though.
They need it
Starlink
really, really
is
bad
gonna
in
be
North
like what
Carolina.
Yeah,
$29 a month or some stupid shit like that.
you're not gonna have to pay AT&T and Verizon all this fucking money. You can get it Starlink no matter where you are, even if you're in the middle of the fucking mountains.
We have to protect our
That'll be great.
geniuses. We
He's
don't
gonna have a
that
phone
many
too
of
that he's
them.
gonna unveil what
We
like pretty
have to
soon,
protect
right?
our super geniuses. I want
He's
to
been.
thank
I've been
some of
hearing
the,
something
we
about
had
it. Yeah, a
up here
Tesla
today,
phone.
the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer, slightly longer than
And
me.
then
But he's
they're
doing
gonna
a
have
lot
those boring tunnels as well.
just a little bit.
No,
Bryson
that
DeChambeau
we're
up here.
that
we're
was
gonna have Tesla robots.
scrapped.
Well, what'd you say, Snowman?
Last I heard that
Bryson.
conception ended up getting scrapped.
Oh, he was
I wonder why.
I think it had to
He's
do with
hitting
zoning
balls.
and funding.
Oh, he's on the way.
Oh,
He's hitting
if you had
balls.
said environmental, I'd be like, okay, that makes
Bryson.
sense.
Oh, look at him.
You got a
He had
visitor,
great-
Snowman.
he's
I don't
had
recognize
a
him.
great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy.
Yo,
Oh yeah, we got that.
Dana just recently did an interview with Dr. Phil.
Dana
I watched about 8
started
minutes of it, man. It's
UFC,
pretty good thus far.
And
I mean, really
came to
good.
me, do you mind if I use your? Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough
Snowman, do
sport.
you
It's
know a
rough.
Dr. Darko?
And I helped him
Yeah.
out a little bit, and I went.
That's
and
Dr.
they said, this is
Dickhead.
the
He's a
roughest
liberal. He can
sport
come
I've
up
ever
up.
seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done. a
How's it
better
going,
job
Dr.
in
Darko?
Sports, and you know he's a
Pretty right
very
about yourself.
motivational kind of a guy. What he does.
What's
I'm
up,
doing
Dr.
well.
Dickhead?
Fighters, and they really
Yo,
go at it, and it's become
how's
one
it
of the
going?
most
How's it going?
successful sports enterprises.
Came to be a smug
anywhere, at any
asshole.
time.
Just
It's doing
gonna
so
be
well.
harder now.
I'd like to ask Danny just to say a couple of
Hold
words
on.
because people
I
love
can't
to
hear
hear
you.
from him. And
Hey, pause this for a minute, Cyber. I want to hear what he's at. What'd you say, bud?
Oh yeah, I came here to be a smug asshole, which is gonna be a challenge now.
Have fun. You can be a
Right.
smug
Well,
asshole. We don't mind. We're used to it.
Applause to you for coming anyway.
Right.
There's some brazen balls.
You
Hey, I'll
know,
be honest with you. I'm
the same
really
map
kind
as
of
Hillary.
shocked.
I just hate women. I get it.
I'm just as shocked as everyone else that he actually.
Same.
I mean, it's basically the same map as the 2016 election, so it makes sense. It
Yeah.
makes sense if you
I
just
think
hate
they're-
women. That's
You what?
Well, I mean, if we didn't have the 19th Amendment and women didn't vote, Republicans would have won every single election in the past 100 years.
based. Listen, we
Why
could.
why
we
does
could,
it have to be why does it have to be hate?
Well, I mean, because they lost, so they suck. So I hate them, obviously.
Okay, based.
I'll accept that.
I'm a simple man. All right.
Sometimes there's beauty in simplicity.
Right.
Sure is.
I mean, listen, I've learned my lesson. Not running any more women. That's just straight middle-aged white dudes.
Yeah,
from here
man.
on
You
out.
guys,
man,
you
you know,
guys,
the
you
thing
guys
is,
should have
if you
had the
learn-
straight white man, Gavin Newsom.
Right.
If you learn
Right,
how
dude.
to
Biden
just
could have
walk up-
won.
Hey, look, if you learn how to
No.
just walk up and grab them by their pussy, everything will be all right.
You know.
I don't know, man. Like Biden, it probably been worse for Biden, at least with
Biden's problem is when he's grabbing the pussy, he's sniffing the children.
Yeah, Biden would have had a whole lot. It would have been a total landslide if they were running Biden.
yeah, because
Gavin
like
Newsom, even Gretchen Whitmer. I'm pretty sure Gretchen Whitmer is trans. By the way, I don't think she's an actual woman.
oh man,
But Gretchen Whitmer,
That bitch
she
looks
would have had
straight
a
up
better
like,
chance.
dude. She looks like a botched trans job. To be honest with
She
you,
she looks like a more masculine Michael Jackson.
that's fucked up.
she got the like leather face skin kind of thing.
And did you see her giving the holy sacrament to some bitch on her knees?
Yeah, man, that's so stupid, man. And like
Wait,
I
you
love
mean
my governor,
you mean
and all y'all can
Kamala got on her
eat dick.
knees?
no, it was one of her interns or something like that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was just
And then
gonna
she had
say,
a
I mean,
beer with Kamala Harris. Like,
I
oh,
was just
haha,
gonna
we're
say,
middle
Yeah,
being
class.
on
We're
her knees
drinking
must be a
beer
comfortable
together.
place.
Yeah, they actually did that in my town, which is just cute.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah,
Oh, so you're in Michigan.
yeah.
Nice.
I live near Pfizer's global supply facility or global manufacturing facility, whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh, interesting. Are you familiar with the whole Goshen and Green Township controversy?
What, Goshen, Indiana, where all the Mexicans are?
No, Goshen, Michigan.
Oh, I
Well,
thought
it's Green Township, Michigan, where Goshen, the Chinese company, was trying to create a battery plant, lithium plant in a Michigan town, and the Michigan Township was like, "Fuck no!" They voted out all of their Republican city council, changed the locks on the doors of the city townhouse. Yet
that's crazy.
Gretchen Whitmer government. Yeah, I know it's crazy. They voted out all their local representatives, replaced them all with independent candidates. Yet the Gretchen Whitmer government said, no, actually, China does have the right to build this plant in your backyard.
Yeah, she also thought that her husband had the right to go fish on Lake Michigan when everyone else was told they couldn't.
Yeah, and of course, 13 out of the 15 kidnapped people turned out to be FBI agents.
Which is crazy, man.
Yeah, dude. Hey, try being one of the guys that they come knocked on the door and asked about that shit. That's all I got to say. That's a really surreal thing when it happens.
Well, I mean, who would want to kidnap her? She sounds like a horrible kidnap victim.
Dude, I bet she doesn't even give head as good as Kamala does.
No, she doesn't give head.
No, she makes her husband give her head.
Well, Kamala's own husband.
Listen, let's hear what Trump is saying right now.
Yeah,
Kamala's own husband. He said this in front of thousands of people. He said, Kamala did what she does best: put her head down and got to work.
That's fucking hilarious.
He said it, not me.
Old Dougie.
Skip ahead. I mean,
Hey, how
he's
happy
not
are
really
you
saying
that-
shit.
Nobody
How
deserves this more than him,
happy
and
do
nobody
you think
deserves
Doug
this
is
more
that
than
he
his.
doesn't have to be the first gentleman now?
Dude, no, he wanted to be the first gentleman. He's slapping the shit out of Kamala right now. He's fucking her brains out. He's like, you stupid bitch. I wanted to be the first gentleman. Anyway, take this fucking wine glass. Kamala's drunk off wine right now. That's why her campaign isn't replying to anybody.
Go ahead, Simon.
You know, I've been reading these things called the Eastman memos, and I think actually the Dems have a path to winning.
And what's that?
Oh.
Share.
Are
I
they
don't know.
Are they going to
There's
take
someone who's
votes
supposed to
away
like
from
certify the
Trump?
election.
You mean
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Conflicting
That's
sets of
actually what.
elector votes.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah, I
They're
thought
going
that's
to create a
insurrection.
new. No,
Are
well,
you talking
who
about an
cares whether it's
insurrection?
insurrection or not? If they bring a new slate of electors, who does that go to? It goes to Congress and then the Supreme Court. and forgive me if I'm wrong, but Republicans have the Congress and the Supreme Court right now.
No, that's a bad day for them.
Wait, what? It doesn't go to the Supreme Court. What? That doesn't make any sense.
Isn't that what
Why
happened
would
with
the-
Gore and
Well, that's
Bush?
what happened in Georgia.
I thought that's what happened in Florida too with Gore and Bush, is it ended up going to the Supreme Court.
No, I mean that wasn't like an issue over the like slate of electors. Like that was a lawsuit to demand a recount, which was denied based on the
Yeah,
risk of
yeah,
not
we're
meeting
talking
the safe
about
harbor
federal
deadline.
slates of electors. So,
I
so
don't know.
what's this Easton memo you're talking about?
Yeah. So like hypothetically, if you were to like forge 7 slates of electors and act like that they're real and convince the vice president to say that there's confusion about which ones are legitimate or not, yeah, that could you could just like pick and
So it
choose
sounds-
which ones you wanted to count.
But who is the person like in 2020? Mike Pence stood in front of who and was supposed to register the slate of electors. It was in front of the Senate. It was in front of the House of Congress. So, who is she? How is she going to register this newly formed slate of electors?
She didn't
What do you
even win the
mean?
popular
Like
vote.
she presides over the thing. If she gets 2 like sets of electors, like she can just pick whichever one she wants, I guess.
Okay, but the buck doesn't stop with her.
Oh no, hold on. Isn't that the issue that everybody had with Trump in 2020 though? That
Yeah,
were
yeah,
saying-
we're past that, dude. We already know. But what he's saying is they can do the same thing, and it's not going to be that big of a deal. What I'm saying is, how are they going to get that past the House?
No, I want to know why it's not going to be a big deal. I mean, let me ask you something, a real question. Being that you're obviously, on the left, a liberal, a Democrat, whatever you want to label yourself, obviously you lean more left, right?
Yeah.
How can you morally justify saying that you want to impeach and prevent another person from doing something that you now want to do yourself?
Oh, because I have to go through like ketosis because I'm dying from irony poisoning. So it's just kind of funny to me.
That was actually a good pun.
Yeah, I mean, from his point, it's eye for an eye.
I mean,
Well, then I
listen,
guess Trump can eye for an eye and start going after his political opponents with the Department of Justice and start arresting people that wanted to arrest him.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love locking up my political opponents and locking up people who say stuff that I don't like and
I wouldn't know
opening
in
up
my
libel laws.
I've seen Republicans get locked up.
Well, Trump has not done any of that, but we do have record of who has done that, tried to lock up their political opponents. Now,
Yeah.
you can say that he wants to, you can say that he's going to, but you can't prove intent and you can't prove the future. But we do have
so
a
we can't prove
current
intent,
record.
right?
Not unless
Well,
it's
we
expressed.
can prove intent because Trump ran on lock her up, but he never actually
And he
locked her
never
up.
did. But we
Sure,
do
did he
have
try
a
to?
record of we do have a record of
No,
some
he didn't try to. He didn't do anything to try to lock Hillary up when he was in office.
Not actually. You're right. Actually, when he went to his that ball that he was at, he actually recognized her, said that she was a wonderful woman, gave her accolades and her flowers and all that shit.
Well, it's
I mean, he was probably
because
just
Hillary
joking
Clinton.
when he said that.
Nah, he was dead serious.
No.
Do you
This is
realize-
inside baseball, but Hillary
hold on,
Clinton
hold on,
called
hold on.
Trump on the night of the election and
Jesus
said,
fucking- here we go again.
"I
Man.
concede."
Will you wait a minute? He wasn't being facetious and anything like that. It wasn't a joke. You realize that Trump actually helped fund Hillary's Senate runs, her husband's fucking presidential runs. He's been helping fund the Clinton. He was a donor to the Clinton Foundation for I don't know how many years.
Yeah, he also donated to Kamala, didn't he?
I don't know about Kamala.
Wait,
He
who
did.
donated to
It was like
Kamala?
Trump
are you
donated
talking
a
about
couple
the Trump
$1,000. No. Like
You're
Trump directly contributed like a couple grand to Kamala's attorney general run in California.
I could see him doing that.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
you're
was like
when she
it
was
was
running
like
for
a decade
DA.
or two ago. Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
I mean,
before Trump decided to run on the Republican ticket, he was a pretty staunch card-carrying Democrat.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Harris was running for DA in what, like 2009?
yeah, something like that.
Was that
There's been
before
a
or
lot
after
of people.
Montel?
It was before what? Snowman?
I said, was that before or after Montel, or before or after Willie?
Well, that was during Willie, after Montel. Willie had the entire Democratic stranglehold in the San Francisco area. That's why he was propping up Kamala. So Trump probably had the pocket to donate to whatever, the Democrats were pushing in that area at the time.
Interesting. I'm just interested to see how this is all going to end up unfolding as the days go on.
But yeah, I'm sure Kamala did get a couple of Trump bucks. She also got way more Soros bucks.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you just said a dirty word, man.
Yeah, that'll get you banned on here, dog. Just
Yeah,
throwing
don't
this huge
talk about
channel out in
Emperor.
What?
Don't talk.
Soros? He's
Don't
dying. It's more about his son right now. I mean, George is on the back
don't
end.
talk
Yeah. Well, I
about
mean,
the
like when we say Soros, we're just talking
Emperor
about like
Saki
them, right?
Balzac guy.
Yeah, Alexander's running the show right now.
For sure. Still Soros.
Yeah, the United Nations, the WHO, the NIH, WEF, all of those.
But yeah,
creatures.
Trump's a businessman. He's a dirty guy. I mean, even when he was running in 2016, he was like, I donated to everyone on this stage right here. And he was talking to Rand Paul. He was talking to Ted Cruz. He was talking to Rubio. That's what billionaires do. I mean, look at fucking Mark Cuban.
That's what lobbyists do. They lobby everybody. That way they can get their way.
I find it really hard to
he's
believe.
He's a dog shit
that
businessman, though, right? Right.
Well, I guess it depends on what you consider.
I
I
mean,
mean, you got hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying before you interrupt, Red, please. A lot of people want to sit and try and throw his bankruptcies in and as a reason to say that his business savvy isn't there, but they think that they're going under the premise that he filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy, which he didn't. What he did was file Chapter 11 bankruptcy, which is specifically for businesses. That way you don't lose your ass.
Yeah,
If
sure.
you look at it that way, that seems.
How does a casino go bankrupt, for one, and for two, I'm more so talking about his court case in New York, where he's not allowed to run a business there anymore. For what was that, fraud?
Actually,
did you know that was overturned?
Casinos go bankrupt all the time. You should look into it.
Did you know that was overturned in appeals?
Yeah, all those court cases in New York were overturned in appeals court.
They were overturned in
not
appeals.
all of them. The Jeannie Carroll one was not.
The appeals judges actually said that the New York Attorney General should have sanctions filed on.
Wait, so do you think Donald Trump actually assaulted Eugene Carroll?
I think Joe Biden actually assaulted
whatever.
Tara
He's found
Reid.
civilly liable in a court, so probably.
I think Joe Biden actually assaulted Tara Reid.
Wait. That wasn't what I asked you. I asked you, do you really think Donald Trump assaulted Eugene Carroll?
That is an ugly bitch. I'm just saying.
He was found civilly liable in front of a jury.
That wasn't my question.
Lean towards yes on that one.
Okay, we have tons of civil cases, like for example,
I lean towards yes.
The opioids case.
Here, sorry.
Okay, so you lean towards yes because a civil court and a juror found them liable. But we can go to civil courts. Okay, well, civil courts didn't find the opium pharma lobby liable at the time, even though we all know the opioid epidemic, they were obviously taking advantage of Americans. So just because a civil court case and a jury says one thing, I'm asking you, do you think Donald Trump assaulted Eugene Carroll?
I mean, probably because he was found civilly
What?
liable in front of a jury.
No, no,
about
it
his
does.
faith in our
I'm
justice
not. It
system.
doesn't. It doesn't matter about the quote unquote justice system. I'm talking about what you think based on the evidence of that case.
Yeah, sorry. So I have like faith in America and our institutions and our systems and like our mode of government. So yeah, like I'm going
Really,
to
really.
tend to side with it. Yeah, yeah. I don't hate my fucking country. I'm not a traitorous fuck, treasonous
Well, you don't.
asshole.
Well, you don't. You don't. Just because you don't trust the legal system as it exists doesn't mean you hate your country. You just understand that there's elements of corruption, like
So does
for
that mean you
example,
think all black
big
people
pharma.
hate? Hold on. Does that mean you think all black people hate the country since they don't trust generally the legal system?
I don't know, or that's not true.
That
Like
is very
most.
true.
No. Well, that's
I,
following your
bro,
logic because you're
black people disproportionately love the police.
what?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what hood you grew up in.
It's one called Google Scholar. But yeah, I mean, you can look up the polling data on it. Like, black people live where there's a
Google
lot of
Scholar.
crime,
That
so
must be true.
they don't like getting murdered or like, you know, getting
well,
their shit
that's
stolen. So yeah, they
Yeah. Well,
tend to like
they
cops
also don't
more than
trust the
most.
Justice Department.
I think
Do
the
you
summer of
have data to show
2020
that?
would disagree.
Yeah, I've got plenty of
so you
data
think
to
the
show
summer
that.
of
All you have to
2020 was
do.
mostly black people? Or like dumb fuck
Well,
lefty like suburbanites who are in college
mostly
like going out
it
and
was
starting shit.
disproportionately. Well, it was. You're right. There was a bunch of lefty white libtards starting
Okay,
shit. However,
I'll answer that question. The majority of the people that were pushing all of that were white, but they were doing it on a premise or a notion that black people want to defund the police and get rid of them. ACAB, you know?
okay. Well, so there was a civil court case that found cigarette companies, big tobacco, not liable for a bunch of lung cancer claims back in 1991. So, if you disagree with that court case, does that mean you hate America?
Well, no, because like those are very like disparate things. Like you're talking about a general distrust of the institution of the justice system. Like if you disagree with a ruling for like reasons, or you know, like that's fine. Like you can have questions about a thing, but like if you're just broadly going to say like quote unquote justice system, yeah, I think
Well,
that's
that's what we're
anti-establishment
saying.
bullshit.
That's what we're saying. We're saying just because there was a civil case that ruled in this one case about Donald Trump and E. Jean Carroll, which was in New York, that doesn't mean he's necessarily guilty. And the fact that you're using that to presume he is guilty says a lot about your logical consistency.
Okay, I don't know what civil case you're talking about, so I just Googled it. And like in 1991, Grady Carter brought the first tobacco case to result in a paid verdict when he sued Brown and Williamson Tobacco Company for lung cancer. Won $750,000 in 1996 after a jury found that cigarettes were unreasonably dangerous and defective. The defendant paid Carter in 2001 after exhausting all appeals. Is there like a specific case that you're
that wasn't
talking
the
about?
case I was referring to. I'm sorry.
Okay, for sure. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Not all cases are going to go through, obviously, and like I don't deny that there probably is.
But let's say
failed.
hypothetically, because I don't know the case offhand, but let's say hypothetically, a civil court ruled that actually these cigarette companies aren't liable. Does that mean that you know they're not liable?
What? Like, I mean, like they might have just had a shitty lawyer who sued from the wrong standing. Because I think
exactly
to hold a tobacco company civilly liable, you have to sue them for having a defective product. I think is the rule.
Okay, well,
like
maybe the New York case had shitty lawyers for Trump. So what we're talking about, we're not talking about the civil case. We're not talking about what a bunch of New York jurors say. We're talking about the facts of the evidence. And E. Jean Carroll is a insane retard.
Well, weren't most of the damages that Trump was assessed, like because he wouldn't like shut the fuck up during that trial? Like he literally just sat there and talked mad shit the whole time, and like didn't actually
Okay, well that
substantiate his
doesn't mean
case,
he's
which is why he
guilty.
lost.
That doesn't mean he's guilty.
Cool. Did he substantiate his case at all?
Well, that doesn't mean he's
Okay,
guilty.
cool. So you don't know the details of that case. You don't know the details of the cigarette case. So like, it sounds like you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about, to be very honest. So, which would make sense in why you distrust
It
the whole
doesn't.
system.
What I'm
Like,
saying is,
I'm also
it doesn't
afraid
matter.
of things that I don't.
I don't trust the
understand.
whole system, and neither should you. What I'm saying is, if you understand the facts of the
I mean, I don't
Eugene
trust
Carroll
the whole
case,
system, like as a rule. Like that would be stupid.
okay, yeah. Well, that was your argument because you said because a New York jury said this that probably yes he did assault Eugene Carroll. What I'm asking you is based on the facts of the actual case. Do you believe he assaulted her?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it sounds like something he would do. Yeah, like he's
Based on what evidence?
dog shit human. I mean, just based on his character, really. Like, I don't know, the grab him by the
so
pussy
it
line,
goes
like
back to
his first
character.
divorce being the
Okay.
result of him bringing his mistress
No,
like
we're
on
not.
vacation, and
We're
like,
not talking
yeah.
about his character. I'm asking for evidence.
What evidence are you asking for? Like forensic evidence? Like you understand the Human Genome Project wasn't
Yeah.
even really completed until like the
Yeah,
late
well,
aughts,
we
right?
could have forensic evidence, but Eugene Carroll withheld that evidence because she wouldn't give up the dress that she was supposedly wearing at the time.
When?
During the civil case, I mean, she explicitly said this
That's
on
not going to be
national
valid
TV.
evidence.
It would be
Wait, okay,
valid
so
evidence
and how
if she
long ago
wouldn't
was
admitted
this?
it.
Like this is what, like 30 or
That's
40 years ago, and you think viable
Yeah.
like DNA data is going to be like on the stress
Well,
still?
there could be a forensic analysis if she would have accepted that into the court, but she didn't.
And are there not a lot of cases where people went to a prison for
Okay, so if
hold
it
on,
came
let me
back
finish.
negative
Let me
though,
fucking
like that's
finish.
not.
Let me finish. Please. I let everyone else finish. Let me finish. Are there not cases where people go to court or end up getting put in prison for murder or SA or any of these other things, and then now that we have DNA evidence to substantiate things, do they not go back and pull the evidence and the DNA to prove whether or not these people committed these crimes?
Yeah, right, like the Central Park Five. But what he's saying is, oh, well, we can see by Donald Trump's character, Donald Trump hates women. He says grab her by the pussy and whatnot. Well, if you're using that metric, let's look at E. Jean Carroll's character. She's a psychopath. She named her dog penis and her cat vagina. She paints her trees in her backyard blue. Like, if we're judging off character, I don't think Donald Trump is losing that case.
I don't know.
I personally believe that we've been misled on a lot of things. I just don't know exactly what we've been misled on wholly.
Yeah, and she said, E. Jean Carroll said on national TV that grape is sexy.
That's weird.
I mean, let me ask you this, if you don't mind,
it?
Darko, Dr. Darko. You remember when Cardi B came out?
Maybe to you.
Do you remember when Cardi B came out a few years ago and she admitted to raping and sexually assaulting
Yeah,
and
robbing and fucking up
robbing
men. Yeah, and robbing the fuck out of them. Yeah,
Don't
yes,
you,
I do.
do you think she should have been charged for criminal liability through that since she opened?
Well, no, she didn't. She wasn't found guilty by a civil court. It was never brought to the Justice Department. Therefore, she's innocent.
Yeah, I mean, I think crime is bad and should probably be like punished.
Well, what
She
I'm
probably
getting
is
at-
never going to do that again, though. So is
Well,
the thing.
what I'm getting at is, there's people that say a lot of things that don't, and a lot of horrible, egregious things, and they don't get prosecuted for it. I don't see why someone saying something that you don't like or approve of or appreciate is grounds for criminal prosecution and liability.
I'm sorry. Can you say that last part again?
I don't understand why somebody saying things that you don't like or agree with, just saying words are grounds for some kind of criminal prosecution. Specifically, I'll even add to it, specifically when one person actually admitted to doing what the other person was accused of. which is
I
Cardi
don't
B
think
actually
that's
doing the very thing Trump was accused of doing, and nobody really brought any evidence forward to prove or substantiate that claim.
well, yeah. Someone has to like press charges, right?
No, the state can press
And
charges.
it depends on their lawyer. Like we have the Alex
Wait,
Jones
okay,
case, for
so
example. We have the Johnny
walk
Depp
with me
case.
here. So a district attorney is in some state is going to file charges against Cardi B, and like for the fucking indictment is going to list. It's like, well, she said she did it, and
If she
like what the fuck else are they going to put on that report, dog?
Well,
Like,
no,
what?
well. Think about this.
They have no
So,
testimony
who
from
are
anyone. Like what?
because
That's not a real case.
and you're right, it's not a real case because who are her victims? Who are the victims of Cardi B? They're not going to come out in the open. They're mostly like black dude gangsters and in Atlanta.
Sure, I mean,
all I'm saying is there's a lot of things that people get away with doing and saying that they condemn others for doing and saying the very same thing, and I find it troubling and disingenuous. I mean, especially when we hear people from both sides specifically coming out and making the claims that they just want to find some kind of common ground, that they're tired of the slanders and the slurs and the ad homs, but yet that's always where things end up going, and nobody wants to
And
stick to the facts.
and the determination of the jury says it all, and we learned this from the Kyle Rittenhouse case. But what I was asking you is, what evidence do we have that Donald Trump actually assaulted this woman? And I'm not asking you to reference a civil court case. I'm asking you for the actual evidence.
sure. I mean, Eugene Carroll's testimony.
Do people lie?
Okay, what about the testimony?
I don't
People
know.
lie.
Seem to. I mean, sure.
So does that mean
the
that
jury didn't seem to think that she was lying, even though she had a weird cat with names and
Again,
weird pet
we're
names
not
and
talking.
paints
We're
trees.
not talking about the civil court jury. We're talking about the actual evidence,
But if you
not
want to
not
talk
what a
about the
crazy
jury,
bitch
well,
said.
hold on, Red. If he wants to talk about the jury, let's talk about the jury. Who were the jury members specifically made up of?
Yeah, I don't know. They go through the jury selection process, where like both
No,
lawyers
what
get to
demographic of
dismiss
people
people,
was the
and
vast majority?
like if they can't agree.
What
Well,
demographic?
on that specific jury, they were
I
mostly
don't
white. They were
know.
in
That
New
doesn't.
York, and they were female. However, it doesn't fucking matter. I'm asking for the actual evidence of the case, not what the jury said, because we all know. I mean, if you remember Gary Busey, that guy that shot his child's offender in the head, he was acquitted by his jury because they understand that this guy just killed his
Child
the right, even though he just committed an act of murder in front of everyone. So the
Okay, so
jury
just to be
isn't
clear,
evidence
so
here. I'm
the
asking for
jury was
actual
6
evidence.
men and 3 women. So for the Eugene Carroll case, the jury was 6 men and 3 women.
Okay.
Right. So I don't know why you said it was mostly women.
I didn't say it was mostly women.
That was wrong. Well, someone did. Someone said it was like mostly women from New York. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the majority of the case that Eugene Carroll was suing for was for defamation, which Trump continued to do throughout the case, like on
Okay,
social
we're
media,
not talking
like outside
about
of
we're
the
not
case.
talking about defamation. We're not talking about defamation. We're talking about assault. Okay, so what is the evidence that he assaulted this woman?
Yeah, I don't know, because the only defense he apparently had was to like talk mad shit about her.
Well, we're not talking about his defense. I'm asking for the evidence of him
Well, sure,
assaulting
because
her.
there was testimony that came out that said that accused
No,
him of
I'm
doing
not asking.
something.
I'm not asking about testimony that was then adjudicated by whatever the jury said. I'm asking for the evidence.
Okay, so like you need like a recording or like like some like very direct evidence, like
Yeah, what
is that what
physical?
you're
Yeah, kind of like
asking for?
kind of like
What physical evidence did
anything.
they
And
have to prove it?
Sure.
Because the only physical evidence that I'm aware of is that dress that she didn't want to come off of. Kind of like the same deal with that girl that claimed that Brett Kavanaugh did the same thing to her.
Yeah, and you know what that's called? It's called hearsay.
No, that's not what that's called. You, Jesus fucking Christ. Hearsay is when you hear something and then you say it. That's like you testifying that like you heard something from someone else. Direct testimony
Yeah,
is not
well,
hearsay.
if you hear this from E. Jean Carroll, I mean, what other evidence is there other than her saying it?
I mean, the fact that Trump's only defense, like he had no, like nothing else to fall back on. No, like I
So
was
it's
in this
he
business
said, she
meeting.
said, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean that's how the court works sometimes.
Okay, so thank you for answering my initial question. There is no actual evidence of her doing anything.
Of her doing, of him doing anything.
I think it was.
I
just,
mean, I guess not in the way that you've constructed it. No.
No, I just think there's a lot of people who've been coming out and taking advantage of this money grab known as Donald Trump lately.
I
Yeah,
mean,
and well, you know,
he seems to be
in
kind of
these
broke,
civil
so I
court
don't think
cases,
they're.
Do what?
Oh yeah, Donald Trump is totally broke. But I think we should understand when it comes to celebrities, high-profile politicians. I mean, Congress has allotted multiple millions of dollars for these kinds of cases. Exactly, and all celebrities. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're Leonardo DiCaprio or Big Sean. You allot a certain amount of money for bitches that say you did something, even though you didn't. You just pay them off. That's kind of how it goes.
Also, I'm sorry, I have autism. Do you have a fucky chord, or like, is your sampling rate like wrong, or like, I don't know, you have a lot of static and crackling coming through your microphone, and it
He's
is.
white trash from Michigan. That's his issue.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm outside right now. That's the problem.
Oh, weird. Oh,
Yeah, I'm
wait,
white
oh,
trash
well.
from Indiana, so I have the same issue sometimes.
Wow, we can all
Does
hang
video
out.
count as evidence? Just asking.
Video of what?
Weird. That girl
Well,
looks
a civil
kind of
civil court case didn't rule on it. Therefore, he must be innocent.
Yeah, that's the exact words that I said. Entirely.
Well, no, I was just asking for evidence of the case, and all you could point to was what the civil court decided, which wasn't what I was asking.
So, do you feel the same way about courts that rule in the favor of police that are involved in police-involved shootings? That the court ruled that they did, that the court may have ruled that they did nothing wrong, so therefore they must have done nothing wrong.
I mean, probably. Like, I would lean that way. You know, I don't know,
And I'm not
depends
look.
on the
I'm not
case.
trying to get Dr. Dargo. I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha moment or anything like that. I'm just trying to legitly lay out a premise here. You know what I'm saying? Where
Yeah, for sure.
not everything is always, cut and dry.
Well, this is interesting because he said probably. He keeps saying probably. So, if a court says something, that means you lean towards it probably, correct?
Well, I mean, without further details, like, I'm not going to say that the court has never done anything wrong ever, because that would be stupid.
Yeah, that's not what I'm
and
accusing you of.
For sure. So, like, on the other end of that, I don't, like, categorically think that, like, most of them are corrupt and are, like, more often than not wrong. So, yeah, that puts me in this weird, like, more than 50% of the time, like, they're probably
right.
So, yeah, without further
in
details and, like, actually reading this stuff.
Within this probably analysis, we should judge it on a case-by-case basis, and we judge that by evidence, right?
I mean, look at the outcomes of the case and, like, the evidence. Yeah, I mean,
No, not well. No, the outcomes of a civil court and what the jury says. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual evidence.
Well, okay, so are you saying that you're going to act as your own jury and, like, just dismiss, like, what was going on there?
Well,
like,
if a court decides that the sky isn't blue, for example, hypothetically, obviously that would never happen, but if the court says the sky isn't blue, you can obviously go outside and see the sky is blue. So, you have to judge it based on the evidence, not what the court says, because that's not sufficient.
Well, sure, but again, the Eugene Carroll suit was mostly about defamation because Trump's like main avenue of defense was to call her
Okay,
a crazy bitch and say that she's lying.
Right, I understand that. And do you know the thresholds for defamation in New York State?
There's like the actual malice standard. I'm pretty sure is like the like pretty broad category. I know
Well,
like per
it's
se
malice.
defamation is
It's in New York State. It's malice and personal gain. It's not just malice.
So do you agree that she had a defamation case?
I mean, yeah. Like, did you watch any of that case? If you know anything about that case,
I
like,
watched some of
yeah,
it, dude.
like
But
he just couldn't shut his fucking mouth the whole time.
No, honestly, I watched some of it, but I've been so tired of watching Trump court cases since 2016, and I'm beyond it. The reason why I asked you if you believe she had a defamation case is, do you think since you believe she had a defamation case, do you think that Trump has also defamation cases for all the slander and false allegations and accusations that the media has put out against him? I can give examples if you want to.
What false ones and like were they like?
Well, for instance,
okay, cool. And do they meet the actual malice threshold for public figures?
Well, like for instance, when he was in what was that, Charlotte, and they had that big riot out there over the statue, and the media quoted him and saying there were good people on both sides. They ironically and intentionally left out the part where he said that he disavows white supremacy and neo-Nazis of any kind.
Yeah, I don't think that
to
matters.
be fair,
I
there
don't
was
think
a
that
civil
matters.
case.
Like for that quote.
There was a civil case a couple of years ago that actually made this threshold a lot higher, and so people like Donald Trump, anyone who's in the public light, any celebrity or public figure, it's damn near impossible to prove defamation beyond the shadow of a doubt in the court.
And honestly, I think if anything, rather than defamation, I think Trump would have a slander lawsuit because.
Well, I mean, even Johnny Depp couldn't get that.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude! Will you let me finish the statement?
No, he did. He won eventually.
But it wasn't.
There's also some lag. I don't know if that's.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the fucking angry ginger up here, the fucking soulless demon.
No, go ahead, father of three soulless demons.
Hey, you know what? It isn't my fault that I got cursed.
Oof. Did you bang Amaranth?
See what? Is that a Game
I don't know.
of
The first
Thrones
ginger
reference?
I thought of. Okay. No, it was a reference to a Twitch e-thought.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Twitch, man.
Thank God.
Oh, for sure.
I'm 45 years old, man. I don't know nothing about none of that shit. I didn't even want to get on YouTube. The only reason why I did is because my Facebook page was part of the purge of 2020.
But yeah, us libertards and libertarians can go at this on and on and on in these several court cases. What we're saying is, in this, Trump victory, which is probably what we're experiencing right now, what's the cope on your side? Because we try to look at like Destiny and Cenk Uygur and see what they're going through right now. What do you think is your guys' plan of action here on out?
Oh yeah, I got a
yeah. Need to step back and reconsider our approach because obviously, what we were doing is not working.
Yeah,
you could always just smack some people on the ass.
But I'm serious. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
Base.
Yeah, no, it is based actually.
Well, hey, what about him learning about roaches from the little black boys that used to like to rub his hair down in the pool?
Oh
Oh
wow!
yeah, I love
Again,
that Death Grip said
pretty
it.
based.
You know,
They like
I mean,
to
honestly, you
rub
got
my
to admit,
leg down and
you got
watch the hair.
honestly, you got to admit, Biden was kind of like the dumbest decision anybody could have made. I mean, can you give us that much?
What do you mean? He
I mean, he literally is the
trounced Trump.
antithesis. He's literally the
What do you mean? He
antithesis of.
destroyed Trump like crazy. He would have won again the second time, but fucking Nancy Pelosi cucked him so fucking
They would-
hard. But
Can
yeah,
you
he will
explain
go
to me
down in
how
history
some-
as
how-
like
how-
the dude who beat Trump.
Why?
and-
Wait,
and lose to
hold on.
him.
Yeah, we know. I mean, I agree with you. There wasn't any other Democratic candidate that could have beaten Donald Trump in 2020. Well, why do you think Nancy Pelosi cucked him?
Now, people hated Trump so
'Cause-
much
'cause-
they
'cause-
would
'cause
have
you coulda
voted
won,
for
dog.
a shit sandwich. People would have voted for a shit sandwich because they
Wait,
hated Trump so much.
do you think Biden could have won 2024?
Obviously, I don't know why they let the dumb bitch run.
I mean, he would have had a better chance than Kamala. But if that
Well,
was
they
the
did
case,
more.
why is
Obviously, is
why
like
is Nancy Pelosi cucking him?
They did more than let her run. Okay, they installed her.
I mean,
They kicked
she was
him out
the
and put
ringleader
her
behind
in.
that.
She didn't have any primary votes, and they put her in after kicking him out. They did more than let her run. They made room for her to run.
Yeah, obviously, and that was a whole Democratic operation. But what I'm saying is, why did Nancy Pelosi shut Joe down and put Kamala in when she knew that wasn't going to be the case? Like, what's her goal? What's Nancy Pelosi trying to do?
Take the heat off of her so she
What are you
doesn't
trying
get
to do?
any.
Might have just been
She's
wrong.
trying to avoid charges for fucking insider trading.
Nancy Pelosi is trying to help globalists establish a global dictatorship of governance through the UN. I have a clip of her from 1992 talking
good
about
for
Agenda
her.
20, talking about Agenda 21 in 1992, talking about NGOs in 1992. That's what she's trying to do because she's getting kickbacks. How does someone in her position bring in that much money?
What I'm asking our Democrat friend here is, why would Nancy Pelosi cuck her own party?
Well, she didn't cuck her own party. She cucked Biden specifically.
And that cucked her
She
own
thought
party.
she knew shit, and she was wrong.
Oh, so
Yeah,
she
but
made
that's
a
like,
mistake.
she wasn't like, oh, I'm doing this to fuck over the Democrats. It was like yeah, because that's like.
Okay, so you're saying
guilt or
you're
accountability.
So you're saying she fucked up. She made a big mistake, and she wasn't trying to cuck anybody.
I mean, that's the real cope. Is like Biden would have won, and you can't prove me wrong because we'll never know.
Really?
You can't.
You
prove
think
you're
so?
right,
Even though with record disapproval levels, he would have won.
Did you hear what
I mean,
Snowman
you know
said?
who else had record disapproval levels? I don't think Trump's approval ratings ever got over like 48. So Biden at like
Yeah, but he
45-ish.
lost.
Doesn't
But
really
he
scare
lost.
me.
He just won the popular vote. How's
Listen,
that
we'll
for
see
approval
on that
rating?
one.
He won the
We'll see on
popular
that
vote.
one.
Well, I mean,
Listen,
right
there's,
now he
more
does have the
context to that
popular vote.
data.
Are you not?
Well,
Are
yeah,
you
but
not
it's also not
accepting?
fully counted
Are
yet.
you not accepting the results of the election?
What do you mean? We don't have the full results yet. They're still counting.
Okay,
that's
so
what we said in 2020.
Do you understand how much?
No. You understand what the safe harbor date is? Oh, rip red.
No, I understand that respectfully, you've been moving the goalpost every time I point out that you're literally advocating for things that you didn't advocate and you wanted Trump prosecuted for, which is hypocritical to say the least. You know, I mean, if you're
Well,
going,
no, like I'm
no,
memeing on you and being ironic. You understand that, right?
Do what?
You understand
I
that
didn't
I'm
hear
memeing on you, and like
I don't even
and
know.
being ironic, right?
It's okay. It's okay. Snowman is Gen X. You're gonna have to explain it to him.
Oh, for sure. Must be a sorry. A meme from somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't even know what you. I don't understand the lexicon that you're speaking.
Is that a lip piercing?
Oh, is that
yeah.
Bumpkin?
Yeah, baby.
What's up, my guy?
How's it going?
We got a liberal up here.
It's okay. We know you. We don't dogpile liberals, right? No one
No,
likes
we don't.
it.
We actually try to be
What?
decent conversations.
Oh, I mean, I came here
Bumpkin.
to get dogpiled.
I
So
know
let's go,
exactly.
dog.
I know exactly.
You like being
what to do with
dogpiled by
Bumpkin.
big men? You like being dogpiled by big, strong men?
Yeah, he's getting off to this.
You know, we can round up.
Dude, you're making him blush, Mike.
Damn, using my first name too. Oh shit.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
He also likes to smack
I
kids
guess
in the
I am
ass as
drinking
well.
the bi-coastal IPA.
So what's your thoughts on what's your take on the election so far tonight, Bumpkin?
Fucking saw the red wave that we should have saw in 2020, but it makes sense. You know, most presidents
2022.
Huh?
Oh, the red wave you were expecting in 2020 and 2022.
You know, 2022 was the red illusion, for lack of a better word.
Well,
Oh,
see,
God. Yeah,
I
the
mean,
red mirage.
if you look at it, it makes sense because Trump did experience a pandemic, which he did not handle the best. I think we can all admit that he didn't handle that the best. Be it either he was just listening to medical advisors that were not the best, or the people that he surrounded himself with were not the best, but he didn't handle it the best. So that really was detrimental.
Were
to
those
his...
experts the one telling him that it was just going to magically go away by Easter and be a miracle? Or was that all his?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Fauci was saying that.
Fauci said it's just going to go away, and it's not even in here, and there's no cases in the U.S. That's what Fauci was saying
in
up
February
until April.
and March. Yes, Fauci was saying it should go away in summer.
If you recall, Fauci was actually putting out there that what was going around was no worse than the flu.
Yeah, I remember Nancy Pelosi telling everybody to come on down to Chinatown, that it was nothing to worry about, and that Trump was just being xenophobic, trying to stop people from bringing it into the country.
Yeah, why do people have a mental block when it comes to these things?
She wasn't. Nobody was that worried about it.
I'm not
when
an
Trump was
anti-establishment
trying to
partisan
stop
hack.
So is your argument that Trump wasn't hard enough?
Red, you guys got to quit, man. When we ask him a question, we got to let him answer. Otherwise, we won't. You know, he was asked a question. Let him fucking answer, man. That way we can get a clear discussion. Damn.
Well, he said it was because he's not an anti-establishment partisan hack. Does that mean anybody who sees things differently is an anti-establishment partisan hack?
No. No, we're trying
Okay,
to do
good.
the
Because I'm very familiar with
meme here.
I'm very familiar with affordance traps, and there's always a third
Oh, for sure.
option.
So are you calling me an anti-establishment hack? Is that what you're
No,
calling me?
he said he's not implying that.
Probably,
not
I don't know. I
any
haven't heard.
Oh, just
I don't
wait. You're
know.
gonna end up
Just a
hating me by the
suspicion
end of
I have.
this. You're gonna end up hating me by the end of this.
well.
I am about 100 degrees more extreme than probably everyone on this panel. No offense, Snowman. No offense, Red. But you guys know this.
Yeah, I know this.
All right,
personally.
listen. I'm going to test your extremism. Okay, you feel strongly about the Second Amendment?
I do.
Do you think that private ownership of nukes is okay?
I do.
No. Okay.
I think you should be.
I'm not like I'm not
All right,
I'm not
listen,
like it.
we got
I'm not
our
like
answer there.
an
Snowman was so
Ancapistan.
quick.
I'm not like
he's
an
not
Snowman was
extreme
so
in the
quick
way
with
of
that
like
yes,
libertarian.
and you were like, no, dog. Okay, for sure. All right. Well,
I believe that we should be able to obtain any kind of weapons or armament that we need in order to defend ourselves against tyranny. Because never know where tyranny is going to come from or what shape or size it's going to be in.
yeah. What if it's from Russia with nukes? Gotta nuke them back, dog.
Well, how am I going to nuke?
On my mantle.
How am I going to defend nukes if I don't have nukes?
Um,
It's actually it's the threat of nukes is what keeps people from dropping nukes, right?
Nukes are
I
fake.
feel like the global economy is a little bit more of a driving factor. But
what I'm saying is it's the threat of war is what keeps other nations from going to war with other nations. Most people don't want to deal with war.
I mean, I can think of at least 2 instances that are going on right now that say that that's not true. Unless you specifically mean countries with nukes, like don't attack each other.
My whole point of not allowing people to own nukes would just because I don't believe that people could manage or upkeep nukes properly. That's my whole thing. It's not the fact of them owning it. Well, it kind of is. I just don't think they could upkeep it. I just don't think they could properly know how to maintain it. So I just think that's like detrimental.
Right. It's like we don't allow, like, an average citizen couldn't have a large hadron collider.
Right.
Why not? Sounds like
because they can't.
Because they're dangerous.
Is
if
it?
you don't know
Or
what
is it
you're
just
doing, you
because they're
can fucking
expensive?
blow. Well, if you don't know what you're doing, you can actually cause some real damage to some shit.
Exactly. It's less of the fact that they're of them owning it, it's the fact that normal citizens cannot afford the upkeep of said things.
It's like
Well,
for instance,
if they could afford it, if Elon wanted to build his own large hadron collider in Texas,
I'm sure, yeah. I mean,
let him do it.
30 years ago.
Let him do it because he has the infrastructure and the power behind him to actually maintain it and
Okay,
upkeep
so
it.
some private citizens can own nukes and large hadron colliders.
Okay. When we're talking about like mass owning of stuff, right? Not everyone is a multi-billionaire, right?
And every one of these things.
Okay, so like,
well, hold on, because you do know that like almost every single thing except for a nuke that I'm aware of, and any kind of biological weapon, Americans, if they can afford the tax stamp, can go out and purchase damn near anything the government has.
Pretty much.
Entirely.
You can own a tank.
You might be able to buy it. I don't know if
You can own a tank. You can own
a
Comanche. You can own a gunship. If you can buy a fucking battleship that they don't have no more. You can own all those things. You just got to be able to afford the tax stamp.
Well, sure, but I mean, like, are you allowed to utilize those vehicles though? Like, am I allowed to drive my gunship out on the ocean, like in America's waters?
Yes.
Well, a gunship is actually a helicopter for one. It's not a ship that goes out in the ocean.
But yeah, absolutely. I know, like, even in blue states like Washington State where I grew up, you can own tanks over there even.
You mean Seattle and the land around Seattle?
No, I grew up in in the rural parts of Washington, the only true Washingtonians. Everyone else is yuppies.
No, I was talking about the state of Washington, aka Seattle and the land surrounding Seattle.
Well, I mean, they basically could have had tanks roaming around Chaz in 2020, and no one would have done a thing.
That's true.
Well, sure. I mean, they couldn't do anything though.
They could have rolled the National Guard in and dispelled them, but
Well, that's even questionable. I mean, is the National Guard allowed to use lethal force against American citizens?
There's non-lethal force methods.
Then why don't we see that shit happening when riots go on?
Because, well, for starters, we have weak-willed politicians that aren't really willing to do that. Secondly, they kind of like people to just cause chaos and cause mayhem because they get to clean up after the fact.
Well, you actually do see that going on. It's called Waco and Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, but that's
those are only two small instances though, and that was a controlled instance against a specific group of people. So, basically like families. Randy Weaver's family and David Koresh's family, both of them. Well, Randy Weaver being, an exclusionist, somebody that just wanted to separate himself from society and the government. And then you got David Koresh, which was they were technically a militia down there at the Branch Davidians, and we know what happened there. But what I'm saying is, why does it seem like the only time those types of situations happen is if it's against someone who is what they deem a terrorist, but are what most would consider a patriotic person just standing for their rights.
I mean, if Killdozer had a BLM flag on his tank, he would have been perfectly fine.
Well, you're probably right.
Yeah, like I've been saying forever, politics is power.
Well, it's all identity politics now. It's not It's not even real politics. It's all about identity.
Yeah, true. I mean, fuck, the Amish just won us the fucking election, so.
Yeah, shout out to the fucking Amish too, by the way. Y'all will never talk shit about not being able to understand you motherfuckers, or about the fact that you guys smell like dog shit every day of your life.
I'm about to cop me some Amish raw milk.
Yeah.
I grew up on unpasteurized milk, sir.
That explains a lot. I'm just joking.
I used to work part-time for a dairy farm, dummy.
Yeah, I know. Cool. Yeah, I know. Our friend left. He can definitely still hear us, though. He's kept his headphones on.
Man, I can't believe I've been streaming for, what is this now? Fucking 7.5 hours and not a single dono tonight? Man.
We just experienced the same thing in over
bunch of cheap bastards.
We were streaming for a solid 12 hours. And legitimately, I think there's like maybe one dono. 143 people watching. It's kind of crazy.
Wow.
It's our Twitter does a lot of the work, though. Our Twitter does a lot of the work.
Elon Musk is doing a lot right now. He's changing the course of history.
We'll see about that.
It's still determining what side of the fucking Brody's on, though, man. Because look, I'm very apprehensive about Elon.
Yeah. I will say this: if he goes more towards like the hydrogen route, because I know that he was trying to sort of build a hydrogen engine, I think that's going to be a lot better than even gas engines that we have now.
Yeah, kind of like the hydrogen planes and the Zeppelins that were flying around. And it's kind of like how RFK was like, yeah, Trump on day one is going to remove the fluoride from the water. He's going to get rid of all the ridiculous microplastic plans that are coming into all of our food sources. If RFK is in the administration, if Ron Paul is in the administration, if Elon Musk is in the administration, it changes the game. And obviously, all these guys are for the hats. However, I don't really give a fuck about Israel at this point. I just want to take a shower in water that I know is not going to make me gay.
I don't think fluoride makes you gay. It does lower.
Well, no, that's atrazine. Atrazine.
Yeah. Is there atrazine in our fucking?
Yeah, dude. There's atrazine. There's estrogen. It's ridiculous.
Look, Bumpkin, I had a buddy that worked at a water treatment facility, and this dude told me that they didn't just put what he's talking about in there and fluoride. There were times that they made him put like fucking the antidepressant medication in the water.
Listen, make frogs straight again.
Zoma.
That's it right there.
Zoma me harder, government.
You know, I would like to see our actual political system and our government get to a point to where the average middle class, blue collar worker that's actually in touch with the American people, that are actually out here, boots on the ground in the streets, out in the real world with the rest of the real world, could actually afford to run for these positions, because at where we're at now, it's almost impossible for someone who's just, middle class to even have any kind of attempt to be able to be funded to run for any of these positions. At this rate, we're stuck with the same old money and then passing their money down to their heirs. That's what's
So
happening
this
right
has always been the liberal position. We should get these toxic pollutants out of the American drinking water, the American food system. What does our liberal friend think about this? Like, should we or should we not be trying to get this shit out of our food systems? Because we're obviously facing a health crisis when you look at chronic disease and whatnot.
Yeah, we are not healthy.
I mean, yeah, pollution is bad. Sorry, I'm not entirely sure what you're asking me. I guess, yeah, pollution is bad. Should make people pollute less if we, where we can.
Well, what he's talking about
Yeah, the
specifically is
standard American diet is trash.
what he's talking about specifically is the microplastics, and that they actually just had several Senate hearings over that within the last week or two. Either Senate or House hearings. I can't remember which one for
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I feel like, I don't know, like right. I feel like we're always like 10 or 15 years behind. Like, oops, we've been like dumping this shit into our water and didn't even know about it. And like it's been there for a while. Like, I don't know, like my grandpa was full of lead, my dad was full of asbestos, I'm full of microplastics, and yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm ascending to godhood, or something else. I don't know.
Or plastic hood.
Plastic hood. I don't know. I do agree that something needs to be done about the whole food thing here in America, because I don't know if you're aware of it, but like even something as simple as like the ketchup that we have in America has 50 other different ingredients and preservatives and dyes and
Yep.
colors
And it has
Canada
food
does.
dyes that are banned in Europe, Asia, all over the world. I mean, when Russia is banning chemical ingredients that we're allowing into our foods, what does that tell you?
Yeah, there's another thing, emulsifiers. The things that
Tells me
the
that you don't trust our
bonding
justice system, but you trust Russia's FDA.
Yes,
bonding-
I actually do. I trust Russia's FDA more than our justice system.
the bonding agent that they use to make road asphalt,
That's a
bromine. They also put that in things that we consume, and they do it with things that don't potentially mix, like citrus oils in drinks. So a lot of citrus drinks have emulsifiers, not specifically bromine, but some type of emulsifier. And they do it in ice cream, in peanut butter, a lot of different things. And it competes in the body for iodine.
You want to hear something
And
interesting?
I can't really be more specific because I'm not a doctor, and YouTube's on this medical tyranny thing. They don't allow people to express their opinions or share anything about medical stuff. So I
Well, you
can't
hear something
really talk
interesting,
about it.
Cyber? I was listening to something a couple 3 or 4 weeks back about somebody said take a piece of bread, take like a banana, and then take a spoonful of that margarine shit that you think is butter in your fridge, and sit it outside on like a plate in the driveway or in the yard, and watch and see what doesn't get ate.
Yeah.
But see, it's not butter. It's not banana. It's some weird shit. And you were talking about this earlier with the onion film that's around the plastics. And they're spraying all of these crops, especially from America, with this product that's supposedly
Dude,
fertilizer.
they're even putting that kind of shit in lubes and shit now too. Those plastics, like people that use lube for having intercourse and shit. That it's in that now too.
Yeah, well, it's a wrap because most of the microplastics come from automobile accidents. So when cars crash into each other and their bumpers are both plastics, boom, all that plastic goes into our atmosphere and we breathe it in.
I don't think he's quite ready for the chemtrail thing.
Also, Cyber, for what it's worth, the compound you're talking about is isothiocyanates. But yeah, it
Well,
does.
what was the total compound that was released in East Palestine, Ohio?
It
That
was
was
gaseous hydrochloric acid.
yes, it's
No, it was
it's basically
poly.
it was polyethylene. It was PVC before it's turned into PVC. It's the liquid form of it.
Yeah, and then when they burn that, it turns into gaseous hydrochloric acid and carbon dioxide.
But see, we're never going to know the effects of that because we're not testing the control group now. We need to be testing everyone in the region right now, which is to say, because obviously East
why?
Palestine, well, because in East Palestine, Ohio, a bunch of chemicals got blown up, and all that shit is running into the groundwater. It's running into the atmosphere. So if we don't have a control group, people are never going to have a basis to claim, hey, you blew this up, you gave my daughter cancer or whatnot. Whereas, otherwise they wouldn't be able to make that claim.
A lot of people are unaware that those chemicals actually ended up in the Ohio River that feeds the lake, the Mississippi River, which are two.
But you need to make the base control group right now. You need to test how much of these chemicals are in the groundwater, how much of these chemicals are in the human population right now. Because if you can't do that, you can't prove 10 years from now that this company gave you cancer. They'll just say, "Oh, well, you just naturally got cancer."
Yep. Dude, because isn't that what you just said right there? Isn't that the premise on that Aaron Brockovich court cases that she did with the people that caught cancer from
Yeah, I mean that's the argument they try to use with asbestos.
Yeah, I think that's the same argument that the tobacco companies used when it came to lung cancer too, and birth defects that people were claiming in their kids.
But yeah, that's why you don't go by like singular studies. You normally go by like a meta-analysis.
Yeah, well, in order to have a meta-analysis, think about what a meta-analysis is. It's based off a control group. It's based off a control placebo study. Well, minus the placebo. We need a baseline control of what the soil is in Ohio right now.
You'll never
East
be able to
Palestine.
baseline because you don't know what it was beforehand now.
Exactly. So you need right now a baseline at least, so we can prove in the future that hey, these chemicals have been contaminating us. If you don't start doing the studies now, you're never going to be able to prove that in the court of law.
Well, yeah, but also like the compounds that were released like are present like naturally already and are like mostly mostly tied to like acute
Okay,
damage.
yeah. Well,
and not chronic.
lead is also a naturally dispersed product, but you wouldn't want a bunch of lead in your child's daycare, would you?
Same with mercury.
I mean, sure.
I'm just saying there's a lot of things to what he's saying. There's a lot of things that are naturally reoccurring that we can't
Yeah, no, I'm not
ingest.
saying stuff that's naturally occurring is good. Like what I'm suggesting is that like a lot of this stuff is diluted and like is already present and is mostly like responsible for like acute damage in super high doses. And so therefore,
Yes.
like if it's dilute and like over time, like there doesn't seem to be any health risks associated with it.
No, well, you're correct. However, if we see that dilution in a base population, for example, in 2020, and we compare it to, I don't know, 2027, and we see a 200% increase in that chemical, we can say, oh, well, maybe this and that corporation led to that increase, and we can start filing lawsuits against them.
I mean, so we're gonna sue them for a train derailment.
Yeah.
Okay. Why wouldn't we sue the the train company? Isn't it their fault?
Well, they are suing the train company. That's the first. That's the first guy on the list.
Well, why would you like sue the person? Like I don't know. Like why would I want to start a business in America if you can just like sue like if anything bad happens ever, like you can just sue everybody for money because fuck
Well,
you. Like that sounds like a
well,
shitty business thing.
Well, there has
if
to be
you're
some
if you're
responsibility on companies, right?
right, if you're selling toxic products across the United States and it derails and poisons half the population in the area, yeah, you are liable. Sorry.
Sure. So the chemical company's liable or the train company is liable? Or is it just like
Both.
anyone who's involved with it at all? Oh, I mean that's ludicrous. Like I don't know.
No, I
guess
think I think the train company's
Since when are
responsible.
liberals pro like business? I mean, I get actually, maybe they're actually maybe liberals are finally going back to their roots. The old laissez-faire
So
economy
here's
and
the
all
thing:
that.
is that we don't have a Republican Party anymore, so I have to do both sides of like being a shill for big corporations, like and like for entitlements at the same time, because
Whatever helps you justify your
Republicans just
neoliberalism,
hate
bro,
this
you're
country.
Yeah,
fine.
polyester plastics. Yeah, sure.
Whatever helps you justify your neoliberalism, bro, you're good. You don't have to
I
justify it
love
to me.
polyamorous plastics. But anyway, yeah, I do love big business because like I think getting rich in America is a big draw to why people come here who are pretty cool. And
People
do
should
cool
probably
stuff.
stop coming here, though. What do you think about
Yeah,
immigration,
you're right.
buddy?
Deport Elon Musk tomorrow. That South African fucking alien. Get him the fuck out of my country.
That's
absolutely.
racist.
Well, if we deport
African-
all the other South Africans with them, sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, dog. Let's go, dude. I can trace my heritage back to the Mayflower. Like I'm down to play this game.
Also,
I can as well,
Yeah,
bro.
Me too. Me too. Let's go.
You're a legit colonizer that gave out
Ang-
smallpox blankets.
Anglo-Saxon, buddy,
Yes.
been here since the 1600s.
Yeah, dog. I traced. I have a coat of arms. Like I traced my shit back to Europe. Like there's a castle there in a place that like was mine.
Well, it wasn't really. Like,
Okay,
shipped
well,
out for
go back
America
to that
'cause they're
castle.
heretics.
Hey, you know what? Almost every single person I know that's got Irish, Scottish, or fucking English or Welsh heritage says that very same thing, that they got a castle that they can trace back.
Well, obviously, right. Your entire you're being hyperbolic. Your entire genetics doesn't solely come from America. If that was the case, you would probably be inbred, right? Like if you did an ancestry DNA test, right? The chances of you being English or Anglo-Saxon from the Mayflower on both sides of your family tree, both mother and father, highly, highly unlikely.
Oh yeah, no. So like once you move like to a different like continent, within 2 generations, like your most of your genes are pretty homogenous with that continent's. Yeah.
There's only like a few.
Yeah,
like
we're talking
100,000
about
people.
genetic claims to this land. So what you're bringing up is basically like black people when they say we are kings.
We was Iranians and shit.
I believe they said we was Kangs.
We was Kangs.
Yeah.
I believe we were kings. I
No,
believe
no.
we have king blood
We
running through us. You know what I'm saying?
are kings.
Yeah, we are kings. Current kings. Every man a king. Shout out to whoever gets that reference.
Is it from Spartacus or Gladiator?
No, it's from Huey Long.
Oh. Did he have like some news and make a band?
Wait,
No,
you don't know who
Marcus
Huey
Garvey
Long is?
made a band.
Wait, you don't know who Huey Long was?
I don't know who Huey Long is.
The distributist, socialist Democrat from Louisiana.
I heard Democrat socialist.
Which one?
Just look up Huey Long. You'll be able to. He was a governor.
Wow.
Is
he also Frank Sinatra?
Old white dude.
He was also Frank Sinatra. Maybe. Who knows? Potentially, right? That'd be a funny twist in history.
Ew, gross. Left-wing populist. Disgusting. I just don't know.
But
So you
what,
don't-
what I'm
so you
trying to
don't
learn
like
about is
winning.
the left wing. Yeah, well, of course they don't like winning. They love losing. I just want to know what the left wing cope is. What is your cope? How do
Oh.
you go forward?
Biden would have won.
Okay, but that's not cope. We're going back into the past now. What is your
I don't-
cope from here on out?
So
That
hold
is
on.
my cope. Like, I don't know, dog. It's literally election night. Okay, listen, give me some time.
Okay. But here's the thing, right? Biden, looking at how this election went, right? The fundamental underlying reason why Kamala lost was because all of her promises she could have influenced over the Biden regime, but she didn't. She had 4 years to influence these said things, but she didn't. Like, she was in a position of power, and she didn't do these said things.
Bro, she was vice president. What responsibilities does she have? She cast so many
She
tie-breaking
had
votes on
total
so much
control over the
bipartisan
border. She
legislation.
said she wouldn't do anything different other than Joe Biden when interviewed on The View. She was the first person in the intelligence room during the Afghanistan withdrawal.
Well, I can answer your question very plainly. You asked what kind of power she has. Whatever power the president gives her. Now
Right,
you
and
know
did
what
she
power
not
the
like
president
go
gave her.
negotiate with South American countries and Central American countries to like?
And how did she
try to work out a
negotiate?
better
Wait,
process?
how did she
I don't know.
negotiate
That
with
was her
those South
job, was to
American
go
countries?
like be an ambassador and like an actual,
And what
you know,
and
person.
how did she do that? What did she do?
I don't know. Stuff.
Well, we
and
know
things.
we know the results. We know the results. Whatever she did, we weren't there, and if they didn't put it on the news, we're not going to know about it. But we do know the results.
I mean, I know Biden's deported more people than Trump has. Like,
There were more people
categorically.
here to deport. There were more here to deport
What, after the year of COVID?
after they let
Where-
them in. No,
No,
after Biden.
no, after 3 years of
Biden,
Biden with
listen,
12 million
I got
people
this.
coming in.
Listen, I got this.
Okay, bro.
After-
so
after
the
Biden
president
on-
after the deporter in chief,
are you-
and then the person
are
who
you wanting me
deported
to
more
answer
people
your
than him.
question? Do you want me to answer your question?
I'm sorry. What was my question? I forgot.
He's really autistic.
I am on the
Okay.
spectrum.
So
I mean, you
after
do
Biden,
have a tick, but that's okay.
after Biden, on his first day in office, used executive order to stop Trump's border security policies. That's when they came in.
And then he deported more people than Trump did.
That's
like,
what- that's
I don't
why
know.
there
Do-
were more
Do you think
people
that like
here.
less people were claiming asylum under Trump than Biden?
No, what we're talking about is the policy. So
it's
Trump
not
had the
about claiming-
remain in Mexico policy,
That-
which
Yeah,
means
which
you
is a
had to
dumb
stay in
policy.
Mexico.
That's changing
How is
the
that a dumb
context.
policy?
That's changing the context.
Okay.
We weren't talking about people claiming asylum. We were talking about people entering our country illegally, jumping the line, coming here without being properly processed.
Yeah, you don't know how immigration
those are
works.
the
Like, you
people-
don't know what the
those-
issue is at the border. Like
Are
you just don't.
I don't.
Yeah.
I could say the same thing about you.
Well,
And
no,
that's
you
why
can't
keep
because I
dodging the
understand that like most people aren't just like hopping the border, which is why a wall is also
Well,
a stupid
if-
idea. and
okay,
won't
so
help.
if you
because what
come-
people
if
have
you
found
rush the
out is that
border
if
and you
people
say-
show up, no. If you just
people
show
aren't
up at the
hopping
border
the
and say
border-
I'm claiming asylum, then they'll
people
just like
aren't
let you in
hopping
and give
the
you a court
border-
date.
If people aren't
Yeah.
hopping the border, then how could
Yeah.
they be deported? You
Because
mentioned
if they
people that were
come to
being
the border
deported.
seeking asylum and then skip their court date, that makes them an illegal. You don't know how.
Well-
I don't even.
Yeah, well, we got plenty of those.
You're dancing around all over. You were talking about how more people have been deported under Biden, and I
Yeah.
said that there are more people coming in, and you said since when? And that's when everybody started talking. But I was
No,
going
no.
to say
What I asked you
since
was
he
like, were
allowed
less
them to
people
come
seeking
in.
asylum under Trump than Biden?
We're not talking about people seeking asylum.
Okay, then you
Okay?
don't understand what the issue is with the border because it's not people hopping it. It's people. It's the asylum seeking process, and how underfunded it is and how tight up that
Well,
whole
anybody
system is that,
can
like, lets
hop the
people just
border
get
and
in.
say they're seeking asylum. The matter of
You don't
which
no
is
No, man, would you like to share
if you're
my screen
seeking
real fast?
asylum,
You don't
if
hop
you're
the
seeking
border
asylum,
when you seek asylum. You go to the
yes,
border.
you do.
And
Yes,
you
you
just get
do.
let
That's
in.
exactly what the
You
border
just
security
skip
bill
your court
was.
date. You skip your court date, right?
Snowman, I am showing a graph of how this works. If you would share my screen, please. I've drew something in MS Paint, so people can understand this very simply. Okay.
Cyber, you wanna handle that? Thank you.
Okay. All right. So here's how it goes, right? This person, right? Let's say he's Joe Biden, okay? There is a hole in the boat, right? The water are migrants, okay? So there is water coming into the boat rapidly, okay? Of course, this person is going to shovel out more water than the person or the previous captain who did not have a hole in said boat, because there wasn't as many migrants coming in or as much water coming in. Do you catch my drift? So of course the person that has a mass amount of water flooding into the said metaphorical boat is going to push more water outside of said metaphorical boat. But I think the underlying problem here is the fact that this fucking guy, right, put a massive hole in the boat. All right.
Now, does that
Yeah, he said rush the border.
does that specify as to whether or not they're jumping over the border or seeking asylum and then skipping their court date?
That doesn't.
Or is there any difference?
That's not
If they're
data. Like
in the
there's no
country,
that's
if
not
they're
proof.
in
Like you
the
drew a
country
picture like a
illegally,
fucking 6-year-old with a crayon.
If
And,
they're in the
yeah,
country,
like
Okay, yeah,
say
that's
it's
how
not
simple
true.
it is.
So
like duh, bro. Duh, bro. Common sense,
and what's
bro. Like, you know,
what's crazy is it is a dub because you're saying it's a shitty drawing and not saying why it's wrong. Because you know that because you know that Joe Biden
claim.
Yeah, because you know Joe
You've made a
Biden
claim,
was
now
much
prove
more
it.
lax. Because you know Joe Biden was much more lax on immigration. He let in a far more amount of immigrants into the United States during his presidency. Therefore,
I
of
just
course,
know
he
that.
is
So,
going
like,
to
you're just asserting this shit without like
use
demonstrating it at all.
Use a logical conclusion.
Just common sense, bro. Logic, bro. Like,
Yes,
it's
yes.
just like the
Take
law
it to its logical conclusion, bro. Take it to its logical conclusion. Use the IQ that I know is deep down in your fucking mind. Okay.
Let's pull up border crossings.
If you want to Destiny bro me and ask for a source every fucking 5 seconds, sure, I'll get you a source, homie.
Listen,
for sure, dog.
Here's some
Yes,
common sense.
please. I would like you to
Here's some
substantiate your
common
claims.
sense, okay? Here's some common sense. If
Common sense is
people are
retarded.
here-
Common sense ain't so common.
Okay, you're muted for now. Okay. So
Don't
if
mute him.
people- I have to. I have something I'm trying to say. I let him say what he has to say, and well, actually, yeah, I'll unmute you, and you can go ahead and continue to interrupt me while I'm trying to say this and show everybody how you don't want me to make a point against what you're saying.
I think
Or
you can be civil. I think you can be civil, bro.
Okay. Well, if there are people in the country illegally, does it matter if they hopped the border or skipped their court date? Or are they still here illegally? They're still here illegally,
Okay.
right? And people who are
Um,
here illegally can be deported. So
I think
what
it
you were
does matter
trying to
because how we
say,
solve the problem. Sorry.
what you were trying to say doesn't make any difference when it relates to what you were saying previously about how Biden deported more people than Trump. And it does not refute my point to the fact that the reason Biden deported more is because he was able to, because there were more people here illegally. It doesn't matter how they came here. And I understand what you're trying to say. We need more power in the processing of people into the country. And we need more enforcement of the laws when they skip their court dates. Right? Is that what you're
Uh,
trying to say, Darko?
Yes, because
That there's
you know
not
if
enough
we're gonna
processing power.
yeah, and or rather like the point that I'm trying to. Or, sorry, I don't know if you just want a yes or no here.
Go ahead.
Sure. So when we look at the problem of like where like that hole in the boat from our very very clever friend's drawing, and like what like how big that hole is, like how we go about that problem, like isn't just it's not just a hole in a boat. There isn't just one way to solve it. Like we need to like divert resources into stuff that will actually help. And the majority of like they're like the largest contributor to illegal immigrants into the U.S. now is asylum-seeking people that are using that or that are like taking advantage of how backed up our systems are to like get away with like staying here and just like not getting caught.
Well,
So
the concept.
if you want less illegal, I mean, I don't know if you just want to deport more people rather than like not let more people in illegally.
We
But
need
I
to keep
think
more-
the latter would be a better solution.
Yeah, I would prefer a full moratorium on all immigration. But that's just me. That's not
Well, that's
really
retarded.
realistic.
So
That's not retarded. Do you enjoy quasi slave labor? I mean, you have Shield for big businesses, so
Snowman's trying to talk.
go ahead, Snowman.
No, I was just saying. I think that I agree. We need to stop letting people come to the country, and we need to start deporting people that ain't supposed to be in this country until this country gets well, because this country's very sick right now, and this country's more worried about what's going on in other countries and not worried enough about its own people and the people that are sick and dying and living on the streets here. I think that we should be. In what world are we taking resources from people in this country that need them and can't get them, and giving them to people that aren't even from this country?
bro, the
It's
bottom
true.
half of Americans don't pay any like federal income tax. Like I don't know like what you mean by that. Like we're not.
What
I
are you
mean,
fucking talking about, dude? Every one of us pay taxes every day. Every one of us.
well, congrats on making more than the mean of Americans, I guess.
Dude, do you not pay sales tax on everything you buy?
Okay, so the claim that I said was like the bottom half of Americans aren't paying any federal income tax. So yeah, sales
Really?
tax is generally
The
a state
bottom
tax.
half?
So
The bottom half. So you're going.
yeah, the bottom 50% of earners in America like pay like less than a 3% tax rate. Which is like the top 50%
No,
of
you
people are
said
paying
they don't
97%
pay
of the
anything.
taxes.
What the fuck
Okay,
happened to
sorry.
the Democratic Party?
So, do you disagree with the Democratic Party's narrative that the richest in the country need to start paying their fair share as if they haven't been? Do you disagree with that?
I disagree with that
You
framing.
just
Yes.
did.
I mean, you just did this.
Okay.
Are you trolling? Are you just up here trolling right now? Is that what's
No,
going
sorry.
on?
Listen. Sorry, I'm being very specific because I have a large commitment in my soul to being internally consistent. So yeah, like I mean, I think wealthy people have been disproportionately paying like America's bill for a while, and so I'm not saying that they've been paying nothing. But also we shouldn't just like deficit spend and like throw money at at everybody without like pairing it with any sort of like spending cuts.
Well, they've been paying a larger percentage of their income, but the majority of the people that make this lower income, because we are more people, more money goes to the government from us. But the rich people are paying a larger percentage of their income.
Did I wake up in Bizarro world? What is going on right now?
Yeah, like we're seeing.
Yeah, I know. It's a
liberals
lefty who
argue
hates
for-
communism, who knows about economics. I know.
No, it
it's
seems like
fucking
you're
bananas.
arguing for trickle down economics.
He is arguing for trickle down
supply
economics.
side. No. Supply side economics is stupid as fuck.
Well, I'm glad you hate.
Do you think
isn't
less
inherently
tax? Do you think less taxes on the rich will eventually trickle down to the lower classes?
Not necessarily. Like I don't know. There's a whole like Laffer curve there of like but yeah, I mean like a certain like percentage of corporate tax rate will encourage reinvestment and for stuff to be written off as revenue and expenses rather than like be pocketed as profits.
Reagan
and I
proved
think
that
that's
that did
better for
not
business.
happen. Reagan proved that's not how that rolls.
I don't know. Listen, Reagan was
So did
stupid
George
as fuck,
Bush.
so I don't know what.
Well, that's what Reagan did. He cut the taxes for the upper wealthy, right?
Well,
And
sure.
The whole
So I'm not saying you should cut corporate tax. I'm saying like there's like a nice like Goldilocks zone where like if it's too high, then like most companies want to like stuff their money into like tax havens. But if it's too low, like they'll just like pocket it all and like hoard it. But there's like a nice like like again I don't know if you know what a Laffer curve is, but like yeah, it's like a theoretical graph about like taxation percent versus like how much money you're actually getting. So yeah, like like if the tax rate is high enough to encourage reinvestment, while growing value in the business.
there's
yeah,
a lot of
good.
stuff that I am unsure about, but I'm almost positive that if you cut $1 off of a corporation, that they are definitely going to still pocket that $1. We're talking about multinational corporations, man. We're talking about corporations that their whole point is profit, right? They're not going to reinvest anything. Actually, the Supreme Court has ruled in the past that even if CEOs want to reinvest those things, that money has to go back into the stockholders, into the people that actually helped fund the corporation or the business. Like,
I don't even know how to respond. So I don't know if you understand that, like like a corporate tax rate of like 28 to like 32% ish will like generally push corporations into like writing off business expenses, and like reinvesting in the company because that will increase their stock
Or
price,
just moving their
increase
businesses
valuation,
offshore.
which is well, sure. That's why you don't want it like something crazy like 38% or whatever, because then yeah, you're just gonna send everyone to fucking Ireland.
It'll be more like
yeah.
China, but yeah.
What do you mean more
It'd
like
be
China?
like
Who the fuck is
it? Wouldn't really be Ireland, right? They don't really build. So these companies,
Are
they
you out
don't
of your
really
fucking
like.
mind?
They don't.
Do you
really
understand that like half of Ireland's GDP is like international corporations who are like stationed there, like because of their like, crazy low 15% corporate tax rate. Literally, even Apple has like transferred all of their intellectual property to their corporation headquartered in Ireland, like like to avoid like bro, you're so uninformed.
So Apple is building their phones in Ireland.
That's not okay. Do you understand the difference between manufacturing and intellectual property rights?
Yes, I get that.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're okay. So
Cool.
their headquarters are in Ireland.
Okay, real quick. So when I said that Apple had transferred a lot of their intellectual property rights to their corporation headquartered in Ireland to dodge like corporate tax rates, did you think that I meant manufacturing instead of intellectual property rights?
Yeah, I don't understand what
you
that
did
has to really do with jobs, though. Yeah,
Okay,
I understand what the fuck you're
that
saying.
like where Apple designs their phones is different than where Apple like manufactures their phones. You understand that those are like probably two different sections of Apple, right?
Neither of those places are in the United States, and that's the problem.
Well, I mean, their intellectual property rights are in Ireland, but Apple is headquartered in the U.S. They are on the stock exchange. Like, you can go and like buy shares in them. So I don't know what you mean by that.
Do you like watching Destiny?
I met him in real life. I have his autograph.
Yeah, makes sense. You got a Cuck's autograph?
Yeah, I mean,
and it's up on your wall.
You know about him? No.
And it's up on your wall. Sorry, it's up on your desk.
On my, yeah, it's on my tower with a bunch of other random knickknacks.
Well, Darko, I have to say that I really enjoyed hearing you say that you hate communism. I think we can all agree on that. We can all agree against that.
I'm about to go full red just to spite this entire conversation.
What?
So I'm about to go full red just to spite this entire conversation. I mean, I would potentially take communism over neoliberalism. At least they had some form of a masculine society in the Soviet Union.
Flipping that.
You can clip it. Go for it. Fuck it. We ball.
What? Okay, I don't know how you made this jump from like economic system to like a culture thing.
You're making the
like is
jump because you're
communism
arguing
You
for
made the jump.
neo-corporatism.
Yeah, you're well,
Well, no, you said
corporatocracy, but
I would prefer communism to neoliberalism because all the neoliberalists are trying to trans the kids or whatever the fuck. Sorry, I don't remember word for word.
it wasn't transit kid. I said
You're making the hyper-capitalist argument
Oh,
right
sorry.
now.
the
why are
masculine
you
thing.
why are you acting like me jumping the goalpost like you haven't been jumping the goalpost like 20 times in the last like 20
Well,
minutes?
Can we jump back to the border security thing? I want to show you something, Darko. This is Biden's 9th executive order that he signed on day one, revoking the Trump administration efforts to exclude undocumented or revoking the Trump administration's efforts to exclude undocumented immigration from the U.S. Census, a change that would have weakened federal representation for diverse areas generally represented by Democrats. The biggest one I want you to look at is this right here. Biden revoked a Trump executive order that massively expanded immigration officials' interior enforcement work and broadened the categories of who they should try to detain and deport. That put a serious wrench in the processing.
I mean, did
and it created a greater incentive for people to come here, as well as
Can you show me
halting
a
the
graph?
construction.
Can you show me a graph of like, I don't know, like how many people were, like how many illegals were estimated to come in, like, in 2020 or 2019 versus like 2020 or 2021?
I could find one.
To go over. For sure. I mean, or you're saying it's directly leading to it, and I want to know why? Like, or I guess like why do you think, or I mean, like, are we just doing the common sense appeal
well,
and
the
saying that like,
why-
well, obviously, like this was
listen,
bad. Like this was
why-
working.
The why is in the first one I read to you. Okay. Revoking the Trump administration efforts to exclude undocumented immigration from the U.S. Census, a change that would have weakened federal representation for diverse areas generally represented by Democrats. Because the more people they are able to include on the census, the more seats they're allowed to have in Congress, and the higher value in the Electoral College for these sanctuary cities.
Yeah,
That's the why.
I don't think that illegal immigrants are like meaningfully tipping, like the number of electoral votes or seats in the House of Reps that states are getting.
Drops of water coming into a boat aren't necessarily going to sink it until a certain point, which is why you bail the water out of the boat when it starts coming in, because it's not supposed to be there. So this right here represents the hole in the boat because he stopped the construction.
Yeah,
and
that
he
has
also
something to do with asylum.
He also weakened Trump's executive order, which massively expanded immigration officials' interior enforcement work. And the reason why is because the more that come in, the more people are there to be represented by the Democrats in these sanctuary cities. And it increases the numbers in the Electoral College, and it increases the seats that they have in Congress.
Okay, so like states like Texas and Florida and Arizona and all those southern border states that all were very blue this election are being flooded with illegal immigrants that are disproportionately giving Democrats representation when they got stomped so hard that like it kind of makes it look like maybe we did steal the election in 2020. Like you're saying that like this worked so well and we're doing this. Okay, I mean that's a theory for sure.
Are there Are there sanctuary cities in Texas?
Um, so you know what a sanctuary city is, right?
No, please teach me.
Is Snowman still here? Did he bounce out?
Oh, yeah. Snowman is not
He's
here
not
anymore.
here.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Wait. Are you actually running the stream, Cyber?
His placeholder is here.
Oh, okay. That just
That's
popped up.
wild. Snowman cannot chill, can he?
Oh, what's the name of the?
But yes, I know what sanctuary cities are, and I know what they're meant for, and it's not what they claim.
Okay.
They're
So you
they're
know what
playing
they're
games
supposed to
with
be, but they're
people.
definitely not that.
I know what they're claimed to be.
I guess
That's
like
not what
just
they
so we can
are.
have a working definition. Like, can you explain what you mean when you say sanctuary cities?
Yes, I can.
I would appreciate that if you don't mind. No is always okay. I didn't mean that to sound sarcastic.
Well, I didn't either. I absolutely can explain them. You're not gonna like it, so I'm not gonna do it.
Okay. I guess so. When I hear sanctuary cities, I'm thinking of like cities that aren't complying with the federal government's rules about immigration and stuff. So I guess when you're reading me off a bunch of executive orders and bringing up sanctuary cities, I'm like, well, sanctuary cities didn't give a fuck to begin with, and like, so I don't think any executive orders being in place or not in place really matter to people who are like, fuck what the federal government says. I'm a state and I have states' rights.
Well, how many sanctuary cities are on the border?
I don't know. I don't know how many sanctuary cities there are.
That would be relevant. In the context that you're using, that would be relevant.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, if like Detroit declared itself a sanctuary city, like maybe everyone would just move north. Like, I don't know why.
Well, a lot of people would have to sneak into Canada if they were going to sneak into America through Canada. Right?
No, they could just sneak in like through Mexico and then run north. Have you ever heard of the Underground Railroad? Like, people have been doing this shit for years, dog.
Yeah. There are tunnels going
So yeah,
from
like New York is the sanctuary city, and so yeah, I mean, if you're a Mexican, you can just get to New York and find a job.
there are tunnels going from a town that's just on the other side of the border and coming out to a town that is, I'd say maybe about 60, 70 miles from where I live.
Okay. And like, what percentage of illegal immigrants are coming through like avenues like that?
Through the tunnels?
Yeah.
Not too many people. They're usually
I mean, but
smuggling
like
contraband.
what percentage?
Percentage? Maybe about 0.05 when you're talking about people.
I mean, like not like that specific tunnel, but like, you know, like all the tunnels that exist.
I don't know how many tunnels exist, so
I guess
couldn't
like
answer
do you
that.
think most of them are coming through tunnels or like hopping the gate or sorry, I'm not trying to hold you to like a specific number, but like more or less than 50%.
There are certainly not more people coming through the tunnels. Certainly not.
And from like expired visas and like asylum seeking.
I'd say there are a majority, maybe. I mean, I couldn't really give you a percentage accurately without looking it up, but there are probably a majority of people that come claiming that they're seeking asylum, and they get a court date and skip it, like what you were talking about.
Or I guess, all right, maybe this is a fundamental.
The tunnels are mostly used for smuggling, whether that be smuggling kids for nefarious purposes or for smuggling drugs.
Like ketamine.
Or a whole bunch of things that they cannot afford to get caught with while hopping the fence, and they certainly can't cross the border with it and go through any kind of customs with it, right? Especially under Trump, because they were getting DNA swabs when they would come over with kids to make sure that the adults that were coming with them were actually related to them.
That's also stupid. Sorry.
It's awful that they were getting DNA swabs.
No, it's a waste of money. Like, I mean, like how many cases did that turn out to, like, be like, oh, actually, you're not related? I feel like probably like 90-something% of the time, like we just like tested them and we're like, okay, well, you're related,
Okay,
so go ahead.
how much value do you put on the innocence of a child? $100,000?
I
$200,000?
I don't know what that means.
That means if they spend $500,000 and only save one child from being trafficked into something that they can't even consent to, that is well worth it. That's what that means.
I mean, I guess, like, is there an upper bound on this for you?
How much does a DNA swab? How much does that cost to get one and to process it and get the results?
Like $100.
Bumpkin, are you here? It looked
I'm
like your
here,
screen's
yeah.
frozen. Oh, you
I'm
were
here.
just watching a screen?
No, I was looking up previous elections.
I thought you were frozen, man.
No, I was looking at other previous
You
elections.
didn't move a muscle.
Yeah, I was concentrating. It kind of sucks that they don't really show like voting trends for previous elections. So I was trying to go for an election prior to the 1965 Immigration Act.
Oh, actually. Oh, I mean,
I think Darko's
okay.
pretty tech savvy.
Yeah, I was trying to look it up, but there's really not much because they show like how many, each candidate received via votes altogether, but they don't really show like, like we kind of do now, like break down between each vote via race and all of that to really see that sort of stuff. They probably do that on purpose, honestly. They probably do that on
no,
purpose,
I mean,
honestly.
exit poll. I mean, you could probably find like exit polling for that stuff, but it's just probably not
In 1952?
Not on the internet. Yeah,
Exactly. It's not something that we can really
exit polls. Okay, that's when did U.S. start doing exit polls?
Maybe I should pick something besides that one because that was like a Republican sweep. But the Democrat
all the immigrants
was
came in and voted Republican.
No, that was 1952. That was prior to the 1965 Immigration Act.
Right. But the Republicans supported one that didn't work how they thought it would.
Huh?
It's not the Dodd. Or do you happen to know the name of that act?
The 1965 Immigration Act. 1 second, let me look up the actual name of it. Yeah, no, I don't deny. Like, I'm not really a Republican. I don't deny the fact that the Republicans kind of were pretty pro-immigration. Let me look it up. By the way, your screen is frozen.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
So, Darko, do you play chess?
No.
No? Well, I still think you'd be able to appreciate this analogy. On a chessboard, you have black pieces and white pieces that are enemies fighting against each other.
It's called the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965.
And apart from that, you have two people sitting at each end of the chessboard. So the pieces on the chessboard represent mortal enemies, while at the same time the people in the chairs moving the pieces around are most often best of friends.
Oh.
I think he started losing connectivity. If his screen froze and then he's gone, he lagged out. He'll be back.
Where'd Snowman
Hopefully.
go? Did he go to sleep?
Maybe. It's kind of late. I have no idea if I'm going to work tomorrow or not. I haven't heard from my boss in a week.
Damn, that sucks, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, no matter what, I'm going to end up working tomorrow, so. But
So you get that?
Huh?
Do you get that analogy about the chessboard? The pieces on the board represent mortal enemies.
Yeah.
While at the same time, the people in the chairs moving the pieces around are often best of friends.
Yeah.
Political platforms are a farce.
True.
One thing that led me to support Trump is how nasty both sides were to him. That could be a ruse for that very purpose, to get more people to support him. But the effect I see in it, regardless, is more people having a passion for our country. I don't see that as a bad thing.
That's fair.
As long as we don't end up with more people putting their faith in politicians because of that, we're better off. So did you hear the end of that analogy, Darko?
I did not hear the end of that analogy, but I do disagree with all of the few dozen words you just recently said.
So on the chessboard, the pieces represent mortal enemies on each side, while the people sitting in the chairs, moving the pieces around, are most often best of friends. That's something to consider when talking about partisan politics. Political platforms are a farce. But I have never seen both sides and the media and all these other global powers coming at somebody the way they've come at Trump. That's what caught my attention.
I mean,
and all the lies and the
do you think it's maybe
manipulation, which
possible?
I mentioned that it could be a ruse, right? Is that what you're going to ask?
No. Sorry, I was trying not to interrupt you, and you can finish if you would like to finish your thought. I feel like you're carrying me to talk.
It
and
is
I'm ignoring that.
possible that it's a ruse, right?
Mhm.
But
I mean,
regardless of whether it is or not, I think that the total effect of giving people more passion for their country is a good thing, as long as we don't end up with more people looking to politicians to fix the problems. If we just look at what's going on right now as motivation to be specific about what needs to be addressed, and vocal about wanting it to be addressed. Not putting our faith in the politicians that want to dangle a carrot in front of us, but with results. And those results keep getting undermined by, guess who? The career politicians.
yeah, I don't know like what metric you're measuring this by, but yeah, Trump sucked at results. He sucked at being a leader. He sucked at foreign policy. He sucks at being a businessman. He sucks at being a husband. Like in literally any conceivable metric, Trump is bad for this country. he's anti-American. He hates American values. Like he doesn't like free speech. Like he doesn't like the Constitution. He won't hesitate to just like, toss all of that away if it doesn't suit him and his ego. Yeah, no, Donald Trump is a fucking loser.
Based American Caesar.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hey,
why?
you know what?
Why do you believe he doesn't like the Constitution?
I don't know. When you just very casually mentions like suspending it because he lost an election, makes me think he doesn't care about the Constitution. When he talks about like locking up people who burn the flag or deporting college protesters, I don't know. That makes me think he doesn't give a fuck about free speech and is like, doesn't care about the Constitution because the amendments also count.
Why are we acting like either side has cared about the Constitution for the past 40 years, bro?
Because I'm not I don't just espouse whatever like anti-establishment Russian bullshit that's been fed to me on the internet. I guess.
No, like neither side has cared about the Constitution. The Constitution is fucking toilet paper right now, bro. Why are we? Okay, so you have one party that supposedly cares about the Constitution, unless it's the Second Amendment, or unless it's meddling in politics, or unless it's lobbying, or unless it's this shit does not matter. The Constitution is basically toilet paper at this time. Politics is power.
Oh, for sure. So who passed the bump stock ban by executive order, which is
Trump.
Like oh, okay. All right.
That's awesome.
So Trump also wipes his ass with the Constitution. Do you mind
Yes.
saying that for me? Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Both sides too, bro.
Okay.
The Constitution doesn't mean anything in this nation anymore.
Yeah, so fuck the Constitution is like what you're saying. Like
Pretty
it doesn't
much
really
at this
matter.
point.
Oh,
Pretty
okay.
much at this
All right.
point.
Well, then fuck you. Like leave. Like get the fuck out of my country. If you don't
No.
care about our founding document and you hate our system,
No.
then get the fuck
I
out,
don't-
dog. Like fuck
No,
you.
no,
Why are
I'm
you
staying,
here?
bro. I'm staying, bro. Are you
Why?
gonna make me
Why?
leave?
No. But like
No,
why?
Because I believe in an America that can progress properly into the future, right? I don't hate the Constitution, okay? But I am just stating a fact that politicians use it as toilet paper, okay? I'm obviously a big proponent of the Second Amendment. I obviously believe in freedom of speech. I obviously believe in these things.
No, you don't.
Really?
Or I mean, it doesn't seem like you do. Like I don't know. You don't seem to give a fuck about the Constitution. Like, or I mean, I guess like you're the only one who really does actually, and your system is what's best. And fuck everything else. Like I don't. Like you cannot in one breath tell me like fuck the Constitution, no one cares about it, but also I think we should uphold it in this like novel way that I've decided would be way better than our current system of government.
I can and I did. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Can you pitch to me like what system you or like do you think the Constitution needs to be like revamped into like the Constitution 2.0 and we need like a radical change in our system, or like do you or sorry.
I would say there needs to be some reworkings of the Constitution. Would you disagree to that? So maybe some amendments.
I mean, maybe
like we should probably stop lobbying, right?
Not necessarily. No.
You're okay with lobbying?
Yeah.
Okay, Democratic Party's dead. They're basically neoliberals. All right, I'm gonna head out. Okay. I think you've been trolling this entire time, bro. There's no way.
No.
There's no way that you lean. There's no way that you lean left and you believe that lobbying is okay, that you support mega corporations, and that you are you only left leaning because you like gay rights? Is that it? Is it only on social issues? Is where you're left leaning at?
No. I mean,
are you just kind of like a left libertarian?
Or not, so I'm not a communist is the thing. Like I am like a staunch like capital L liberal.
Like a classical liberal?
That's cringe, and I hate everyone who describes himself with those words, but that might be the box that I fit in.
Like you believe in like laissez-faire capitalism, like
fuck no, that's retarded.
Okay, then why do you
I don't know if we're allowed to say that here.
What, fuck no? That's retarded? I don't know, bro.
For sure. What the art word.
I'm pretty sure Snowman has said a lot worse shit on his streams, so I'm sure you're fine with
YouTube is
that.
pretty lenient with that stuff on Twitch. Anyway. whatever. I don't want to roll the dice at someone else's channel. If nothing else, recognized games when I'm trying to nuke someone else's shit.
I
But
get
yeah,
that.
anyway, yeah, no, I have I'm a leftist, or I'm a lefty who's not anti-capitalist, and it's crazy. Yeah, I know it's weird because everyone else is just this like crazy populist who's either like a hardcore communist or an anti-establishment like dumb fuck, who doesn't know how anything works and therefore like doesn't trust us because doesn't trust them because it makes them feel better because the world is a dangerous and scary place to live in, and feeling like you have all the answers is a sign of narcissism and also very comforting. Anyways, all
Yeah.
right. What kind of government do you advocate for? Like, do you like a republic? Do you want a monarchy? Like I don't know, or whatever. Sorry, you said you were leaving. My bad.
Yeah. To sum it up, I would prefer like more of a republic with limitations on voting. Or I shouldn't say limitations, more of like some sort of ligma test on voting. Kind of like how the founding fathers, the people that wrote that constitution you're talking about, they had a limitation on voting. I would want to sort of do something similar to that. I don't like to say progress. I don't know, landowning, potentially some sort of service to the nation. Because I don't like just landowning because that does create like a huge class conflict. I try to avoid conflict in creating a governmental system. Service to the nation. I think that it can be multifaceted. But I still definitely believe like voting should be a thing. I just think the people that are voting should have some sort of skin in the game. Or skin in the game, right?
Why?
National service, because you should want people voting that are actually voting for the benefit of their children and their children's children, or people that are actually, love the nation that they were born into.
I don't know. Two very loaded statements.
I don't think it's loaded at all.
Well, I mean, yeah, like just a lot of words doing a lot of heavy lifting there. Like, so
I mean, even there's several even Greek philosophers that hated the idea of a democracy en masse. Socrates.
Okay, what those homos thought.
Now you show me your hands real fast. Show me your fingernails. Homos, bro. What are you doing right now?
Yeah, talking about the queers. Those dudes who like fucked in the bathhouses. Those Greeks.
And you're anti-gay?
I'm anti-pedophile. I don't know, like what.
Okay, well, usually when people are saying like they're anti-pedophile, they don't go fuck those fags.
Right,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I didn't say that one.
Or fuck those gags. My bad.
Whatever. I'm pretty sure it's okay to say that on YouTube. Like I've heard a lot worse. I don't know. Unfortunately, like the disinformation ban has a heavy like anti-right wing bias because they live in delusion.
Yeah, it does.
So
it kind of depends on what else you have to say. If they're going to crack down on you for their arbitrary rules, if they're going to enforce their arbitrary rules regarding hate speech, it depends on what other things you support.
True.
Because I see them let certain people get away with it very often.
Does YouTube have hate speech rules?
They do. But they're very arbitrary. They just enforce them when they want to.
Like inciting violence against individuals?
Yep. So what do you think about what Trump said regarding Liz Cheney when he was talking to Tucker in Arizona? Did you hear about that?
No. Him talking about that fucking rhino?
Uh-huh.
I should even care. I care about the real Republican.
Oh, people were freaking out. They were saying that he was calling for her to be put in front of a firing squad. He said, let's put her standing there with a rifle with 9 barrels aimed at her, okay, and see how she likes it. He was talking about her being in a combat scenario because she's a war hawk and likes to start wars and keep wars going and send people off to war because she knows she's not going to be one going.
Right.
And
yeah, I
immediately,
definitely agree. The liberals should calm down on the violent rhetoric.
Immediately, the news started accusing him of threatening her, saying that he wanted to put her in front of a firing squad and all kinds of shit. He said, let's put her standing there with a rifle. Who's given a rifle when they stand in front of a firing squad? It's that kind of media spin and narrative is one of the main reasons I support Trump. So I never seen anybody in the media go to those kind of extents to try and sabotage and create these narratives. I mean, it led to him getting shot. And they still try and blame him.
Okay.
It just blows
So-
my mind.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's because the right has been ratcheting up the rhetoric for so very long now, and to ignore that, it's like, really. I'm gonna give you a gun, and I want you to be staring down the barrel of 9 guns. Like, what do you think? Do you think you're gonna John Woo yourself out of that situation?
You mean John Wick?
Either one.
That's what the men in the military face.
No, they don't. I don't know if you heard of these things called drones, but like 80% of our like military people are not actively deployed. They're in a random country flying a drone in some other random country, for the most part.
Okay, so the history of war is just out the window because we have drones now.
I mean, okay, so just to refocus, the rhetoric that we're talking about is like, oh, I'd like to see her on a battlefield outnumbered.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you're like, yeah, like that's totally fine. Like, there's nothing.
Well, he didn't say he would like
inflammatory.
to. He didn't say he would like to see that.
Okay.
Now, you can put.
What
You
did he
can put
say?
words
Like,
in you can put words in people's
I'm
mouths.
sorry. What was the
all day
word that he
long.
said then?
Let's put her standing there with a
Okay,
rifle.
so is that like a we should or like we ought to?
Would you like to hear the?
No, I don't give a fuck about
whole
like
thing?
I mean, like, unless you're incapable of explaining to me like the or like reciting to me the word that he said.
You want to hear it in full context?
Is this full context? Sure, hang on. Let me open up Notepad. Or, can you link me the video so I can read like?
Donald Trump last night during an event in
This is not
Arizona
Donald Trump.
with Tucker Carlson, he called Liz Cheney, former Congresswoman, Republican Congresswoman who has endorsed Vice President Harris, he called her a war hawk and then said, and I'm quoting, "Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her. Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face." Hugh, why are threats of violence or violent imagery such a prominent feature of his campaign?
When you ran in 2016, the leaders and heroes of the
There's
Republican
Donald
Party were the
Trump.
Bush and Cheney families. And is it weird for you to see Liz Cheney, that'd be Dick Cheney's repulsive little daughter, running against you with Kamala Harris?
Well, I think it hurt
Ad hoc.
Kamala a lot, actually. Look, she's a deranged person. The reason she doesn't like me is that she wanted to stay in Iraq. She wanted to stay. She wants to, tough person. People get killed all over. She's real tough, right? They're not the tough people. But the reason she couldn't stand me is that she always wanted to go to war with people. I don't want to go to war. She wanted to go. She wanted to stay in Syria. I took them out. She wanted to stay in Iraq. I took them out.
What
I mean,
okay, this is
we
just literally
we'd be in
lies,
50
and I
different
don't want to
countries.
listen to any more of this.
And
Okay, I didn't know you were a Liz Cheney supporter.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so drone strikes in Syria like drastically increased under Trump for the first 2 years of his presidency. You know that, right? And you know that like 2 years into his presidency, he rescinded Obama's like executive order that demanded transparency about drone strikes, so that he could keep doing it more or less in private. What you're okay. Yeah, sure. So when he's talking about like, oh, like these are weak people, I'd like to give, I'd like to see how like what happens when they're put out, with like 9 guns trained on her and firing. Yeah, that sounds like some, I don't know, if I were to say like hang Donald Trump, but it's a metaphor, right? Like, do you think that that's like aggressive rhetoric?
Are you okay?
Yes, I am okay.
He really triggers you, doesn't he? It doesn't matter what he says, does it?
But I mean, it does matter what he says because he sounds like a retard all the time. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
So
can you show me a clip of him talking like where he sounds intelligent about anything?
So he didn't pull people out?
Pull people out of what? Afghanistan? No, like
wars.
When you like cut out the Afghani people out of those like peace deals and completely surrendered the whole territory to the fucking Taliban, and then like left that on Biden's doorstep. When he abandoned our Kurdish allies in Turkey, like when he assassinated Soleimani, like when the civil war in the Donbass like kept raging on, like please tell me about like how great Trump was for conflict on the global stage.
Why would I tell you about how great a man is? We're fallible.
Well, yeah,
right?
sure. I don't know. You just seem to be guzzling so much of his cum that it's like, I don't know, like bordering on breaking the laws of physics.
Does that
with how
turn
much
you
that
on
you're
there,
able to,
RuPaul?
fit. I have black drag queen.
You like the gay metaphors?
Is that a metaphor? What's that a metaphor for?
Are you serious? You think I'm literally guzzling his cum?
I mean,
or was it metaphorical?
It kind of seems that way.
Was it it wasn't metaphorical?
No, it's the simile.
So it was metaphorical.
No, simile and metaphor are different.
Explain a simile.
Simile uses like or as, and a metaphor uses a direct comparison.
Which means like or as.
No,
now I understand that
a
simile and a metaphor are not synonymous, but they are comparable.
Yeah,
you want to play a game of semantics?
I mean, better than being wrong. Yeah, I guess I don't understand like what I don't know. I'm saying that you know like you're talking about like how hard this poor man has had it, this poor billionaire, and everyone just hates him because he says stuff like, I want to see this weak person like in a field, armed, with 9 weapons trained and firing on her, and like he didn't mean anything by that. He was just saying that like they're a weak person who like doesn't deserve to be making these sorts of decisions. I don't know. Like, yeah, like we should probably just like dissolve Congress, and who even really needs a Supreme Court?
He never said
Why not just like
anything
elect him until he dies, and then
said-
like let his son take over, and then like, like why not?
He never said anything like she should go hunting with her father. He's not saying he wants her to be shot in the face.
No, he's saying he wants her in a war zone with weapons trained on her and firing, which is totally different than getting shot in the face.
And you know, number one, it's very dangerous. Number two, a lot of people get killed. And number three, I mean, it's very, very expensive. That's why we owe $36 trillion. We go, you know, it used to be you go to war, to the victor belong the spoils, right? In other words, if you beat a country, you own that country, you take the oil. We go to war, we bomb the crap out of it, then we leave. You know, it's almost like, what are we doing? What's going on? We bombed the whole Middle East. And then we left. What did we get? We got nothing. We destroyed. I mean, we bombed the hell out of everything. You know, when they took out Iraq for 1,000 years with different names, you had Iran and Iraq, similar powers. They were the two big ones. And for 1,000 years, they would fight each other this way, this way, this way, then they'd rest. This way, then they'd rest. They were a self-check. Then one day we go in and bomb the hell out of one, we destroy one, and then all of a sudden Iran has the whole Middle East to itself. And by the way, right now Iran has Iraq. Iraq is like a subsidiary of Iran, all right? We did so many bad moves, and her father was it. You know, I was very critical of her father for years. I'd never met him, but I'd say anybody that went into the Middle East I thought was stupid. And they say, convinced Bush, oh, he was another beauty. But he supposedly convinced Bush to go in, him, Bolton, and some other lightweights, convinced them to go in. Let's go into the Middle East and destroy the whole place and kill millions of people. So they went in. But I was never a fan of Cheney. I was always very critical. And when I announced that, I was very critical, actually, not personally, but I said, he made a horrible mistake. What are these people doing? We spent 9 trillion
I know
with
you're
a T,
enjoying this.
not even with a B. Normally I say not million, billion, but now I say not billion, trillion. We spent $9 trillion bombing the hell out of the Middle East. And what the hell did we get other than lots of dead people, including our people? We got nothing. So I was very critical of him, and I don't blame him for sticking with his daughter, but his daughter is a very dumb individual, very dumb. She's a radical
Very
war
dumb,
hawk.
very
Let's put
stupid.
her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're
So
sitting
it's
in
not like he said
Washington in a nice
she
building
should go
saying,
hunting
oh,
with
gee,
her father and get shot in the face.
let's see
but
how she feels
she should
about it.
have
You know, when the
not
guns are
hear-
trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy. But she's a stupid person. But, you know, I like real news, not fake news. You're fake news. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Don't we love that term, fake? What we've learned about fake over the last little while. Fake news. Whoops, the camera just went off.
Wow. Well, I feel like I've lost at least 1.5 IQ points, and I directly blame you, and I'm gonna fucking
You
sue
wanna watch
you
it
if
again?
I could find you. No, I would rather uninstall my vital organs than listen to that old, dementia-riddled man speak any more about stuff he doesn't know anything about.
So you support foreign wars?
I don't know what that means. I think war isn't good, and people would probably do less of it.
You think Bush sending a bunch of people over to Afghanistan and bombing the hell out of one side and letting the other side take them over was a good thing?
I mean, who abandoned that country and just surrendered it to the Taliban? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it was super justified. Sounds like a bad thing for a weird Republican to do.
Let me repeat the question. Do you think Bush sending sending our military over there and destroying one side and letting the other side take it over was a good thing?
What side did he destroy?
Iraq.
Oh, because like there's definitely there's only two major like power struggles in the Middle East, and it's strictly Iraq and Iran.
Are you trying to dodge the question?
But I mean, I'm trying to understand the question. Like, so are we presuming that everything Trump just said is true, and that like before there was just this like weird like two polar like power struggle going on in the Middle East, and that like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, like Israel, like Syria, like didn't have their own. I don't understand the context of the question, so I don't know how to answer it for you.
You're complicating the question beyond context. The context is as simple as Iraq and Iran. Yes, there are more factions in the Middle East. He wasn't talking about the Middle East. Neither am I. I'm talking specifically about the struggle between Iraq and Iran, and Bush sending the military over there and destroying Iraq and letting Iran take it over.
Who do we
Do you
support
think
in the
that was a good
Iraq-Iran
thing?
war?
What was that?
Did the U.S. support one side over another in the Iraq-Iran war? I'm not super sure.
Did they destroy Iran?
Did they destroy Iraq?
Very extensively. Not completely, but
So
certainly
like
enough
when we
for Iran.
assassinated Soleimani, which side did he work for?
What about Gaddafi? If we're
Are we talking about
gonna play the
Gaddafi?
whataboutisms, if we're gonna play the
Oh, I mean, okay,
whataboutism,
sure. So like, okay, so yeah, the whataboutism when I'm talking about a direct action that Trump took against a part of like assassinating a member of Iraq's military, and you're saying that like, oh, Bush was bad for destroying Iraq. I don't know.
am
Like,
I the
is
only
that
one supposed to answer questions? Because you still haven't answered mine.
again?
You're
So
dodging it.
if you're assuming a dipolar world where Iraq and Iran are two like major struggling powers, and like
I never said
bombing one
major
into the dust.
struggling powers.
Oh, for sure.
I'm talking about
Did
a
Trump say that,
conflict
or like,
between the two. I'm
or
talking about a
okay? So
conflict
we
between the two.
intervened in
Are
the
you denying?
Iraq-Iran
Are you
war.
denying that the conflict between Iraq and Iran existed? Are you denying that?
Am I denying that the Iraq-Iran war existed? No.
Okay. How did that end?
Not quite sure. I think maybe we supported Iran in destroying Iraq.
Right. You think that was a good thing?
I mean, that's not what happened. But I don't know. Is it a good thing for the U.S. to be involved in foreign affairs? Yeah, probably most of the time.
I disagree.
Why? Or do you not see the U.S. as a world leader? Or like I don't know. So personally, I feel like we live in the best country in the fucking world, and I think we should.
I would like for America to be a leader, yes, and not a bully. Liz Cheney and what she represents is very similar to a bully.
What? Okay, listen. You cannot honestly throw accusations of bullying at Liz Cheney for the sins of her father while supporting Donald fucking Trump, the guy who's like Sleepy Joe and like who gives everyone random nicknames to just demean them. Like you're not
Oh,
honestly gonna like pass any judgment for bullying.
he does trigger you. He really does. You're willing to equate waging
Bullying with
wars.
bullying, yes. So
with
like
name calling.
bullying people diplomatically doesn't make it not bullying people.
So that makes
Do we
you
agree
just
on
like
that?
that makes you just like what you imagine Trump to be, because less than 10 minutes ago, you accused me of guzzling his cum.
Well, yeah, because I think Trump supporters ought to be bullied because they're anti-American, treasonous fucks.
I haven't bullied you.
That's fine.
According to your standards, you bullied me. So according to your standards, I have every right to bully you.
Well,
right?
No.
Yes.
When did I ever say that?
Yes. You
Can
bullied
you point
me
me to the
according to
timestamp
your
where I said that like
standards.
you can bully people back?
You
Or,
just
like when
said
did I
that.
say that like bullies should, be bullied?
Okay. We'll watch it.
Okay.
Just give me a second here.
Actually, sorry. I'll be right back. Hang on.
Oh, you don't want to watch you say that?
Point me to the
according to
timestamp.
your
Where did I
have
the American
go just like what you imagine
people?
I
So
would
like
never hear you. He really does. You're willing to equate waging
bullying with
wars.
bullying, yes. Bullying with
You're willing. He's going to take a long time, I imagine. Phone a friend if you need to. It's like a goldfish memory, this guy. Willing to equate waging wars.
bullying with bullying, yes.
Okay,
So
with
like
name calling.
bullying people diplomatically doesn't make it not bullying people.
So that makes
Do we
you
agree
just
on
like
that?
that makes you just like what you imagine Trump to be, because less than 10 minutes ago, you accused me to be. So that makes
people with bullying, yes.
to
You're not
Oh.
honestly gonna and like who gives everyone random fucking Trump bullying at Liz Cheney for the sins of her father while supporting Donald fucking Trump bullying at what? Okay, listen. You cannot what? Not honestly levy accusations about bullying to Liz Cheney for the sins of her father while
Liz Cheney
supporting
and what
Donald
she
Trump who
represents
gives people mean nicknames like a fucking kindergartner.
very similar to a
Well, it's not
bully.
very okay. So did I say
Okay,
that
listen.
people who You are cannot- bullies should be you cannot bullied?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, throw accusations of bullying at Liz Cheney for the sins of her father while supporting Donald fucking Trump, the guy who's like Sleepy Joe and like who gives everyone random nicknames to just demean them. Like you're not
Oh.
honestly gonna like pass any judgment for bullying.
He does trigger you. He really does. You're willing to equate waging wars.
Bullying with bullying, yes.
Okay,
So
with
like
name calling.
bullying people diplomatically doesn't make it not bullying people.
So that makes
Do
you
we agree
just
on
like
that?
that makes you just like what you imagine Trump to be, because less than 10 minutes ago, you accused me of guzzling his cum.
Well, yeah, because I think Trump supporters ought to be bullied because they're anti-American, treasonous fucks. Yep, I said
You hear
they
that?
deserve to be bullied because they're anti-American, treasonous fucks. I did not say they ought to be bullied because they're bullies.
You said bullying with bullying. Right,
What?
you're gonna equate those things together. And you're gonna say
When
that
you
that people who support Trump deserve to be bullied.
Yeah, because they suck.
Right? And then when I call you out about it and say that that means I get to bully you because you bullied me.
No, I didn't say that bullying bullies is a good idea. I just said that bullying isn't bad all the time. But at least I'm
So
honest about it.
it's okay for you to be a bully in your mind, but it's not okay for Trump to be a bully. What if he considers you to be an anti-American treasonous fuck?
I mean, that would make sense because he's a populist retard.
So you can call Trump a retard, but he can't call Joe Biden Sleepy Joe. Because if
I mean,
he does, he's a bully.
He can, but like I'm acting childish, and I will admit that. He is also acting childish, but he won't admit that, and you won't admit that.
I think those names are childish.
Okay, so yep, probably also bad foreign policy. Probably, yeah.
So because I bring up a video of him
acting like a child,
you're going to take it on yourself to insult me the way you did, and then try and justify it because I support him and I support
buckets of his
him,
cum.
and he's a bully.
No, I think it's okay to bully you because you support him and he hates my country. Which makes me think that you probably also hate my country.
As I said on Saturday, we condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence. It has no place in America. And as I have said many times before, no matter the color of our skin, we all live under the same laws. We all salute the same great flag. And we are all made by the same Almighty God. We must love each other, show affection for each other, and unite together in condemnation of hatred, bigotry, and violence. We must rediscover the bonds of love and loyalty that bring us together as Americans. Racism is evil, and those who cause violence in its name are criminals and thugs, including the KKK, neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and other hate groups that are repugnant to everything we hold dear as Americans. We are a nation founded on the truth that all of us are created equal. We are equal in the eyes of our Creator. We are equal under the law, and we are equal under our Constitution. Those who spread violence in the name of bigotry strike at the very core of America. 2 days ago, a young American woman, Heather Heyer, was tragically killed.
So, you know when he said this? Do you know when he said this?
I don't care. But go ahead. Tell me when.
When he was addressing the issue in Charlottesville.
Was this before or after he called the media the enemy of the people? Or like what? Oh, okay. Sure. So like, Charlottesville was full of like Nazis, right? Like there are people they're chanting like Jews will not replace us.
Did you ever see the full clip or the full speech that he gave regarding that incident? Or have you only heard the fine people on both sides narrative? The fine people on both sides.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Of course you don't.
Yes, that is right. That is something that Trump said. There were fine people on both sides.
You know what he said right after that? And I'm not talking about the KKK or the neo-Nazis or the white supremacists because they should be
Just talking
condemned
about the
totally.
most of them on the other side that totally weren't any of those things.
Exactly. The people who aren't like that.
Okay,
Right?
so
he
okay,
creates
okay,
a,
okay.
he
So
creates
you
a
think BLM is
distinction.
pretty?
He
It
creates
is
a distinction, right? He creates a distinction
Yeah, does he?
between the people on both sides who were very fine people and the people on both sides who were not.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
what
I mean,
does the
you can
media
interpret it
do?
that way. Like I don't
The
know, like
media
that sounds
does
like some
exactly
crazy
what they're
mind reading
trained to
shit that
do.
you're doing. Like because you're explaining to me definitely like what he meant by like a very selective set of quotations. Like sure. But I feel like if I did the same thing to you, like you would accuse me of not
Okay,
being able to read
I'm
minds.
mind reading when I say he created a distinction, right? So you think that people on one side are all terrible and people on the other side are all great, right?
No, absolutely not. Are you out of your fucking mind?
I said he created a distinction, and you said that I'm trying to do some kind of mind reading shit? You're
Yes.
full of shit. You're a coward.
I'm not a
You are
coward.
a fucking coward. Yes, you
No,
are.
you're just a Trump cum guzzler who hates America, hates the Constitution, hate every part of our government, doesn't care for any of our institutions, and wants to see it crumble in the name of a god emperor.
You're a man full of nasty words, and all you want to do is what you just accused me of doing. You think you're a fucking mind reader with all that shit you just spewed about me?
No, I'm making inferences,
Yeah,
and I'm
you
willing to
do.
be proven wrong. But like again, all you're doing by like continuing to slurp Donald Trump's dick deeper and deeper down your throat about how great of a
You
leader
really
he
like
is, and
that
he
gay
should just be
stuff,
in
don't
charge
you?
of everything, every part of our government, every judge, every person in Congress,
Well,
like
like I
yeah, like
said a
we
few
should just
minutes
let
ago,
him.
like I said a few minutes ago, you can put words in people's mouths all you want, but that doesn't make them true. All this projection that you're pushing out doesn't explain anything about me, but it sure tells everybody watching exactly how you think.
Sure.
So keep going. Tell
Yep.
us all how you think. You're not going to create a straw man of me and hoist it up and actually change who I am.
No, I'm
And
creating
you
a
can say
distinction.
whatever you want, and you can be a bully all you want. You can be a hypocrite all you want. That's not going to change who I am, but that shows us exactly who you are. So continue. Go ahead. Stay triggered.
Not the first
You're
dude to use
turning a
psych
lot
language
of
on me.
heads. You're going to turn a lot of heads that have been asleep.
Yeah, go for it. Listen, I lose a number of friends and family every year because
Because you're
I
a bully.
no, because I believe in
Yes,
something and I
you
stand
are.
for it.
You can't have a conversation without resorting to name calling.
Neither
And
can
it's so
Trump.
important.
Like, what the fuck
It's
are
so
you talking about,
important to
dog?
you.
Like, what?
It's so important to you that Trump doesn't do any name calling. And here you are.
Didn't say that. Keep doing the projection thing, which is ironic because you're the one projecting. Where it's like, oh, like I'm just gonna straw man the fuck out of whatever you're saying and round up really
Yeah.
hard. Like I'm gonna speak in absolutes that, like, oh, like anytime this happens, it's
Yeah,
this.
that's
Like, no,
exactly what you did. When you were talking all that shit about me, you were speaking in absolutes. So
nope.
keep going. Tell me more about myself that
Yeah,
you've created. Tell me about this self of mine that you
for
imagine.
sure. Yeah. Listen, hey, narcissism's a hell of a drug. I understand where you're coming from. I have autism, which means that I'm also like low empathy. I want the world to revolve around me, and everything that I think is true, and the reality that I insist is like absolute. But yeah, like
I have
that's you know.
Asperger's. I know what autism is.
Well, we don't really call it Asperger's anymore for reasons. I mean, whatever, you can call it whatever you want. I'm not
Well,
gonna tell you
how
to.
old are you?
32.
25, 30?
32. Yeah.
Right. I've got 20 years on you. Almost.
Yeah, yeah. So like there was or sorry, not to autism explain anything to you, but like there was like the autism boom of, in like the 90s and early aughts, and like in like 2010ish, Johann Asperger, the guy that Asperger's is named after.
Yeah, he was a Nazi, wasn't he?
Uh Whatever. He served at an Austrian children's clinic, and we have his signature ordering the death of like at least three, or to euthanize at least three children who were just deemed to be unworthy of life.
Wow.
So yeah, we kind of, or whatever. Some people decided that
It's not politically correct, right?
or no, I mean, like, it's just it was a label that a lot of people agreed that maybe wasn't the best name for it. Like, I don't know.
Well, there's
It's like
something
naming
that
the
my
Jews
dad
after Hitler.
There's
Like
something my dad taught me, and it took him quite a few years to do it. I'm really glad he did. And it's something that I hope you can learn, which is get over yourself.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, that's not, well, whatever. Hard for normies. But yeah, no, I mean, I couch all of my statements like I'm an expert in my field because like I don't often utter the words like always and never. But yeah, I mean, I don't really know what you're talking about, I guess.
Well, you were sure speaking in absolutes when you were trying to tell me who and what I am.
Well, yeah, like most people that support Trump like are like
in your mind,
authoritarianism, or no, like not in my mind, just like in my personal experience from the data that I've seen from like like extrapolating from his policies and his rhetoric. Like, I mean, yeah, like I can characterize the average Trump supporter. Like maybe you're an abnormal Trump supporter and like don't hate free speech and like don't want to lock up citizens and deport them just because they
so why
do
are
something
you
that you don't
saying
like.
maybe now? Moments ago, you were speaking in absolutes.
Yeah, because
Just
like like
pronouncing
most
from the
people who,
rooftops exactly who I am.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, for sure. So if you're supporting the dude who's like, I should be able to suspend the Constitution when I feel like I, like something's not right.
When did he
and
say that he wanted to?
When he thought there was election fraud because he lost an election, he's a fucking loser.
Can you quote him?
Yeah, he made that Truth Social post. That like, yeah, like the founding fathers definitely like didn't put this in the Constitution. But like would have been super cool with the Constitution being suspended. If I feel like there's sufficient voter fraud and should be in like authoritarian control of the entire U.S. government in order to investigate that. That's not a quote.
So do you think that's an
paraphrasing pretty hard
accurate
there.
quote?
No, I'm paraphrasing super duper hard there.
Yeah, you sure are.
But I mean, it was something to that effect for sure. Or do you think it was something to not that effect, or like?
It's right here.
Yeah.
So what's the revelation of massive and widespread fraud
So-
and deception, and
so,
working
like-
closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. Now, this is CBS's highlight.
For sure.
Okay. Now, this is to reduce the word magic that people have been spinning in the media. Okay, he says massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for
the termination of all
rules
of the Constitution.
Right. He is not saying that he wants to. He's saying that they are disregarding these articles. They are
Yes, because the
disregarding
founding
them.
the founding fathers wrote in the Federalist Papers, I believe it was Federalist Papers number 69, about big tech. Like Elon Musk, the foreign billionaire who came in and bought a social media company and then took it private and then explicitly endorsed one candidate. Oh, wait, that sounds familiar. That sounds like what happened in this election, didn't it? Like wasn't X running a lot of political ads and like pushing Donald Trump's tweets and all that? So wait, does that mean that we get to suspend the Constitution? Is that how that works?
Are you saying that you want to?
I mean, I'm saying that like Elon was
You just
offering
said you
swing
want-
state
you wanna-
voters
okay,
$1
now you
million.
wanna suspend the Constitution? You want to suspend the Constitution?
Apparently, that's okay. Like you're
okay
justifying
with
it to
it, huh?
me. Oh,
You're okay with it?
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you condemn this tweet by Trump?
Why would I condemn him calling out people who disrespect the rules, regulations, and articles, even those
Why are you calling me out for trying to okay, so who gets to suspend all of that stuff and take full control over the government?
Who
Elon
said
Musk?
it should be? Who said that it should be?
Donald Trump did it and you're defending it.
He did not say that it should be. He said what they're doing allows for, meaning
Okay,
they
what
have
article
allowed
in the
them-
what
Stop.
article or amendment of the
Stop.
Constitution says that?
He is saying that what they are doing allows them to work around all of these articles, allows them to
Okay, so-
terminate the rules, regulations, and articles, even
So
those
Donald
found in
Trump
the
says he's allowed to like dissolve the Constitution whenever he feels like it.
No, he's saying that they took on themselves the
Who
liberty
is they?
to disregard.
Who is they? Who is they? I need a
people
very
he-
specific they.
Well, you'll have to shut the fuck up if you want me to answer. Good. They are the people he's accusing of fraud.
Okay, and so out of the 60 some cases that he filed that accuse people of fraud within a week of the election, how many were rejected?
It doesn't matter.
It does fucking matter because he's like, oh, he's making accusations of fraud, so therefore he's allowed to say whatever he wants about suspending the Constitution. Cool. Elon specifically endorsed Donald Trump and was pushing a narrative on social media, and I don't think it's okay for big tech and the RNC and the Republican Party to work together, and so therefore I feel like it's okay for to work around the Constitution to make sure that this dude doesn't take power. Is that an okay statement to you?
Your head is full of diarrhea.
No, answer the
That's why
fucking
it's
question,
coming out
dude.
of your mouth.
Answer the fucking question, dude. If Kamala Harris tweeted this, would you condemn it?
No.
All right. Okay, cool. So you don't give a fuck about the Constitution.
point-
You don't give a fuck about the rule of law. Like you just want a god emperor to just, who believes in the same sky daddy or something, and sure,
Okay,
whatever.
The point here is that he is not calling for the termination of the Constitution. That's the point. The point is about your accusation, and the accusations coming from the media that Trump wants to terminate the Constitution. Okay, whether there is
Yes.
fraud or not. The point is that your accusation is false. And you couldn't quote him, so I brought the quote up.
I'm sorry. What part of this quote says that Trump doesn't want to terminate the rules, regulations,
What
and
part
articles?
of it does? What part of it does?
It says it allows for it, and he tried to do it. He tried to wiggle his way around the Electoral Count Act and how government is supposed to work.
You absolutely don't understand this, do you?
You just either don't know how the government
it's
works, don't know about the
highlighted
false
right
electors plot, don't
it's
know that
highlighted.
this is
Right here.
Oh,
Okay?
okay. You're All right, whatever. You're a bad faith
He's
hack.
talking about what they did. He's not
What
talking about
they
what he
did?
wants to do.
What the fuck does that mean? You are retarded. Like I don't know what semantics game you're trying to play here, but like it's not working. Like I'm sorry. Like I would like you to try a different argument, I guess. If I'm saying that like
I'm sure you would.
like okay, so if someone stole the election, it allows, whoever like decided that the
No.
election was definitely stolen, like what allows for that? Like who determines that?
He's talking about them not
Them.
respecting. He's talking about the
Them.
people he accused. You're a
Them?
sassy little bitch, aren't you?
Yeah, sorry. I just like it's hard to deal with like this deluge of
Let me
bullshit
put it
like
in
being
full
spewed.
screen. Okay, look.
This isn't like I don't know like what you're trying to highlight,
He
dog,
is
but
not.
it's not
He is
making the
not
point you think it is.
talking. He is not talking about proceeding to terminate the Constitution. He's talking about what happened. The
No,
preceding
this is in
behavior.
2022.
Shut up.
This
and
is in
listen.
2022. This is 2 years after he lost.
Preceding
Why is he talking about
behavior.
suspending the
He's
conversation?
He's talking about the preceding behavior gave them allowance. Absolutely. Run away. That's a really interesting fellow right there. Fucking amazing. Yeah, that's scary. That's absolutely scary. The media has turned his brain into shit. And if anything starts to make sense, he's got to dip, duck, dodge, dive, and dodge. That's absolutely amazing. And if I don't see things his way, I'm retarded. If I don't follow the media narrative and hate someone that they have to lie about constantly, then suddenly I'm gay and guzzling cum, doing all of this weird gay shit. You start losing, you start with the ad hominems. If that doesn't work, I guess just run away. I guess he got tired of me muting him 3 whole times. 3 times. Oh, and once from about 3 or 4 hours ago. Maybe it was only 2.5. And yeah, he's autistic, so I guess I'm supposed to be a little more lenient, right? No, absolutely not. My dad taught me how to get over myself. And it wasn't easy for him. Wasn't easy for me either. But my dad was a really strong man. He was absolutely not afraid to do what he had to do. And I didn't want to talk too much to that guy about my dad because I'm sure he would have started in on insulting him as well. Yeah, I know. I bullied him. I bullied him because I wouldn't let him talk over me. I should have been more about free speech and let him talk over me and get in the way of me being able to speak freely. Because with some people, it's only their free speech that they care about. Calling people mean names is mean. Yeah, I might be a terrorist. To really soft snowflake type people. I'm certainly not a National Socialist. Socialism is the way to communism. I wonder if Snowman's gonna come back. I have no idea if I'm supposed to be working today. How much y'all want to bet that my boss is gonna call me this morning in about 3 hours? When I haven't heard from him in a week, he's gonna pick today to do it. How much you want to bet? $5. No, America's not socialist. America has a lot of social programs, many that we could do away with. But it's certainly not socialist, because that would imply that it must be. And that's what American freedom is about. It's not about being able to do whatever you want. It's about making sure that we're not forced to do things we don't want. Only argument I can think of against that statement is being forced to pay taxes. Nobody likes that. It's kind of a responsibility, and I think that paying taxes wouldn't be such a burden if we didn't have all this wasteful spending. If we didn't have all this wasteful spending, there wouldn't be such a demand for all these taxes. Foreign wars is one of the biggest causes of this wasteful spending. Yeah, paying bills is another thing. But that's the cost of life. If we didn't have to pay bills, this would be socialist. All you'd have to pay is your undying allegiance to the dictators or the authorities, the god of state. That's what communism wants. To have people worship the state as God. I'm going to bring Ghost of Snowman up here with me, just so I don't feel alone on the panel. It's very interesting how the party who keeps accusing Trump of wanting to throw his political rivals in jail, they say he wants to. And he's taking no action to do so. But they have. What is it with all the egocentric projection? It's a distraction. You accuse people of all these things and try and put them on the defensive. And then they're free to traipse around doing whatever the hell they want, and they have someone to blame. Especially if they get a whole pile of morons to believe the narrative. Let's see here.
So look, many people aren't aware that the Trump fraud case went before the appeals court this week. And if you don't know how an appeals court works, there are 5 judges that sit in judgment for these cases. And
This was a month ago. Just so you know, it was the first week of October.
basically let the prosecution and the defense both lay out their cases. And their job is to consider whether or not the case was worth hearing in the first place. And it went so badly for the Democrat lawyers that by the end of it, their closing arguments was just them begging to not get sanctioned. So they argued a ton of different things throughout this case. But the biggest thing was the judges kept interrupting them. They kept saying, hold on. Can you find me one other time in history where the person who took the loan was able to call the bank that they took the loan from, and then that bank showed up and said, we weren't defrauded? And the lawyers spent like 2 hours trying to find one little instance where it happened. But then the judges said, okay, let's try something else. They said, hey, have you ever prosecuted someone for lying about the value of a property when it resulted in the entire loan being paid back with interest? And again, they gave them like 2 hours to try to explain their case, and they still couldn't produce a single case where that had happened. And then the judges said, hey, you know what? We'll give you another shot. They said, have you ever seen an attorney general prosecute a case where there was no damage to the public? There was no damage to the person you said was defrauded, and there was no actual malice committed by the person who took the loan. And then they took another like 6 hours on that one. And by the end of it, the judges were like, so you don't have any instance of that happening. And then by the time they were done, the judges were like, I don't even know if this is a case that should have been brought. And they said, look, y'all might need to be sanctioned for bringing this case in a malicious manner. One of the judges actually said, I have come to believe that since a case like this has never been brought in the history of the country, not only New York, that you have only brought this case because the person was running for president, which would put you afoul of not only multiple regulations regarding the law, but would also run you afoul of electioneering interference. In fact, at the end of it, when they got to give their closing arguments, instead of arguing the value of their case, instead of arguing that like we should have been able to bring this case because of X and Y and all this shit, they actually just said at the end, we hope that the court will take into account that lawyers need to be able to bring cases like this without the threat of sanction. Basically, they were saying, we hope that you decide that we're not going to get in trouble for bringing this bullshit case. That was what happened at the appellate court. So Trump being found guilty of fraud and having to pay 500 some odd million fucking dollars and the whole left celebrating about that, he's going to get all that money back because the appellate court was like, this is a bullshit case. The people he took the loan from literally came to court on his behalf and said, hey, we weren't defrauded. We knew he overvalued Mar-a-Lago. We took that into our calculations. And even if we had taken that into our calculations and the value of Mar-a-Lago was part of 0.14, like the president of Deutsche Bank said, you know why we gave him the loan? It had nothing to do with the value of Mar-a-Lago. It had to do with we given him 21 other loans and he has paid back all 21 with interest. We were giving him the loan regardless of the value of anything. And that's where the appellate court was like, how do you have a case? Deutsche Bank literally said we were giving him the loan regardless. And that's when they started begging to not get sanctioned. So yeah, that's what happened with the Trump fraud case this week. Going really well for the Democrats.
So this is about the Florida documents case. I actually put some dates on this.
I want to start by reading you the appointment clause of the Constitution. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 6 states, the president shall nominate and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. Are U.S. attorneys nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate according to this appointments clause?
They are appointed by the president, confirmed by the Senate.
Wouldn't you agree that U.S. attorneys are held to the appointments clause because they are delegated some part of the sovereign power of the United States, such as the ability to make indictments and charge individuals with crimes?
I would say that those are not the reasons why, and a court has already ruled on the question of whether special counsels are subject to the appointments clause in the Mueller case, and ruled that they were not. Was
Jack Smith nominated by President Biden or confirmed by the U.S. Senate?
Look, you're asking me about a case again. Motions filed.
This is a simple question.
No, I'm not.
Was Jack Smith nominated by President Biden?
No, he was not.
Was he confirmed by the Senate?
No, he was not.
When was the special counsel statute passed?
There is no special counsel statute. There was an independent counsel statute that was expired.
So it expired. So what gives you the authority to appoint a special counsel? You've created an office in the U.S. government that does not exist without authorization from Congress.
There are regulations under which the Attorney General appoints special counsel. They've been in effect for 30 years, maybe longer, under parties of under both parties. The matter that you're talking about whether somebody can have an employee of the Justice Department serve as special counsel has been adjudicated.
You appealed. Let me interrupt for a second, because you appealed to a regulation, a rule, whereas the Constitution says shall be established by law.
Yeah, the
statutes. Right, the statute. But
The
you
statutes-
referred to a regulation, not to U.S. code.
May I answer? The regulation cites the two U.S. Code provisions that permit the Attorney General's appointment. Attorney General Barr cited to the same ones.
Are you familiar?
Even Attorney General Meese did that.
All right. Are you familiar with former Attorney General Meese's amicus brief?
No.
You're not.
I know that he's filed one because I read it in the newspapers, but otherwise I'm not familiar with it. But
Well, he raises some good questions that I agree with in there. It seems like you've created an office that would require an act of Congress, yet there's not an act of Congress that authorizes that. And even if it didn't require an act of Congress, and you've already admitted it, there was no act of Congress that established this office, it would still require, according to the Constitution, a nomination by the president and confirmation by the Senate.
Tradition runs deep in West Texas, and Culligan One.
I'm out of ideas, fellas. Suppose I could play some shorts. I was hoping Snowman would come back so he'd shut this down. I'm not able to end the stream. I'll share a little something about name calling.
Let's turn now to the record. This book by Nikita Khrushchev, entitled Socialism and Communism, was printed in English and published in Moscow. Back here on page 158, Khrushchev said, "The Communist Party, founded and tempered by the great Lenin, is a powerful force, comrades." In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, "When certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind."
So listen to that again.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, "When certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind." The following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, "When certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them.
Use the prestige of anti-discrimination.
Anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them.
Use the prestige.
Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the
Does that sound familiar? Orange Man bad. He's just like Hitler. He wants to be a dictator. He wants to terminate or suspend the Constitution. The media has a lot of prestige, but they've been losing a lot of that. They lost a lot of it over the last 4 years. I'd say about 4 or 5 years ago, they were at their peak. Oh, that gives me another idea for one. Something worth sharing. Here's a guy that we all know and love.
The fact is, autocrats and aspiring strongmen have become emboldened around the globe. They're actively subverting democracy. They're undermining hard-won human rights. They're ignoring international law. So for those of us who believe in democracy and the rule of law, this should serve as a wake-up call. Indeed, one of the biggest reasons for democracy's weakening is the profound change that's taken place in how we communicate and consume information. But not all problems we're seeing now are an inevitable project or an inevitable byproduct.
What was that? What was that, Barry?
Communicate and consume information.
What was
But
that?
not all problems we're seeing now are an inevitable project or an inevitable byproduct.
Can you say that again?
We're seeing now are an inevitable project or an inevitable byproduct. Problems we're seeing now are an inevitable project or an inevitable byproduct.
Do you know what we call that, class? The Freudian slip. Am I right?
We're seeing now are an inevitable project or an inevitable byproduct of this new technology. They're also the result of very specific choices made by the companies that have come to dominate the internet generally and social media platforms in particular. And over time, we lose our capacity to distinguish between fact, opinion, and wholesale fiction. Or maybe we just stop caring. And all of us, including our children, learn that if you want to rise above the crowd, above the din, if you want to be liked and shared, and yes, go viral, then peddling controversy, outrage, even hate often gives you an edge. They're also the result of very specific choices made by the companies that have come to dominate the internet generally and social media platforms in particular. In fact, some of the most outrageous content on the web originates from traditional media. Understand, it's not necessary for people to believe this information in order to weaken democratic institutions. You just have to flood a country's public square with enough raw sewage. You just have to raise enough questions, spread enough dirt, plant enough conspiracy theorizing that citizens no longer know what to believe. Once they lose trust in their leaders, in mainstream media, in political institutions, in each other, in the possibility of truth, the game's won. Now, after World War II, after witnessing how mass media and propaganda could fan the flames of hate, we put a framework in place that would ensure our broadcast system was compatible with democracy. We required a certain amount of children's education.
You know what that is right there? That's the Smith Month Reformation.
Educational program, instituted the Fairness Doctrine. Newsrooms changed practice.
A modernization. Smith Month Modernization Act of when? 2012. So that framework that was put in place was modernized, which allowed for materials produced by the State Department and the Broadcasting Board of Governors to be made available within the United States. To strengthen cooperative international relations? Really? What that did was make it legal for the media to use state funds to propagandize the American people. In 2012, who was the president in 2012? Maybe Darko could come up and remind me.
That citizens no longer know what to believe. Questions, spread enough dirt, swear, with enough raw sewage. You just have to flood a country's public square with enough raw sewage. You just have to raise enough questions, spread enough dirt, plant enough conspiracy theorizing that citizens no longer know what to believe. Once they lose trust in their leaders, in mainstream media, in political institutions, in each other, in the possibility of truth, the game's won. After World War II, after witnessing how mass media and propaganda could fan the flames of hate, we put a framework in place that would ensure our broadcast system was compatible with democracy. We required a certain amount of children's educational programming, instituted the Fairness Doctrine. Newsrooms changed practices to maximize accuracy. And the task before us is harder now. Putin didn't do that. He didn't have to. We did it to ourselves. Handwritten sign was a tool.
I like how he says we did it to ourselves.
Handwritten sign was a tool. TV is a tool. The internet is a tool. Social media is a tool. At the end of the day, tools don't control us. We control them.
At the end of the day, tools don't control us. We control them, he says. That says a lot. If you know what to listen for. Now, through that whole speech, he was talking about what other people are doing. And in that video, I showed a little bit of what he did as a catalyst to all of this, all of these narratives that are coming from the mainstream media, he called traditional media. And a lot of it is being circulated on social media, but we don't make that news. It originates in what he called traditional media. And he made sure to allow it. He made it possible for them to propagandize American citizens by, quote, modernizing the Smith or the U.S. Information and Educational Exchange Act. Boomers grew up right alongside television. Imagine an entire lifetime of programming without question. Well, we're kind of witnessing it. It's more than imagination. They've got a certain level of control that they're terrified of losing. That control and that power is what they hold most dear. That's why they compared that day in January to 9/11. That's exactly why they compared that day in January to 9/11. They wanted to make an emotional appeal to the people. And what they did was let us know just how afraid they were of losing their power. I'm definitely out of ideas. So unless somebody wants to come up and let me bully them, because apparently that's what I do. I think I'm going to call it a night or a early morning. Snowman, if you're listening, come up and shut it down. You got 2 hours before the whole thing is lost. Unless you want to upload it in pieces. But YouTube's not going to log it. If it goes over 12 hours, YouTube won't catalog it. He does have the paid version, so he's got the recording. I think I got one more to share.
He has little. JD Vance came out of nowhere. He has little political experience, and does Trump not consult his advisors? Do his advisors not go into people's past and vet them to ensure that they don't carry a lot of baggage? Because this was a dumb decision.
Listen, and Sky Daddy's right. Like from
Sky Daddy.
Strategical point, I see that. But Trump is so racist. Everybody was talking about Tim Scott or whatever the other guy's name is. He can't allow a black person to be near him. Literally, like he is that racist.
I don't care what the media tells you, Mr. Trump. We support you. We support you, Mike. Okay, 4 p.m. 4 p.m. Come here, let me give you a hug.
Let's check this out. Michigan has not been called yet. But it looks like it's going to be hard for Harris to beat him. 50.1%, 95 votes. 95% of the votes have been reported. He got Wisconsin. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, they called it for him. They called it for Trump at 49.8 with 98% of the votes. Wow, Arizona's looking good, but they've only got 60% of expected votes reported. Nevada's looking better because they got 84% reported, and he's up even more. Well, he's at the same, but she's down more. More people voted for independent parties in Nevada. Alaska's going to be red. It has been for a long time. Look at this bully right here. Look at this bully. Yes, he did. He has the popular vote so far, Artie. Let me find the needle real quick. What? So this is the popular vote here. There's still quite a few more votes to tally, but with the amount that he's received, if they all go to Harris, which they won't, I think there would be enough to put it right there in the middle somewhere, or maybe tip it to her favor if she gets all the remaining votes. But the thing about that is all these other blue cities or blue states have been called. The only ones that are still not called are leaning red. The amount of remaining votes in Arizona could tip the popular vote, but she'd have to get them all. So I think Trump's going to walk away with the popular vote as well. And I've got a lot of, let me see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to determine that from here. Let me see if I can pull up the total. I don't know. At this point, I don't know how to calculate or find. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this one has the actual number. He's got 70,000, almost 71,000 total votes. And this is Reuters. What? Yeah, so he doesn't have 80,000 yet. But you see where she's at. $65,000 or thousand. 65 million. 65,200,000,000 and 5,300 votes. Yep, I'm getting sleepy. Sleepy Joe. Sleepy fucking Joe. Yeah, if he's got 71 million right now to her 65, she's gonna have to get them all. And yeah, that popular vote's really important to those Democrats and the liberals. I'd really like to see him walk away with that. Yeah, they still got to count Maine. Looks like she's up by a good bit in Maine. I don't really know a whole lot of history about how they vote. They're all the way up there in the corner with all the blue. Alaska's called. Yeah, they just went ahead and called it with 69% counted. They're usually red. And that's way up in the corner, in the other corner. Yeah, Kamala's going to need all those votes. And all these votes. Hawaii's called. Yeah, it's going to be hard for her to even walk away with the popular vote. It's not happening yet. We'll just have to wait and see what kind of weird magic they try to work. Oh, that's interesting. So it's kind of like Nebraska then, huh? I think it's Nebraska, isn't it? That has different sections in it. You know what, Artie? I'm not sure if you were here an hour ago, but if you had dropped that comment an hour ago, I probably could have spared myself a little headache. There's a guy up here just, man, almost felt like I was banging my head against the wall. I don't want to say too much. Don't want to sound like a bully. Well, suspicious, according to that guy, it's okay for someone to bully people if they're an anti-American, what was it that he said? Anti-American fascist fucktard or something like that he said. It was ridiculous. Like, absolutely insane. Like, I'm not going to deliberately misunderstand things just to save myself from being called names. He can call me all the names he wants. It actually helps prove the case. This is what a lot of the argument was about. This post right here. Like, I have no problem understanding this. And it is absolutely not calling for the termination or suspension of the Constitution. And he ran away as soon as I started talking about preceding action. So this post is about preceding action, allowing for the termination of rules, regulations, and articles. Oh, I still got that pinned. Let me pin this one. But as soon as I mentioned that this is about preceding action, he's not talking about proceeding to the termination of the Constitution. He's talking about preceding action that allowed for. Maybe it would have been worded better if Trump had wrote the word allowed instead of allows. But I don't see what's so hard to understand about this. Unless the media has gotten into your head and scrambled your brain up and made you believe something. And when Trump first got into office, I was very skeptical because I knew he was a businessman and I knew he was going to try and run the country like a business. But in the back of my mind, I was wondering, how do you fire people from a country? Because I know he's going to try and fire a bunch of people from the country. How do you fire people from the country? And I was thinking citizens. And that really bothered me. But when the career politicians and their pet media started going after him, I started wondering, they're the ones, they're afraid they're going to get fired. And we know exactly how to fire people in the world of politics. You vote them out. Now, the people in the media, that's a different story. Yeah, there's video of him chewing on that speedball or whatever drugs it was that he had laced with the fentanyl. It certainly wasn't straight fentanyl, but it had it in it. And although it's not confirmed, I believe fentanyl had something to do with losing my little brother. I think fentanyl had something to do with his death. He didn't die from an overdose, though. That's all I'm going to say. But he was doing some drugs. Yet we gotta trim the fat. A lot of people are just doing whatever the hell they want. Yeah, I saw that video. It was just this year, I think sometime in June, that Liberal Hive Mind shared that video with the title, "How'd We Miss This?" Or that might have been on the thumbnail. He has different words on his thumbnails than he does for the title of his videos. That's what it was about. Him chewing on that pill, whatever that white clump in his mouth was. And it wasn't a tooth. It was floating around in his mouth. I'd really like for Snowman to come up and send us out with his outros. And I don't want to take too many liberties with presenting content, like content of mine on his channel. Yeah, Hivemind does some good stuff. I've only heard him off script a few times. Once in January 2021, he did a live stream. It might have been the 7th, real early in the morning. It might have been the 6th that night. But he did a live stream talking about, you know, a certain level of disappointment. You know, and at that time, it wasn't too clear who was involved in doing what and who wasn't. But that's getting to be even more clear. Yeah, that's something we could go over. I'll check that out. I am gonna use this moment to drop my link. If any of you guys want to subscribe to me and check out some of the content that I've made, y'all are welcome to do that. I had over 1,000 subscribers in June and ended up getting my channel nuked. So I'm working to build that back up. I got 69 so far. It's a slow process. Unless YouTube really likes what you're doing, they'll give you a boost, of course. All right, let me find a poll here that I can. Not that one. Oh, here we go. Yep, this one will work. We'll see how we did in the Senate. See how we did with the governors. And then we'll call it a day. So far, we got a net gain of 3 seats in the Senate. That's good. So the gubernatorial looks a little delayed. We'll look at the House. Gained 1 seat so far. Leading in 23 to their 34. There'd be a whole lot to go over on this. Anything specific you guys want me to look at? So you know, anything that has an asterisk represents the sitting candidate. Pfluger. So I guess I'm boring people to death here. I'm gonna head out. Yeah, there's gonna be some tears, man. Seeking, if you weren't here a couple hours ago, you can see one. Just wind it back. That dude was a trip. And I can promise this, if he had remained cordial, I'd have done the same. But even still, I don't think I stooped too low. Not as low as I wanted to. But I'm not gonna let feelings decide for me. Emotions are secondary. You can have a really big motor, but if your steering is shot, you're not going to go very far. But conversely to that, if all you have is steering and you don't have a motor, you're not going to go very far. Logic is the steering, and emotion is the propulsion. There has to be a balance, and there has to be an order to it. Keep your head above your heart, or else you'll end up with your head stuck in your ass. Thank you for your time, everybody. Snowman, thanks for letting me take over your stream. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good night. The fuck is going on here? I forgot to remove old Clayton Bisbee. Clayton! Good night, y'all.